Xiang is extremely worried about the future contract issues at this moment. The contract he signed with the International Financial Center building is only half a year. Before, because he knew the vice president of this building, he didn't worry about anything, but now he actually provokes the owner here. That's the end of it. For this hotel, various things, as well as decoration, design, etc., he spent 1 or 2 billion for long-term development. But if after half a year, the contract expires and the lease cannot be continued, then he will at least accompany 1 billion yuan. Or even more. Even if it is a big man, if he wants to lose 1 or 2 billions at once, he will feel heartache to the point of exploding. Although they are all billionaires, their worth fluctuates with the company's market value. If something happens to the company one day and the market value falls, their worth will also plummet. Contract? Chu Chen understood what Xiang meant, and sat there and said lightly, "I'm not a stingy person either. If President Jin continues to rent for reasons, of course it will be fine." Xiang's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Chen checked the rent here, renting a floor, almost 10 million a month. And renting here for half a year, Xiang may have spent 60 to 70 million yuan. The contract in the first half of the year is signed. In the second half of the year, I will give Mr. Jin a discount. How about 300 million? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Get a discount? 300 million more? You're 5 times the rent, okay? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Mr. Chu is really generous. The Prime Minister Chu can hold a boat in his stomach. As expected of Mr. Chu, I gave Mr. Jin a discount as soon as he came up. I admire it. This level is too high, and I can only look up. The next second, countless kneeling and licking sounds came. Originally, these guests came to congratulate the Xiang hotel on the opening, but now they are all flattering to Chu Chen. Everyone always tells the truth. Chu Chen was a little embarrassed. No way, who made him a generous person? And Xiang almost vomited blood. 300 million, 300 million. How generous? But losing 300 million is better than losing 1 or 2 billion. It is good. Xiang nodded. Since President Chu is so generous, how could Xiao Jin refuse? Although there were tears in his heart, Xiang still wanted to answer Chu Chen with a smile. After breaking his teeth and swallowing in his stomach, who would let him find trouble for himself? What's so special? After this time, he must beat and beat Feng jewelry, otherwise, he will lose a lot. Ha ha. Pfft. Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning stood aside to watch the play and couldn't help laughing. The dignified financial boss, now facing Chu Chen, is like a mouse meeting a cat, calling himself Xiao Jin. When this matter spreads out, Xiang is in the circle, and I am afraid it will become a laughingstock. Of course, they will definitely not take the initiative to spread it. And they are not the ones who fall into trouble. But it's embarrassing if someone else asks about it. They are honest people and don't lie. With several 100 million in hand, Chu Chen became in a good mood. I'm here today, you can go to the company to take a look. The Financial International Center building is managed by a separate asset management company, responsible for everything in the building. As Chu Chen became the owner of the International Financial Center building, the chairman of the company naturally became Chu Chen. The company is on the top floor of the IFC building, and there is even a high-altitude apron where helicopters are parked. The reception continued. Chu Chen, left alone, ready to take the elevator to the company, to take a look. The elevator opened, and there were already many people inside. Chu Chen went up, not overloaded. When the elevator stopped on the 63rd floor, a blonde, handsome foreign man walked in. However, as soon as he walked in, the elevator sounded an alarm indicating that it was overloaded. For a while, the atmosphere became awkward. Most people looked at the foreign man. After all, he was the last to come in. Originally didn't want to leave, but being stared at by so many people, the foreign men couldn't wait any longer. Men in China are like this, they don't have any gentlemanly manners. Just then, a young woman spoke with a look of contempt. Why do domestic men have so much skin? No wonder domestic men are not as good as foreign men. No matter what, they are crushed by foreign men. There are still single dogs in China crying that they can't find a partner, and they dislike other people marrying foreign men. Bah, they are a bunch of garbage, and they deserve to find a girlfriend. If it were me, I would marry a foreigner too. The young woman looked like a foreigner, and kept complaining. The second person to come up, go down quickly. The foreign-loving woman did not let the foreign man who just came down, but instead aimed at Chu Chen. Hearing this, several men in the elevator looked at the woman in disgust. Obviously this foreigner came up last. Why are you like this? Why not let this foreigner go down? The elevator is overloaded because of him. Everyone opened their mouths. You people. Looking at the few people who scolded her, the foreign-loving woman refuted sharply, threatening, Is that how you disrespect women? Believe it or not, I put your photos on the internet and let the feminist sisters criticize you? It turns out that this woman who worships foreigners is a pastoral feminist who advocates feminism. When threatened by this foreign-loving woman, no one spoke. They all know that those pseudo-feminists are really terrible for pastoral feminists. Even more powerful than trolls. The less trouble, the better. Unacceptable. A beauty with a high face value and a sense of justice couldn't help but refute. Others are afraid, but she is not afraid. It was obviously this foreign man who came in, which caused the elevator to be overloaded. You accuse this little brother. Aren't you a feminist? Respecting foreign men and being a gentleman? Well, why don't you go out? Aroused by the beauty of justice, the woman who worships foreigners and foreigners suddenly became popular. I'm going out and I'm going out. Just now, she mocked domestic men and let Chu Chen go out, all to flatter this handsome foreign guy, hoping that he would pay attention to her. If he goes out now, then this handsome foreign guy will definitely be moved by him and go out with her. Maybe, you can also harvest a wave of romantic love. Thinking about it, the foreign-loving woman walked out and smiled at the handsome foreign guy. She waited for the gentleman's handsome foreign guy to come out to accompany her. The handsome foreign guy has indeed acted. However, looking at the actions of the handsome foreign guy, the woman who worships foreigners can't laugh. The moment the woman went out, the foreign man made his move and directly pressed the door close button of the elevator. Seeing the elevator door close a little bit, the foreign-loving woman was suddenly dumbfounded. How did that happen? Is she going to apply for a job on the top floor of the building? Looking at the slowly closing elevator door, and the foolish foreigner, there were countless laughter in the elevator. Killing me. Didn't she say foreign men are gentlemen? Are you still a gentleman or a foreigner? Shooting himself in the foot. This bitch deserves it. Watching the elevator door close, the woman who worships foreigners is not feeling well. What she imagined was so different from these. She originally came to apply for a job at the International Financial Center building. But she saw a handsome foreign guy on the elevator. So she was so moved that she acted like this. But why is this handsome foreign guy not as gentleman as she imagined? Chong my Weixio exploded. She thought she would have a good harvest in both career and love this time, but she didn't expect that there would be no love, and maybe even her career would be gone. I'm pissed off, that bastard. Even she couldn't help but scold that handsome foreign guy. In foreign countries, he must be an exception. Where is there no wicked person? Foreign boys must be more or less gentlemen, only him. Even if she was abandoned by the foreigner just now, she still believes that foreign countries are good, and foreign men are far better than domestic men. No matter their height, temperament, or what else is inside, they completely crush domestic men. The idea of worshipping foreigners is deeply ingrained. The elevator slowly rose, and many people went down. In the end, only Chu Chen and the beautiful woman with a sense of justice were left in the elevator. You also go to the top floor? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Chu Chen had a good impression of this beautiful woman with a sense of justice. Well, I'm going for an interview. The beautiful woman with a sense of justice answered. This little brother is so handsome. Although she is not the kind of girl who only likes to look at her looks, she has to admit that this little brother is really handsome. Seeing how nervous you are you not ready? The beauty with a sense of justice shook her head and said worriedly, I heard that the company has high requirements, a master's degree or above, and work experience, etc. She had just graduated from college and had no work experience at all. I'm ready to be eliminated. So I'll take some exercise this time. Oh? Chu Chen raised his brows and said with a smile, how do? I think you will definitely be admitted? Not likely. The beauty with a sense of justice didn't believe Chu Chen's words and shook her head. Apart from being young and beautiful, she didn't seem to have any other advantages. Anyway. Thank you. She didn't take Chu Chen's words too seriously. When I got to the top floor, I said goodbye to Chu Chen, and the beauty with a sense of justice rushed to the interview place in a hurry. Chu Chen glanced at the interview place. There were many people. Not in a hurry to arrange her now, Chu Chen decided to go to the office to take a look. After receiving news from Chu Chen, several executives of the company were already waiting for Chu Chen in the office. Chu Chen said a few words in general. Several executives left to work, leaving only the general manager to report to Chu Chen the specific work. You don't have to follow me, I'll go around by myself. After a while, Chu Chen wanted to go to the interview office too. Have a look. Okay, Mr. Chu. The general manager thought that Chu Chen was going to inspect the company, so he didn't say anything. The interview is over and all the candidates are waiting outside. After the interview is over, the results will be released immediately, and things will be done quickly. Along with many interviewers, beautiful women with a sense of justice were also waiting outside, and I was very uneasy. And to her surprise, the foreign-loving foreigner who had been scolded by her just now also came to apply for the job. At this moment, the arrogant face of this foreign-loving foreigner, especially after seeing beauties with a sense of justice, women who worship foreigners, and foreigners are even more arrogant. It turned out to be just a college graduate. What rubbish. He graduated with a master's degree, and has worked in 2 foreign companies for a period of time, so he has rich work experience. The interviewer had a good impression and attitude towards her just now. She was 100% admitted. And the bitch who scolded her in the elevator will definitely be eliminated. Thinking of what happened just now, the foreign-loving woman made her teeth itch with anger. If it wasn't for this bitch, she wouldn't be able to get off the elevator on her own initiative. In the end, I was afraid that the time could not wait, so I climbed the stairs, tired like a dead dog. This revenge must be avenged, thinking of worshipping foreign women and going to beauties with a sense of justice. Well, I'm very nervous. The beauty with a sense of justice nodded subconsciously. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. It's impossible for someone like you to be admitted. The next second, waiting for everyone's face, sarcastically. You don't even look at yourself, what is it? A little white who graduated from college wants to compete with us. What a whimsical daydream. Hearing the sarcasm of women with a sense of justice towards women with a sense of justice, everyone started talking. Even if I didn't get admitted, I still have the backbone. The beauties with a sense of justice and the women who worship foreigners face each other tit for tat. Finally, 2 interviewers came out with a list in their hands. Hee hee, let's make your mouth hard, and you'll be crying in a while. The foreign-loving woman said sarcastically. She was full of confidence. The beauty with a sense of justice couldn't refute for a while. In this interview, she is really not as good as this foreign-loving woman. Just exercise. The list of admissions for this time has come out. I will announce it now. Li Zhenlong, Xiao Wenshan, Sun Lina. After hearing the name Sun Lina, the smile on the face of the foreign-loving woman became even brighter. Sun Lina is her. More than a dozen admissions names were announced, and until the end, there was no sense of justice beauties. Hey! The beauty with a sense of justice sighed and prepared to leave. Although I have been prepared, but when the result really came out, I was still a little disappointed. Ha ha. Seeing the beauty with a sense of justice who turned around and was about to leave, Sun Lina, who was foreigner, sneered. Okay, the list has been announced, the admitted people stay temporarily, and the others can leave. The interviewer announced. Slow. A sudden sound came suddenly. I think there is something wrong with your admission. Chu Chen walked out slowly from behind. When he came just now, Chu Chen just stood behind and listened to the scene of the announcement of the list. Sun Lina, a foreign-loving daughter, was admitted, and beauties with a sense of justice were eliminated. He also saw it. That Sun Lina is too ugly, doesn't fit the image of this company, and looks too mean. At first glance, she is a person with little affection. Should not have been admitted. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone was stunned for a while, and looked at Chu Chen dumbfounded. It's too bold to question the interviewer, and your reasons are too bizarre. If you are ugly and mean, shouldn't you be admitted? The interviewer will listen to you, damn it. And Sun Lina, who worships foreigners, also sneered and said contemptuously, crazy talk. She also didn't believe that the interviewer would listen to Chu Chen. Chu Chen's words are too outrageous? Just because she looks too ugly, so the interviewer wants to kick her out of the admissions list? Just kidding? And what kind of thing is this kid? The opinion of the interviewer will be heard. Totally impossible? Sun Lina is full of confidence, that's not right. Suddenly, Sun Lina recalled Chu Chen's words and became furious. Too ugly, who are you calling too ugly? This is Sun Lina's most taboo point. Today, when Chu Chen pointed it out ruthlessly, she was furious. Damn asshole stuff. Little brother. The beauty with a sense of justice also walked to Chu Chen's side and persuaded Chu Chen. Thank you, let's go. She was afraid of causing trouble for Chu Chen, so she spoke quickly. She was very moved that Chu Chen could stand up for her. Young man, what did you say? The interviewer also had an incredible look on his face. I don't know how. Chu Chen thought of it, but he actually said that. Now only a few executives who have just met Chu Chen know Chu Chen's identity, but these two interviewers don't know Chu Chen. Our company is definitely not the kind of company that judges people by their appearance. The interviewer spoke, and when he was about to drive away Chu Chen, he suddenly felt someone poking him with his arm. Who is it? The interviewer spoke irritably. The next second, he suddenly saw his companion winking at him. My colleague was wrong just now, I think this gentleman is right. She's too ugly for our company, so I'm announcing that I'm kicking her off the admissions list. The second interviewer quickly made amends. He was distracted just now and was playing with his mobile phone when he happened to see a message just sent by the WeChat workgroup. It was sent by the general manager, with a photo of Chu Chen. Therefore, he knew the identity of Chu Chen. There must be a reason for the chairman not to reveal his identity. The second interviewer guessed that no matter what, since the chairman opened his mouth, he must do it. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What's the meaning? The interviewer really listened to the kid's advice. Fired that ugly woman? Are you right? Old Zhao Yu, hearing what his partner said, the first interviewer wanted to refute, but found that his colleague motioned him to look at his phone. The phone rang for sure just now, and he hadn't had time to look. The first interviewer turned on the phone in confusion, and the next second, he was so scared that he almost dropped the phone. My mother, this is actually the chairman. Yes, I take back what I just said, our company is a company that looks at its appearance. The first interviewer spoke up and said, righteously. Kicked off the admissions list? Sun Lena stood there blankly, not knowing what to say for a while. All this changed too quickly, and it quickly overwhelmed her. Just because of a suggestion from Chu Chen, he was really kicked out of the admission list? Sun Lena's originally distorted worldview collapsed at this moment. Also, this beauty is so beautiful and fits the company's image. Chu Chen pointedly said. Yes, this beauty, from now on, you will take the place of Sun Lena, and now you are an employee of our company. Congratulations. In order to make up for the mistake just now, the first interviewer immediately agreed after Chu Chen finished speaking. And because of his words, someone was admitted again? Everyone was stunned, they were stupid. You. It's all because of you. Sun Lena, who had collapsed originally, went completely crazy when she heard this. Unable to control herself, Sun Lena rushed towards Chu Chen, showing her teeth and claws. Come here. Coming soon. Before Sun Lena could meet Chu Chen, she was put up by the security guard who came. Throw this mad woman out of the building. No, take her to the police station. Interviewer. Orders. The intention to attack the chairman is absolutely unbearable. Soon, the sense of justice, beauty, and the company signed a contract. My name is Ding Bingying, thank you so much for today. The beauty with a sense of justice chatted with Chu Chen. It's okay. I'm just telling the truth. Also, I want to ask, why are the two Suggestions you mentioned accepted by them? Ding Binging was extremely curious, but also extremely puzzled. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Chu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, and spoke. He is a low-key person. Finally, Ding Binging asked for Chu Chen's contact information before leaving. And Chu Chen stayed in the company for a while and also left. The next day, when Chu Chen was having breakfast, the system sounded again. Ding, special experience task, buy 3 apartment buildings and experience 10 days of rent collection, task time limit, none, task reward, 35% of the world-class luxury. Prada shares, becoming the largest shareholder. Seeing this reward, Chu Chen stood up in shock. I go. The system is too crazy this time. Such an amazing reward. That is the legendary Prada, the world's top luxury goods. And the number of shares awarded by the system this time is not the second or third largest shareholder, but the largest shareholder. Once the task is completed, Chu Chen is the actual controller of Prada, the global president and CEO. Too crazy. Prada, founded in 1913, is now the world's top fashion brand, as famous as LV, Hermes, Dior, and Armani. It has been more than 100 years old now, and it was ranked 100 in the top 100 global brands released by Interbrand last year. Note that it is a global brand, including all brands in the world such as Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, etc. And Prada is one of them. This mission reward is so cool. Isn't it just to experience the life of a chartered public servant? He had experienced it in Jiangzhou before. Counting money every day is so tiring. This boring, unpretentious life is about to begin again. In fact, Chu Chen was still very happy in his heart. The more the better, and he likes this unpretentious life. By the way, if I get 35% of Prada, how much is that? Chu Chen curiously took out his phone. After checking, Chu Chen changed his face. 58 billion? Why is there only 58 billion for a world-class luxury brand? Chu Chen was extremely puzzled. Originally, he thought that the market value of Prada was at least 100 billion. But the result surprised him. It was really only 58 billion yuan. That's right. Chu Chen continued to check the information, and at a glance, Chu Chen was angry. When Prada was at its peak, its market value was as high as 200 or 300 billion. However, from 8 or 9 years ago, the Prada Group was due to various complicated reasons such as family infighting. Now, the market value has fallen by 58 billion. Now, Prada's 35% stake is 20 billion. But if it was at its peak, the 35% of his shares would be worth more than 100 billion. It's a pity, Chu Chen said. But then again, after all, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and now Prada is still a world-class luxury. Its brand value far exceeds its market value. As a world-class luxury goods, Prada's brand value is very high. Although Prada is not as good as before, but after all, it is a world-class luxury that was once as famous as Hermes and LV. Its international status and influence are still there. Just being the global president and CEO of Prada, this title can scare others to death. Although Chu Chen's assets only increased by more than 20 billion this time, his intangible assets, his identity, status, and connections would suddenly increase. In the past, when Chu Chen wanted to invite international jewelry design masters, he could only rely on contacts, but if he became the global president of Prada, he only needed a phone call. Prada is still full of vitality, but because of those high-level infighting, the market value has dropped. Prada's executives are different from other luxury group executives. Most of its executives are members of the Prada family. This kind of family group has great disadvantages, as evidenced by the plummeting market value of Prada. Most of Prada's shares are in the hands of Prada's various family members, and there are constant infighting among them. Once Chu Chen becomes the global CEO of Prada and the largest shareholder, he will definitely take action. Come to think of it, Prada will return to its former glory. The life of the charterer is about to begin. Chu Chen muttered, began to check the information, and finally decided which 3 buildings to buy in 2 different apartment complexes. Chu Chen set out and first came to the famous Four Seasons, with a beautiful environment. Yesterday, she was kicked out of the International Financial Center building. Son Lena, who was fascinated by foreigners, had no choice but to return to her former job. Worked as a sales clerk in Four Seasons famous. She hated Chu Chen thoroughly. Although I don't know why the 2 interviewers listened to Chu Chen's brainless suggestion. But it was because of him that he was kicked out of the admissions list. When will I meet a Prince Charming from abroad? Son Lena fantasized in her heart. Domestic men are too wasteful and incompetent, and she looks down on them. I hope I can go abroad, in the United States or the West, and live a better life as soon as possible. Domestic life is too rubbish, and it is not as good as abroad. In her heart, everything abroad is good. Son Lena starts work. Just as she was peeking at her phone, a pretty boy walked in. After seeing Chu Chen, Son Lena was stunned. It's him? I actually met him again. Ha ha. Looking at Chu Chen, who had just walked in, Son Lena laughed coldly. Today is on her territory, so she must take care of this kid. Son Lena hid quietly, preventing Chu Chen from discovering her. Seeing a handsome little brother like Chu Chen come in, a beautiful female salesperson took the initiative to greet him. She gave Chu Chen some brochures of famous Four Seasons, let Chu Chen read, and then she got up and served tea to Chu Chen. Xiaoman, leave it to me. Son Lena walked over and said to the female salesperson in charge of Chu Chen. Soon, Son Lena held a cup of hot water and walked towards Chu Chen with bad intentions. Today, she is going to teach this Chu Chen a lesson. After a while, he came to his side, pretended to serve him tea, and then deliberately sprinkled water on him. Holding the hot water, Son Lena walked towards Chu Chen, who was looking down at the information. 3, 2, 1. Just as she was about to act, Chu Chen suddenly stood up. This made Son Lena in a hurry. Crash. In the end, the water only spilled onto the sofa and the floor. At this moment, Chu Chen also noticed Son Lena looking at the hot water sprinkled on the ground and on the sofa mountain. Chu Chen understood what Son Lena meant. Excuse me. Son Lena opened her mouth and sorted it out a little. She explained, my colleague had something to do just now. So I'm in charge now. After all, she sat opposite Chu Chen and deliberately concealed the embarrassment of watering just now. Since she didn't learn enough lessons yesterday, Chu Chen didn't mind letting her remember a little bit today. Son Lena introduced the situation of these buildings to Chu Chen. No need, I bought it and paid for it today. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Chen suddenly spoke. What? Hearing this, Son Lena was a little confused. When other people buy a house, they are carefully selected, usually several times, and it takes a long time to choose before they buy. This kid actually wants to buy it directly and pay today? A smile appeared on Sun Lina's face. Although she still looked at Chu Chen very upset, her mood couldn't help but improve. Her own enemy actually took the initiative to give her money, which is a great thing. If she sells a sweet, can she get a lot of commission? Making money from your own enemy is even more fun. At this moment, she looked at Chu Chen as if she were looking at a fat sheep to be slaughtered. A rich idiot. Then when do we sign the contract? Sun Lina spoke excitedly. She wants to sign the contract earlier and earn the enemy money as soon as possible. I'll go make a phone call and have someone send the money over, and then I can sign the contract. Chu Chen spoke, and after speaking, he went outside and made a phone call, preparing to give Sun Lina a big surprise. Which house did you choose? After Chu Chen came back, Sun Lina couldn't wait to kill Chu Chen. I recommend this duplex, or 120 square meters, need not. I don't want a house, I want to buy a building. Chu Chen opened his mouth. That's it. Chu Chen pointed to building 56. What? Sun Lina's mouth widened, and she looked inconceivable. OMG. He's going to buy a building. One building. Sun Lina almost jumped up excitedly. If you sell a building by yourself, at least the commission will be several million. In that case, you may soon be able to go abroad to live a good life. That is really good. Chu Chen is really a big fat sheep. Give yourself millions for nothing. The more she thought about Sun Lina, the more excited and happy she became. The news that Chu Chen was going to buy a building quickly spread, and countless salespeople came to watch. Wow. This little brother is going to buy a building. It's amazing. I really envy Lina, she's going to make a profit this time. We will never meet a local tyrant who buys a building in our lifetime. These salespeople looked at Sun Lina with a bright smile on her face with great envy. Especially the salesperson who received Chu Chen just now was extremely regretful. She shouldn't have given this guest to Sun Lina. Enjoying the admiration of everyone, Sun Lina was extremely proud. After knowing this, the boss was very satisfied with himself and said that he would give himself a promotion and a raise. After that, she was at least a manager. Come on, the money is out there, come with me. After receiving the news, Chu Chen walked outside with Sun Lina and a group of onlookers. In front of a big truck, Chu Chen stopped. The money is in there, count it. Seeing this, Sun Lina was very curious. At this moment, Chu Chen slowly opened the truck door. 200 million in cash, how much is it? You can count it yourself. Pointing to a truck full of coins, Chu Chen said with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. Counting coins is much more troublesome than paper money. In order to give this foreign-loving woman a big surprise, Chu Chen specially called the bank and asked for a full 200 million coins. If someone else did this, the bank would definitely reject it outright, and reply, I'm sick. But in the face of a super big customer like Chu Chen, no matter what Chu Chen's request is, even how excessive it is, they will definitely do their best to satisfy Chu Chen. Therefore, without making Chu Chen wait too long, the bank drove the truck. A full 200 million coins. Some are still brand new. Looking at a truck full of coins, Sun Lina was dumbfounded. What's going on? As for those onlookers, they were also stunned. Count it. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Count? Sun Lina's whole person is not well. How many coins is this? She really can't count. Once her favorite thing was money, but now a truck full of money is here. She can't be happy, instead she wants to cry. So many coins, when will she count? The year of the monkey and the month of the horse are endless. The young salespeople behind her stared at the countless coins in a daze. This amount of money can completely kill one person, no, not one, but many. Before, some of them doubted whether Chu Chen had the ability to buy a building. Now, they believe, really believe. With so many coins, they really took it. You are the big brother. As the sales lady here, I am afraid they also have to participate in the work of counting money. There is a saying before, counting money and getting a hand cramp. Today they finally have to experience it once. But what's wrong with this feeling? It used to be their dream. But from now on, it will probably become their nightmare. Because the trouble was too big, the general manager here came in person. After all, he is a super owner who wants to buy a building. However, even she was stunned when she saw a truck full of money. Manager, I do want to buy a building, but I have one condition. Chu Chen said. You say. That's my money. It must be counted by this lady, and no one else is allowed to participate. Chu Chen pointed at the foreign-loving woman. What? Sun Lena froze instantly. Let her be the number one, and she probably won't be able to count them in a few months. The smile on her face just now has long since disappeared, and now there is only despair left. Although she can make a lot of money, she really doesn't want this way of making money. No problem. It's not just sacrificing a Sun Lena. Being able to sell a building is more important than countless Sun Lena, so after listening to Chu Chen's words, the manager agreed without hesitation. Wow. Brother is so handsome. Little brother, I love you so much. The terrified sales ladies laughed and shouted excitedly. It's great not to have to count them. Okay, I promise. In the end, still unable to stand the lure of the bonus, Sun Lena gritted her teeth and agreed. Looking at Chu Chen and Sun Lena, the general manager had already guessed something. It must be this Sun Lena who offended this gentleman, that he would treat Sun Lena like this, and actually got so many coins from the bank. The experienced general manager could see Chu Chen's extraordinariness at first glance. Since he doesn't like Sun Lena so much, I'll take the opportunity to please. The general manager decided that the commission bonus would never be given to Sun Lena. She was going to fire Sun Lena directly before Sun Lena was about to finish her count. However, but after a few months. Don't worry. Sun Lena didn't even know that the general manager had sold her, and even if she counted it, she wouldn't get a penny. If she knew, Sun Lena's mentality would burst. After signing the contract, Chu Chen successfully became the owner of 56 buildings. The general manager doesn't worry about money at all. Such a superhero, will money be a problem? Building 56 has already been completed, and it is well decorated and can be moved in now. On the same day, Chu Chen bought 2 residential buildings from other places and completed part of the task. Early the next morning, Chu Chen checked the taskbar. Experience mission, experience 10 days of rent collection life, 0/10, add small tasks, rent 60 suites, 0/60, Chu Chen frowned. One more small task added? No problem. Isn't that just renting out 60 houses in 10 days? Thinking about it, Chu Chen turned on his mobile phone and registered on several Rental websites to attract guests. In order to attract customers quickly, Chu Chen reduced the rent of the house by a part, and someone would come to inquire soon. After completing the registration, Chu Chen subconsciously opened the circle of friends. What caught Chu Chen's eyes were several luxurious pictures. The life of the rich is boring. When you come to Australia to travel, you live in a 2,500 square meter villa, drive a Lamborghini, and are accompanied by a few beautiful women. It's too boring. There are a few pictures to accompany this sentence. The first picture is of a luxurious mansion. The second picture is of a huge private pool with several beautiful foreign beauties around. The third picture is of a black Lamborghini. Several other pictures are also all kinds of luxurious things. Below the circle of friends, many comments appeared. Wow, Brother Xi is awesome. Fragrant cars, beauties, villas, swimming pools. Brother Xi has already reached the pinnacle of his life at a young age, a role model for my generation. It's too embarrassing and inhuman. Brother Xi is handsome. All of these comments were made by Xiang Chuchen, who knelt down and posted pictures. General. What? Local tyrant, just a poor pen. There is no fun abroad, that is, luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women. It's boring. Xiang Chuchen's reply was also low-key, to the extreme. This shit is so rubbish. Mainly, it was not the first time that Chu Chen saw Xiang Chuchen pretending to be in the circle of friends. This was at least the fifth or sixth time he had seen it. And what he didn't see. But are these things of Xiang Chuchen worth showing off? Of his own villas, a luxury car can take out one of them at will, and they can crush him. Chu Chen just sent a message on the internet, and suddenly many calls came. Chu Chen was too lazy to reply one by one, so he posted the viewing location on the internet and asked them to check it out in person. Chu Chen wrote a big rental office sign. After that, holding the sign, Chu Chen came to the downstairs of number 56 in the Four Seasons famous family community. After finding a set of tables and chairs, and putting the sign beside him, Chu Chen began to wait. Soon, a guest came in a hurry. Chu Chen fixed his eyes and looked a little stunned. Isn't that Xiang Chuchen, who is pretending to be coercive by posting pictures in the circle of friends? Isn't he in Australia? What other mansions, supercars, beautiful women? Private swimming pools? Why are you still in the country and come here? Could it be that he is also a somersault? After a few somersaults, he returned to Hangzhou, directly from Australia. Nyobi, ah. Xiang Chuchen didn't see Chu Chen at first glance, he just held his mobile phone, looked at the news of the rental website, and looked around. Finally, the location of Building 56 was determined. But the next second, he also noticed Chu Chen sitting there. In an instant, Xiang Chuchen was extremely embarrassed. No matter how you look at a house, you can also meet acquaintances. Not long after he finished pretending to be in the circle of friends, he overturned like this? At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He should go back to normal, pretend to be forced, and come out of the house in a few days. He once started a business, but the result was a mess, but many people didn't know it. He often pretended to be in the circle of friends, and almost never overturned the car. He enjoyed the kneeling and licking of the crowd. He was very careful before. But this time he saw that renting a house here is very cheap, and he was very moved. He was afraid that it would be gone if it was too late, so he came here. On the way, he comforted himself that Hangqing is so big, It is impossible for him to meet an acquaintance just after pretending to be forceful. As a result, I did not meet on the road, but met at the end. Embarrassing to die for. At this moment, Chu Chen also noticed Yang Xueji. It was too late for Yang Xueji to leave, so he walked over cheekily. Aren't you abroad? Chu Chen opened his mouth. When I heard Chu Chen come up, I asked this question. Yang Xueji couldn't wait to find a hole to burrow in, and was embarrassed to get home. Well, that's the photo I took yesterday. I'm back in Hangzhou today. I'll post it in a circle of friends to commemorate it. Yang Xueji was still stubborn and refused to tell the truth. He made a very lame excuse for himself. Yesterday's photo, today sent to the circle of friends, he. If Chu Chen believed it, was he going to see a ghost? The meaning of Yang Xueji's circle of friends just now means that he is now abroad. Since you are a local tyrant, living in a villa and driving a luxury car, you definitely didn't come to see my small houses. No more. Chu Chen replied with a smile. Yang Xueji was speechless. The house here is really cheap, which makes him very tempted. But after Chu Chen said this, Yang Xueji didn't want to admit that his circle of friends was made up for the purpose of pretending to be coercive, right? Gritting his teeth, Yang Xueji nodded. At this moment, his heart was so regretful that he was bleeding. He just came here for nothing. Such a cheap house, it's rare to meet him once a year. It doesn't matter if you don't rent a house, but instead encountering Chu Chen, it's really unfortunate. In the end, Yang Xueji left with reluctant eyes. Along the way, he was paying attention to the circle of friends to see if Chu Chen had exposed his lies. He didn't see any comments from Chu Chen until he got home, so he was relieved. You still know each other? Yang Xueji sneered. However, just when he was about to close the circle of friends, a circle of friends that had just been posted for less than a minute immediately caught his attention. Isn't this our brother Chi? Is Australia in Hangzhou? Below is a profile picture of Yang Xueji, which was just taken. The circle of friends was not posted by Chu Chen, but by another person who saw Yang Xueji. What? Yang Xueji was stunned. Didn't he just go out once and meet two acquaintances? Use it so cleverly. Don't be afraid. This is just a side face. Not a straight face, so he quibbled and said it was not himself. Just when he was almost desperate, another circle of friends appeared. Guess who I met? I actually met Yang Xueji in Australia. Am I also in Australia? Not Hangqing? This circle of friends is matched with a face picture of Yang Xueji. What? Yang Xueji screamed, completely desperate. The third one saw his acquaintance. Yang Xueji cried, why not use this? Soon, what Yang Xueji was most worried about happened. Fraud. Scumbag, do you still want to tease me? Also rich, you are poor. In an instant, Yang Xueji received countless private messages, one of which was a girl he recently pretended to be and flirted with. Through his moments, he almost got it. Now it's flying. Time passed, and Chu Chen quickly rented out several houses. At this time, a young man in a suit and leather shoes and shiny leather shoes, like a social elite, walked slowly here with his girlfriend. Honey, we're going to rent a house now. Let me tell you, here is the house with the best environment and the most expensive price I've found. I'm quite satisfied. The young man in the suit said proudly. Is it expensive? The girlfriend asked. It's not very expensive for others, it's very expensive. But for me, it's just a little money. Youth in suits to show off, I am a white-collar worker in the company and a successful person with an annual salary of several million. When he was showing off, his girlfriend didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead she stared straight at Chu Chen, who was sitting there leisurely. Wow. What? A handsome little brother. Why didn't I meet this little brother a few days earlier? It's only a few days late. The girl was extremely heartbroken. She and this handsome little brother were just a little bit apart. After pretending to be forced, the young man in the suit looked at his girlfriend triumphantly, wanting to see her shocked appearance. However, he was surprised to find that his girlfriend's eyes were not on him at all, but on the person who wanted to rent the house. Asshole. For Chu Chen, the young man in suit was full of hostility. Isn't it just a little white face who eats soft rice? The young man in the suit said to his girlfriend. How do you know that they are little white-faced people who eat soft rice? The girlfriend asked. Look, he's not a little white face. Can he have so many houses for rent? I don't even have a few houses in my house, how could he have one? Therefore, he must have gotten close to the rich woman and acted as a little white face. The young man in the suit spoke confidently. Maybe his girlfriend or wife is 50 or 60 years old? You don't want to work hard when you're young. It's a shame for our generation. The young man in the suit said to his girlfriend with disdain. There are too few elites like me who have made a difference through their own efforts and constant struggle. Being a little confused by a series of words from the young man in a suit, his girlfriend believed it a little. Walking over with his girlfriend, the elite said. The rent is 3,000 a month? It's too expensive, 800. Are you not an elite person? Still care about the money. A house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and a high-end apartment with such a good location, is already super cheap in Hangzhou at 3,000 yuan a month. Others may cost more than 5,000, and some may cost 7 or 8,000, or even more than 10,000. You actually called 800 directly? What about the face? Actually, I think 800 is too expensive, and 300 is the most suitable. Young men in suits have to measure up. The rent was 3,000 before, but now it's 30,000. You can rent it or not. 30,000? The young man in the suit was furious. Why did he tease him? The young man in the suit was just about to scold Chu Chen. Xiao Jia. Suddenly, an angry voice came. In the distance, a beautiful woman with a very high profile scolded the young man in a suit angrily. Seeing this beauty, Xiao Jia, a young man in a suit, suddenly changed his face, as if a mouse had met a cat, and hurriedly wanted to hide. Who is the person next to you? The beauty scolds the man in the suit. Seeing this, Chu Chen almost understood. This is the main palace. He thought that this young man in a suit came with his girlfriend, and it seemed that he was not a girlfriend, but a lover. The next second, the beauty ran over and angrily accused the young man in the suit. Are you actually raising a woman outside? It's too bold. Listen to my explanation. The young man in the suit wanted to quibble. The facts are in front of you, you can't argue. This matter must not be left alone. When I go back, I will definitely tell my mother. The man in the suit begged for mercy. Don't tell her, don't tell her. It seemed that he was another son-in-law who was afraid of his mother-in-law. However, compared with Xinggong, that girlfriend's appearance seems to be average. In the end, the beauty called her mother in front of the young man in the suit. My mother told you to go back, Dad. After answering the phone, the beauty said to the young man in a suit. Dad? This beauty is called a young man in a suit, Dad? What's the situation? Chu Chen and the girlfriend of the young man in the suit were dumbfounded. This young man in a suit is not the husband of the beautiful girl who just arrived, but her father. Hey! With a sigh, the young man in the suit had already prepared to die and left in dismay. Beauty, is he your dad? Finally, Chu Chen couldn't help but speak. At the beginning he wanted to pursue me, but I rejected him. For some reason, he was with my mother and got married. The beauty was full of helplessness. Hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned. Werewolf, definitely a werewolf. The young man in the suit has completely deduced. What is it? If you can't be your husband, I will be your father. Awesome. It's so arrogant. But then again, looking at this beauty's dress, her family must be rich. Maybe the young man in suit is I don't want to work hard? The world's great wonders. Sometimes, the jokes people say may become reality and appear next to them. Xiao Jia, the girlfriend of the young man in the suit, was furious. It turns out that he is the little white face who really eats soft rice. Married an old woman in her 50s or 60s? Don't run. He became a third party for no reason, an extremely angry girlfriend, and ran to the young man in a suit in the distance. Soon, the two scuffled together. On the first day, Chu Chen rented out a dozen suites and was in a good mood. Experience mission, experience. 10 days of rent collection life, 1/10, rent 60 suites, 16/60ths. The next day, Chu Chen, like yesterday, came to the community and waited for the tenant. Ding, sign in task, whether to sign in. The sound of the system came. There was another sign in task, and Chu Chen immediately clicked sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting a world-class supercar, a Lycan Hypersport, son of Wolf. Note, the system will stop Lycan Hypersport near you within an hour, please pay attention to check. Lycan Hypersport, a world-class supercar, is also one of the most expensive sports cars in the world, with a price of nearly 100 million. Lycan Hypersport uses a lot of luxury materials, titanium alloy and carbon fiber materials are used in many parts of the car. The Lycan was the first car to have diamonds attached to the headlights, which consist of 420 diamonds, 15 carats, from titanium LEDs, and the seats are stitched with gold thread. This car accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds, and reaches a top speed of 395 km per hour. In the blockbuster Fast and Furious 7, there is a classic shot of a stunning sports car leaping over skyscrapers at breakneck speed. And that sports car is Lycan Hypersport, translated as son of Wolf. Sure. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This time the sign-in reward is actually the legendary son of the Wolf supercar, which is limited globally and is awesome. This is the lifelong pursuit of countless supercar enthusiasts. There is news that Gao Fushui, who owns a building, is renting out a house. Today, many girls come here admiringly. Wow, is this building really yours? Little brother is so handsome, I'm about to fall into it, I can't extricate myself. The beauty of the fairy in the legend is nothing but the same. It was very true that the beautiful girls gathered around Chu Chen and kept talking. Not far away, an ordinary-looking, slightly fat young man passed by. Seeing Chu Chen surrounded by so many beautiful girls, he was very envious. Especially when he knew that Chu Chen only had one building, he was even more surprised. Only owning one building, so arrogant, so popular with beauties? Then he owns a whole 5 buildings, doesn't it mean that all beauties will post it backwards when they see him? No, his strength has not allowed him to keep a low profile. Don't go up and pretend now, and grab those beauties. I will regret it for a lifetime, but I am a local tyrant with 5 buildings. Give way. Give way. Finally, the slightly fat man squeezed in front of Chu Chen. Brother, I heard that this building is yours? The fat man asked. Yes, what's the matter with you? If you don't rent a house, just go. I want to get to know you. After all, everyone is renting. The fat man opened his mouth. You are the owner of this building. While speaking, the slightly fat man looked like a lonely master, pointed to the 5 buildings not far away, and said, and I'm the owner of that building, that building, that building that has more than 5 buildings. Those 5 buildings were similar in price to Chu Chen's building 56. Watching the slightly fat man point to one building after another, the girls' onlookers were stunned. Originally, they thought that Chu Chen's owning a building was already very powerful. But now, a local tyrant with 5 buildings has emerged. Too arrogant. Several girls who worship money said, this little brother is too strong. There are actually 5 buildings, much more powerful than one building. Little brother, you are worth over $1 billion. I noticed the arrogant little brother just now. These girls frantically licked the fat man. The slightly fat man had a smile on his face and said to Chu Chen, brother, you are lucky to have a building, and I am envious. Why do you have a building? And I own 5 buildings? 5 buildings are more troublesome to collect rent than one building. It's a headache. The slightly chubby man already has the demeanor of a king. The slightly fat man looked as lonely as snow and was full of emotion. At this moment, many girls have little stars in their eyes, looking at the fat man with admiration like a girl. It's amazing, 5 buildings. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined it. Little brother is not only handsome, but also has 5 buildings, absolutely crushing one building. 5 buildings, if you collect rent, what kind of experience is that? Do you get cramps when you count the money? I really want to experience it. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows and wanted to reply, do you want to experience cramps from counting money? Small problem, you can go directly to the sales office, and you will be satisfied. If you don't cry, count me as a loser. However, before Chu Chen could make up for the knife, another girl spoke up. Little brother, how many houses is this? Now, in the eyes of these girls who worship money, Chu Chen is no longer a little brother, but a waste with only one building. The real little brother is the slightly fat man. How many houses? 1 building has 23 floors, each floor has 4 sets, and the 5 buildings have only 4 or 500 sets. It's nothing. The slightly fat man spoke in disgust. Wow. 4 or 500 houses, in Hangzhou, a house of about 100 square meters now costs about 2.5 million, and little brother it's over, a lot of money, I can't count it anymore. You are so charming, little brother. Chu Chen was thrown aside directly, these girls crazily knelt down and licked the fat man, almost sticking them on it. Being touted by so many girls, the Slightly fat man showed a smug smile on his face. Coercion is cool. How lonely it is to be invincible. Although there are a lot of houses, it is too troublesome to collect rent. Millions of dollars are received every month. Hey. It's not as good as this, brother. There is only one building, less than 100 houses, and the rent is less than 1 million a month. It's very easy. The fat man was addicted, and forced the king to appear again. Little brother is too low-key, how can he compare with you? You two are not on the same level at all, okay? Just after the slightly fat man finished speaking, the girls who worshipped money crazily knelt down and licked again. I am really relaxed. Generally, houses are not rented out, but I just changed to a villa every day. Chu Chen opened his mouth. After all, Chu Chen put the keys of 10 Xinguan villas on the table. This morning, he hesitated about which villa to live in at night. Without making a choice, he took the keys of all 10 villas. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. With a bright smile on his face, the fat man froze. As a dignified rent collector, he naturally knew the sign of galaxy. These 10 keys all have the unique mark of Xinguan. Doesn't that mean that this kid has 10 villas on Xinguan Lake Island? Gudong. The slightly fat man swallowed hard. Only one word could describe his mood at this moment. Fuck. 10 sets of Lake Island villas? Don't be so arrogant. As far as he knows, the price of a villa on Xinguan Lake Island has been exaggerated, and you can't buy it if you have money. Just take out a villa in Xinguan, you can be worth your own 5 buildings? And he has 10 Xinguan villas? Make no mistake. Are there still such awesome people in Hangqing? The slightly fat man's face turned red, and he finally pretended to be forced to overturn so quickly. Do not do this. The slightly fat man looked there awkwardly. The girls who worshipped gold just now were stunned when they looked at Chu Chen's 10 villa keys. 10 villas? They don't know any special signs of galaxy. I just heard from Chu Chen that this is the key to the villa. 10 keys, 10 villas? One villa in Hangzhou costs 20 to 30 million yuan, and 10 villas cost 200 to 30 million yuan? These 10 units are worth 2 buildings at most. With one of his buildings, he only has 3 buildings. It's not as good as my brother's 5 buildings. A few girls who worship money speculate. Call. Hearing this, the slightly fat man exhaled and relaxed a little. Fortunately, these few people didn't know the sign of Xinguan, otherwise he would be embarrassed to go home. No, you can't just forget about it. How could he admit defeat so easily when he just had the demeanor of forcing the king? Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw the supercar parked in the distance. After looking around for 3 full laps and confirming that there is no other better car, the slightly fat man's confidence came again. Anyway, there are no other luxury cars here, even if this kid is awesome. These girls who don't know enough will not know. A few days ago, I bought a small broken car. Saying that, the slightly fat man pointed to the McLaren P1 that sold for more than 10 million in the distance. I feel a little regret today, it's too cheap for my worth. Looking in the direction pointed by the slightly chubby man, the eyes of a few girls who worship money instantly became straight. What you see with your own eyes will always have a stronger visual impact than what you have never seen. What, is that McLaren yours? We thought this supercar belonged to the guy who owns a building. A few girls noticed this McLaren from the very beginning. Because Chu Chen owned a building. They subconsciously thought that this car belonged to Chu Chen. Unexpectedly, I now know that this car is actually a fat man. The dignified McLaren is actually a small broken car in the eyes of the slightly fat man? Awesome. Little brother, how much is your McLaren? An ordinary McLaren seems to cost more than 3 million. Of course, my brother's car can't be an ordinary car. It should cost 5 or 6 million. These gold-worshipping girls didn't recognize the model for a while. This is a McLaren P1, and the domestic price is about 13 million. The slightly fat man said triumphantly. What, 13 million? Did I hear it wrong? Although they were mentally prepared, they were shocked when they learned the price of this McLaren P1. More than 10 million sports cars, no wonder they don't know each other? Standing there, the slightly chubby man was a little flirtatious. What he enjoys is the process of pretending to be coercive, the admiration of these girls. Ding, like in Hypersport, the son of the wolf has been parked around. Please pay attention to check. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly came from Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen looked around subconsciously, and finally found a Lycan Hypersport supercar showing only a small part of it. Brother, what car are you in? The slightly fat man who floated up had forgotten the pain just now and asked. There. Chu Chen pointed to Lycan Hypersport and answered. Like yours, it's also a small broken car. Everyone looked at the place where Chu Chen was pointing, and there was indeed a supercar parked there, with only a part of it exposed. The slightly fat man and a few girls who worship money walked over curiously. Chapter 214. I don't have much assets. Besides this, I also have an international finance building. I had watched it several times just now, but there were no decent luxury cars around except his McLaren. Where did this car come from? With a strong curiosity, the slightly fat man and a few girls who worship money came to Chu Chen's Lycan Hypersport supercar. Immediately, everyone was stunned. This is some cars, you don't need to know the brand and model, you can tell they are very expensive just by looking at them. Like the one in front of them. They were sure that this car definitely surpassed the chubby man's McLaren. I recognized it. This is the Lycan Hypersport, the son of the Wolf supercar. I saw this luxury car in Fast and Furious 7 before I went to check it out. The price of this car is more than 90 million, close to 100 million. At this moment, a girl suddenly screamed. She had guessed it just now, but she wasn't sure, so she took out her mobile phone and compared it, and it turned out to be the legendary Lycan Hypersport. What? This luxury car costs more than 90 million, 100 million? Unthinkable. A few girls who worship money covered their mouths and stared at Chu Chen's Lycan Hypersport with an incredible look. It was their first time seeing a sports car worth 100 million. Never even heard of it before. Horrible. With this car, you can buy several villas in Hangzhou, and even a legendary courtyard house in Yanjing. If you give them 100 million, they will definitely not be willing to spend it, and they will definitely save it. Just the monthly interest, they can eat for a long time. In the end, they only bought one car. 100 million sports car? Rich people's life is really boring. Next to him, the slightly fat man was even more dumbfounded, and there was only consternation in his heart. Are you not mistaken? The legendary Lycan Hypersport, son of the Wolf supercar. This is the dream of every man who loves super running. Not To mention having it, seeing it is the luck of a lifetime. This car actually belongs to the kid just now? Even the Lycan Hypersport worth 100 million is owned. How rich is this? My own McLaren of around 13 million compared to this Lycan Hypersport. It's like a grandfather seeing a grandson. The slightly chubby man felt a little difficult to breathe. He just wanted to pretend to be a force in front of the girls. Why did the car roll over just after it was installed? Impressed. He really got it. In an instant, the slightly chubby man showed admiration on his face, and hurriedly ran in front of Chu Chen, almost kneeling down to Chu Chen. Brother. Please take my knee, and let me be your pony, okay? The fat man opened his mouth. Can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Little brother is not only so handsome, but also so charming. Little brother is simply a fairy. I love it, I love it. In an instant, the few gold-worshipping girls who disliked Chu Chen's only one building just now changed their faces, and they looked like they were pleasing to Chu Chen, faster than a chameleon. At the begging of the slightly fat man, Chu Chen had to give him WeChat. If Brother Chen has something to do, just tell me. The fat man said. Experience mission, experience 10 days of rent collection life, February 10th, rent 60. Sweets, 25/60ths. On the third day, Chu Chen leisurely waited for the tenant here as usual. The general manager of the property company of Xiang Chuchen suddenly called and wanted to talk to Chu Chen. Before Chu Chen bought a total of 3 buildings, 1 here, and 2 others were bought in the high-end residential area of Xiang Chuchen. Okay. You come. Chu Chen told him his location. Today, a lot of people come, and most of them are women. But all these girls come to see the rich and handsome who are said to own a building, and there are not many renters. Guess, how much assets does this little brother have? I heard that apart from this building, he also has several villas and a 100 million sports car? Many onlookers looked at Chu Chen and whispered. 2 billion? Less, it should be 25. Just as people were discussing, a sarcastic voice came. Hee, you look at him too highly. I think it's only a few 100 million to kill him, but his assets will not exceed 1 billion. A man with a strong hatred and rich mentality spoke up. Every time he saw a rich man, no, he was richer than him, he would maliciously speculate about others, thinking how they could be so unbearable. Think about it, this building is about 200 million, those villas are only a few 100 million, plus 100 million sports cars. Is it more than 1 billion? The rich man Chou Fu said confidently, almost believing everyone's deceit. In Hangzhou, a billion is not considered a rich person. After all, isn't it even the headquarters of Alibaba, with a market value of several trillion? What kind of rich man is he? Trash, who knows how he got his money? The rich man continued to speak, his voice full of jealousy and resentment. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz drove slowly over, and the general manager of Xiang Chuchen Property Company and 2 executives walked down. Hello, Mr. Chu. In front of Chu Chen. The general manager of Xiang Chuchen introduced himself. I'm Chen Tongpu. I want to talk to you today about the 2 buildings you just bought in our prosperous mansion. Many onlookers were stunned when they heard Chen Tongpu's words. Just bought 2 buildings in Xiang Chuchen? Xiang Chuchen is a bit more upscale than this community. 1 building would cost 300 million yuan, and 2 buildings would cost 600 million yuan. In addition to the 1 building and several villas. Here, he actually has 2 buildings in the prosperous mansion? OMG. Local tyrants, please accept our worship." While everyone sighed. They looked at the rich hater who had believed in it just now. He also said that people's assets will not exceed 1 billion? As a result, the next second, people's assets became the bottom 1 billion. I made a mistake just now. But I don't think he has any other assets, besides these 2 buildings. The rich man was stubborn even though the face he was beaten just now hurts. "Mr. Chu, look, you have so many assets. You definitely don't have time to take care of it alone. So, I want you to hand over all your assets to us, and the price is negotiable." Chen Tongpu explained his purpose. After waiting for a while, seeing that Chu Chen did not speak, Chen Tongpu thought that Chu Chen did not believe in the strength of him and their company, so he showed off. "Our company has more than 100 employees, all of whom graduated from prestigious universities. And the worst graduates are masters. There are several financial experts. There are also a lot of big people who have entrusted us to manage their assets. We manage hundreds of millions, billions of assets are not a problem." Chen Tongpu said confidently. It seems that Chu Chen doesn't leave the assets to them to take care of, just that Chu Chen has a problem with his eyes. "I don't have much assets. In addition to this place and Xingshu mansion, I also have 10 villas on Xingyuan Lake Island, an international financial center building, a Michelin restaurant, and a leisure villa. Are you sure you want to take care of it?" After listening for several minutes, Chu Chen finished speaking, not to mention Chen Tongpu. Even everyone present was stunned. Everyone is confused. They can't remember how much Chu Chen said. The only thing they remember is that there were many. How much is this asset? They can't count. Chen Tongpu and the other 2 executives were also dazzled and overwhelmed. Not to mention the subsequent series of assets. After hearing Chu Chen talking about 10 villas on Xingyuan Lake Island and an international financial center building, they were already dizzy. That's definitely over 1 billion. Their company has a certain strength, but at most it only manages several billions of assets. No matter how much more, they can't do anything. The largest number of assets they have ever seen is a wealthy family, with a total of 70 to 80 billion assets. That's the responsibility of another large asset management company, and they were lucky enough to see it. But now hearing what Chu Chen said, they felt that Chu Chen's assets definitely surpassed that wealthy family. How much is it? Even they can't count. Terrible. Cough. Do you still have to take care of it? Chu Chen coughed dryly, reminding Chen Tongpu. No. Chen Tongpu shook his head like a rattle and refused again and again. "Mr. Chu's assets are too huge, we don't have that strength, no." The scene was silent, and everyone stared at Chu Chen with wide eyes. At this moment, there is only one question in everyone's mind. How much money does he have? Especially the man who hated the rich was even more stupid. How much money does this kid have? It shocked him again and again. For the richer, the more hated the rich man. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he almost fainted. Looking at Chen Tongpu, Chu Chen muttered thoughtfully, "Yeah, my assets are too many and scattered." Although he is now a billionaire, but unlike other billionaires, there are only 1 or 2 companies that are easy to manage. There are more assets in his own name. Hangqing now has 3 buildings, 10 villas on Xingyuan Lake Island, an international financial center building, a top 10 auction house in the country, and shares of Tianyun jewelry in Donghai, he also has a Michelin restaurant, a steak and angel entertainment, a plum garden in Jiangzhou. His assets are more, Junlin Group, a lot of money, but also a lot of trouble. Now, Chu Chen really envies people who are ugly and have little money. They have little money, easy. With so many assets, it is a headache to think about it. It is impossible for him to take care of it alone. Forget it, let's start a company. Chu Chen opened his mouth. He plans to open his own asset management company to manage his hundreds of billions of assets. What? Chen Tongpu and the others were dumbfounded. In order to manage your own assets, you actually want to open a company? How much property does this have? They have seen countless rich people, but they have never seen that rich person who opened an asset management company in order to manage their assets. A management company that only manages one person's assets is awesome. Inhumane. Inhumane. Soon, with full confidence, Chu Chen didn't seem to hand over all his assets to them, and Chen Tongpu, who had a problem with Chu Chen's head, left in despair with 2 executives. After a few people left, Chu Chen began to think. Since he is going to start a company, although he must be the chairman, he does not want to manage it. Managing a company, such a headache and hard work. How can you do tasks? Sign in, and punch in easily and happily? If you are too tired, you will lose your hair easily. Thinking of this, Chu Chen was a little surprised. The rewards that the system has given you so far are all kinds of assets, shares, luxury cars, and mansions. There's nothing more than car skills, piano skills, and equestrianism. Why don't those legendary cool black technologies and various abilities that blow the sky? Look at people, super rich, Iron Man, Tony Tucker, how awesome they are. This is the ultimate state of the rich. Does the system need to be upgraded? Or something? Chu Chen thought about it, and at this moment, a female tenant wanted to see the house, temporarily breaking Chu Chen's thoughts. In the afternoon, Chu Chen had already thought about setting up an asset management company by himself. He is the chairman of an asset management company, that is, a hands-off shopkeeper. Then, leave the position of general manager to Mo Yuan. They're all so familiar, and she's also been a shopkeeper once, and then tricked Mo Yuan again. I think she shouldn't mind. If you mind, then mind it. Anyway, he is the boss, and Mo Yuan is a beautiful secretary, so she naturally has to listen to her. In fact, it wasn't that Chu Chen wanted to pit Mo Yuan again, there really was no suitable candidate. When choosing a general manager, of course, it must be someone he trusts and must understand this aspect. Other than Mo Yuan, only Yan Luoshui could be the general manager of an asset management company that he knew and trusted. Yan Luoshui had just become the next heir of the Yan family, and she was busy with various things, so it was impossible for Chu Chen to find her. Therefore, Mo Yuan could only work hard once. It's a big deal, Mo Yuan has all the conditions he has. He will sacrifice himself. And after he got the June's Landing Group, when he left the shopkeeper, under the management of Mo Yuan, the June's Landing Group was prosperous. Chu Chen was very satisfied with Mo Yuan's ability. She is also the most suitable candidate. Thinking about it, Chu Chen called Mo Yuan. You come to Hangzhou, I have a big surprise for you. Mo Yuan had not been contacted for a while, and it was impossible for Chu Chen to tell Mo Yuan the truth. What? Mo Yuan, who was working, was a little excited when she heard Chu Chen's words. President Chu wants to give himself a big surprise? Hurry up. Chu Chen added. By the way, you temporarily hand over the work of the Junlin Group. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Mo Yuan looked surprised. President. Chu's last sentence left Mo Yuan confused. Although his boss is very handsome and temperamental, he is absolutely the best. Male god. But it's a little unreliable. With excitement and anxiety, Mo Yuan handed over the work, packed up and saluted, and was ready to go to Hangzhou. Experience task, experience 10 days of rent collection life, 3/10, rent 60. Sweets, 38/60. On the 4th day, at noon, Chu Chen came to the airport and picked up Mo Yuan who had just arrived. Back at the Xinguan villa, Chu Chen pointed to the 10 large lake islands. You pick one. At random, where do you want to live? Mo Yuan's heart was full of shock when she saw several huge lake islands. Under the leadership of Chu Chen, Mo Yuan visited several islands and chose one of them to live in. After several days of preparation, Chu Chen's asset management company is ready to open. Chapter 216. Are you the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group? Just start a company and manage assets. Chu Chen likes to be low-key and doesn't like to show off, so he didn't prepare a big celebration or something. It was just a small banquet, and there were not many guests, almost Jiang Hua, Luo Yongning, and others. Chu Chen managed everything in the new company so quickly in Hangzhou, thanks to the connections of Jiang Hua and others. On this day, the Chu Chen company opened. Congratulations to President Chu. Congratulations. Several bosses arrived. Congratulations to Chu Chen. You're welcome, everyone, please. Soon, Jiang Hua came with a middle-aged man with a pot belly. Brother Chu, congratulations. Jiang Hua clasped his fists and said congratulations to Chu Chen. Introduce Brother Chu, this is the president of the domestic branch of Richest International Group, Mu Kunyu, President Mu. Jiang Hua introduced the middle-aged man with a pot belly to Chu Chen. Chu Chen and Mu Kunyu got to know each other, and Mu Kunyu and Jiang Hua walked in. After a few minutes. What, this capital management company opened by Chu Chen? Mu Kunyu opened his mouth in surprise. He hadn't paid much attention before. You know, Richest International Group, the full name is Richest Capital and Management Group. One of their main projects is capital management. It is said that colleagues are enemies, but today he actually came to congratulate a company that will compete with him in the future. Is he sick? Before, he just heard Jiang Hua say that there is a company opening, and the boss is a young and promising talent, so he wants to come. Did not expect this to be the case. And Mu Kunyu looked around, although the guests were not big. Most of them were heavyweights. There is a chance that this company will become his competitor in the future. For a time, Mu Kunyu was upset when he saw Chu Chen. After several years of hard work, they, Richest International Group, occupy almost half of Hangqing Asset Management. It is the #1 asset management company in Hangzhou. The status may now be shaken. Mu Kunyu absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing, and the Richest Group cannot be affected in any way in the domestic market. Otherwise, he would have no chance to be transferred to the foreign headquarters. Think of a way for a while to shock Chu Chen. There is no problem for him to open a company. But let him know that in the industry of Hangqing Asset Management, no matter how powerful he is, he can only be the second. First, it absolutely cannot be his. If you drink some soup with yourself, it's no problem. But if you want to compete with yourself for the leader in Hangzhou's asset management industry, you will die miserably. You don't have a big background, but behind him is a large multinational group, with terrible financial resources, and a strong network of contacts. You can't provoke him. The banquet begins. As soon as he came up, Mu Kunyu didn't speak, but waited for Chu Chen to take the initiative to flatter him or toast him. After all, he is the president of the domestic branch of Dignity Resina International Group, and he is also the largest capital management company in Hangzhou. From the very beginning, Mu Kunyu waited, but until the banquet was about to end, Mu Kunyu did not wait. This makes Mu Kunyu extremely angry. Does he not understand the rules so much? Forget it, since you don't take the initiative, I'll take the initiative. Let this Chu Chen have a longer memory. Brother Chu, I wonder how you plan to develop after the company opens? Mu Kunyu said, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. In the capital management industry, you still have some status. Hearing Mu Kunyu's words, several bosses spoke. Mr. Mu is humble. Who doesn't know that in Hangzhou, you are ranked second in the capital management industry, and no one dares to rank first. The Resina Group is a large multinational group, and it is also very powerful internationally. If there is any problem with President Chu, you must ask President Mu. Hearing these people's praise, Mu Kunyu had a smile on his face. Now, Chu Chen should know that he is the boss of Hangzhou Asset Management. However, when Mu Kunyu looked at Chu Chen, he was surprised to find that Chu Chen was actually eating and didn't care. Mu Kunyu exploded with anger, and drank several glasses of liquor in a row. He thought he was being ignored by Chu Chen. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Mu Kunyu got up and said drunkenly, I want to say, these domestic companies, except for a few, are all rubbish. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed. What do you mean? Speaking of their company, are they all rubbish? Being watched by so many people, Mu Kunyu quickly explained, I don't mean anything else, just say that in the capital management industry, all domestic companies are garbage and waste. Chu Chen's expression changed slightly, and understood what Mu Kunyu meant. Is Mu Kunyu showing his muscles? Afraid to compete with him. He really thinks too much. I don't know, Brother Chu, which companies do you want to cooperate with in the future? Mu Kunyu boasted and said, if you don't have any contacts, I can help you. Our company has cooperation with Weiji Group, Yao Company, Haisher Group, etc. As long as I speak, they can cooperate with any company with you. A small company like you can develop very well. Not interested in. Chu Chen shook his head. Looking at Chu Chen shaking his head, Mu Kunyu thought that Chu Chen disliked these few companies and groups. Young people, do things step by step, don't try to reach the sky one step at a time. Mu Kunyu, like an elder, taught Chu Chen. I just want to manage my own assets. Chu Chen said. Manage your own assets? How much assets do you have? Mu Kunyu looked disdainful. You only manage your own assets. Why don't you go to heaven? Not to die. How many assets? Not many, such as the International Financial Center building, 10 sets of Xinguan Lake Island villas, and so on. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Is the International Finance Center building owned by Chu Chen? Hearing this, Mu Kunyu was stunned, speechless for a while. So awesome. It's okay to manage these for the time being, but without cooperating with large groups, after a long time, the company will definitely not be able to support it and will go bankrupt. Mu Kunyu spoke confidently. Just like our Resina, we also cooperate with several big companies, And this is the place to occupy. Mu Kunyu pretended to be forceful. But before he could finish speaking, a woman stood up. Chu is always the vice president of our Hilton International Hotel Group. As long as Mr. Chu is willing, he has every right to sign a contract with his own capital management company on behalf of Hilton. This woman is Lu Ruobing's best friend, the vice president of Hilton Greater China. Cui Junhui. Chu Chen Company opened, she came to congratulate on behalf of Hilton Group. Vice President of Hilton International Hotel Group? Hearing this sentence, Mu Kunyu was so shocked that he almost dropped his chopsticks to the ground. Did he hear it right? One of the top 10 hotel groups in the world? As a branch manager of a multinational group, Mu Kunyu naturally knows the strength of Hilton International Hotel Group. More. No, the super chaebol Blackstone Group behind Hilton International Hotel Group. Compared with the Blackstone Group, even their Rosanna head office is a younger brother. However, how could Chu Chen be the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group? This is incredible. The vice presidents and senior executives of any large group are not all middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, or even older. How can there be young people in their 20s? And it is also the Hilton International Hotel Group, one of the top 10 hotel groups in the world. Mu Kunyu stared blankly and was speechless. For a while. He just finished pretending to be coercive, saying that their Racina company cooperates with several large groups. In China, what's the matter? In the next second, he found out that Chu Chen was the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group? Hilton International Hotel Group wants to sign a contract with Chu Chen's capital management company? So embarrassing. The surrounding guests were also stunned when they heard Cui Junhui's words. Most of them know that Chu Chen is the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry Company, but no one knows that Chu Chen is also the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group. The two are not on the same level. I'm going, Mr. Chu is really low-key. At such a young age, Mr. Chu is already a prominent person, amazing. That is the Hilton International Hotel Group. A company under the name of the super chaebol Blackstone Group, we only have to look up to. Mr. Chu hides it deeply. These bosses spoke up one after another, touting Chu Chen's identity, it is worth doing. So even Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning were extremely surprised. Mr. Chu is amazing. After being stunned for a long time, Mu Kunyu gritted his teeth and said, he still didn't want to admit defeat. It's actually the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group. Mu admires it. But as the saying goes, there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Some time ago, I have been in contact with the president of Prada Greater China. After a while, I will go to meet him in person to discuss cooperation. Mu Kunyu was stubborn. As one of the world's most famous luxury brands, Prada is more powerful than Hilton International Hotel Group. Mu Mao bids farewell and will never see you again. After pretending to be forced again, Mu Kunyu got up and left. Oh? Seeing the figure of Mu Kunyu leaving, Chu Chen raised his brows slightly. It's good to have a connection with the president of Prada's Greater China region. In a few days, he will be Prada's global president and CEO. Maybe we will meet soon? Never see you again, you think too much. The banquet continues. In the end, Chu Chen's asset management company opened successfully, with Chu Chen as the chairman and Mo Yuan as the general manager, managing various affairs of the company. With the company helping him manage various assets, Chu Chen is much more relaxed. The next day, Chu Chen woke up Ding sign and task, whether to sign and hearing the incomparably familiar voice, Chu Chen instantly regained his senses. I just signed in a few days ago, and got a world-class supercar, son of the wolf. I don't know what the system's sign-in reward will be today. Chu Chen had some expectations. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully, congratulations, a private aquarium, which contains killer whales, sharks, dolphins, and other marine life, legal breeding, Seeing this reward, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. What? You actually reward yourself with a private aquarium, as well as whales, sharks, and other marine life? I'm going, the system is too awesome. At the same time, the location of the aquarium appeared in Chu Chen's mind. The original system bought an aquarium in Hangzhou, and now it has become Chu Chen's private property. Brilliant? Chu Chen sighed. He had heard before that some rich foreigners kept lions, cheetahs, and tigers as pets. Now, he has an aquarium of his own. All kinds of sea creatures are there. There are also individual super rich abroad who like to keep sharks at home. Sorry, I keep whales. According to the system's prompt, there are 2 whales in that aquarium. Of course, not the largest blue whale, but 2 killer whales. The average length of an adult male killer whale is 8 meters, and the largest recorded is 9.75 meters. The body is spindle-shaped. The color on the body is clear black and white, the back is lacquered black, there is a saddle-shaped gray-white spot behind the fins, and there is a fusiform white spot behind each of the eyes, and most of the ventral surface is snow-white. It is definitely one of the most domineering sea creatures. You can have a look when you have time. Chu Chen muttered. At noon, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan were walking in Xinghebei, and a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes was fishing on the shore. Huh? Chu Chen was a little surprised. There are still people fishing here? After seeing Chu Chen and Mo Yuan, the middle-aged man was also a little surprised. Are you new owners? The middle-aged man said. Yes, you are? I am the owner of number 11 Huxin Island Villa. The middle-aged man spoke enthusiastically. In the end, at the warm invitation of the middle-aged man, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan followed him to number 11 Huxin Island for tea. After all, they were neighbors. Not long after walking into the number 11 Lake Island, what caught Chu Chen and Mo Yuan's eyes was a huge fish pond. Also, this person has no other hobbies, just like raising fish, so he made such a fish pond and raised some koi or something. The middle-aged Jiangshi spoke. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked in and saw that in the huge pond there were countless precious fish, such as koi and arowana. The koi inside, the smallest, is probably half a meter. How many fish is this? Mo Yuan opened her mouth curiously. Not many, there are more than 300 gold and silver scale koi, red and white koi, teisho 3-color koi, etc., more than 100 gold arowanas, red arowanas, and some other fish. Jiangshi said proudly. He likes to bring people to his house as a guest, just to show off his fish pond. This fish pond is his hard work, not to mention the price of the fish in it. The maintenance of this fish pond alone costs nearly 10 million a month. As for the fish inside, the cheapest ones cost hundreds of thousands. Among them, there are also several extremely valuable fish, such as blood dragon fish and red top koi worth millions. He invited Chu Chen and Mo Yuan over today, and he didn't have any ill intentions, but he just committed the same old problem again. When I see people, I can't help showing off his fish pond. Just when he was about to accept Chu Chen's amazement and shock, he suddenly noticed that Chu Chen was a little distracted. This made Jiangxi very surprised. What happened? Brother Chu, what do you think? Jiang. She asked, curiously. It's nothing, I saw Brother Zhang's fish pond today, and I felt a little emotional. Should I get one too and decorate it? Chu Chen opened his mouth. That would be troublesome. Jiangxi spoke proudly and blew. It's almost impossible to get a fish pond like mine. Jiangxi introduced, my fish pond, although it looks nothing on the surface, has been designed and built by various experts, and it took nearly half a year. Building a fish pond, even if the area is larger, will not take much time, but Jiangxi's is different. For the survival rate of these precious fish, there are various top-level devices under the fish pond. Also, the fish in me was collected after a long period of time, such as the blood dragon fish of more than 5 million. Jiangxi continued, although it is not expensive, it is extremely rare. Not to mention the whole country, there are not many in the world. For this fish, I deliberately flew abroad and participated in the auction. And that dantop koi, for which I ran back and forth 3 times. Here, just take out a fish. For a rich man like Jiangxi, it is nothing at all, only a few 100,000, just a few million. It is rare to collect so many precious fish together. You know, these precious fish are extremely rare, and without good luck, you can't buy them with money. This is why Jiangxi likes to show off his fish pond. This fish pond is Jiangxi's heart. It is too difficult to gather so many precious fish. Even those rich people in Hangqing are envious. Brother Jiang misunderstood what I meant, I just wanted to make a fish pond. Chu Chen explained, I don't want so many koi or anything. The Huxin Island villas here are all very large, and the smallest one needs more than 10 acres of land, and Chu Chen's largest Huxin Island villa, number 1, is even more huge, like a paradise. But it was too big and seemed a little empty. Now that he saw Jiangxi made such a fish pond, Chu Chen was a little moved. He just got a private aquarium. Why didn't he also build a big fish pond and get some marine creatures from the aquarium, such as the 2 killer whales? Before, when Chu Chen read the news, the richest man in the world in a foreign country seemed to have a whale at home. Even if he couldn't raise a killer whale, he could barely accept a shark. Jiangxi didn't understand what Chu Chen meant. I want to get a big fish pond and keep some sharks or whales. Chu Chen said solemnly. What? Jiangxi stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Did you hear it right? Chu Chen wants to raise sharks and whales? What the hell? Jiangxi's whole person was immediately stupid. Are you building a fish pond? It must be Jianhai. However, looking at Chu Chen's serious appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Brother Chu, raising whales and sharks in China seems to be forbidden, Jiangxi said. I have a private aquarium in Hangqing, everything is legal. Chu Chen explained. Private aquarium? Why do you really want to keep sharks and whales at home? Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Jiangxi was completely convinced. Chu Chen is definitely a ruthless person. It may be built, but transportation will take some time. Chu Chen muttered. Brother Chu, if you build it, can you let me visit it? Jiangxi opened her mouth. He couldn't raise it himself, but he was extremely curious about what it would look like if Chu Chen's fish pond could be built. Terrible. By the way, Brother Chu, If you want to raise sharks or even whales, you need an incomparably huge fish pond. Is Brother Chu's Lake Island enough? Suddenly thinking of something, Jiangxi asked. It is almost impossible to raise any sharks or whales on this island in the center of the lake. It's okay. I'm raising it on Lake Island number 1, that's enough. Chu Chen said. What? Hearing this, Jiangxi was shocked. Again. Lake Island Villa number 1? After a long time, Chu Chen is still the owner of the legendary Huxin Island Villa number 1? Jiangxi was stunned. Originally, he thought that Chu Chen was just like himself, the owner of the Huxin Island Villa around number 10. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen is actually the owner of number 1 Huxin Island Villa. As the owner here, he even knows what the Lake Island Villa number 1 represents. That is a symbol of wealth, status. Even he is just the owner of number 11 Huxin Island Villa. The identity and status of the owner of Huxin Island Villa number 1 are unimaginable. Jiangxi was extremely shocked. It turned out that this younger Brother Chu was so powerful. Brother Chu is really low-key. Young people of the age of Brother Chu are generally more high-profile and like to be admired by others, and Brother Chu's identity and status are so high and low-key, he deserves to be the leader of the younger generation. Jiangxi opened his mouth, admiring it. At this moment, he has put a low-key label on Chu Chen. Where? Chu Chen said. Hey, I'm a low-key person, but I didn't expect to be discovered again, so annoying. He didn't seem to have done anything, and she admired him so much. If he did something, then leaving Jiangxi's villa, Chu Chen called the manager of the aquarium and asked him to send experts to investigate and build a fish pond. Time passed little by little, and finally, the 10th day arrived. Ding, experience mission, experience 10 days of rent collection life, 10 tents, rent 60 suites, 60 60ths, mission. Completed at night, the sound of the system came. Congratulations on acquiring 35% of the world's luxury product group and becoming the largest shareholder. With the completion of the task, the world-famous luxury Prada belongs to Chu Chen. Chu Chen naturally became the global president and CEO of Prada. He is also the youngest luxury boss in the world. At the same time, at the Prada headquarters in Italy, all high-level executives were gathered. They were suddenly gathered, and all the high-level executives were very surprised and didn't know what happened. The former Prada president stood at the front and said, "From now on, I am not the president and largest shareholder of Prada. All my shares have been sold to a young Chinese. From now on, he is Prada's global president and CEO." After all, he sent some information about Chu Chen and left directly. Only the Prada executives who were messed up into a pot of porridge were left. This news was too fast and too sudden, and everyone did not accept it for a while. Dignified world-class luxury goods president, the largest shareholder, if you want to change it, you can change it? Too fast. What do they do? Looking at Chu Chen's photos, these people were even more surprised. OMG. Their president is too young. In particular, several female Prada executives and top designers were even more excited after seeing Chu Chen, so handsome. The boss was replaced by this handsome guy, and they raised their hands in agreement. I propose that we simply pack up and fly to Huaxia together to meet the president. At this time, someone suggested. I agree, we should take the initiative to meet the president. I agree. I want to see the president. After That person's proposal. There were many more high-level openings, especially a few female executives and a few beautiful top Prada designers. The new boss is so handsome. They all want to meet. It is good. Finally, everyone agreed to start discussing the specific time or something. Hangqing, Mu Kunyu finally met with Tong Leshan, the president of Prada Greater China, and reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Mu Kunyu invited Tong Leshan to have dinner in the evening. All right. Tong Leshan nodded in agreement. Leaving for Mu Kunyu, Tong Leshan went straight to Xinghebei without stopping. He also learned yesterday that their boss has changed, and the new boss is actually a young Chinese. This made Tong Leshan very excited and proud. Of course, Tong Leshan is more shocked and sighed. The new boss, who is young and outrageous, has such terrible financial resources, and actually bought 35% of Prada's shares directly and became Prada's global president and CEO in one fell swoop. It's so arrogant. After coming to Hangqing, he unexpectedly learned that the new boss is also here. Since he is here, he naturally wants to visit. With anxiety and tension, Tong Leshan came to Xingyuan Lake Island Villa. Boss, I am the president of Prada Greater China, Tong Leshan. After coming here, Tong Leshan was shocked again. As expected of his new boss, the place where he lives is like a paradise. After talking with Tong Leshan for a while, Chu Chen unexpectedly learned that Tong Leshan was going to attend Mu Kunyu's dinner party tonight. You haven't signed a contract with Mu Kunyu, have you? Chu Chen asked. Hearing this, the seasoned Tong Leshan guessed it instantly. This Mu Kunyu must have sinned against President Chu before. Damn it. Who gave him the courage to provoke their global president of Prada, and then want to continue to cooperate with them? Brain is sick. Boss, I will call Mu Kunyu immediately and terminate all cooperation. With that said, Tong Leshan took out his mobile phone and prepared to act. Wait a minute. Don't worry, let's do it, you tell me Mu Kunyu that. I'm going at night too. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Before, at Chu Chen's banquet, Mu Kunyu left after pretending to be coercive, and even said that he would never see anything again. But Chu Chen just wanted to see him. At this moment, Chu Chen was extremely curious about what Mu Kunyu's expression and reaction would be when he knew that he was Prada's boss. By the way, don't reveal my identity. Chu Chen added. Clear. Tong Leshan understood what Chu Chen meant. Mu Kunyu received a call from Tong Leshan. What? Mr. Tong, what did you say? After listening to Tong Leshan, Mu Kunyu was stunned. Prada's boss, the largest shareholder, was also in Hangzhou and had to attend his dinner in person. OMG. What an honor it is. Once in a lifetime. The boss of the world-class luxury Prada, what a character, his international status is even higher than that of the boss of their Racina group. Such an unreachable big man actually wants to attend his dinner party. As if the emperor was going to attend the banquet of the commoners, it was like a dream. Okay, please tell him I'm so grateful for his presence, and it's the honor of my life to have dinner with him. Mu Kunyu spoke with incomparable excitement and anticipation in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Mu Kunyu's hands trembled, uncontrollably, he twisted himself violently, it hurt a lot, sure it wasn't a dream. Mu Kunyu laughed wildly, ha ha ha, the boss of the dignified Prada wants to see me. Even Prada's boss knows him, and he's pretty cool too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Cancel the previous banquet and book it again. Mu Kunyu hurriedly called his assistant. Tell the hotel to serve the best, most delicate and delicious dishes, and the most expensive red wine. Money is not a problem, Mu Kunyu repeatedly warned. This time, Mu Kunyu wants to book a large table of banquets. And he has some guests to come. I had dinner with the dignified Prada boss, so it was a pity that Sancheng had the fortunate opportunity not to be witnessed by others. Mu Kunyu specially invited some bosses who had conflicts with him. He wants to use the name of the Prada boss to scare these people. Let them know how awesome they are. Even the boss of Prada wants to have dinner with him. Of course, he deliberately called Jiang Hua and the two bosses who had participated in Chu Chen's opening banquet. Before, he pretended to be forceful, saying that he was going to sign a contract with the president of Prada Greater China. At that time, the cooperation thing was not negotiated at all. He was just bragging. These people won't believe it, let them open their dog eyes today and see how they eat with Prada's boss. The more he thought about it, the more excited Mu Kunyu became, and his face was filled with an uneasy smile. Great! In the evening, all the guests invited by Mu Kunyu came. Mr. Mu, you invited us to come, shouldn't it be just for dinner? Mr. Mu, tell me if you have anything, my time is precious. Yes, we are not as leisurely as Mr. Mu, we are busy. These guests all had conflicts and contradictions with Mu Kunyu, and there were also several Mu Kunyu competitors. Everyone's identities are similar, and they will naturally not be so polite when they speak. Hearing the cynicism of these people, Mu Kunyu looked disdainful. A group of frogs in the well. You don't know how stupid you are. Everyone, be quiet, I invite you to come today, naturally. I have something to do. With a proud and hypocritical smile on Mu Kunyu's face, he said, of course, it's a good thing. I want to introduce a super boss to everyone. Hearing this, these guests looked at each other. Most of them knew each other, and there were no strangers. Big boss, and still a super boss? Who is it? After Mu Kunyu said this, these guests were really frightened. To be called a super boss by Mu Kunyu. That is really a big man. Today, at my invitation, the world leader in luxury goods, the owner of Prada, will come in person. Mu Kunyu said proudly with his hands behind his back. What? Prada's boss? That's right. As soon as Mu Kunyu finished speaking, the scene exploded in an instant. Prada's boss, what a character. The world-class luxury group is too awesome, and its international status is even more terrible. Mu Kunyu actually invited such super bosses? Looking at Mu Kunyu, the guests who were still clamoring just now shut up and were afraid. Seeing the fear of everyone, the corners of Mu Kunyu's mouth rose, becoming more arrogant and self-satisfied. At this moment, a handsome boy slowly walked towards here. Mu Kunyu didn't notice Chu Chen at all. At this moment, he was scanning the guests proudly. Arrogant, are you? Arrogant again? How do you know who your guests are and stop being arrogant? Now, here is the only one who is qualified to be arrogant, Mu Kunyu. Sitting with the Prada boss for dinner, if it reaches the ears of the head office boss, he will definitely get a promotion. The more he thought about it, the more excited Mu Kunyu became. The guests were extremely embarrassed. Mu Kunyu actually knew Prada's boss and wanted to eat together? This made all the guests feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Prada's boss can't afford it. At this moment, Chu Chen came over. Chu Chen? Mu Kunyu was very surprised when he saw Chu Chen. I didn't invite him to come. But he actually came by himself. Come on better, isn't he the vice president of the so-called Hilton International Hotel Group? Is there a great Prada boss? Since he took the initiative to send it up, don't blame yourself. Yo-yo. Isn't this our President Chu? Mu Kunyu made a sharp sarcastic sound. Since you're here, please take a seat. Mu Kunyu was going to ask the staff to add another seat. However, without waiting for Mu Kunyu to speak, Chu Chen slowly came to the main seat and sat down under the shocked eyes of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? That's the seat reserved for Prada's boss. What do you mean by sitting there? Chu Chen, are you too rude? Mu Kunyu scolded coldly, people have self-knowledge. Mr. Chu, leave quickly. Don't sit there. Several bosses who knew Chu Chen quickly spoke up and persuaded Chu Chen. Brother Chu, today's special circumstances, don't mess around. Even Jiang Hua reminded Chu Chen. They were afraid that if Chu Chen offended the Prada boss, they would threaten. As Chu Chen, I can't afford to offend Prada's boss. Don't you look at your identity, do you deserve to sit in the main seat? Mu Kunyu was extremely arrogant. Who said I wasn't worthy to sit here? Chu Chen said lightly. Ha ha ha. Mu Kunyu burst into laughter. To tell you the truth, this position is reserved for the Prada boss. Of course, if you insist on sitting here, there is no problem. Anyway, Prada's boss will come after a while and find that you have taken his place. What he will do, you can think for yourself. Well, I shouldn't do anything to myself. Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen, you really are. Mu Kunyu still wanted to scold Chu Chen, but the next second, suddenly recalling what Chu Chen said just now, Mu Kunyu was stunned. I shouldn't treat myself like that, right? What does Chu Chen mean? Is he the boss of Prada? The guests present also reflected. Everyone stared at Chu Chen with disbelief. Everyone is very skeptical. Is Chu Chen really the boss of Prada? Ha ha ha, are you the boss of Prada? Pointing at Chu Chen, Mu Kunyu laughed wildly, as if he had heard some international joke. If you are the president of Prada, then Lao Tzu is still the boss of LV Group. The richest man in the world? Some time ago, the CEO of LV Group, the godfather of the world's luxury goods, once surpassed the world's richest man in assets and became the new richest man boss. While Mu Kunyu was laughing, Tong Leshan, the president of Prada Greater China, came over and said politely, You came very early. He came a step later than Chu Chen and felt very ashamed. Hearing Tong Leshan's address to Chu Chen, Mu Kunyu was stunned. Tong Leshan's name is Chu Chen's boss? Are you not mistaken? Is Chu Chen really the boss of Prada? Mu Kunyu's whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and he froze there, motionless. And the guests were also stunned. Real? It's actually true. This young man is actually the boss of the world's largest luxury brand. Prada? This world is crazy. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Looking at Chu Chen, the eyes of these guests were filled with awe. As for Jiang Hua and several other bosses who knew Chu Chen, they were even more shocked. Every time they meet President Chu, they can be frightened by President Chu. How many identities does President Chu have? One is better than the other. Was it the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group before? Now has become the boss of the world's luxury brand Prada? If they were told now that Chu Chen was the richest man in the world, they would not dare to doubt it. Mr. Chu, Lu Lingfeng, chairman of Amity Pharmaceutical Group, toast to you. Mr. Chu, I'm Zhou Xian, president of Yunsheng Company, and I'll give you a toast too. Mr. Chu, the guests present stood up, one after another, and respectfully toasted Chu Chen. This is an excellent opportunity. The bosses of the world's largest luxury brands are here. Can they please get to know them? These guests all smiled and looked at Mu Kunyu, as if looking at a fool. The suffocation just now disappeared. Not only will they not be angry with President Mu, but they should also thank President Mu well? Without Mr. Mu, it is impossible for them to know Prada's boss. Mu was always a good guy. Standing there, Mu Kunyu wanted to cry without tears. At this moment, his heart is roaring. Do not. Why is Chu Chen the president of Prada? Why is this so? In the end, Mu Kunyu didn't think about any cooperation anymore and left in embarrassment. On the same day, Mu Kunyu booked a flight ticket and left Hangzhou. He never came to Hangqing again, never came back. Devil, Chu Chen is a devil. Because of this dinner, Chu Chen got to know some big people in Hangzhou, and his network was wider. The next day, because Mo Yuan arrived in a hurry, she didn't bring too many clothes and salutes. So, in order to make up for the embarrassment of pitting Mo Yuan for the second time, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan came to the mall together. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan were walking around the mall. So at the same time, there was a commotion at the entrance of the mall. A handsome male anchor with fair skin walked into the mall. He is an anchor with goods, and he is also a super anchor with millions of fans. Next to the male anchor, life assistants, work assistants, etc., a series of 5 or 6 assistants followed him. The pomp is bigger than some A-list stars. He also hired 8 black-clad bodyguards to keep him safe from the madness of countless fans. However, around the male anchor, not to mention countless fans, not even a single fan, a few bodyguards can only follow embarrassedly. A few minutes later, the male anchor walked into the store where Chu Chen and Mo Yuan were. Not long after entering, the male anchor's eyes lit up when he saw Mo Yuan in the store. So beautiful. I don't know if she is his fan? Go up and flirt. I am very grateful to the book friend Y. Jiujio for another 10,000 yuan reward, becoming the first church owner of this book, and I will add more tomorrow. When he saw Mo Yuan, the male anchor Pan Siyuan also saw Chu Chen next to Mo Yuan. However, Chu Chen was actively ignored by Pan Siyuan. It doesn't matter if he is a relative, boyfriend, or even husband of this beauty. Who is he? A tens of millions of internet celebrities, a super anchor with goods, a month's capital flow is as high as 100 million. His popularity surpasses that of many first-line stars, and some stars even come to his live broadcast room to gain popularity. Before, he had hooked up with a beautiful woman who was about to get married. In the end, the beautiful woman was pregnant with his child, and the beautiful woman's husband was still very happy. Now, he wants to do it again. Beauty, have we met before? Pan Siyuan came to Mo Yuan's side and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mo Yuan turned her head subconsciously and looked at Pan Siyuan. I haven't seen it. Mo Yuan shook her head seriously, not knowing Pan Siyuan. Seeing Mo Yuan's performance, Pan Siyuan was a little disappointed. It turns out that this beauty is not his own fan. What a Shame. He asked that just now, and what he was looking forward to most was that this beautiful woman turned her head, and when she saw her, she screamed and recognized him. But why do I think I've seen you? Pan Siyuan reacted quickly and spoke again. Beauty, I think you look like my ex-girlfriend. Do you think I look like your ex-boyfriend? Sorry, I don't have an ex-boyfriend. Mo Yuan replied, turned around and walked towards Chu Chen. I'm afraid this person is not a fool. Mo Yuan couldn't help but complain about Pan Siyuan. After hearing Mo Yuan's answer, Pan Siyuan was stunned, extremely embarrassed. The beauty's answer made all his subsequent routines invalid. No ex-boyfriend? After being stunned for a long time, Pan Siyuan finally came over, embarrassed. Can't you do it if you don't have a thick skin? What's more, this beauty said that she has no ex-boyfriend. Good, very good. No ex-boyfriend. Cheeky. Pan Siyuan walked towards Mo Yuan again. Beauty, it's okay if we didn't know each other before, can we meet in the future? Let me introduce, my name is Pan Siyuan, I'm a big anchor, and I don't have many fans at present, only 10 million. Pan Siyuan went straight to the topic and said with a whimper. Every month, the flow of my live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million inch. However, even so, Mo Yuan still did not set her eyes on Pan Siyuan. Beauty, you can take whatever you like. As long as the store manager knows who I am, he will definitely not ask for a penny. Pan Siyuan changed his way of acting. After all, Pan Siyuan gave the assistant next to him a look. Understanding what Pan Siyuan meant, the assistant left to find the store manager. After briefly explaining Pan Siyuan's identity, the store manager came out immediately. Today Mr. Pan likes, you can take it as you like, as long as Mr. Pan is in the live broadcast room and mentions our shop. The shopkeeper said complimentingly. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Pan Siyuan's face. See, this is his card. Not only this store, but all the stores in this mall will be like this. Pan Siyuan vowed. I'm afraid this person is not a fool. Mo Yuan said to Chu Chen. No, he's not a fool, he just has some mental problems. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan left the store and walked into the Prada store not far away. Pan Siyuan didn't want to just give up, and chased after him again, without noticing what kind of store this was. Beauty. As long as you want, you can choose anything from this store. Just add my WeChat? Pan Siyuan said. You can also get this store for free? Chu Chen asked. You know, even the manager of a Prada store has no right to give customers a free order. Certainly. After Pan Siyuan finished speaking, the assistant also called out the manager of the store. You give me free today, and tomorrow I will advertise for you in this live broadcast room. Pan Siyuan said arrogantly. We don't need your advertising. Stuff can't be free. As soon as Pan Siyuan finished speaking, the store manager immediately refuted. Pan Siyuan felt his face rise instantly. Okay, your shop. Pan Siyuan was furious and wanted to threaten the store manager. But the next second, Pan Siyuan suddenly noticed the logo on a bag next to him. Prada? Are you a Prada store? Pan Siyuan was startled. Just now, his eyes were all on the beauty, but he didn't notice for a while. He actually walked into the Prada store, the world's largest luxury brand. It's really embarrassing to get home. As a dignified world-class luxury brand, does he still need an internet celebrity to advertise? Standing there, Pan Siyuan felt ashamed and thrown home. There was a little problem. However, as long as the beauty likes it, I can pay. Pan Siyuan spoke. Pay? We get the things here for free, why do we need to spend money? Chu Chen asked. Get it for free? Pan Siyuan sneered, this is a Prada store, let alone you, even the biggest live streamers can't get it for free when they come, it's just a discount. You still get it for free, how old are you? Pan Siyuan sneered in his heart, but he didn't say it. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the last time Chu Chen left. I'll just watch you pretend to be forceful. And then put it on the iron plate, what do you do? Pan Siyuan muttered softly, folded his arms, and stared at Chu Chen coldly. He and Mo Yuan picked out some items, and Chu Chen asked the salesman to pack them. After taking the packed things, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan left. Seeing this scene, Pan Siyuan was dumbfounded. Store manager, they left without paying, hurry up and chase them. Pan Siyuan said anxiously. Of course I know they didn't pay. The store manager said slowly, the emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. You know that he didn't pay, and he didn't chase after him. It's better to call the police. Pan Siyuan urged. What are you chasing? What kind of money does our boss ask for in his store? The store manager responded, then ignored the fool Pan Siyuan and turned to leave. Our boss? Hearing the store manager's words, Pan Siyuan was stunned. What? That kid is Prada's boss? Pan Siyuan felt that the whole person was not well. Is he the dignified world luxury brand, the boss of Prada? Are you not mistaken? The more he thought about it, the more scared Pan Siyuan became. He went so far as to provoke Prada's boss. Ruined. Ruined. Gudong. In the end, Pan Siyuan fainted from fright and fell to the ground. After shopping with Mo Yuan, Chu Chen returned to the Xinguan villa. In a few days, according to Chu Chen's request, Chu Chen's fish pond was almost ready. After half a month, Tianyun Jewelry cooperated with international jewelry design masters, and the blue diamond designed and produced was finally completed. Finally, it is named the Realm of the Future, which complements the legendary jewelry Heart of the Ocean, which is famous in the world. In order to celebrate the completion of the Future Realm and to publicize the Future Realm, Lu Ruobing specially held a reception and invited many big figures in the jewelry industry. Of course, as the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry Company, Chu Chen naturally also received a call from Lu Ruobing. Chu Chen was also curious about what this blue diamond, worth hundreds of millions, would look like when it was finally made. That night, when the reception started, Lu Ruobing, as the landlord, welcomed all the guests. Congratulations to President Lu, this time Tianyun Jewelry is going to soar into the sky. Congratulations to President Lu. Congratulations, many guests congratulated Lu Ruobing. If it really goes well, with the world-class jewelry of Future Realm, Tianyun's reputation will be greatly improved, both domestically and abroad. The market value of Tianyun jewelry will also increase rapidly, and it is likely to become the top 5 in the country. All of these guests are like this, naturally, to please Lu Ruobing, hoping to give Lu Ruobing a good impression. Just when Lu Ruobing was receiving everyone, an unexpected guest came. A middle-aged lady slowly walked into the reception. She actually came? After seeing the middle-aged lady, Lu Ruobing was a little surprised. This middle-aged lady is none other than the chairman of Zihuang Jewelry Group, Tao Wenmin. Zihuang Jewelry Group is a giant in the domestic jewelry industry, and its strength is stronger than Tianyun jewelry and the previous Yifeng jewelry. Congratulations. The middle-aged lady, Tao Wenmin spoke. You're welcome, Mr. Tao. Please come in. Lu Ruobing responded politely. In fact, she only sent an invitation to Tao Wenmin symbolically, and did not expect Tao Wenmin to come. The two companies are competitors, not to mention that Tianyun jewelry is booming now. As a competitor, as the chairman of Zihuan Jewelry, Tao Wenmin is definitely a bad person. Chu Chen also came. As the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry, Chu Chen is also the owner here. At the beginning of the reception, Lu Ruobing stood in front and said, "Thank you for coming today. Now, I will take out the future realm designed and produced by our company. Thinking about it, everyone can't wait." As Lu Ruobing's voice fell, the future realm was carefully brought up by the staff. The realm of the future is an extremely delicate necklace, even in line with some of the world's most famous European royal jewels. Wow! It's so beautiful. It is dazzling, and the name of the future realm is also very meaningful. Tianyun Jewelry has this future realm. And the future is limitless. Looking at the bright future, many guests spoke. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, a sudden voice came. Others are amazed and praised, but there is a voice of regret, which is naturally particularly prominent. It's a pity that such a good diamond and such a good piece of jewelry fell into Tianyun's hands. What a pity. Tao Wenmin was very emotional and shook his head again and again. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing frowned slightly. Is Tao Wenmin about to start? Lu Ruobing is ready. In China, with this future state, Tianyun jewelry will definitely thrive and create a new world. Tao Wenmin suddenly turned his head, but abroad, what about the international market? Tianyun jewelry seems to be a lot worse. Tianyun jewelry is the youngest enterprise, and it has indeed made a breakthrough in China and has become the top 10 in the country. But after all, the company is too young. Tianyun jewelry is a small brand in the world. On the contrary, Tao Wenmin's Purple Emperor jewelry has already achieved some international fame. Although it is far inferior to Bulgari, Tiffany, and other old-fashioned luxury jewelry, it is also regarded as a second- and third-rate brand in the world. Hearing Tao Wenmin's words, Lu Ruobing, who was best prepared, didn't know what to say for a while. Tao Wenmin said a lot. Internationally, Tianyun is indeed ranked behind the 18th line. If Tianyun Jewelry is willing, we, Zihuan Jewelry, can help Tianyun develop the international market. Tao Wenmin finally spoke his intentions. With the help of our contacts, there must be many international companies working with Tianyun. And we only have one small request. Lu Ruobing's eyes instantly focused on Tao Wenmin. We want 70% ownership of Future Realm. In the next second, Tao Wenmin opened his mouth and directly demanded 70% of the ownership of the Future Realm, more than 2/3. Impossible. Lu Ruobing instantly refuted and refused. If you agree to Tao Wenmin, is that a fool? You know, if Tao Wenmin's Purple Emperor jewelry gets 70% of the ownership of Future Realm, the most powerful publicity in the future will be Purple Emperor jewelry. Internationally, it is also Zihuan Jewelry that has made a big splash, and Tianyun Jewelry is a tool man. Moreover, Tao Wenmin's promise to help Tianyun Jewelry develop the international market is completely empty talk. Tao Wenmin wanted to cede a small part of his original market to Tianyun Jewelry in order to take the ownership of the Future Realm. Once it is promoted internationally and occupies 70% of the ownership of Future Realm, the influence brought by Future Realm will surely make Xiang jewelry famous and eventually become a second-class brand in the world. Disagree? Directly rejected by Lu Ruobing, Tao Wenmin showed a cold smile. Reject, yes. It's just that you, Tianyun Jewelry, don't think about developing internationally. Tao Wenmin sternly threatened Lu Ruobing, beeping forcefully, no matter how much you pay, you will never find a collaborator internationally. Forgot to tell you, we just cooperated with the top world second-class jewelry brand, Hope Group. We and the Hope Group will join hands to block, and you Tianyun Jewelry will definitely return with nothing. Tao Wenmin said confidently. After so many years of development and all the contacts, Xiang Jewelry has that strength. Who said that there are no major international brands to cooperate with us Tianyun Jewelry? Tao Wenmin had just finished speaking when a faint voice came. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Chu Chen. I saw that Chu Chen sat there cynically, playing with the red wine glass in his hand. Holding the red wine glass, Chu Chen stood up and confronted Tao Wenmin. Oh? I'm curious, who gave you the confidence? Looking at Chu Chen, Tao Wenmin was extremely disdainful. A young man in his 20s still wants to fight her? What big man do you know? Or is there a backer? Tao Wenmin asked. I have no backer, I am my biggest backer. My biggest supporter is myself? Hearing this, Tao Wenmin sniffed it. If Chu Chen said he was the heir of a wealthy family, from the magic capital, or the young master of Yanjing, she might be more cautious. Now, Chu Chen actually said that his backer was himself, a hairy boy in his 20s. No matter how powerful it is. Can it go there? As for those guests, they all shook their heads, thinking that Chu Chen was bragging. Also, your backer is yourself? They have worked hard for 20 or 30 years, but they are not necessarily qualified to say that their backer is themselves. You, a 20-year-old boy, dare to say that? Really, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This sounds good, but the bad thing is that he has no brains, is arrogant, and belittles himself. Mr. Lu, I advise you to think about it. Tao Wenmin directly skipped Chu Chen, the fool, and said to Lu Ruobing. Think about it carefully. The word good, Tao Wenmin said very seriously. While talking, Tao Wenmin took out his mobile phone and played with it in his hand, making no secret of his threat. As long as Lu Ruobing refused, Tao Wenmin would call immediately. Join Hope Group to fight Tianyun Jewelry in the international market. At that time, the influence of the realm of the future on Tianyun Jewelry will plummet. Seeing this, Lu Ruobing's face became cold. Her heart was extremely angry, but she was helpless. What else can be done? Tao Wenmin's Purple Emperor Jewelry has established a firm foothold in the world and has cooperated with many international jewelry groups, while Tianyun has only developed domestically in these years. For the international market, there is almost no involvement. Now we finally have an excellent opportunity to let Tianyun Jewelry enter the international market and become famous. Now, he was threatened by Tao Wenmin. Tao Wenmin cooperates with Hope Jewelry Group internationally, but what about Tianyun Jewelry? But it is alone, without any partner. Hey! Lu Ruobing sighed, her mood extremely complicated. At this moment, a refined figure walked in slowly. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Tong Leshan, president of Prada's Greater China region. We, Prada, want to cooperate with Tianyun Jewelry to develop the international market. Tong Leshan came to sign a contract with Prada according to Chu Chen's previous intention. In fact, before Chu Chen came, Tong Leshan had already been informed. Naturally, Chu Chen also wanted to help Tianyun Jewelry open the international market. After all, he was a shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry. The better the development of Tianyun Jewelry, the higher the market value, the higher his worth. As soon as Tong Leshan said these words, the entire reception hall became silent. Prada. The world's luxury brand, Prada? They want to cooperate with Tianyun Jewelry. The guests present were all watching the play just now. Anyway, the life and death of Tianyun Jewelry has nothing to do with them. But now, everyone was stunned. What the hell? As for Tao Wenmin, she was dumbfounded. Prada? She heard it right. Before, when she cooperated with Hope Group, she felt that she was already very powerful. After all, Hope Group is a second-class jewelry brand in the world. Realizable, Prada actually wants to cooperate with Tianyun Jewelry? OMG. On the Prada side, Hope is rubbish, too low-end. Tao Wenmin did not accept it for a while. He stared blankly at Tong Leshan. What? In front, Lu Ruobing was also surprised. After a while, Lu Ruobing hurriedly said, "Welcome." With Prada's protection in the international market, not to mention one Purple Emperor jewelry, even if it is 10, it cannot pose a threat to Tianyun. After signing the contract, Tong Leshan left. It took a long time for everyone to react. At this time, everyone involuntarily looked at Chu Chen. No matter how stupid they are, it is not difficult to see that this matter is definitely related to Chu Chen. Who is he? Can you actually persuade Prada to cooperate with Tianyun Jewelry? The more they thought about it, the more in awe of Chu Chen. The next day, Chu Chen was fine, and there was some cash in the car, which was in the way. So Chu Chen found a nearest bank to deposit it. Before leaving, the bank manager personally sent Chu Chen out and gave him a large dark green handbag. It said something like deposit over 100 million yuan to commemorate. Chu Chen didn't care, and just put them in the trunk of the car at will. Xiaochen, I'll get off work soon, come pick me up. Let's have dinner tonight? Chu Chen received a call from his cousin Chu Danyun, and the uncle and aunt wanted to let Chu Chen go to the house for dinner. It is good. After asking the address of my cousin's company, Chu Chen went straight to the company. In the company, Chu Chen's cousin, Chu Danyun, was packing up. Today, she signed and received a few couriers in the company. There are a lot of things, and she doesn't have a car. Anyway, Xiaochen is going to eat at home tonight. So she called Chu Chen to help. Because there are too many express boxes, it is inconvenient to take them for a while, so Chu Danyun wants to pack up and put the things in several bags for easy taking away. Xiaoling, do you have any extra bags? While packing up, Chu Danyun asked his colleagues next to him. Bag? Hearing this, Zhou Ling shook her head. No, they only have a new LV bag that they just bought. Looking at the LV bag that her boyfriend just bought for her, Zhou Ling showed a proud smile on her face. What? LV? Next to it, several other female colleagues heard this and looked here one after another. Wow, this is LV's latest bag, 128,888. Looking at the bag Zhou Ling just bought, someone recognized it. I'll go, such an expensive bag? I can't make this money in a year. Envy, so envious, LV. Several colleagues spoke with admiration. Xiaoling, your boyfriend is really nice to you. He even bought you such an expensive bag. I want a boyfriend like that too. The smile on Zhou Ling's face was even bigger, and she said ostentatiously, it's just SOSO. For my boyfriend, it's just a small amount of money. Hearing this, several onlookers looked at each other in dismay. A little money? Although Zhou Ling has some appearances, she has to admit that her boyfriend is really rich. At this time, Zhou Ling noticed that Chu Danyun, who was packing things there, did not pay attention to her, and her face changed slightly. Oh, Danyun, why do you still eat such low-level snacks? Zhou Ling said with a look of disgust. People eat snacks, all imported from abroad, such as domestic snacks, too low end. Chu Danyun heard Zhou Ling's expressive words, and was about to say something when suddenly the phone rang. Xiang Chuchen, you are here, right? Come and help me carry something. Do you have any extra bags there? Bring some if you have. After picking up the phone, Chu Danyun spoke. Excess bag? Hearing his cousin's words, Chu Chen subconsciously wanted to say no. Usually he doesn't bring a bag when he goes out. Before he could speak, he suddenly thought of a bunch of dark green bags that the bank manager had sent him earlier. Yes, I'll take it up later. Chu Chen agreed, and hung up the phone after asking what floor his cousin was on. Getting out of the car and opening the trunk, Chu Chen looked at a pile of dark green bags, which was a bit difficult to handle. So Chu Chen opened a bag and stuffed all the other bags inside, which was much more convenient. These bags should be enough. After muttering, Chu Chen walked towards the company. In the company, seeing that Chu Danyun finished the phone call, several female colleagues who gossip asked curiously, Danyun, do you have a boyfriend? Xiang Chuchen, what a kind name, is it the legendary love between sister and brother? Why didn't you tell us? We will also help you with the staff. A few female colleagues. You say a word, I say a word. You people, what do you think about every day? That's my cousin. Chu Danyun said helplessly. Cousin, is that boring? I thought it was my boyfriend, but it turned out to be my cousin, so it's boring. Let's go, I'm hungry, let's go home for dinner. Several female colleagues shook their heads and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chu Chen walked in with a bag. Wow. After seeing Chu Chen, a female colleague who had not turned around screamed and looked surprised. What's wrong? What happened? Several others turned their heads. When they saw Chu Chen, they were all dumbfounded. How handsome! Is this the exiled little brother who came down from the sky? I can't describe how handsome he is. Several female colleagues almost drooled down, so handsome, so handsome. Compared with him, what are the little fresh meat stars they worshipped before? Seeing the appearance of these female colleagues, Chu Danyun said, didn't you just say you were bored? Don't you mind? So now? Aren't you hungry, just? Now, let's go. Woman, hee hee. Hearing Chu Danyun's words, these female colleagues reacted instantly. Is he Danyun's cousin? OMG. He looks so handsome too. I'm hungry, who's hungry? I'm not hungry at all. The beautiful woman who had just shouted that she was hungry and wanted to go home for dinner said instantly. As if whoever said she was hungry had a grudge against her. Danyun, I said before that you are very beautiful. Now that I see your cousin, I think I am right. Cousin, how are you? Worst of all, another female colleague immediately changed her mind. Instead of calling her Dan Yun, she called her cousin directly. Hearing this, several other people's eyes lit up. Why didn't they think of it? Cousin, I'll help you clean up. Cousin, you rest, I'll come. In the next second, several people immediately changed their tune. Some people wanted to detour and attack Chu Chen from Chu Danyan's side, and some others directly surrounded Chu Chen's side. Little brother, what's your name? Little brother, add a WeChat. Watching this scene, Zhou Ling, who was still standing there, showing off her LV bag, changed her face completely. Isn't it just a little more handsome? In today's society, no money is nothing. Zhou Ling snorted coldly and mocked, only men who can afford LV are considered good men. Before Zhou Ling's voice could fall, a beautiful woman suddenly noticed the dark green bag in Chu Chen's hand. This is? The beauty took a deep breath. Why did she look at this bag so familiar? She seems to have seen it online. Little brother, can you turn the bag over? The beauty asked nervously. At this moment, she was extremely curious about whether the front of the bag was the same as the one she had seen on the internet. Front? Chu Chen turned his hand and exposed the front of the bag. I saw a few prominent white characters on the dark green bag, a deposit of over 100 million yuan. Wow. God, is this the bag that was very popular on the internet before? Looking at these words, everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of package is only given by the bank after the deposit exceeds 100 million. They've seen it countless times online before. But in reality, it was the first time I saw it. Compared with it, what LV, Hermes, etc., have become bleak. This cousin of Chu Danyun is actually a rich man. And Zhou Ling, who was showing off her LV, also widened her eyes, looking at Chu Chen's over 100 million souvenir bag. She was stupid. This bag? This is the first time that Zhou Ling feels that the latest LV bags of hundreds of thousands in her hands are not fragrant. At the scene, aside from Chu Chen, the most calm person was Chu Danyun. Because Chu Chen had given them a Bentley before, Chu Danyun had already guessed part of Chu Chen's worth. It is normal for my cousin to have a deposit of over 100 million. Xiao Chen, is there only one bag? It seems that there are a lot of things. Chu Danyun said with some concern. Several of her female colleagues immediately wanted to speak and let Chu Danyun use her own bag. Without waiting for them, Chu Chen spoke. Not one, there are a bunch more here. With that said, Chu Chen took out the pile of bags from the commemorative bag with a deposit of over 100 million. Seeing this, everyone was completely petrified. 1, 2, 3, 4. For a time, everyone was dazzled. How much is this commemorative package with a deposit of over 100 million? At least 8 or 9, maybe more. A souvenir bag with a deposit of over 100 million has shocked them so much now. How much is this deposit? Local tycoon. Absolute super rich. As for Zhou Ling, her hands trembled even more at this moment. What the hell? At this moment, her mind was blank, and only the trough was left. It took a long time for Zhou Ling to react. By the way, this thing seems to be sold in imitations of a treasure. Who knows if his is the real one? Zhou Ling sneered. Killing her, she doesn't believe that Chu Danyun's cousin is a super rich. Yes. It doesn't have to be true? After being reminded by Zhou Ling, the female colleagues breathed a sigh of relief. The first time they saw this bag, they were extremely shocked. They subconsciously thought it was real. If one, it could be true. But so much, how could it be true? Do not make jokes. Have you all left yet? A sudden voice came, and a middle-aged man happened to pass by here. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. After seeing the middle-aged man, everyone immediately greeted politely. Middle-aged people are not ordinary people, but they're big bosses. You? Mr. Zhao did not answer them. When Mr. Zhao saw Chu Chen, he was stunned. Mr. Chu, why are you here? The next second, President Zhao immediately came to Chu Chen and spoke respectfully, with an extremely humble attitude. Looking at the boss who used to be all-powerful, he was polite and even humble in front of Chu Chen. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? This is their boss, a rich man worth 3 or 4 billion. How could he be so polite and respectful to Chu Danyun's cousin? Unreasonable. So unreasonable. Is it? Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly thought of Chu Chen's pile of deposit over 100 million souvenir bags. Are those all true? It is extremely difficult for others to get one, but you have a bunch of them? How much is he worth? Billions, or tens of billions? As for Zhou Ling, it was even more rigid at the moment. This is their boss. Big man. In their eyes. Now he is so polite to Chu Danyun's cousin. Who are you? Chu Chen didn't know Mr. Zhao. I saw you at the reception of Tianyun jewelry before. I am a small person. It is normal that you have no impression of me. Mr. Zhao explained politely. At the reception, Chu Chen actually made the dignified Prada sign a contract with Tianyun jewelry. This made all the bosses feel in awe of Chu Chen. I'm a little guy? Is it normal that cousin Chu Danyun has no impression of him? The crowd was even more horrified. What kind of great person is this cousin of Chu Danyun? President Chu suddenly came here. Zhao is not very honored. President Zhao complimented. Mr. Zhao is very polite. My cousin works here, I'm here to pick her up. Chu Chen glanced at Chu Danyun and explained. What? President Zhao was frightened. President Chu's cousin actually works in her own company. And he didn't even pay attention, it's really his own huge outdated. I didn't expect Miss Chu to be President Chu's cousin. President Zhao opened his mouth politely, and the title changed directly. As the boss of the company, he has hundreds of employees. He doesn't know what Chu Danyun's name is, so he directly calls him Miss Chu. It seems that President Chu's cousin is still an ordinary employee. How can this work? Isn't this not giving President Chu face? By the way, Shaoli, I remember that the position of our Deputy General Manager is now vacant. Right? Suddenly, Mr. Zhao asked the secretary next to him. Deputy General Manager, there is no vacancy. After thinking for a while, Shaoli shook his head and answered seriously. Isn't there a vacancy? President Zhao secretly gave Shaoli a look. In an instant, Shaoli suddenly realized. Vacancy, absolute vacancy, I thought wrong before. Shaoli quickly corrected his mistake and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I remembered wrongly. The position of our company's Deputy General Manager has always been vacant. Vacant, that's great. The secretary understood what he meant, and Mr. Zhao followed the trend. It's a pity for a talent like Miss Chu to be an ordinary employee. According to Miss Chu's ability, it's just right to be the Deputy General Manager. From today, Miss Chu will be the deputy general manager of our company. President Zhao announced to everyone. Deputy general manager? Chu Danyun actually went over a series of positions such as deputy, supervisor, etc., and became the company's deputy general manager? Absolute company executives? Everyone was dumbfounded. This promotion is too fast. What? Zhou Ling became even more desperate when she heard Mr. Zhao's words. She had finally hooked up with an executive of the company before. After a long period of hard work, in a few days, she could be promoted to become a deputy director. Originally, she thought she could press Chu Danyun's head, and she would take care of Chu Danyun in the future. In the blink of an eye, Chu Danyun became the vice president of the company, even higher than the executive position she flattered on. This, just because she has a great cousin? Zhou Ling's heart collapsed. Mr. Zhao is very polite. When Chu Chen spoke, he naturally understood what Mr. Zhao meant. Don't disturb President Chu, I'll go first. President Zhao and the secretary left. Chu Chen, on the other hand, took a souvenir bag and helped his cousin pack things. Seeing Chu Chen and Chu Danyun holding other people's wish to frame them, hang them on the wall, and look up to them every day with a commemorative bag of over 100 million deposits to pack snacks. The crowd was messed up. Local tycoon. Really rich. Why are you so showy? And so inhumane? After packing up, Chu Chen and Chu Danyun left under everyone's attention. Looking at Chu Chen, Zhou Ling suddenly understood. This cousin of Chu Danyun is handsome, very rich, and has a background that Mr. Zhao looks up to. Absolutely the best of the best. Since I don't have such relatives, why can't I pursue him? Zhou Ling still had some confidence in herself. As the saying goes, if a woman chases a man's interlayer gauze, she doesn't believe it. With all her abilities, she can't win this kid. Yes, that's it. If she became his girlfriend, wouldn't she choose what job, luxury car, and villa in the future? The more she thought about it, the more excited Zhou Ling became, and she began to dream. After a long time, she woke up from a beautiful fantasy. No. What about people? Where have people gone? Zhou Ling looked at the empty office, dumbfounded. He quickly ran to the window to look, and even Chu Chen's car was gone. Missed? Just miss it? Zhou Ling's heart is bleeding. Didn't she just daydream for a while and miss the whole world? Sitting in the car, Chu Danyun thanked Chu Chen very much. If it wasn't for her cousin, how could she suddenly become the company's deputy general manager? No, she has just joined the company and is still on a probationary period. She used to worry that if she didn't pass the probation period, what would she do if she was fired? As a result, she has now become a company executive. Although she and Chu Chen liked to make trouble and bicker when they met, they still had a good relationship, even if they weren't comparable to their siblings. Today, Xiang Chuchen helped him a lot. He must do something. Suddenly, Chu Danyun looked at the phone and his eyes lit up. She has a way. Hey. After dinner at the uncle's house in the evening, Chu Chen was about to leave. Tomorrow weekend, do you have time? Tonight? Before leaving, Chu Danyun asked mysteriously. Have time? It's good if you have time. At 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You come to pick me up, something good. Chu Danyun opened his mouth and did not want to reveal too much. All right. The next day, Chu Chen drove his son of the Wolf supercar and picked up Chu Danyun. Let's go to the other side flower bar. In the car, Chu Danyun said. Bianhua Bar is a branch of a large international bar group. It has more than 500 royal family members around the world, attracting many superstars and local tyrants. It has a high reputation in China and is favored by many people in the upper class. In Hangtown, this bar is good enough to make the top 3. Chu Chen wanted to ask why, but Chu Danyun didn't know what to say, so Chu Chen drove to the other side flower bar. Come on, come with me. Glancing at the phone, Chu Danyun opened his mouth and walked in with Chu Chen. Chu Danyun finally said what he meant. Today, it's the birthday party of one of my classmates. I'll take you to see it. It's not that simple, right? Chu Chen asked. It's so simple, my cousin said it a long time ago, and it's impossible to hide it from herself all the time. Hey, to tell you the truth, today's birthday party, the #1 beauty in our school days will also come. Whether it's her looks or her temperament. At the beginning, she crushed everyone. The cousin helped herself such a big favor, and she also wanted to repay Chu Chen something. Therefore, she thought that Chu Chen seemed to be single. My cousin is in good condition and has a high natural vision. Since ordinary beauties cannot satisfy my cousin, let me introduce you to a top one. Originally, Chu Danyun didn't want to come to this birthday party either, but after seeing the group, Lady Lin sent a message saying that she would come, so she decided to bring Chu Chen. Tell you, the beauty Lin has learned dance and has a very good figure. Finally, Chu Danyun whispered in Chu Chen's ear. Today, she is going to match Chu Chen and Lin Damei. In school, the beauty of Lin is also notoriously cold, even the best boys are not in her eyes. Chu Danyun believes that with the appearance and connotation of his cousin, Lin Damei will definitely be tempted. So this is Chu Chen nodded, saying it earlier, and saying it was impossible for him to refuse. Of course, Chu Chen agreed to come because it was his cousin's kindness. It's definitely not because of the beauty of Lin Damei, her good temperament, and her good body flexibility. Chu Danyun brought Chu Chen to the big private room reserved by his classmates. Danyun is here? After seeing Chu Danyun, Yaoya, the protagonist of today's birthday party, greeted him and said enthusiastically, Happy birthday. While handing Yaoya the birthday present he prepared, Chu Danyun introduced Chu Chen. This is my cousin. I came to Hangcheng to play. I also brought him. Welcome. As Chu Chen came in, it caused quite a stir. Chu Chen and Chu Danyun sat down, and instantly many girls gathered around and greeted Chu Chen. Soon, a girl with short hair in the style of a little Taimei also walked in. Sister, happy birthday. This short-haired girl is none other than Yaoya's sister, Yao Xiaolei. Chu Chen? Standing at the door, Yao Xiaolei saw Chu Chen at a glance. Yao Xiaolei's eyes were full of resentment. She is also a student of Jiangzhou University and was once Chu Chen's suitor, but was rejected by Chu Chen. Since then, Yao Xiaolei has hated Chu Chen. Once you ignored my love, but today I let you down. At school, Chu Chen was the school grass, but now that you are out of school, you, Chu Chen, are handsome, and the rest are nothing. In the past few years, their family has been lucky and gradually became rich. Her sister, Yaoya, even found the son of the president of a domestic branch of a Fortune 500 company as her husband. Since the brother-in-law is so good, how can we not take revenge on Chu Chen today and get back the face he once had? Xiaolei, do you know him? Seeing that her sister looked at Chu Chen in A daze, Yaoya asked, curiously. No. When he was in college, he was one of my suitors. I don't know how many times I rejected him, but he was still shameless. Annoying me every day, pestering me, a hypocrite. Disgusting person. Yao Xiaolei said resentfully. She directly turned the truth of the matter into a 180-degree reversal, and reversed the identities of her and Chu Chen. What? Keep pestering your sister? Yaoya became popular in an instant. She was someone who helped her relatives and not her parents. How dare this kid dare to pester her sister? At this moment, Yaoya didn't care whether something was true or not, and instantly hated Chu Chen. What is that kid doing at home? Just in case, Yaoya asked. Ordinary people. I heard that he seems to be rich. But he is definitely not as powerful as his brother-in-law. Yao Xiaolei assured. Who is her brother-in-law? That's the son of the world's top 500. Status and status, how could Chu Chen be able to compare? That's good, let your brother-in-law teach him a lesson later. Yaoya nodded and agreed to Yao Xiaolei's opinion. My sister agreed, and Yao Xiaolei hurried to find her brother-in-law. He? After Yao Xiaolei finished speaking, Yao Xiaolei's brother-in-law, Su Yingling, nodded. Leave this little thing to me. After that, Su Yingling took Yao Xiaolei to Chu Chen with big strides. Boy, pay more attention in the future. When he came to Chu Chen, Su Yingling said coldly to Chu Chen. He is the son-in-law of the world's top 500 Huaxiao branch, so he needs to be polite to a kid? Does he fit? In the future, don't pester my sister. Su Yingling pointed at Yao Xiaolei and said. Everyone was stunned. Several girls around Chu Chen looked at Yao Xiaolei. What an ugly little girl. Several girls were very disgusted in their hearts. Yes, Chu Chen told you that it is impossible between us. Please stop pestering me and harassing me. Yao Xiaolei also stood up, full of righteous indignation, and scolded Chu Chen. You don't deserve me at all. Is that so? I didn't expect this little brother to have a strong taste, and he actually likes such a little sister. After Yao Xiaolei finished speaking, the girls surrounding Chu Chen got up one after another and left in disgust. They really can't agree with such an aesthetic. Too disgusting. In place, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. To pester yourself, to harass her? After thinking for a long time, Chu Chen remembered who this little sister was. Back then, Yao Xiaolei was more social than now. She confessed to Chu Chen, but of course Chu Chen refused. With so many girls who like Chu Chen, if he agrees casually, wouldn't he have to change a girlfriend every day? So tiring. I know my sister is beautiful. You are a toad and want to eat swan meat. Wake up. Look, everyone, it's ridiculous that a poor guy still wants to chase after my sister. Su Yingling shouted loudly with the arrogant appearance of a son. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Chen. Both men and women can't help shaking their heads. Is it so disgusting? This aesthetic? If you dare to pester Xiaolei again, believe it or not, I will let you lie down and leave Hangqing? Too lazy to talk to such a small person like Chu Chen, Su Yingling directly threatened Chu Chen. You? What do you mean? Chu Danyun was instantly angry and dared to threaten her brother. What do you mean? That's what I mean. As a son, he still needs to be afraid of Chu Chen. After that, Su Yingling left with Yao Xiaolei, who was smiling arrogantly. At this moment, Yao Xiaolei burst into laughter. In her heart, Chu Chen, you are embarrassed. Let you ever reject me. Ha ha ha. Just when Chu Danyun was about to leave with Chu Chen, at the door of the private room, a group of dandy young masters came in. Seeing this group of scoundrels, Su Yinglang hurriedly went to greet them. This is a big man. And the leader of this group of dandy young masters is Jiang Hua's son, Jiang Feilong. This group of young and old was invited by Su Yinglang after spending a lot of effort. Seeing Su Yinglang passing by, Yao Ye and Yao Xiaolei also followed. Let me introduce you. This is the son of the boss of Taekwon Group, and I have less money. Su Yinglang spoke, although he said it to Yao Ye and Yao Xiaolei on the surface. But his voice was so loud that the whole box could hear it. To show off. Without concealment. Taekwon Group? That is a local enterprise in Hangzhou, with a total asset of 20 to 30 billion. This birthday party, even the son of the boss of Taekwon Group came. Yao Ye and Su Yinglang are amazing. The men and women in the private room sighed. Who is she, so ugly, let her go. As soon as Su Yinglang finished speaking, Qian Shao opened his mouth, pointed at Yao Xiaolei, and said with great disgust. Yao Xiaolei was extremely embarrassed. Go to the back. Su Yinglang scolded Yao Xiaolei. In front of these young masters, the brother-in-law who spoiled Yao Xiaolei just now had no idea where he had gone. She was extremely angry in her heart. But Yao Xiaolei didn't dare to mess around in the face of these young men in Hangqing. Had no choice but to come to the back. Hello, Qian Shao. Yao Ye greeted Qian Shao with a smile and abandoned her. Sister. This is Li Shao. His family owns shares in several heavy industry groups. His father is worth nearly 50 billion. Su Yinglang introduced again. Worth 5 billion? This is more powerful than the previous one. He is actually the son of a 50 billionaire. Su Yinglang is amazing. After introducing several seniors, finally, Su Yinglang said, this Jiang Feilong, Jiang Shao, is the prince of Tingji Group. After knowing Jiang Feilong's identity, everyone was even more shocked. Tingji Group? Isn't that the famous 100 billion group? Is he actually the prince of the 100 billion group? This identity is so arrogant. The prince of the dignified 100 billion group actually came to celebrate Yao Ye's birthday. Su Yinglang really has a face. After introducing Jiang Feilong, Su Yinglang suddenly found another young man standing next to Jiang Feilong. You may not know this one. Jiang Feilong said, this is young Master Yu, the son-in-law of the wealthy Yu family. A wealthy family? That is their famous family in Hangzhou, a real wealthy family, with a total asset of more than 100 billion yuan, and even has an industry abroad. Yu Xiaohao. Su Yinglang said quickly too. Please. As for the other people in the private room, they have been shocked to the point of numbness, and the identities of these young and old are terrible. Everyone, please sit down. Su Yinglang hurriedly greeted the young masters to sit down. With the arrival of these young and old, the box seemed a little crowded for a while. After looking around, Su Yinglang turned his attention to Chu Chen and Chu Danyun. You two, what are you still doing here? Don't hurry up. Su Yinglang scolded Chu Chen and Chu Danyun sharply. Go away. Yao Xiaolei agreed, Fox. Fake tiger prestige. What did you say? A furious voice came. Su Yinglang's whole body trembled, just in time to see Jiang Feilong and Li Shao who were looking bad. What? Jiang Xiao, Li Xiao, I'm not talking about you. But about him? Su Yingling pointed at Chu Chen. You actually let Brother Chen get out, you ate the guts of a leopard today. Jiang Feilong was even more angry and yelled at Su Yingling. Brother Chen? Jiang Xiao, they are actually called Chu Chen, Brother Chen? Is there something wrong with his ears? Not only Su Yingling, but many people in the box, like Su Yingling, thought there was something wrong with their ears. Tell you, this is Brother Chen, our eldest brother. You actually let Brother Chen get away. I think your kid is impatient. Snapped. After all, Jiang Feilong slapped Su Yingling directly in the face. Dare to talk to Brother Chen like this, courting death. Brother Chen, please take a seat. Jiang Feilong gave up his position to Chu Chen and asked Chu Chen and Chu Danyun to sit down. Covering his face, Su Yingling was still extremely surprised. Is this Chu Chen the eldest brother of Jiang Feilong and the others? I rely on. No kidding. Snapped. Just when Su Yingling was stunned, he slapped him again. In an instant, Su Yingling woke up. Gudong. Su Yingling knelt directly in front of Chu Chen, shivering. He didn't know Chu Chen's identity, but Jiang Feilong actually called him Big Brother Chu Chen. Chu Chen was definitely something he couldn't afford to provoke. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I'm sorry. It's all because of Yao Xiaolei and Yao who instigated me, by that slut. I'm disrespectful to you. Su Yingling apologized again and again, and by the way put the blame on Yao Xiaolei and Yao Ya. To be honest, it was because of Yao Xiaolei that he offended Chu Chen. A slut like Yao Xiaolei, she must be telling a lie. Brother Chen, how can a big man like you go after such an ugly guy? I was deceived by her. At this time, Su Yingling also completely understood. What? Glancing at Yao Xiaolei, Jiang Feilong was furious and gave Su Yingling a few kicks. Isn't this an insult to Brother Chen's aesthetics? Are there any beauties around Brother Chen? Your mouth stinks, hers is even more stinky, so let's slap each other with Yao Xiaolei. I'm a generous person, 200 per person. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Yao Xiaolei disgusted Chu Chen this time. Yes, yes, yes. Su Yingling did not dare to hesitate to walk directly in front of Yao Xiaolei. The two slapped each other. Chu Chen, Jiang Feilong and others sat there, chatting. At this moment, in the private room, apart from the slaps of Su Yingling and Yao Xiaolei, and the chat between Chu Chen and Jiang Feilong, there was no noise at all. The others in the private room stood there motionless at the moment. They dared not make the slightest sound. It turned out that Chu Chen, who was suspected by them just now, had an aesthetic problem, but he was actually a big boss. Terrible. Brother Chen, this is Yu Jia. Jiang Feilong introduced the son of the wealthy Yu family to Chu Chen. Hello. The two greeted each other. Looking at Jiang Feilong, who kept courting Chu Chen, Yu Jia didn't take it seriously and was very disdainful. He regarded Chu Chen as a young master from other places. Everyone's identity is similar, as for how to please. If it were him Yu Jia, it would definitely not be like this. He won't please anyone. Brother Chen. I heard that you bought the Hangzhou International Financial Center building. Is it true? Jiang Feilong asked, curiously. Well, I bought it some time ago. Chu Chen nodded. I'll go, Brother Chen is amazing, but it's just the acquisition of An international financial center building. It's absolutely trivial to Brother Chen. Jiang Feilong touted it. Small idea is too low-key. It seems too crazy to say that. Acquisition of an international financial center building, to me, is a medium meaning. Chu Chen answered calmly. Puff. Yu Jia, who just took a sip of wine, sprayed it out instantly. Thanks to the book friend Y99 for the second award, and congratulations on becoming the first hall owner of this book. Thanks to the book friends Flowers and Leaves 6666 book coins, and all the big guys who gave rewards. I would also like to thank all the book friends who support the Old Wing. The Old Wing will work hard to update and repay everyone. The acquisition of an international financial center building, to me, is a medium meaning. After listening to this sentence, Yu Jia, who was still a little disdainful just now, was in a bad mood. It turns out that the international financial center building in Hangzhou belongs to him. What the hell? That's the dignified International Financial Center building. It's a medium meaning for you to acquire it? So what does it mean? To acquire all the international financial centers in the country, or to acquire the Penguin Group? Yu Jia was complaining in his heart. Of course, the spit is back to the spit, but Yu Jia still has an undisguised shock in his heart. No matter what he means, it's still trivial. To be able to buy an international financial center building at will, it is already terrible. And the financial resources are amazing. Brother Chen is really low-key. The big and young people next to Jiang Feilong also looked at Chu Chen with shock. Brother Chen is amazing, what a handwriting this is. Brother Chen, I toast you. The dignified International Financial Center building was actually owned by Brother Chen, and they admired Chu Chen to the extreme for a while. Brother Chen, you are really my idol. Yu Jia came over with a drink. Brother Chen is really young and promising. Looking at Chu Chen, Yu Jia spared no effort in touting it. Just now, Yu Jia, who was still stubborn and said that he would not please anyone, didn't know where he went. At this moment, the owner of this birthday party seemed to be Chu Chen, while the Yao family sisters were outsiders. After talking with these young masters for a while, Chu Chen and Chu Danyun left with the respectful escort of these young masters from Hangqing. Call. Seeing Chu Chen and the young and old leave, Su Yingling, who had turned into a pig's head, stopped. Bang! The more he looked at Yao Xiaolei, the more angry Su Yingling became. Even if Chu Chen left, he still kicked Yao Xiaolei a few times. My hands are sore, but my legs are fine. Su Yingling, what are you doing? Seeing that Su Yingling hit his sister, Yao Ye immediately stood up. Bang! After seeing Yao Ye, Su Yingling became even more angry and gave Yao Ye a hard kick. It's because you dote on your bitch sister so much. Su Yingling yelled, let Jiang Feilong, the prince of the dignified Tingji group, and Yu Jia of the wealthy Yu family be so ingratiating. Even if you don't have a brain, think about it. With your feet, can that Chu Chen be an ordinary person? Today, you two sisters got me into big trouble. It's also fortunate that Brother Chen is generous, otherwise, don't talk about us, even the old man will be implicated. He is also a big fool, how could he trust Yao Xiaolei's words? No. Now that such a thing has happened, what if after marriage? The more he thought about it, the more scared Su Yingling felt. Yao Ye, starting from today, we broke up. Su Yingling didn't want to be involved with the Yao family. What, we're already engaged? Yao Ye asked back. Engagement, it's not marriage, it doesn't count, what kind of dowry is for you? Su Yingling would rather give up those financial resources than get rid of the Yao family. After all, Su Yingling left. In the private room, only the Yao family sisters were left. Do not. Yao Ya sat, paralyzed on the ground, her eyes were blank, she was completely stupid. Engagement voided? It's just so obsolete. What dream weddings were you dreaming about before, and honeymoons all over the world? Now, it's all over. Yao Xiaolei. At this time, even if she was doting on Yao Xiaolei before, now Yao Ya hates this younger sister. After experiencing Su Yingling's beating, Yao Xiaolei experienced the kind comfort from her sister Yao Ya again. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. Chu Chen sent his cousin back, because it was too late. Under the kindness of the uncle and aunt, Chu Chen stayed at the uncle's house for one night. As for the beauty Lin Dami I mentioned by my cousin, it seems that due to special reasons, she did not come until the banquet was over. The next day, when my cousin was in a hurry, Chu Chen temporarily lent her his wolf's son Chow Pao. Chu Chen accidentally received a call from Luo Yongning. Drink tea? It turned out that Luo Yongning managed to get a little of the legendary Wui Mountain de Hongpo through a special relationship. So he invited some old friends to have tea at his house. Wui Mountain de Hongpo is known as the King of Tea. In the earliest time, it was the imperial tea. In the 2000s, only 20 grams of Wui Mountain de Hongpo cost more than 200,000 yuan, and a pound of it cost tens of millions. Now, de Hongpo in Wui Mountain is no longer allowed to be mined. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Luo Yongning also spent a lot of energy through a special relationship to get only a few dozen grams. Okay. Chu Chen agreed, and he was also a little curious whether the legendary Wui Mountain de Hongpo was as divine as the legend. Chu Chen asked for the address, which was not far from the uncle's house. Luo Yongning bought a small garden in Hangqing. Leaving from the uncle's house, Chu Chen casually rode a shared bicycle because the distance was relatively close. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen came to the Luo mansion. At this moment, in front of Luofu, many luxury cars have been parked, and the most eye-catching is a Rolls-Royce with nearly 10 million. Chu Chen? Chu Chen stopped the car, and when he passed the Rolls-Royce, a surprised voice came suddenly. I saw a woman walking by from the opposite side. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Zhou Ling from Chu Danyin's company yesterday, who showed off LV bags. Great. Looking at Chu Chen, Zhou Ling was very excited. Yesterday, she wanted to hook up with Chu Chen, but at that time, Chu Chen had already gone far, making Zhou Ling extremely regretful. Unexpectedly, the next day, I actually met Chu Chen again. This is really God's will. God wants me to marry into a wealthy family. Thinking about it, Zhou Ling hurried to Chu Chen's side and asked flatteringly, Brother Chen, this Rolls-Royce must be yours, right? You actually drive a Rolls-Royce? It's amazing. Zhou Ling said with a whimper. At this moment, Zhou Ling is even more sure of Chu Chen's rich identity. Driving a luxury car like Les Royce is too awesome. Who said Rolls-Royce was his? At this moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a young man in his 30s came out, spitting out a fragrance. Is he worthy? This car belongs to Lao Tzu. After seeing the youth, Zhou Ling was extremely embarrassed. Isn't this Rolls-Royce Chu Chen's? That shared bike belongs to this kid. Pointing to the shared bicycle in the distance, the young man said disdainfully. Beauty, you've mistaken someone. And treated a poor man as a rich and handsome man. The young man opened his mouth with a hint of teasing Zhou Ling. Boy, if you want to attract girls, your own strength and money are the most important things. You are a poor writer, pretending to be rich and handsome. In order to tease Zhou Ling, the young man ridiculed Chu Chen, who was just a poor man riding a shared bicycle anyway. What? After hearing the youth's words, Zhou Ling was stunned. Is Chu Chen riding a shared bicycle? In her mind, Chu Chen is a very rich man. Even if he doesn't drive a Rolls-Royce, why should he drive a Bentley or a Ferrari? If it was before, Zhou Ling knew that Chu Chen was riding a shared bicycle, I am afraid she would turn her face immediately, but after what happened yesterday, she hesitated. Chu Chen is the person who makes them please Mr. Zhao. Maybe he rides a shared bicycle, just to keep a low profile, or to exercise. Brother Chu Chen, where are you going? Let's go together. Zhou Ling didn't want to give up and asked again. Seeing this scene, the young man who got off the Rolls-Royce was very puzzled. Did he expose that this kid was riding a shared bicycle? Why is she still like this? Do you know where this is? Looking at Luofu next to him, the young man proudly showed off. This is the home of Mr. Luo Yongning, a big man in the Hangzhou media industry. Today, I was invited by Luo Yongning, Mr. Luo, to drink tea. The youth moved out of Luo Yongning to pretend. What? Is this Luo Yongning's home? Sure enough, the effect of the youth pretending to be coercive was obvious, and Zhou Ling was extremely shocked. Luo Yongning. That is the first person in the Hangqing media industry, a real big man, a big shot. This young man is actually Luo Yongning's guest, and is driving a Rolls-Royce? In an instant, Zhou Ling made a choice. The possibility of Chu Chen being a rich man was 80 to 90% in Zhou Ling's opinion. After all, let them please Zhao so much. But what kind of rich man is Chu Chen, and how much money he has, that is an unknown number. There is even a hint of falsehood. But the young man in front of him not only drives a Rolls-Royce, but is also friends with the media boss Luo Yongning. This is what she saw with her own eyes. Even a fool can make a choice immediately. Little brother, you are amazing. In the next second, Zhou Ling's attitude changed drastically. She leaned directly beside the young man, and said with a whimper. What are you still looking at here? Don't get in the way of our little brother. Now that she has made a choice, she naturally wants to draw a clear line with Chu Chen and satisfy this little brother, so Zhou Ling scolded Chu Chen sharply. Ha ha ha. It was successful again, and a proud smile appeared on the young man's face. Relying on this method, I made a lot of girls. To be honest, he is not the master of Reyes, but a guest of Luo Yongning. He was just a driver, the driver of the true owner of the Rolls-Royce. The boss is Luo Yongning's friend. Today, the boss came to Luofu for tea. He brought the boss by car, and he stayed outside and waited. You know, most of the people who own Rolls-Royce are middle-aged bosses with successful careers, or old chairmen of the board. They are old, their physical strength is not very good, and they have status, who still drives by themselves. Therefore, the vast majority of those who own a Rolls-Royce will hire a driver. Just like in the legend. It is not necessarily a prince who rides a white horse, but a Tang monk. And driving a Rolls-Royce is not necessarily a rich man, it is very likely a driver. Ordinary people are not qualified to know Rolls-Royce owners at all, so they don't know this kind of thing. He relied on the boss Rolls-Royce, but he seduced a lot of money-loving women. Today, get another one. Ha ha ha. The young people are very proud. Poor Pen, let's go, don't get in the way here, there is any car here, if you scratch it, you will lose your family. The young man waved his hand at Chu Chen. Riding a shared bicycle is naturally a waste of money, which is worth thinking about. As for this kid who was also invited as a guest, it was even more impossible. According to their boss, the people who come here to drink tea are old friends and brothers. Those are the big guys in Hangcheng. Is it possible for a hairy boy in his 20s to be brothers with those bigwigs and billionaires? Don't talk about him, even a person with brains won't believe it. Don't get in the way here. After the youth finished speaking, Zhou Ling immediately agreed and scolded Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but muttered. Liar with green tea, absolutely. Chu Chen's face showed a smile that was not a smile, and he was very emotional. The owner of this car, Chu Chen, is also a little impressed. I saw it at a reception before. It was a middle-aged Mediterranean man. How could it be this young man? Moreover, if it is a guest here, will it stay outside, stay in the car and not go in? Fraud? Being dismantled by Chu Chen, the young man immediately panicked. Little thing, what are you talking about? The young man scolded Chu Chen to hide his panic. Green tea, are you green tea? Your whole family is green tea? Zhou Ling was the most sensitive to others, saying that she was green tea, and also scolded Chu Chen angrily. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from Luo's house. A man in a suit came out. He was Luo Yongning's secretary. Driver Lu, Mr. Wang asked you to take out the bottle of good wine in his car. After coming out, Luo Yongning's secretary Ling Qingqing. Yes. The young man didn't dare to be worried, and immediately went back to the Rolls-Royce to get the wine. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ling was dumbfounded. Driver Lu? He is the driver, not the owner of this Rolls-Royce, nor a friend of Luo Yongning? Zhou Ling asked Luo Yongning's secretary. Watch your words. Luo Yongning's secretary snorted coldly. The owner of this Rolls-Royce is President Wang. He is the driver of President Wang. Of course, he is not the owner of this car. What? These words fell into Zhou Ling's ears like a bolt from the blue. Driver? Driver? Is he just a bad driver? Zhou Ling was furious. She was actually deceived. She has always lied to others, and today is the first time she has been lied to. Driver Lu. Zhou Ling scolded angrily and turned to look at the young man. After speaking, Luo Yongning's secretary was ready to go back. Mr. Chu, you are here. Just as he turned his head, Luo Yongning's secretary saw Chu Chen, so he hurriedly spoke respectfully. He followed Luo Yongning and naturally thought that Chu Chen was gone. Mr. Luo has been waiting for you for a long time, please. While speaking, Luo Yongning's secretary bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Zhou Ling and the young driver Lu, who were still arguing, were stunned. What? He is Luo Yongning's guest. How did that happen? Under the amazed eyes of the two, Chu Chen slowly walked into the Luo residence. What? Seeing this, Zhou Ling's mentality exploded, completely crazy. She made the wrong choice. Wrong choice. Let her waste her last chance. Because of this liar, Zhou Ling resented driver Lu to the extreme. At this moment, Zhou Ling, who had lost her mind, beat driver Lu hard. Click. As soon as the two pulled, Mr. Wang's bottle of heavenly wine fell to the ground and shattered. Looking at the wine on the ground, Zhou Ling and driver Lu froze like two stone men. Broken? Broken like that? How much is this bottle of wine? Zhou Ling asked in a trembling voice. It's like more than 3 million, right? Driver Lu swallowed. What are you doing? Secretary Luo Yongning, who was just about to go in, scolded angrily, and the wine was broken. He immediately called someone, took down Zhou Ling and Secretary Lu directly, and waited for President Wang's release. Chu Chen walked into Luofu. This is a very delicate garden, but unfortunately, it is too small. Chu Chen estimates that in terms of area alone, it is probably less than 1/5 of his own plum garden. However, in Hangzhou, where house prices are outrageously high, in the urban area, it is enough to prove Luo Yongning's greatness to be able to get such a small garden. Brother Chu is here. Luo Yongning welcomed Chu Chen into the room. At this moment, there are already several guests in the house. Let me introduce to you, this is the Chu Chen I mentioned earlier, Brother Chu, the young super-rich. Luo Yongning introduced to those old friends. Mr. Chu. President Chu. Several people opened their mouths and greeted Chu Chen. Only a serious middle-aged man looked at Chu Chen and said nothing. A young man actually called them brothers, which made this serious, middle-aged man a little uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to say it out? Where does his face go? This is Mr. Fang from the magic capital, Fang Yisong. Luo Yongning introduced the serious middle-aged man to Chu Chen. Hello, Xiao Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, Fang Yisong, who was very face-saving, opened his mouth and lowered Chu Chen's seniority by 1 generation. Hearing this, the expressions of the other people in the room changed slightly. They all call Mr. Chu brothers and sisters. Your name is Xiao Chu. Isn't this also a generation above us? After all, Fang Yisong is a big boss from the magic capital, and they are not easy to mess with. I heard that Brother Chu has bought a few more buildings in the last few days. It's amazing. Luo Yongning also felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he deliberately found a topic. Could it be that Brother Chu wants to get involved in real estate? Luo Yongning just finished speaking when a sudden voice came. Real estate? That's very simple. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses came in. Some time ago, I built a top-grade apartment in the United States, which was designed by an internationally renowned designer. Elevator directly into the home. The minimum size of the apartment is 500 square meters. The private swimming pool in the building, and there is a helipad on the roof. There is also an aristocratic school in the community. The textbooks are from Harvard, and the cost is $8,000 per square meter. For sale to the outside world, it is $20,000 per square meter. I don't make much money now. It's less than $2 billion. As soon as he got up, the man showed off. $2 billion? Isn't that more than 10 billion? It's just a community that makes more than 10 billion? I go. Everyone's eyes were focused on the identity of this man, and they were extremely shocked. Mr. Luo just introduced Xiao Chu to everyone. Now I'll introduce you to He Gao Qi and Brother He. After seeing the man, Fang Yisong stood up and introduced it proudly. Brother He I met by chance on the road before. I just came back from the United States and want to invest in China. Fang Yisong has been frightened by He Gaoqi's terrifying financial resources. Fang Yisong was very proud to introduce it to everyone at this moment. Look at the He Gaoqi that you introduced, that is the real rich man. Look at the person Luo Yongning introduced, he is just a junior. This time, brother, he brought a full $5 billion to invest in China. Fang Yisong reminded everyone. $5 billion? Back? More than 30 billion. This is equivalent to half the worth of many people present. It's just an investment, and I just took out 30 billion casually, which is awesome. Brother he, are you a real estate agent? Someone asked curiously, what business does this brother he do? It has such a terrifying wealth. No, I only recently got involved in real estate. I started out as a website abroad before. Websites rely on the click-through rate, and various dark box operations increase the click-through rate. As soon as the click-through rate goes up, the next one will come up. How much money you put in? Add 0 and you'll sell it. When someone talks about an acquisition, they have to cash out immediately, and don't talk about any shares or the like. If you are lucky, you can earn more than 1 billion a year. And billions are not a problem. That's right, it's dollars. He Gaoqi talked eloquently. The people present, although they are all rich, know very little about websites, especially foreign websites. Now hearing He Gaoqi's words, these people are all emotional. Really young and promising, it's amazing. Because of Fang Yisong's introduction, everyone subconsciously believed He Gaoqi's words. Mr. He is amazing. $1 billion a year, billions of dollars in profits, too strong? Mr. He is probably worth tens of billions of dollars now. These bigwigs have touted He Gaoqi one after another. Seeing this, Fang Yisong smiled even more. Little Chu, you have to learn more from brother He. Look at brother He, he's not a few years older than you. Fang Yisong said to Chu Chen. If Xiaochu wants to learn, I can help Xiaochu for free. I don't know how many people lined up abroad to ask me to teach them. He Gaoqi also spoke, teaching Chu Chen like an elder. Luo Yongning's face changed slightly. This Fang Yisong is too much. He invited him because he wanted to make friends with Fang Yisong because he was a rich man from the capital. Result: just as Fang Yisong and He Gaoqi were talking eloquently, Luo Yongning's secretary came in. Mr. Chu, there are several foreigners outside who want to see you and say what is a Prada executive. After entering, Luo Yongning's secretary said. Huh? Chu Chen raised his brows, a little surprised. Prada executives, please come in. Luo Yongning ordered. In the room, other people were stunned when they heard this. The executives of the world's largest luxury brands, what are they doing here? The people present, even Luo Yongning, did not know the identity of Chu Chen's global president of Prada. Hearing this, He Gaoqi's face changed slightly, and he looked around in a panic, and it seemed that he was a little nervous. Soon, the Prada executives who came to visit Chu Chen came in. Hello, President. Hello, President. After entering, these Prada executives greeted Chu Chen respectfully. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. President? Brother Chu is actually the president of Prada? I go. And when He Gaoqi saw one of Prada's executives, his face changed greatly, and he stepped back again. And again. It's you? At this time, the Prada executive also noticed He Gaoqi. Don't let him run away. He is a big international liar. Pointing at He Gaoqi, the Prada executive shouted anxiously. International liar? He Gaoqi is a liar? Hearing this sentence, everyone present was dumbfounded. How can that be possible? Isn't this what Fang Yisong, the big guy from the magic capital, introduced? How did you become a big liar? Impossible, how could brother he be a liar? Fang Yisong said confidently. You must be wrong. However, the guilty He Gaoqi did not wait for the Prada executive to finish speaking, and immediately turned around and ran outside. Seeing this scene, Fang Yisong went home embarrassed. Real? Is He Gaoqi really a liar? Stop him. Luo Yongning said immediately. This isn't his home, how could He Gaoqi run away? Less than half a minute later, He Gaoqi was framed in by 2 bodyguards who were as tall as a horse. I didn't expect to meet you in Huaxia. You liar. The Prada executive who recognized He Gaoqi came to He Gaoqi's side and slapped He Gaoqi a few times. If it weren't for the fact that the president was here, I'm afraid the Prada executive would have done it. He is a big liar, named Pete. He has cheated in the high society of Europe and the United States. Because of his superb tricks, he has cheated more than $1 billion. Before, I was cheated of 10 million by him. The Prada executive explained to the crowd, he is now wanted. After listening, everyone suddenly realized. Just now, they were fooled around by this liar. They are worthy of being a big international liar who can deceive. $1 billion. I said that a community, no matter how high-end it is, how can the profit be so high? That's right, what about the 30 billion investment, what a joke. When you build a website abroad, you can earn more than $1 billion a year, which is too exaggerated. A few bosses were shocked just now. But in retrospect, He Gaoqi's words did have some loopholes. Thinking about it, everyone looked at Fang Yisong. This He Gaoqi was introduced by him, wouldn't Fang Yisong be a big liar too? Being stared at by these people, Fang Yisong was a little creepy, and he was helpless. This time, it's really embarrassing. I was also deceived. I met him by chance before. Seeing that he talks well, I chatted a little more. I didn't expect to be fooled. Fang Yisong said very ashamedly. In any case, he is also a wealthy businessman in the magic capital, so he was fooled by a liar. This time the matter spread out, he is really going to become a big joke. His old face is lost. The matter of He Gaoqi came to an end, and everyone thought of Chu Chen's identity. The world's luxury brand, the president of Prada? OMG. Is Chu Chen so arrogant? He's only in his 20s. It's too bullshit. It turns out that Chu is always low-key, and he is actually the global president of Prada. Brother Chu is too powerful. We were all fooled just now. It turns out that the most powerful person is Brother Chu. These bosses sighed, and at this moment, they really admired Chu Chen. A faint smile appeared on Luo Yongning's face. Can he see people wrong? He is not Fang Yisong. And Fang Yisong felt hot on his face. It's my short-sightedness. With a sigh, Fang Yisong said very lonely. Fang Yisong apologized to Chu Chen again. And again. The tea is almost finished. Since these Prada executives are here, Chu Chen will leave first and talk to these Prada executives. Seeing Chu Chen leaving, Fang Yisong felt extremely emotional. Chu Chen is actually the president of Prada, which he never expected. By the way, Brother Chu is also the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group. Looking at the dumbfounded Fang Yisong, Luo Yongning added. What? Fang Yisong was even more shocked. So smart. No, it's not sincere to apologize like that. Mr. Luo, where does Mr. Chu live? I want to go to the door. To apologize. Fang Yisong decided to save it. Not to mention, Luo Yongning was really asked by Fang Yisong. He really didn't know where Brother Chu lived. You can take a look at the company he just started. Finally, Luo Yongning told Fang Yisong the address of the asset management company that Chu Chen had opened before. Okay, Mr. Xiao Luo. After Fang Yisong found out, he left immediately. He had to come to the door to apologize, so he couldn't go empty-handed, so Fang Yisong hurriedly went to prepare gifts. Try to go to Mr. Chu's company this afternoon. In the afternoon, I simply had a meal with these Prada executives, not far from the asset management company I just started. Chu Chen stopped by the company to take a look. As soon as Chu Chen walked into the general manager's office, he saw a somewhat sad Mo Yuan. What's wrong? Chu Chen asked with concern. Someone. Who dares to bully him? It's nothing, I just thought of my mother who passed away. Mo Yuan adjusted her emotions and replied to Chu Chen. After thinking for a while, Mo Yuan looked at Chu Chen very seriously. It just so happens that President Chu is here. I have something I want to confess. Mo Yuan said seriously. If you continue to hide it from you, it's not good. I want to tell you the truth. After listening, you can continue to use me or fire me. We are friends, I will help you with anything. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Mo Yuan has helped herself a lot, and she has something to do, so Chu Chen is naturally obliged. Actually, my dad is the chairman of the Magic Capital Vientiane Group. What? Chu Chen was very surprised. He had heard of this Vientiane Group. That is a real behemoth, with a market value of about 200 billion. Chu Chen had noticed before that Mo Yuan was very good in terms of taste and vision, not like an ordinary person. Didn't expect Mo Yuan to be a rich woman worth 200 billion? My mother died when I was a child. And my father married another woman. When I was in college, I had a falling out with my family, and the relationship has been stiff until now. Mo Yuan opened her mouth. Hearing this, Chu Chen roughly guessed it. This should be the story of a vicious stepmother. Yesterday, I accidentally received a call from that woman. Mo Yuan sighed softly. That woman, of course, was referring to Mo Yuan's stepmother. She threatened me and told me to voluntarily give up my inheritance. If she doesn't give up, as the daughter of the chairman of the Vientiane Group, Mo Yuan will naturally be able to get a part of the property, let alone tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Mo Yuan said worriedly. This stepmother of mine is from a wealthy family in Modu, and the family is very powerful. Mo Yuan said what she was most worried about. She said that if I didn't voluntarily give up my inheritance, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Mo Yuan didn't care about herself, but she was afraid that Chu Chen and the company would be affected because of her own reasons. She said she would send someone over today and ask me to sign. While Mo Yuan was talking, a madman walked into the company. The arrogant man has some sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks, and he is wearing a gorgeous suit, as if he is wearing a monkey's crown. This is the company that the little slut Mo Yuan mentioned by my sister? He took out his mobile phone and glanced at the address, and the man with the pointed mouth was sure that he had come to the wrong place. He was none other than Mo Yuan's stepmother's younger brother, Huang Feiyang. That little bitch. Is okay, he became the general manager at such a young age. I don't know if I've become a junior. To the boss here. Huang Feiyang made a malicious speculation in his heart. Holding the documents his sister gave him, Huang Feiyang walked into the company. At the same time, Fang Yisong, the boss from the magic capital, also prepared a big gift to apologize to Chu Chen. Not knowing where Chu Chen lived, he could only come to Chu Chen's asset management company. Even if Mr. Chu is not in the company, the people in the company must know the specific address of Mr. Chu. Drive. Thinking about it, Fang Yisong got into the car and ordered the driver to go straight to Chu Chen Asset Management Company. In the general manager's office, Mo Yuan continued to talk to Chu Chen. My stepmother is from the wealthy Huang family in the magic capital, and my mother is only from an ordinary family. When my mother died, my father married my stepmother Huang Biyu in order to develop in the magic capital. Afterwards, they had a daughter, my only sister. It stands to reason that after Mo Yuan's father dies in the future, Mo Yuan and her younger sister will be the legal heirs, and each of them will receive about 100 billion. However, Mo Yuan's stepmother, Huang Biyu, made trouble against Mo Yuan without telling her husband, so that her daughter could occupy all the inheritance and enjoy the Vientiane group with a market value of around 200 billion. Mo Yuan's stepmother, Huang Biyu, was naturally fearless, with the wealthy Huang family in the magic capital behind her back. What's more, the relationship between Mo Yuan and her father is now at a freezing point, which makes Huang Biyu more confident. Before Huang Biyu called Mo Yuan, if she made a threat, if Mo Yuan did not agree, she would attack the company. My grandparents are still in the magic capital. I'm worried that if the Huang family goes crazy, they will attack them. In addition to the company, the safety of her grandparents was also Mo Yuan's greatest concern. Grandpa and grandmother are over 80 years old and can't stand the toss. Hearing Mo Yuan's worry, Chu Chen just wanted to comfort Mo Yuan. A worried voice came. Sir, you can't rush in. Boom. The next second, despite the dissuasion of the company's employees, Huang Feiyang kicked open the door of the general manager's office and walked in swaggeringly. Oh? And a little white face? As he spoke, Huang Feiyang sat down on the sofa savagely. As a member of the wealthy Huang family in the magic capital, Huang Feiyang's style of doing things is very in line with his name, flying domineering. As a playboy, Huang Feiyang is ignorant and incompetent, and his status in the Huang family is not high. He has been doing some great things for the family. To threaten Mo Yuan, Huang Biyu immediately thought of this younger brother. Threats are his forte. Little bitch, sign it. Huang Feiyang took out the document of voluntarily giving up inheritance rights prepared by Huang Biyu before and put it on the coffee table. I don't want to say anything else, I just want to tell you that I already know the addresses of those two old guys. Huang Feiyang said with a sneer, like a poisonous snake. Mo Yuan's face changed, but what she was worried about still happened. Dare to speak out in my company, you are the first. Chu Chen spoke lightly. Oh? Your company, I didn't expect it to be a little white face? Huang Feiyang was a little surprised. At first, he thought that Chu Chen was a little white face. On the way here, Huang Feiyang has already checked, this company has just opened, and it is not a big company at all. With the support of the Huang family, he is naturally not afraid. What about your company, boy? I advise you to leave today's affairs alone. The Huang family of the demon capital, you can't afford it. Huang Feiyang threatened Chu Chen. Really? A cynical smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Boy, are you looking for death? Huang Feiyang scolded Chu Chen angrily, not wanting to talk too much with the boss of a small company like Chu Chen. The energy of the giants is not what you can imagine. Believe it or not, just a phone call from me can make your company go bankrupt, make you heavily in debt, and become a bereaved dog. Presumptuous, who would dare to say that to Mr. Chu? Huang Feiyang's voice just fell, and an angry shout came. The next second, Fang Yisong, the boss of the magic capital, walked in with his bodyguard. Mr. Chu. After entering, Fang Yisong greeted Chu Chen respectfully. Fang Yisong? In the office, after seeing Fang Yisong, Huang Feiyang was extremely surprised. Why is he here? As a child of the Huang family, Huang Feiyang met Fang Yisong at a dance party. The Huang family? Fang Yisong also noticed Huang Feiyang. Mr. Fang, I hope you don't interfere in today's affairs, otherwise, it will be bad for you. Huang Feiyang opened his mouth. After being stunned by Huang Feiyang and Chu Chen for a while, Fang Yisong immediately made a choice. If you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Chu, give me a slap. Fang Yisong just finished speaking, his two bodyguards started directly. Pop, pop. The next second, a loud slap came. Fang Yi, you bastard, one is a playboy who is not taken seriously in the Huang family, and the other is Chu Chen, who should be chosen at a glance. Of course, if I taught Huang Feiyang a lesson today, I am afraid I will offend the Huang family. If it was before, if he didn't know Chu Chen's identity, maybe he would be entangled. But after Chu Chen became the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, he did not hesitate. You know, behind Hilton is the super chaebol Blackstone Group. Not to mention one Huang family, even 5 or even 10, are not the opponents of the Blackstone Group. His mouth stinks. Looking at Fang Yisong's bodyguard, Chu Chen added. The two bodyguards were stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Chu Chen meant, so they attacked even more ruthlessly. In the end, Huang Feiyang's mouth full of teeth was knocked out. Not only that, but 2 arms were also broken. This is not the magic capital, it's my company, it's not your Huang family's turn to be wild. Chu Chen came to Huang Feiyang's side. Go back and tell Huang Biu, don't worry too much, otherwise, I don't mind going to the magic capital, go to Huang's house for a walk. You? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Huang Feiyang was stunned. Is this kid threatening him, the Huang family? Huang Feiyang has grown up so big, this is the first time I have seen someone dare to threaten the dignified and powerful Huang family. Under the momentum of Chu Chen, Huang Feiyang was frightened. Throw him out, no, throw him out of Hangqing. He is here, polluting the air in Hangzhou. Finally, Chu Chen ordered. After dealing with Huang Feiyang, Fang Yisong and Chu Chen chatted for a while before leaving. If something happens, tell me in time. After saying something to Mo Yuan, Chu Chen also left. Not long after leaving the company, Chu Chen received a call from his cousin, Chu Danyun. Said that she was done with the matter, and she wanted to send the car to Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked around and told Chu Danyun an address. Standing in the same place, Chu Chen was a little thirsty. After looking around, he found that there was a supermarket not far away, and Chu Chen walked in. Chu Chen found a shelf selling drinks and chose as he walked. Opposite, another man is also shopping for drinks. Neither of them paid attention and accidentally bumped into each other. Sorry. Excuse me. Chu Chen and the man spoke one after another. Chu Chen? Chen Hang? The two recognized each other. They both belonged to the same community and knew each other. Chen Hang was a few years older than Chu Chen. After graduating from Hangqing University, he stayed in Hangqing. Why did you come to Hangqing? Chen Hang was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet Chu Chen here. I'll come to Hangqing for a few days. Long time no see, the two chatted. Hey, it's better not to settle in Hangqing in the future. Chen Hang told Chu Chen as a visitor. The prices in Hangzhou are too expensive. Look, my wife likes seafood, so I bought 2 king crabs and spent more than 6,000. In our Jiangzhou, 2 king crabs are at most 3 or 4,000. And abalone. The Australian lobster I bought before, the Boston lobster, is not cheap. I'm tired of eating it. While talking, Chen Hang flipped through his shopping cart. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. Needless to say, Chen Hang was pretending to show off what he bought. However, now you are not pretending to be coercive, but are you pretending to be poor? Just talking about seafood, Chen Hang felt a little unsatisfactory. Wherein life is not forced. If you don't pretend, what's the point of life? Directly pretending to be coercive is too low. After a long period of special research, Chen Hang has realized the super skill, the method of pretending to be poor. Since then, it has been out of control, and all kinds of pretending to be strong have fallen in front of him, and all kinds of gold worshippers have fallen behind. In addition to the price, the rooms in Hangqing are also ridiculously expensive. Only showing off what he eats is too low level, and Chen Hang began to rise to the house. A better house costs tens of thousands per square meter in Hangzhou. You must have heard of it? While pretending to be coercive, Chen Hang asked Chu Chen, wanting to let Chu Chen cooperate with him. Chu Chen nodded. Having just bought 3 buildings, Chu Chen naturally knew that the housing prices in Hangzhou were very expensive. He felt it deeply. That is, it's too difficult to buy a house in Hangzhou without a few million. I'm so poor that I finally bought 2 houses in Hangqing, but when I wanted to buy a third one, I ran out of money. I have only collected half of the third set. If I want to collect the other half, I am afraid it will take a year. I am really poor. The more he pretends, the more Chen Hang gets into the play, and the actor-level acting skills are on the line. Several passing guests around heard this and stopped one after another. The third house? With half the money, you can buy a third set within a year, which is amazing. The local tyrant. What local tyrant? I'm a poor man. Chen Hang retorted, an extremely low-key answer. By the way, Chu Chen, what do you do? While doing this, Chen Hang asked Chu Chen. Unemployed at home. Really don't look for a job in Hangqing. The price of goods in Hangzhou is very high, but the salary is ridiculously low. My monthly salary is only 150,000 yuan, and my annual salary is less than 2 million. My wife's salary is only 50,000 yuan a month. If it weren't for the help of her family, we would not be able to buy a house. Chen Hang continued to pretend to be coercive and poor. Um. Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded. The salary of the two of you is indeed too low. I talked to you for a while, and the money you two earned in a year has already arrived. Seeing Chu Chen nodding, Chen Hang thought that Chu Chen was frightened by his own words, and after agreeing with his words, Chen Hang became more and more proud. Pretending is cool. Always pretending to be cool. The two settled the bill and walked outside. Food and clothing. The food and the house are finished, so it's time for the car. Walking outside, Chen Hang stopped in front of a white Porsche Taycan. The car I just bought cost a total of 1.7 million yuan. I felt distressed at the time. Putting things on the car and touching the Porsche Taycan, Chen Hang said. After buying this car, I only have 1 million left in my savings. Too poor. Chen Hang was very emotional. Your sister-in-law didn't buy a luxury car. It's a $1 million BMW X6. The two of us can't do it anymore, we can only live such a poor life. Chu Chen, you have to cheer up. Chen Hang patted Chu Chen's shoulder and said. At this moment, Chen Hang felt extremely relieved. On the way of pretending to be forceful, it is really lonely as a cloud, and I have never met an opponent. How lonely is invincible, how empty is invincible, Chen Hang composed the music for himself in his mind. By the way, where is your car, Chu Chen? My car? Chu Chen looked around and happened to see his cousin driving his Lycan Hypersport not far away looking for him, so Chu Chen waved his hand and signaled to his cousin that he was here. After 10 seconds, my cousin parked the car in front of Chu Chen. Xiang Chuchen, Lycan Hypersport, pays you back. With that said, the cousin returned the car keys to Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, standing aside, Chen Hang, who was feeling how lonely Invincible was instantly petrified. What the hell? Supercar? Is Chu Chen's car a supercar? And it's the legendary Lycan Hypersport. He has seen Fast and Furious 7, and of course he has seen this world-class supercar Lycan Hypersport. Although I don't know how much this car is worth, in a conservative estimate, it will cost tens of millions. Chu Chen actually drove tens of millions of Lycan Hypersports. Chen Hang was stunned. This Lycan Hypersport is a good car, but not for girls. He and Chu Chen didn't need to see the outside world, and Chu Danyun spoke. Well, it's really not suitable for girls. Chu Chen nodded and said to Chu Danyun, Sister, I still have a few cars there, and they are idle there. You go back with me. Choose the right one. Anyway, in his 10 villas, there are 50 or 60 luxury cars. I can't drive it myself, it's just dusty when parked in the garage, it's better to let my cousin drive one. How many more are there? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chen Hang, who was stunned at first, was even more dumbfounded. A Lycan Hypersport with tens of millions of dollars is already quite awesome. How many do you have? Too rich. Goodbye, my cousin, and I will go back to the villa first. After talking to Chen Hang, Chu Chen and Chu Danyun got into the car and galloped away. In place, only Chen Hang was left in a mess in the wind. Back to the villa first? You heard it right. Does Chu Chen have a villa in Hangzhou? Ordinary apartments in Hangzhou are already very expensive, and villas are even more expensive. Chen Hang's whole person is not well. Just now, he was still pretending to be aggressive, showing off that he was about to buy a third house, with 2 cars worth more than 1 million. As a result, now, Chu Chen not only drives tens of millions of supercars, but also lives in a villa, which is full of luxury cars. This gap is too big. Even if you sell all your property, you can't afford to buy someone else's car. Why is there such a big gap between people? Impressed. I'm done. Chen Hang said. At this moment, his face is hot. The pretending to be poor method that he was proud of before overturned. And it overturned a big car. It turned out that Chu Chen nodded when he heard what he said just now, not in shock, but in sympathy for how poor he was. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Hang wanted to cry. Why am I so poor? Chen Hang clutched his heart and said sadly. This time, he was not pretending, but genuine emotion. Did you see it, brother? Even if you dress so well, you're still a poor guy. At this time, two homeless people passed by, and one of them pointed at Chen Hang and said to his companions. That is, even if we were poor, we didn't say that. It's a shame. Another homeless man also said with disgust. After all, the two homeless left, disdained to be with Chen Hang. Masters. Seeing this, Chen Hang almost jumped up in anger. Uncles. I was actually despised by the two homeless people. So special. Back at the villa, Chu Chen took his cousin Chu Danyun to look around, and finally chose a Ferrari for Chu Danyun, which was more suitable for her, and not a supercar. Looking at Chu Chen's huge Huxin Island villa, Chu Danyun sighed as he walked. Is this the legendary dog family? Just now I felt a little ashamed to accept a Ferrari from you, but now it's too big here. Who can believe that there is such a Lake Island villa? This is the life of a rich man, it's really unpretentious. Click. The door of Chu Chen's villa rang, and Mo Yuan walked in. When Mo Yuan came to Hangqing, Chu Chen was too lazy to find a house for her, so he directly arranged her in a villa on Lake Heart Island. Anyway, he had 10 sets and couldn't live there. Mo Yuan stayed at the Huxin Island villa next to Chu Chen. Mo Yuan felt a little embarrassed that Chu Chen was so kind to him, so he took the initiative to contract Chu Chen's dinner. Mo Yuan's cooking skills are excellent. Cough cough. The atmosphere was a little embarrassing. Chu Chen coughed dryly. This is my secretary, Mo Yuan. She is my cousin, Chu Danyun. Chu Chen introduced them to them. The two got to know each other, and Mo Yuan took the initiative to leave to cook in the kitchen. How did you hook up with such a beautiful woman? After seeing Mo Yuan leave, Chu Danyun asked in a low voice. Hook up, what do you mean? It's obviously using my charm. No, you took me into the ditch. Didn't I explain? She is my secretary. Chu Chen corrected. Hee, the secretary came to cook for you, do you also live here? Chu Danyun asked if he had something to say. Is there such a secretary? What is your relationship with her? Friend, good friend. Chu Chen said. Hee, man. Chu Danyun murmured something. Why didn't he believe what Chu Chen said? Chu Chen sent Chu Danyun away. Be nice to others, I think she's pretty good. Before leaving, Chu Danyun told Chu Chen. During dinner, Chu Chen said to Mo Yuan, don't worry about your grandparents. I have sent someone to watch them all the time. There will be no accidents. The Asia-Pacific headquarters of Hilton International Hotel Group is located in Modu, and the headquarters of Prada Greater China is also in Modu. Chu Chen greeted the general manager of Hilton's Asia-Pacific region and the president of Prada's Greater China region to draw their attention. Thank you. Mo Yuan said. After this incident, Chu Chen's favorability in Mo Yuan's heart had reached its peak. The next day, the sound of the system came. Ding, pick in task, go to Xinrong Company, Hengqing branch, to check in, task. Reward, Xinrong 30% of the company's shares, becoming the largest shareholder of Xinrong, after seeing the task of the system. Chu Chen was extremely surprised. Xinrong the company's largest shareholder? Chu Chen checked it with his mobile phone, and the market value of Xinrong was not high, only 112 billion. Chu Chen's 30% stake is worth more than 3 billion. However, Xinrong is the largest shareholder of Weibo, accounting for 44.9% and 71% of the voting rights, and has absolute control over Weibo. The second largest shareholder is Papa Ma's Ali, accounting for 30% and 15.8% of the voting rights. Far less than Xinrong. If you become the largest shareholder of Xinrong, so didn't he also become the largest shareholder of Weibo? Thesis, very arrogant. Walk. Without any hesitation, Chu Chen immediately went to Xinrong Hangzhou branch. Half an hour later, Chu Chen came to the side of Xinrong Hangzhou branch. Stopping the car, Chu Chen went straight to the branch office. Give it up, let it all go. You stand on the side of the road. In front of the Xinrong branch, a mean-looking woman in heavy clothes was directing 5 or 6 bodyguards in black to let passers-by make way? Why? Why should we give way? Hearing the words of the woman in dark clothes, some passers-by became unhappy. They are all pedestrians. Now being asked to give way to the road, I can only stand on the side of the road, and no matter who it is, I will be extremely dissatisfied. Why? Just because our Chung Tao is coming soon. This road, we can only let our Chung Tao go first. The thick-dressed woman said arrogantly. Wang Chung Tao, a popular first-line young meat, has countless crazy female fans. Hearing this, the passers-by who were stopped were even more angry. Isn't it just a little fresh meat star, not a big man, or a person who has contributed to society? Why should we make way for him? I protest, he is not qualified to let us make way for him. Everyone is an ordinary person, why do you rely on your face to eat, without the slightest acting skills? The little fresh meat star who only dances like a mother is so domineering, asking everyone to make way for him. What did you say? Why is Chung Tao unworthy of our family? He is a male god, and he is the only one. As soon as he came out, even the sun dimmed. He is the sky, he is the earth. Hearing the words of these passers-by, the woman in dark clothes scolded everyone with great excitement. What are you guys who can make way for our family Chung Tao? That's your luck, for 3 lifetimes. The woman in thick clothes is unreasonably angry at everyone. At this time, after Chu Chen stopped the car, he walked over. Boy, get out of the way, stand aside and wait. The woman in thick clothes angrily scolded Chu Chen. This road is only allowed for our Chung Tao. When the heavy makeup woman mentioned Wang Chung Tao, golden light flashed in her eyes. Going your own way and being targeted? Hearing the words of the woman in thick clothes, Chu Chen was extremely surprised. Another crazy female fan. Ding, arrived at Xinrong Hangzhou branch, whether to sign in or not. At this time, the sound of the system came. Sign in. Sign in successfully, congratulations on becoming the largest shareholder of Xinrong, and the largest shareholder of Weibo, the boss behind the scenes, with the success of Chu Chen sign in. Chu Chen successfully became the largest shareholder of Xinrong Company and Weibo, the boss behind the scenes. As Chu Chen became the largest shareholder of Xian Rang, some Xian Rang and the contact information of Weibo executives appeared on Chu Chen's mobile phone. Boy, are you deaf? Chu Chen was busy signing in and stood still. Seeing this scene, the woman in thick clothes thought that Chu Chen was specifically against her, and was very angry. Go away. And get out of the way. The woman in thick clothes finally ordered Chu Chen, but Chu Chen still stood there indifferently, not moving. Good, very good. Women in thick clothes are very angry. Dare to make trouble for her. When Qingtao is about to come, the old lady doesn't take care of you well, the old lady is not fan. Young man, great. Why should we make way for him, a little fresh meat that poisons culture? We support you and don't make way for him. Because of the bodyguards of the women in dark clothes, these passers-by were a little scared, and no one dared to stand up first. But now, with Chu Chen taking the lead, they are no longer afraid. These passers-by rushed out from the roadside, stood behind Chu Chen, and confronted the woman in thick clothes. The thick-dressed woman was even more pissed off. You have no right to ask us to make way, Chu Chen said to the woman in thick clothes. Not qualified? The woman in dark clothes was speechless for a while, not knowing how to answer. After looking around, I finally noticed the building next to the Xinrong Hangzhou branch. The woman in thick clothes had confidence. This is the building of the Xinrong branch. This pedestrian street near Xinrong was built with funds from Xinrong. I'm the director of Xinrong. Do you think I'm qualified to ask? You? Women in thick clothes are foxes and fake tigers. She is indeed a supervisor of Xinrong, and she is also the owner of several Wang Qingtao fan groups, the administrator of Wang Qingtao's Super Talk, and Wang Qingtao's Die Hard fan. She even took advantage of her position to secretly help Wang Qingtao to publicize, and so on. Hearing this, the passers-by couldn't refute for a while. This small pedestrian street is indeed newly funded and built, which is convenient for travel. Oh? A sudden voice came. You are the supervisor of Xinrong, but unfortunately, it will not be the case soon. After all, Chu Chen made a phone call. Hee, who do you think you are? You can get me fired with just one phone call? The dark-dressed woman sneered. You know, she is the cousin of a new executive, who can fire her. By the way, my name is Meng Nan. The woman in thick clothes was so confident that she even took the initiative to tell Chu Chen what her name was. There was more than one person who had reported her and wanted to bring her down. But she is still standing here handsomely. Fire Meng Nan. The phone was connected, and Chu Chen opened his mouth. Yes. The general manager of Xinrong personally received the call. This is a call from the largest shareholder, how can he not be taken seriously? Don't dare to delay. For a second, the general manager personally called the personnel department. Looking at Chu Chen, Meng Nan said arrogantly, finished calling? But why am I still standing here safe and sound? I'm so scared. Seeing this, several passers-by behind Chu Chen sighed. At first glance, this woman is related, and it is not something they can bring down. Just when Meng Nan was arrogant, her phone suddenly rang. I'm the manager of the new personnel department. Now I'm officially letting you know that you have been fired from the company. Please come back as soon as possible to pack up and go through the formalities. After answering the phone, a cold voice came from inside. What? Meng Nan was dumbfounded. Fired? Was she really fired by Xian Rang? Impossible. It's fake. This must be fake. Meng Nan looked sluggish. And kept muttering. I go. Really fired. This guy is so arrogant. Originally, those passers-by were ready to give up. And left. Unexpectedly, the arrogant Meng Nan would be fired in the next second. This young man has so much energy. Just then, a pink Lamborghini stopped. A young woman with extremely low value walked down. Sister Meng, where's Qing Tao? Is Qing Tao here? The young woman came to Meng Nan's side and asked excitedly. She is also Wang Qingtao's brain-disabled female fan. She heard that Wang Qingtao was going to appear here, so she hurried over. Yu Yuning? Meng Nan's eyes lit up. Yu Yuning is the eldest miss of the wealthy Yu family. In Hangzhou, even the general manager of the Xinrong branch would not dare to provoke her. Yuning, this kid dares to scold our Qingtao. And it's because he's making trouble here, Qingtao won't come. Pointing at Chu Chen, Meng Nan said loudly. Just before Chu Chen called, Meng Nan had just received the news. It was said that Wang Qingtao had already gone to the airport because of a temporary emergency, and would not come. And she resented Chu Chen to the extreme. Meng Nan hopes to use Yu Yuning and the wealthy Yu family behind Yu Yuning to ruthlessly rectify Chu Chen. So, make up a lie. What? After hearing what Meng Nan said, Yu Yuning exploded. Not coming. I have been excited for so long, and I have been looking forward to it for so long. Just because of this kid, their family Qingtao didn't come. What's more, he actually dared to scold Qingtao. What? Yu Yuning rushed towards Chu Chen like a shrew. However, before Chu Chen could do anything, Yu Yuning slapped her foot because she was wearing high heels. Gudong. She fell directly to the ground. You dare to do something to miss you? Seeing this, Meng Nan had an idea and ran over quickly, scolding Chu Chen. Falling to the ground, Yu Yuning was a little stunned. Didn't she fall by herself? It's all because of you. Yu Yuning also scolded Chu Chen unreasonably, with a savage look. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be able to slap his feet. You wait for me. You. Yuning scolded Chu Chen. This is what Meng Nan wanted to see the most. Boy, let me tell you, miss. You is the daughter of the wealthy Yu family, and you actually did something to her. You're dead, the Yu family will definitely not let you go. The Yu family is a wealthy family with hundreds of billions of dollars. Facing the behemoth of the Yu family, I am afraid that even the new general manager would not dare to provoke it. What? Is she the eldest lady of the Yu family? Young man, run away, that's the Yu family. Those passers-by had already turned pale with fright, and quickly persuaded Chu Chen. The wealthy Yu family is a well-known big family in Hangqing, with a total asset of more than 100 billion. Even some bigwigs in Hangzhou should be respectful when they see the head of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, this unruly lady is actually a member of the Yu family, which is really a big disaster. Those who provoke the Yu family usually end up miserably. These passers-by persuaded Chu Chen to leave quickly, and some people told Chu Chen to leave Hangqing. Boy, you're finished. Looking at Chu Chen, the woman in thick clothes was extremely arrogant. Is it? Chu Chen replied lightly, not caring at all. Give way. A sudden voice came. I saw behind, the owner of a Bentley opened the window and shouted. In an instant, everyone looked at the guests. Who is it? Why should the old lady make way for you? The heavy makeup woman turned around and angrily scolded the owner of the Bentley. With Yu Yuning, the eldest lady of the Yu family, here, she was not afraid of anyone. Before, she rudely ordered others to give way, which she felt very normal. But now, someone ordered her to give way, and the woman in dark clothes was instantly angry. Who do you think you are? The heavy makeup woman scolded the Bentley owner meanly. Cousin? Looking at the owner of the Bentley, the unruly lady of the Yu family shouted in surprise. Cousin? Hearing this name, everyone was stunned. The unruly young lady of the Yu family called the owner of the Bentley a cousin. Does that mean that this young man is the eldest son of the Yu family? What? The arrogant woman in heavy clothes was instantly dumbfounded. Is this young man who drives a Bentley Yu Yuning's cousin? Is it the eldest young master of the Yu family? He was actually arrogant to the eldest young master of the Yu family. In an instant, the face of the woman in dark clothes turned pale. Maz. In the Bentley, the young master of the Yu family immediately became angry when he heard the words of the woman in dark clothes. As the eldest young master of the dignified Yu family, he almost walked sideways in Hangqing. When has he been scolded like this by others? After stopping the car, the young master of the Yu family came over and gave the woman in thick clothes 2 feet. What? Being kicked to the ground, the woman in dark clothes screamed. Cousin. Someone murdered me and hurt my foot. You help me teach him a lesson. Seeing his cousin coming, Yu Yuning pulled his cousin, turned to look at Chu Chen, and said meanly. Pointing at Chu Chen, Yu Yuning said proudly. This is my cousin, Yu Jia, who is honorably called Brother Jia. I only need a phone call to teach you a lesson. The more he talked, the more proud Yu Yuning became. It's not the first time that her cousin has helped her teach others a lesson. This time, with her cousin's support, she is not afraid of anyone. Yu Yuning has to speak. At this time, after seeing Chu Chen, Yu Yuning's cousin Yu Jia immediately walked over excitedly, grabbed Chu Chen's hand, and said politely, Brother Chen, long time no see, you are handsome again. Yu Jia's words carried an undisguised condescension. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuning was dumbfounded. She was about to mock Chu Chen's words, but she swallowed them. What happened? How is my cousin? Yu Yuning was extremely puzzled. The passers-by around were also confused. They thought that when young Master Yu Jia came, Chu Chen would be even more dangerous. But what they never expected was that the young master of the Yu family came, not only did not do anything to Chu Chen, but was extremely respectful, and even greeted Chu Chen in a pleasing manner. I go. Make no mistake. This is the eldest son of the Yu family. One of their top boys in Hangzhou. At the scene, the most shocked was the woman in dark clothes. Being kicked twice by the eldest and youngest of the Yu family, the woman in dark clothes was already very aggrieved. Now, she is counting on this young master of the Yu family to teach Chu Chen a lesson after hearing Yu Yuning's cry. But how did it become like this? Cousin, what are you doing? Yu Yuning asked in confusion. Let me introduce you, this is my eldest brother, Chu Chen, Brother Chen. Yu Jia opened his mouth. At the birthday party of the Yao sisters before, Yu Jia met Chu Chen under the introduction of Jiang Feilong. He also knew Chu Chen's terrifying identity and was extremely respectful to Chu Chen. Yu Jia had a general understanding of what had just happened, and his face immediately turned gloomy. This cousin of his third uncle's family doesn't usually do anything except chasing stars, and chasing stars. The family has warned Yu Yuning many times that, as the dignified eldest lady of the Yu family, she is actually a brain-dead fan of an actor. If you speak out, it will be a shame for the Yu family. But even so, Yu Yuning remained unrepentant and continued to secretly chase stars. Chasing the stars. You are a disgrace to the Yu family. Yu Jie scolded his cousin and was very angry. He has also always doted on this cousin, and usually makes a little mishap, that's all. But today, she made trouble unreasonably and had a conflict with brother Chen. Isn't this looking for death? After I go back, I will definitely tell the third uncle, let him teach you a lesson, and you are not allowed to go out for half a year. You Jie scolded Yu Yuning. You murdered me. You actually murdered me for him. Usually spoiled, Yu Jie suddenly reprimanded Yu Yuning couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong? From the back seat of the Bentley, a middle-aged man with the aura of a superior came down. Second uncle. Yu Yuning seemed to have grabbed the life-saving straw and hurried over to cry to the middle-aged man. Second uncle, cousin, he murdered me. As Yu Jie's little princess, Yu Yuning has always been favored in the Yu family, and all elders dote on her. This middle-aged man is Yu Jie's father, one of Yu Jie's rulers, the second master of the Yu family. Hearing Yu Yuning's cry, the second master of the Yu family changed slightly. Dad, it's like this. Yu Jie told his father what happened just now. This is the Chu Chen I told you before, brother Chen. Finally, Yu Jie gave his father a look. Hearing this, the second master of the Yu family instantly became serious. He is the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, and the owner of the Hangzhou International Financial Center building. He was very surprised when he heard his son say it before, but he didn't expect to see it, and he was even more shocked. So young? He is only in his 20s, is he already a billionaire with countless properties? Really young and promising. So amazing. Mr. Chu, okay. The second master of the Yu family walked to Chu Chen's side and shook hands with Chu Chen. Politely, as if they were equals. Seeing this scene, everyone was stupid, and there was only one word left in their hearts. What the hell? This is the second master of the Yu family. Even some big bosses in Hangqing would be extremely respectful when they saw it. A real big shot. Now, the second master of the dignified Yu family actually has an equal relationship with this young man, right? Incredible. Incredible. Everyone looked at Chu Chen dumbfounded. Hello. Chu Chen responded. Yuning. The second master of the Yu family turned around, looked at his niece Yu Yuning, and scolded beyond doubt, come here and apologize to your Uncle Chu. It's outrageous. Yuning, come here and apologize to your Uncle Chu. Hearing the words of the second master of the Yu family, everyone present was dumbfounded. Second uncle. Originally, Yu Yuning thought that the second uncle was here, so she could support her, teach this boy a lesson, and reprimand her cousin. But now Uncle Chu? What the hell? How did this kid suddenly become her uncle? Do not do this. The second master of the Yu family snorted coldly, and an invisible aura rushed towards Yu Yuning instantly. Yu Yuning immediately lowered her head. In the Yu family, apart from the old man, the uncle and the second uncle had a high status. Yu Yuning didn't dare to go against the second uncle's words, bowed his head, and walked over aggrieved. Uncle Chu, I'm sorry. After calling several times, finally Yu Yuning called out Uncle Chu with great difficulty. Niece Yu, be nice. Uncle will bring you candy next time. Chu Chen patted Yu Yuning's head, as if his elders were teaching him earnestly. Hearing this, Yu Yuning almost cried. Candy? Do you want candy? Does your whole family want candy? How did things turn out like this? For no reason, he has an uncle who is about the same age as him. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Few passers-by around couldn't help it. I really want to laugh at them. Especially when they saw Yu Yuning, stubborn young lady who was deflated but helpless and weak, they were even more happy. Uncle Chu? The thick-dressed woman who just stood up, the corners of her mouth twitched even more. Her face was extremely ugly. How did things develop to the way they are now? Suddenly, looking at Chu Chen, the woman in thick clothes trembled. The dignified second master of the Yu family actually met his peers. His identity, the more I think about the woman in dark clothes, the more afraid. Ruined. This time, I provoke a very terrifying existence. Brother Chu, this niece of mine has been spoiled by her family since she was a child. She is too spoiled. She can't do anything except chasing stars. Hey. While talking, the second master of the Yu family shook his head, looking like he hated iron. I apologize to you for her, you must not have the same knowledge as the junior. The second master of the Yu family apologized to Chu Chen. Brother Yu, you're welcome. How can I get to know the juniors and niece Yu in the same way? Chu Chen waved his hand. But star chasing, especially the crazy star chasing that doesn't matter together, this is not very good. After Mr. Yu goes back, don't keep niece Yu at home for half a year, and don't freeze all her bank cards, so that she can no longer chase stars. In the end, Chu Chen specially warned. Yup. The second master of the Yu family's eyes lit up. What Brother Chu said was too reasonable. Lock her in the Yu family compound, prevent her from going out, and freeze all her money. Wouldn't she be unable to chase stars? No, Brother Chu. After I go back, I will discuss with my family that I won't lock her up for half a year, but a year. It won't freeze her bank card, but will confiscate all her money and leave her nothing. The second master of the Yu family opened his mouth and acted more ruthlessly than Chu Chen. The dignified Hangzhou city has a young lady who is madly chasing stars, and she is not chasing any real stars. A little fresh meat girl, tell me where to put the faces of their Yu family. What? Second uncle, don't. Yu Yuning was instantly desperate and screamed. Doing so is more uncomfortable than killing her. Don't let Yu Yuning say more. Yu Jia directly dragged Yu Yuning into the Bentley under the eyes of the second master of the Yu family, and asked her to reflect on it. The woman in dark clothes was even paler and wanted to sneak away quietly. She's there, don't let her run away. At this time, a few people from Xinrong Hangqing branch came out and said sharply when they saw the woman in dark clothes. Soon, a few security guards took down the woman in heavy clothing. What are you going to do? The heavily dressed woman questioned. You have been sued by the company for embezzlement and abuse of power, and now I will send you to the police station. The staff spoke up. No, my cousin is a senior executive at the headquarters, it's impossible. The woman in heavy clothes looked disbelieving. Hee, your cousin is just like you. After all. The security guard left with the woman in dark clothes and sent it to the police station. Brother Chu, you must go to our Yu family for tea when you have time. The second master of the Yu family was very warmly invited. Chu Chen agreed. In the end, the Yu family also left. Chu Chen entered the Xinrong branch to take a look, and then left. Looking at Xian Rang and Weibo, Chu Chen was particularly pleasing to the eye. After all, from now on, he is not only the first shareholder of Xinrong, but also the first shareholder of Weibo, the boss behind the scenes. Looking at his own things, of course, is very pleasing to the eye. The next day, Chu Chen received a call from Lu Ruobing's best friend, Cui Junhui, the vice president of the Greater China region of the Hilton International Hotel Group and general manager of the Hangzhou Hilton Hotel. She said something about the hotel and wanted to report it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen and Cui Junhui agreed to meet in a cafe. In the afternoon, Chu Chen came to the cafe a little early. Cui Junhui hadn't come yet. Chu Chen sat down in front of the window on the left, swiping his phone. After a while, the seat opposite Chu Chen was removed, and a woman sat down, not Cui Junhui. Hello, little brother. A woman with a face value of around 70 or 80 sat opposite Chu Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting. Looking at Chu Chen, the woman opened her mouth. Little brother, you look really handsome. Don't know what your job is? How much is the salary? Chu Chen thought it was a boring suitor and opened his mouth. I have worked on Didi, takeout, and now I am unemployed and at home with zero salary. The woman frowned slightly, and her good impression of Chu Chen just now began to change. Hello, are you Qing Zirong, Miss Qing? At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes, dressed as an elite, came over from the seat in front of the window on the right and said to the woman, I am you, I'm Wan Lian, and Aunt Wang introduced me for a blind date. The man said, What? You are Wan Lian, isn't he? The woman was extremely surprised. She got the blind date wrong. The originally agreed meeting place was by the window of this cafe, but it was on the left or the right, and there was no agreement. Seeing that Chu Chen was so handsome by the window, Qing Zirong subconsciously regarded Chu Chen as a blind date. Qing Zirong reluctantly looked away from Chu Chen. Let's go to your place. Looking at Qing Zirong's reluctant gaze, Wan Lian's face changed, and he felt that he was greened by Chu Chen. His blind date was attracted to this kid. No, he must regain face and win back the heart of his blind date. Looking at Chu Chen, Wan Lian has his own plan to pretend to force. He has to rely on his own charm, pretend to be forceful, to win Qing Zirong's heart. He heard Chu Chen's words just now. He used to be a delivery boy and drive Didi? It turned out to be a humble bottom people. And who is he? He is the elite of the society. And his sister is a Weibo Super V with 20 million followers. 100,000, give me this seat. Wan Lian opened his mouth. He is different from others. Others enjoy the process of pretending, but he enjoys the result of pretending. He disdains that kind of fancy tricks. What he wants is the result of pretending, simple and rude. Pretending is Wan Lian's favorite. Wan Lian's voice was very loud, and some customers around looked over. 100,000 yuan to buy a seat, they are Willing. Local tycoon. It's really inhumane, my salary is more than half a year. These guests sighed with emotion and were shocked by the generous Wan Lian. Qing Zirong was also extremely surprised. Is Wan Lian so powerful? Not interested in. Chu Chen responded to him with only 3 words. You boy, don't go too far. Wan Lian said. To tell you the truth, my sister is a Weibo Super V with 20 million followers. Moreover, for the past 3 consecutive years, it has been one of the top 10 influential Weibo verses and one of the top 10 Weibo anchor verses. A few days' income can be compared to a year's income for a humble bottom-level person like you. Hearing Wan Lian's words, everyone was even more surprised. One of Weibo's top 10 influential verses, one of Weibo's top 10 anchor verses. This is so awesome. You must know that Weibo is a gathering place for countless internet celebrities and celebrities. It can stand out from so many people and achieve the top 10 position. So amazing. This is definitely a super influencer. As long as I speak, let my sister post a Weibo, casually, saying that you have no gentleman spirit and no respect for women. Your consequences, Wan Lian sneered. A big V with 20 million fans posts Weibo, and its influence is absolutely terrifying, but once this Weibo is posted, Chu Chen will definitely become the object of everyone's attention. At that time, all kinds of cyber violence, cyber keyboard warriors, etc., will have terrible consequences. Over the years, the horror of cyber violence has emerged. Even good people are reported by those unscrupulous media, and those online keyboard warriors are rhythmic. Even good can become bad. Hearing Wan Lian's threat, the original guests bowed their heads one after another, and no one dared to watch. Oh? After hearing Weibo, Chu Chen became slightly interested. Chu Chen was extremely disgusted with cyber violence. Listen to what you mean, has your sister done this kind of thing more than once? Chu Chen asked. Of course. Wan Lian said proudly, his sister is one of the representatives of rural women's rights. Many people have been sprayed on Weibo. Other people's homes are ruined, what does it have to do with them? By the way, I am now the Deputy General Manager of the Hangzhou Hilton Hotel. Does the Hilton know? That's one of the top 10 international hotel groups, behind the super chaebol Blackstone Group. 1. Lian pretended to force again. His sister had hooked up with Song Li, one of the vice presidents of the Greater China region of Hilton International Hotel Group. Now it seems that Song Li's original partner will be squeezed out. With the help of Song Li, Wan Lian successfully entered the Hilton job, and in 2 years, he improved rapidly. Now he is the Deputy General Manager of Hilton Hangzhou. Wow. Hilton's Deputy General Manager? Qing Zirong covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. OMG. The blind date that Aunt Wang introduced to her this time is amazing. Much better than this handsome boy. Very good. A sneer appeared on Chu Chen's face. Very good. As the behind-the-scenes boss of Weibo and the vice president of Hilton Group, it is necessary for him to clean up the door. Chu Chen sent a message to the top management of Weibo. Now you can let your big V sister post on Weibo. Chu Chen spoke lightly. Oh, you are actually courting death yourself. I will fulfill you. With that said, Wan Lian sent a message to his sister. Under Wan Lian's plea, Sister Wan Lian finally agreed. Opening Weibo, she reprimanded Chu Chen and prepared to send it out. But the next second, she was stunned. Why can't we post on Weibo? She found something unusual. It's not good, Sister Wan, the big thing is bad. Your Weibo has been blocked. At this moment, the assistant ran into her room and said in a panic. What? Wan Lian's sister is stupid. Weibo is her support. If Weibo is blocked, she will be finished. She spends a lot of money, and now she not only has no savings, but also owes tens of millions. Relying on Weibo, doing live broadcasts and bringing goods, etc., she can still pay back the money to make up for the vacancy, but if Weibo is blocked, she's done. Sister Wan Lian began to use her contacts to ask for help everywhere. Finally, she got the news, which was the decision of the highest level of Weibo. Not only that, but she was also investigated. Soon, she received a lawyer's letter. Not only that, her various black materials also jumped up to the Weibo hot search list. For the first time. What is hooking up with a married man, worshipping foreigners, and so on? For a time, the voices on the internet were one-sided, and they all scolded her. Do not. Sister Wan Lian collapsed completely, and all her black materials appeared on the internet like a volcano erupting. What? Weibo is blocked. Wan Lian wanted to urge her sister, but when she heard this, Wan Lian was dumbfounded. It's blocked, my sister's Weibo is blocked. How? Come? How could be? Wan Lian kept muttering. Without his sister, he is nothing. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, the sound of high heels came. A capable beauty came over, it was Cui Junhui. Mr. Cui? After seeing Cui Junhui, Wan Lian immediately became serious. This is the vice president of Hilton Greater China, and also the general manager of Hangzhou Hilton, his immediate boss. However, Cui Junhui did not pay attention to Wan Lian at all, but greeted Chu Chen very politely. Mr. Chu is good. Hearing Cui Junhui's address to Chu Chen, Wan Lian was stunned. President Chu? You came just in time. After seeing Cui Junhui, Chu Chen said, this kind of scum, we don't need it at Hilton. Also, who arranged him into Hilton, let's fire him together. No matter who his backer is. Yes. Cui Junhui nodded. We Hilton? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Wan Lian asked in a trembling voice, who is he? This is the vice president of our Hilton Group, the second largest shareholder, Chu Chen, President Chu. Introduced by Cui Junhui. Gudong. Hearing this, Wan Lian's legs softened and he fell directly to the ground. Hilton Group's second largest shareholder? Paralyzed on the ground, Wan Lian shivered and looked at Chu Chen in horror. This identity, I don't know how many times he is higher, is the boss of his boss's boss. How can that be possible? Dignified Hilton's second largest shareholder, is the vice president so young? Just now, I even pretended to be the Hilton Group, but it turned out to be in front of the second largest shareholder of the group. Isn't this playing a big sword in front of Guangdong and seeking his own death? Ruined. After receiving the order of Chu Chen, Cui Junhui directly contacted the headquarters of the Asia-Pacific region. Cui Junhui knew that Wan Lian's background was Song Li, one of the vice presidents of Hilton Greater China. On the phone, after hearing Chu Chen's order, Hilton did not dare to delay, and immediately began to act. On the other side, after despair, Wan Lian's sister Wan Ji recovered. Now that Weibo is blocked, and all kinds of scolding, she can't stop it. Wan Ji's biggest reliance is only Song Li, the vice president of Hilton Greater China, who was next to her. As the vice president of dignified Hilton, he must have a wide network of contacts, and he must find a way. Thinking about it, Wan Ji called Song Li what? In the office, Song Li, who was working, was also very surprised when he heard Wan Ji's words. How do you say it's closed? What are you doing? My dear. Leave this to me. Song Li patted his chest to assure. How could he lose face in front of his mistress? He seemed to have a call from a Weibo executive, and just when Song Li was about to make a cheeky call, his office door was pushed open. You were fired by the group. The manager of the personnel department walked in and said to Song Li coldly, extremely gloating. Before, Song Li, who was the vice president, scolded him, and he was helpless. But now, he. Fuck off. The manager of the personnel department directly handed over the dismissal document signed by the general manager of the Asia-Pacific region. Looking at the document, Song Li was dumbfounded. How come? Soon, Song Li, who had been in the workplace for 20 or 30 years, guessed it in an instant. Wan Ji, you bitch, who did you offend? Song Li picked up the phone and yelled at Wan Ji, extremely angry. This brainless slut definitely offended a superhero, otherwise, it would be impossible for Wan Ji's Weibo to be blocked and dismissed within an hour. For the first time, when Song Li roared, Wan Ji was frightened. Who did you offend? Wan Ji was extremely puzzled. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came, and the door of Wan Ji's house was directly smashed open. Everyone beat me, beat this bitch who seduced my husband to death. A roar came and Song Li's original wife came with someone. Without waiting for Wan Ji's defense, all kinds of punches and kicks poured in. Mr. Chu, it's done. After everything was done, Cui Junhui said to Chu Chen. In the future, when Hilton employs people, it must do a good job of investigation, and don't recruit any kind of people. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Not only that, Chu Chen also sent a message to the high-level executives on Weibo, asking them to pay attention in the future, and directly block those countless media and big V Weibo executives did not dare to hesitate, and immediately began to rectify. The next day, Chu Chen received a call from the second master of the Yu family, saying that the old master of the Yu family hoped that Chu Chen could come to the Yu family compound, drink tea, and get to know each other. Chu Chen and the second master of the Yu family agreed to meet in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Chu Chen went straight to the Yu family compound. As one of the old giants in Hangzhou, the Yu family owns a huge mansion, and the core characters of the Yu family live here. Because the front of the Yu family compound was full of cars, Chu Chen could only park the car in the distance and walked towards the Yu family compound alone. On the way, Chu Chen encountered a group of people who also walked towards the Yu family compound. The team was led by a young man in a neat suit. The young man held his head high and strode forward, exuding an arrogant temperament, which was particularly eye-catching. Next to him, there were 2 or 3 bosses from Hangqing, who were talking and walking towards Yu's house. Mr. Gu is really young and promising. This time from the magic capital, Mr. Gu will definitely do a great job. In Hangzhou, Mr. Gu, the Yu family is ahead. These bosses boasted. The young Mr. Gu nodded slightly, with a light-hearted look. His name is Gu Wenlin. He graduated from a famous foreign university and returned to China a year ago. He founded a company. With his amazing eloquence and the support of various contacts, he got some investment institutions and nearly 10 billion investment funds. This year, he is only 27. In just 1 year, he has already mastered tens of billions of funds, which makes Gu Wenlin proud. The entire Demon City, no, the entire China, who can be as awesome as him? This time, he came from the magic capital just to take the funds and smash the market in Hangzhou. After coming to Hangzhou, Gu Wenlin got to know these CEOs of Hangzhou. Under the leadership of these CEOs, Gu Wenlin came to Yu's family just to talk to Yu's family and cooperate with Yu's family. Walking ahead, Gu Wenlin looked like he was pointing at Jiangshan. Several bosses are polite. This time I came and I didn't bring much money. It's only a mere tens of billions. Gu Wenlin spoke indifferently, as if the tens of billions of funds had not been taken into account at all. Of course, 10 billion is just for him to pretend to be coercive and nonsense. In fact, he only brought 5 billion in funds. But rounded up, isn't it? 10 billion? All the same, don't overthink it. What, tens of billions of dollars? I'm going, Mr. Gu is really amazing. He has tens of billions of funds at such a young age. It's too awesome. When Gu Wenlin and his party passed by Chu Chen, Gu Wenlin inadvertently swept past Chu Chen, his face full of arrogance and disdain. The threshold for the Yu family is really too low. Now all cats and dogs can come to visit the Yu family. While walking, Gu Wenlin shook his head and said. He naturally saw that Chu Chen was also heading towards the Yu family. But in terms of style and aura, Chu Chen is far inferior to him. Mr. Gu, your vision is too high. In the whole Hangzhou, which young man has such strong strength as President Gu? President Gu is definitely the leader and leader of the younger generation. How can the other younger generations be compared to President Gu? Mr. Gu has a huge sum of tens of billions of dollars, and absolutely sweeps every one of his peers. After Gu Wenlin finished speaking, these bosses boasted one after another, and praised Gu Wenlin extremely high. Listening, the smile on Gu Wenlin's face was even wider, and his heart was even more proud. Just when these bosses were touting Gu Wenlin, there was a movement in the Yu family compound. The core figures of the Yu family came out one after another, looking like they were ready to welcome the guests. The third master of the Yu family. Second master Yu family. Looking at these Yu family members, the bosses said in surprise that these are the core group of Yu family members. Now you actually come out to greet people in person? The bosses were amazed. The core characters of the Yu family, even if it was a random one of them, would be very difficult to meet at ordinary times. In particular, the eldest and second child of the Yu family are the pillars of the future of the Yu family. It is even more difficult to meet each other. But today, why are they all coming out, and they are still welcoming people? Several bosses, I look at you, look at you, and I don't understand why. Did they come to meet me? Hearing the words of these bosses, Gu Wenlin couldn't help but guess. After all, besides himself, there seems to be only the kid who was ignored by him just now. Then the core characters of the Yu family came out to greet the guests, and only themselves were left. I didn't expect that my face would be so great, and let all the core figures of the Yu family go out to welcome them in person. The more he thought about it, the more excited Gu Wenlin felt, his head raised even higher. That's right, he is a well-deserved young hero. He has tens of billions of assets at a young age, who can compete with him? Thinking about it, Gu Wenlin held his head high and strode towards Yu's house. Please wait. Just as Gu Wenlin was about to approach the Yu family compound, a bodyguard of the Yu family, suddenly stopped Gu Wenlin. Sorry, sir, we have a distinguished guest from our Yu family today, and we will not accept others. A man who looked like a housekeeper came over and said apologetically. Ah? Didn't you come to meet him? Standing in place, Gu Wenlin was extremely embarrassed. How could be? I'm Gu Wenlin. I hold tens of billions of assets. Are you sure today's distinguished guest is not me? Gu Wenlin thought that the housekeeper had mistaken someone, so he specifically explained who he was. Seeing Gu Wenlin speak, the bosses also looked over and were very curious. Sorry, sir, today's distinguished guest is not you. The butler shook his head, denying Gu Wenlin's words. In an instant, Gu Wenlin was extremely embarrassed. He still wanted to come to discuss cooperation with the Yu family today, and he had sworn before and scolded Feng Qiu. But now, let alone negotiation, he didn't even enter the gate of Yu's house. Isn't that hitting him in the face? Besides me, who else is qualified to let so many high-level members of the Yu family come out to greet them collectively? Gu Wenlin couldn't understand. It must be some super big man, the kind of person worth hundreds of billions. Gu Wenlin muttered something, comforted himself, and found himself a step down. Mr. Gu is right. It can make the Yu family so inspiring. Except for the super boss who stomps his feet and makes Hangzhou tremble, no one else has this qualification. Brother Gu, don't be sad, such a big man is not 50 or 60 years old, and he has worked hard all his life. I believe that with Ji's ability, after decades of hard work, he will become such a big man. Yes. Mr. Gu is young. After decades of hard work, he can let all the senior members of the Yu family go out to greet him. After all, Gu is the leader of the younger generation. Several bosses touted Gu Wenlin. Gu Wenlin slowed down a little, and the bastard temperament on his body recovered. Cough, please let me go, you are blocking the way. At this critical moment, a sudden voice came. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Chu Chen. He? Looking at Chu Chen, several people were even more surprised. Just now, both Gu Wenlin and these bosses automatically ignored Chu Chen. After all, Chu Chen doesn't have the bastard temperament of Gu Wenlin. Could it be that the Yu family greeted him this time? In an instant, such a terrible idea popped into everyone's mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But soon, everyone shook their heads and directly rejected their ideas. Let's get out of the way. You thought the senior management of the Yu family were here, Gu Wenlin whispered. Mr. Chu. Before Gu Wenlin could finish speaking, the second master of the Yu family, who was standing in front of the Yu family compound suddenly found Chu Chen. Just now, Chu Chen was blocked by Gu Wenlin and the others. Mr. Chu, okay. Mr. Chu. Okay. Hearing the words of the second master of the Yu family, several other core figures of the Yu family also greeted each other and spoke politely. Such a young billionaire is rare in the whole country. Must be treated with dignity. Greeted by the senior members of the Yu family, Chu Chen and them walked towards the Yu family compound. At this time, a silver-haired, spirited old man slowly walked out of the compound. He is the head of the contemporary Yu family, Mr. Yu. Mr. Chu. Knowing that Chu Chen was here, Mr. Yu also came out in person. Chu Chen's various identities are enough for Mr. Yu to pay attention. Master Yu? He came out in person? After seeing Mr. Yu, the bosses were dumbfounded. OMG. They were right. Even the legendary Grandpa Yu came out? Mr. Yu is very polite. Chu Chen greeted politely. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Chu Chen and the Yu family walked in. In place, only the frightened Gu Wenlin and his party were left. He? Gu Wenlin stammered. At this moment, Gu Wenlin seemed to have 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past in his heart. The old man of the Yu family, and all the high-level officials personally greeted him, was the young man he ignored? Go. Are you not mistaken? This is not a TV show. Who is he? Can the Yu family put up such a big battle to welcome? The more he thought about it, the more afraid Gu Wenlin felt. So scary. After decades of struggle, he may not necessarily achieve his achievements. But people, it has already reached it now. He seems to be younger than himself. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed Gu Wenlin felt. As for the bosses, they even felt hot on their faces. Just now they were touting that Gu Wenlin was the best among the younger generation. As a result, this young man appeared. Although they don't have Gu Wenlin's bastard temperament, they directly overwhelmed Gu Wenlin as soon as they appeared on the stage. Even if Gu Wenlin struggles all his life, he may not be able to achieve what he has achieved now. The ancients honestly did not deceive me. It's really a comparison of people, it's maddening. In the Yu family compound, Chu Chen chatted with Mr. Yu and a group of Yu family members. Chu Chen admired Mr. Yu very much. It is also a wealthy family. And the Yu family is even more powerful than the Yan family where Yan Luoshui is located. But the Yu family didn't fight like the Yan family. On the contrary, the Yu family was very close, and the sons of Mr. Yu were also very capable. In the future, the Yu family may even go a step further. Mr. Yu's ability to manage the family is amazing. In the Yu family, after learning that Chu Chen was a guest, Yu Yuning, the unruly young lady, was too frightened to leave the room. Now, she is circled at home. Within a year, the Yu family compound is not allowed, and all the money in her hands has been confiscated. Now, at the mention of Chu Chen, Yu Yuning's teeth itch with hatred, and at the same time, she is extremely frightened. He is a devil. Yuning, what are you doing? A very beautiful woman walked in. Helpless, Yu Yuning could only say what happened to her. Oh? After listening, the beauty raised her brows and became deeply interested in Chu Chen. Why don't you do me a favor and fix him? Looking at the beauty, Yu Yuning had an idea. Don't dare to do big things, after all, Chu Chen's identity is there. But it's okay to secretly do a little thing and create a little trouble for Chu Chen. After all, they are all little women. If you want to come to the big man Chu Chen, you won't have the same knowledge as them. All right. Unable to resist Yu Yuning's persuasion, the beauty agreed. After the discussion, they were going to play a little prank and put some lemon juice into the tea. This beauty is called Yu Ruoyun. Strictly speaking, she is Yu Yuning's cousin, but the difference between the two is only 10 days. Soon, Yu Yuning found a cup of tea and 5 lemons. Yu Ruoyun cut the lemon and squeezed the lemon juice into the tea. Yu Ruoyun only squeezed one, so he didn't dare to put more. After all, Chu Chen was a guest at the house, and his identity was there. Give me. Yu Yuning said she wanted to take revenge on Chu Chen, the so-called Uncle Chu. Picking up the fruit knife, Yu Yuning directly cut all the remaining 4 lemons. Picking up half of the lemon, Yu Yuning will squeeze again. It's not good. Yu Ruoyun quickly stopped it. A little prank is fine, but if it's a big one, it's bad. After all, it must not be easy for Chu Chen to be able to receive grandpa and father in person. Fine. Not listening to Yu Ruoyun's words, Yu Yining quickly squeezed all the remaining 4 lemons into it. No need to taste this tea. Must taste very sour. She couldn't wait to see Chu Chen's expression after drinking this cup of tea. That must be wonderful. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yu Ruoyun, who was hesitating next to him, Yu Yining turned his mind and started to use aggressive tactics. You are too timid, let me come. The last thing Yu Ruoyun wanted to hear was being told that he was timid. Whoever is timid, isn't it just the whole Chu Chen? Don't worry, leave it to me, Yu Ruoyun said firmly, as if he had succeeded. The two took the tea and walked quietly towards the reception hall. When he came to the corner and looked at Chu Chen, who was sitting there chatting and laughing, Yu Ruoyun was instantly dumbfounded. Very handsome. How can he be so handsome? Foul okay? Yu Ruoyun's eyes were straight, and his eyes could no longer be removed from Chu Chen's body, and he even fell into a fantasy. Ruoyun, Ruoyun? Yu Yining urged that even if something happened, it was her cousin who took care of her. However, no matter calling Yu Ruoyun or shaking her, Yu Ruoyun couldn't take his eyes off Chu Chen. Yu Yining exploded with anger. See the guy who forgets righteousness. Yu Yining muttered. Just now you swore that you would take a whole Chu Chen. As a result, now, why even eyes are caught on others? You arrogant scumbag. Yu Ruoyun can't count on it anymore, but things have come to this point, and Yu Yining doesn't want to give up. She was really looking forward to Chu Chen's expression and actions after drinking this tea. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Taking a deep breath, holding the tea, Yu Yining walked into the reception hall. Seeing Yu Yining who came in suddenly, in the reception hall, Mr. Yu and the core figures of the Yu family turned their heads and looked over. I had a little conflict with Mr. Chu before, and now I offer a cup of tea to apologize to Mr. Chu. With that said, Yu Yining walked towards Chu Chen with tea. Glancing at Yu Yining, Chu Chen immediately judged that there was something wrong with her. In just a few days, Yu Yining's attitude has undergone such a big change. Abnormal is a monster. Slow. Chu Chen suddenly spoke, catching Yu Yining, who was about to hand over the tea by surprise. Nishu is very polite, I didn't take it to heart. Forget this. Tea, I don't like tea. Chu Chen noticed the abnormality, he would not drink this cup of tea. Well, since Nishu has made the tea, then give the tea to the old man, Chu Chen suggested. Yu Yining immediately panicked and shook her head again and again. To Grandpa, no, absolutely not. If Grandpa drank tea, his consequences would be unimaginable. In the eyes of most of the Yu family, Mr. Yu is majestic and terrifying. Seeing the panic in Yu Yining's eyes, Chu Chen was even more certain. Since you don't want to give it to the old man, then you can drink it yourself. Wasting water is not good, Chu Chen said with concern. What? Yu Yining's face suddenly turned pale, did she drink it herself? This is a tea with 5 lemons in it. There is almost no tea, and most of it is lemon juice that is sour. She is afraid of sour. Mr. Chu's proposal is good. Yining, just drink it. The rest of the Yu family suggested. Drink, Yining, thank you Mr. Chu for your kindness. Yu Yuning's father also spoke up. Wasting is bad. Finally, even Mrs. Yu spoke up. Hearing Grandpa's words, Yu Yuning, who originally wanted to refuse, didn't dare. Drink it? Do you really want to drink? Niece Yu. Hurry up and drink it, it's not good if the tea is cold. Chu Chen urged him intimately. Hearing this, Yu Yuning gritted her teeth, closed her eyes abruptly, and started drinking. Gollum, gollum. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls. Yu Yuning tried her best to drink half of it, but in the end she couldn't drink it anymore. At this moment, her whole throat is sore. Seeing Yu Yuning's painful expression, the others in the hall understood. Yu Yuning. Yu Yuning's father stood up. I thought it was too cruel to only lock you up for a year. But from now on, for 3 years, you're not allowed to leave your house for half a step. No. Hearing this, Yu Yuning was desperate, which was even more uncomfortable than killing her. She would rather drink this glass. No, she would rather drink 10, 100, 1,000 lemon juices, and she would rather not keep it at home for 3 years. In the end, Yu Yuning was taken down. Yu Ruoyan also calmed down, gathered up his courage, and Yu Ruoyan also walked up. Excuse me, are you the back male god? Yu Ruoyan asked, curiously. A few months ago, the back male god was in a mess in Douyin, and she is also one of the countless loyal female fans of the back male god. It's a pity that the back male god is just that one video, and slowly, the back male god calmed down in Douyin. But there are still countless loyal female fans waiting for the back of the male god to return. The back male god? Chu Chen murmured, and had some impressions. He seemed to have such a nickname before. There is no way, from young handsome to big, Chu Chen doesn't know there are hundreds of male gods, and he can't remember them. He is so difficult. Is that the piano master? Yu Ruoyan said excitedly. It's me. Chu Chen nodded. Yu Ruoyan went crazy in an instant, like a little fangirl. In the reception hall, a few people in the Yu family thought there was another star chaser in their Yu family. But at the end, it turned out that the idol was Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu can still play the piano? So amazing. Everyone sighed that not only would they not stop Yu Ruoyan from chasing stars, but they agreed with them. And even helped Yu Ruoyan to chase stars. Male god, can you play a song? Yu Ruoyan asked excitedly with caution in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone in the Yu family also looked over. They were also curious about how Chu Chen played the piano. Although Yu Ruoyan said that Chu Chen was a piano master, they expressed doubts. After all, Mr. Chu was too young. It is impossible to have such a young piano master. One more small request. I don't know if the male gods mind, I'll take a video and send it to Douyin. Yu Ruoyan said weakly. I saw the male god myself, but the other sisters who liked the back of the male god were not as lucky as her. For a few months, the male god only had that one video, and it was only 20 seconds. Yes, but I have to wear a mask. Chu Chen replied. Wear a mask? Yu Ruoyan was a little puzzled. I understand, the male god must want to keep a low profile and not want to be recognized by others. After thinking for a while, Yu Ruoyan suddenly realized. Do not. Chu Chen shook his head and answered seriously, I'm so handsome, I'm afraid others will fall in love with me. Too handsome. And afraid of being loved by others? Yu Ruoyan was stunned for a moment. If someone else said that, Yu Ruoyun would definitely say, "Bah, you narcissist." But Chu Chen said so. Yu Ruoyun couldn't find the slightest problem. The male god was right. He looks so handsome. Male gods not only have connotations, but are also so handsome. Once the video spreads, they will definitely become the object of secret love for more girls. Non-male gods will not marry. How can these ugly boys live without connotation? The male god is so caring, he took the initiative to let those ugly boys with no connotation survive. Yu Ruoyun admired Chu Chen even more, thinking of others. Under the arrangement of the Yu family, Chu Chen put on a black mask to block his handsome face. When he came to the piano, Chu Chen started to play. Yu Ruoyun came behind Chu Chen and started to shoot video. The back view of the male god must be taken from the back first, and then the frontal face is taken last, so that the mystery of the male god can be highlighted. As Chu Chen played, the Yu family who had suspected Chu Chen was a piano master were also dumbfounded. Real. Mr. Chu is really a piano master. He's only in his 20s. Is there such a young piano master in China? In his 20s, he has done things that no one else can do in a lifetime. Not only is his business talent amazing, but his artistic talent is also super strong. Mr. Chu is amazing. After Chu Chen played, Yu Ruoyun's video was also filmed, which lasted about 3 minutes. The first 2 minutes and 50 seconds were Chu Chen's back, and only in the last second, Yu Ruoyun patted Chu Chen's face with a mask on. This not only satisfies the low-key requirements of the male god, but also allows those fans and sisters to see the male god's face, although only for a short second. Clap clap. The applause came, and everyone in the Yu family was very emotional. At the strong request of Mrs. Yu, Chu Chen had dinner at Yu's house. Yu Ruoyun edited the video a little and posted it online. The title has only 6 simple words: the return of the back male god. There is no need to be shocked, amazed, etc. Back male god is the most eye-catching word. Yu Ruoyun's video was just posted, and the number of views rose instantly. The back male god is back. Sisters, come and see. The male god is back. And he seems to show his face this time. In an instant, Douyin and other major short video sites, these appeared in many comments. In the first 5 minutes, this video is because few people know it. The number of views is only a mere tens of thousands, thousands of likes, and not many retweets. But 5 minutes later, the news of the return of the back male god swept the entire short video website. The views of this video are increasing rapidly. 100,000 views, 30,000 likes, 20,000 retweets. 300,000 views, 100,000 likes, 80,000 retweets. 800,000 views, 210,000 likes, and 170,000 retweets. In less than 10 minutes, the video's playback volume exceeded 1 million, with more than 300,000 likes and 200,000 retweets. Male god, I love you. I saw the male god's face. Although he was wearing a mask, I only saw the upper part, but the male god is definitely a handsome guy. There used to be people who doubted the male god's face and said that the male god is not handsome. Have they all seen it? Now? What else do they have to say? Unfortunately, this time the male god wore a mask, and he didn't see his peerless appearance clearly. What a pity, this is the second video, the male god has already shown a front, maybe the third video will have a full face. Many female fans discussed in the video. This time, in Addition to old fans, more people know the back mail god. For a time, the back mail god became more popular on the internet, and completely abused the little fresh meat star. This is the idol and mail god they should worship. After dinner, Chu Chen accidentally received a strange call. Is that brother Chu Chen? I'm Chu Chen, who are you? I'm Xiang, who rented a house before. Hearing this, Chu Chen had an impression. In the previous system task, when he bought 3 buildings for rent, he once rented a house to a beautiful, tall and beautiful flight attendant. It was Xiang. It's like this. Tonight, a rich second-generation suitor led someone to block me at home. He asked me to open the door and accompany him to drink. Otherwise, you will smash the door and come in and smash the house. Xiang reluctantly asked Chu Chen for help. She lives in Hangzhou alone, and there are not many friends here. Most of them are female colleagues. Facing a group of men, she has nothing to do. At this moment, Xiang couldn't help thinking of Chu Chen. Since renting the house, Xiang has been thinking about Chu Chen from time to time. She had heard before that this building seemed to belong to Chu Chen. Xiang judged that Chu Chen should also be rich and handsome. What? Not only to smash the door, but also to smash the house? Chu Chen raised his brows. It's okay to flirt with girls, but you're going to smash my house and the door, that's too much. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. I want to see who is so daring to smash my house. After bidding farewell to the Yu family, Chu Chen drove the Lycan Hypersport supercar and accelerated to the community where Xiang lived. Chu Chen wanted to go faster, so he chose Hay Road, which usually has few cars at night. Chu Chen never thought that tonight, Hay Road gathered a lot of top supercars, and a drag racing competition organized by Mr. Hangqing was going on. Tonight, a group of sons who like to play supercars quietly organized a drag racing competition. Beautiful models, top supercars gather. Looking around, there are 4 or 5 million Aston Martin DBS, more than 6 million Lamborghini Aventadors and other luxury cars, and even the worst ones are more than 3 million McLaren. Of all the supercars, the most dazzling are a 13 million silver Koenigsegg Regera and a 14 million Porsche 918 Spider. In front of the 2 cars, there were the most people around, and the owners of the 2 cars were also the most powerful among the group of sons and brothers. Brother Zhou, come on, you are definitely the champion. The first car god in Hangzhou is definitely Brother Zhou's. Several beautiful car models flattered to the owners of Porsche 918. Brother Yao, you are the first. The surnamed Zhou is definitely not your opponent. Hangqing's first car god must be Brother Yao's. On the other side, a few brothers also spoke to please Koenigsegg's master. Everyone, pay attention, the game is about to start, please. Leave the unrelated personnel. The host speaks. Soon, on Hay Road, only those supercars were left. At the beginning of the race, Koenigsegg rushed out like a sharp arrow, and the owner of the Porsche 918 was not to be outdone and pursued. Other supercars are slightly inferior. After all, the price of the car is there. How can a car of several million be an opponent of more than 10 million cars? Soon, these supercars disappeared in front of people's eyes. In order to facilitate the onlookers and to know the progress of the game, these young masters brought in more than a dozen drones for filming in advance. Brother Zhou's Porsche 918 surpasses Brother Yao's Koenigsegg. Someone noticed the drone footage on the screen. The Porsche 918, which had just placed second, has now become first, with Koenigsegg just behind. It seems that the champion today is either Brother Zhou or Brother Yao. The two of them are so awesome. Everyone was talking about it, envious. Just then, a red Bugatti Chiron galloped past the crowd and rushed towards the track. Originally, the red Bugatti Chiron was 30 seconds late, and it is reasonable to say that it is difficult to catch up with the car in front. However, this was not the case. In less than a minute, the Bugatti owner rushed to the third place with his amazing driving skills. That is? At the moment, everyone looked at the Bugatti Chiron, who suddenly caught up, and was extremely surprised. Isn't this car from Sister Ing? Sister Ing is catching up. Seeing the Bugatti Chiron, everyone said with emotion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Bugatti Chiron finally surpassed the Porsche 918 and Koenigsegg, which were ranked first and second, and became the first. Is her? Why is she here? Brother Zhou and Brother Yao were shocked. The two stepped on the accelerator frantically, trying to catch up, but it was useless. Sister Ing is awesome. As expected of the former Hangzhou car god. Several young ladies spoke excitedly. The owner of this Bugatti Chiron is their idol. Here, in addition to the group of young masters, there are also a few young ladies who are pursuing excitement. The owner of this 20 million plus Bugatti Chiron is named Wei Ziying, who has been invincible in Hangzhou. In terms of drag racing, she dares to say second. And no one dares to be first. She is the nightmare of countless young masters who like to drag racing. In Hangzhou. A few months ago, Wei Ziying went on a trip around the world. Without Wei Ziying, they dared to hold a drag racing competition so vigorously, and be the #1 car god in Hangzhou. In such an exciting thing as a racing car, their group of sons were actually crushed by a woman, which made the sons dissatisfied. Originally, they thought that Wei Ziying was gone, and they could finally turn over, but they never thought that Wei Ziying would come back. If you want to fight with me, you are still young. On the Bugatti Chiron, the capable beauty Wei Ziying smiled contemptuously. As soon as she got off the plane, she heard about the drag racing competition, so she rushed over immediately. In Hangzhou, she is the first in drag racing, and the others only give her shoes. She is the title of the first car god in Hangzhou. What's wrong with a woman? She still swept everyone. Who says drag racing and racing are men's sports? Which man in Hangzhou can compare to her? Later, Brother Zhou and Brother Yao tried many times, but they were still more than 10 meters away from Wei Ziying. No matter what, they couldn't catch up. Their driving skills really can't compare to Wei Ziying. Pity. I was crushed by this demon queen again. Brother Zhou and Brother Yao gave up one after another, they couldn't do it. The first car god in Hangzhou is still Wei Ziying. No one can take it away. At this moment, a black lightning suddenly rushed past Koenigsegg and Porsche 918. It was a black supercar. I go. What kind of person is this? He was actually overtaken again, which shocked Brother Zhou and Brother Yao. Haven't waited for them to reflect. I saw that Wei Ziying, who has always been far ahead, known as the first car god in Hangzhou, was also overtaken by the black supercar. My God. That's right. Brother Yao and Brother Zhou are stupid. They said just now that in Hangzhou, no one can compare to Wei Ziying? But in the next second, Wei Ziying was overtaken. OMG. The owner of that black supercar is so awesome. They got it. Before the starting point, I saw the black supercar that suddenly became the number one. All the audience were dumbfounded. There's nothing wrong with their eyes. Who the hell is this guy who actually surpassed Wei Ziying? Who is the owner of this car? Do not know. I haven't seen this car either. Everyone said they did not know who the owner of the car was. For a time, the owner of the black supercar became a little more mysterious. In the Bugatti Chiron, Wei Ziying, who had just ignored everyone, concentrated all his strength, desperately trying to surpass the black supercar in front. As a result, instead of surpassing, it was left far behind by the black supercar. No, I must see this bull in a while. Finally, someone fought for our brother in Hangzhou, and defeated Wei Ziying, the Demon Queen. I want to meet this big brother. Brother Zhou and Brother Yao both admired the owner of the black supercar and couldn't wait to see him. Wei Ziying was even more curious about the owner of this mysterious black supercar. Who actually surpassed her? Incredible. However, to everyone's surprise, after reaching the end, the black supercar did not stop, but continued to drive forward. Wei Ziying was stunned for a moment and followed by Brother Zhou and Brother Yao. Such a powerful character, they must meet. More than a dozen supercars followed. In the end, the black supercar took the lead, followed by countless supercars. This amazing scene left countless passers-by stunned. Chu Chen, who was in the black supercar, didn't notice that he was just driving normally, and he took the title of the first car god in Hangzhou. Ding, system task, help the beautiful flight attendant Lu Xianxian get out of the predicament, task time, 2 hours, mission. Reward, 3 Bombardier Global 7000 private jets. When Chu Chen went to Lu Xuanxuan's residence, he suddenly received a task from the system. Yes, you can. A bright smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. The system is really considerate. It seems that it is a task that is actively released when it knows what to do. The system is so polite. Isn't this just giving me 3 private jets for nothing? Before, Chu Chen also had his own plane, but it was only a helicopter and could not fly too far. But now, the system rewards 3 real private jets. Bombardier Global 7000? Chu Chen muttered a few words, and when he heard the name, he knew that it was definitely not cheap. After he checked the information, he was even more surprised by the luxury of the Bombardier Global 7000. Bombardier Global 7000, one of the most popular private jets for the rich, is also one of the top 10 most expensive private jets in the world. Powered by a pair of GE Passport turbofan engines, it utilizes cutting-edge science and technology, including line-by-line technology, enhanced/integrated vision technology, wind shear detection, weather radar, and advanced navigation systems. The Bombardier Global 7000 is the largest and longest-range business jet ever built, capable of ultra-long-range non-stop flight. If Chu Chen is willing, he can take a Bombardier Global 7000, from here, across the entire Pacific Ocean, directly to the United States or other regions. In flight, formal business meetings and luxurious in-flight meals can be enjoyed, as well as entertainment kits with large HD TVs, premium sound systems, private bathrooms, and even in-flight spa relaxation. Crazy. After reading the introduction of Bombardier Global 7000, Chu Chen summed up 1,000 words into 2 simple words. For such a top-level luxury plane, this time, the system sent 3 of them directly. The system is really nice to itself. Chu Chen complimented the system for a while. How could the matter of scholars be called touting? A few minutes later, Chu Chen came to the community where the beautiful flight attendant Lu Xianxian was located. Chu Chen parked the car downstairs and saw a black Land Rover parked there. If nothing else, it should be the rich second generation who threatened Lu Xianxian and even wanted to smash Chu Chen's house. Chu Chen walked into the elevator and went straight to the 16th floor. Not long after Chu Chen walked to the electric building, Wei Ziying, brother Zhou, brother Yao, and other sons also followed. After watching the Lycan Hypersport that Chu Chen parked outside, everyone was stunned. This is the Lycan Hypersport from Fast and Furious 7? I'm going, this car seems to cost more than 90 million, hundreds of millions. Even brother Zhou, who had seen countless great things, was shocked by brother Yao. These people are like this, let alone the other sons. After seeing the legendary world-class supercar, everyone went crazy. Having Lycan Hypersport, that brother is awesome, brother Zhou said with emotion. A car is nearly 100 million yuan, even if you are rich, you would not dare to spend it like that. From now on, he will be my eldest brother, and I will take it. Brother Yao was even more impressed by the 5 bodies that Chu Chen admired. So powerful. Wei Ziying looked at Chu Chen's Lycan Hypersport in a daze. She had only seen this car in the reports, and never expected to see it one day. Lost in the hands of this car, she took it. However, Wei Ziying remained skeptical about the car owner's driving skills. If the owner's car is the same as her own, she will willingly admit defeat. But now after seeing Lycan Hypersport, Wei Ziying felt that he was not defeated by Chu Chen's skills, but by the driver's. Anyway, let's see what the owner of the car is saying. Thinking about it, Wei Ziying entered the building first and started looking for the owner of the car. When the owner of the car passed her just now, Wei Ziying saw a side face. Although it happened in a flash, Wei Ziying has a deep memory. After all, this is the first man to overtake him in a racing car. Seeing Wei Ziying taking action, brother Yao and the others immediately followed. A group of people began to follow Wei Ziying in the building looking for Chu Chen. Arriving on the 16th floor, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Chu Chen heard a scolding voice. Lu Xianxian, don't go in for a toast without eating, you'll be fined. Brother Li is fortunate in your 3 lifetimes to see you. Come out, or we'll smash the door. A young man in a black shirt, wearing a Rolex and smoking a cigarette leaned against the wall, looking very imposing. Beside him, 4 or 5 people who looked like bodyguards were calling the door. The strong young man's name is Fei Li, the rich second-generation Lu Xianxian speaks of. During Lu Xuanxuan's work, Fei Li found Lu Xianxian in the first-class cabin, and he was out of control from then on. He confessed to Lu Xianxian several times, but Lu Xianxian refused, which made Fei Li completely impatient and decided to use means. So after learning that Lu Xianxian was at home, he rushed over with a group of bodyguards and threatened Lu Xianxian. Tonight, he will get Lu Xianxian. He is a dignified prince of Baotian group, and he can't even get a woman. It's not a big joke to spread it out. 3, 2, 1. Fei Li counted down to 3 numbers. Seeing that Lu Xianxian still did not open the door, he waved his hand and ordered the bodyguard, smash the door. Several bodyguards were about to start, and a faint voice came suddenly. I see. Who of you dares to move? Chu Chen walked over slowly and dared to smash his house. This forceful young man can do it. Oh? Glancing at Chu Chen and then at the house where Lu Xianxian lived, Fei Liming was white. He guessed that Chu Chen should be the helper called by Lu Xianxian. Haha, I didn't expect to take the initiative to seek death. Holding his shoulders, Fei Li said playfully. No matter how beautiful Lu Xianxian looks, she is just a flight attendant. Could the person she called be a big person? If you think about it with your toes, you can figure it out. Can it be compared with his dignified Baotian group crown prince? But now, to deal with this kid, I don't need any identity or status at all. I think he is too. Hi, he is not worthy. You alone? At Fei Li's suggestion, his 4 or 5 bodyguards stood up. This is the simplest and crudest way, and the best way. There are many others, and now, he is the most awesome. You fairy orders. Just then, a capable beauty suddenly came out of the stairs. Found it. Seeing Chu Chen, the capable beauty said in surprise, and immediately came to Chu Chen's side. Fei Li was a little confused. However, what made Fei Li even more confused happened immediately. Following the capable beauties, young people came out one after another and stood on Chu Chen's side. In an instant, there were nearly 20 people on Chu Chen's side, and he completely abused Fei Li in an instant. Wrong? Just when Fei Li was surprised that there were so many people on Chu Chen's side, he was surprised to find that among the dozen people who had just appeared, there was one person he knew. A little money? Why is he here? Fei Li couldn't help muttering in his heart. On the other side, he came to Chu Chen's side. Is the Lycan Hypersport downstairs yours? Wei Ziying asked, just in case. In order to find Chu Chen, they did not take the elevator, but from the stairs. These people were divided into several groups, one group and several floors, and they were looking for people separately. Finally, on the 16th floor, Chu Chen was discovered. Chu Chen nodded. I am the owner of that red Bugatti, Wei Ziying said. Introduce yourself. Red Bugatti? Hearing this, Chu Chen was somewhat impressed. On the road just now, he did encounter a red Bugatti. On the street, a Bugatti already stands out, not to mention red. Brother, we finally found you. Brother Yao grabbed Chu Chen's hand and said, with emotion, as if he had experienced 9981 difficulties. Brother, you are too good. Brother Zhou echoed. Seeing Chu Chen's surprise, Wei Ziying briefly told Chu Chen what had just happened. You won another championship? Chu Chen was only slightly surprised. After all, he has experienced too much to win the championship. It's all little things. Brother Chen, please accept our knees. Yao brother opened his mouth. Fairy? A surprised voice came among the sons who came with Brother Yao. And Brother Zhou, a young man, looked at Fei Li in front of him and couldn't help but speak. Fairy? Everyone looked at Fei Li, looking at Fei Li and several burly men with bad expressions, and thinking about the situation when they came just now, everyone suddenly realized. This kid actually dares to provoke Brother Chen. I don't want to live anymore. Who is this kid? Yao Gu pointed at Fei Li and asked the companion who recognized Fei Li. He is the son of the chairman of Baotian Group, Fei Li. Poly Group? What company is that? Do we have this company in Hangzhou? Brother Yao and Brother Zhou thought about it for a while, but they didn't think about it. It was a small company with a market value of more than 2 billion. The companion added. Only 2 billion? A small company like Ant, what kind of big company I thought it was? Brother Yao and brother Zhou suddenly realized that what they can remember is at least the 10 billion group, a small company with a mere over 2 billion, who knows? Your father is only worth 2 billion, so are you acting like that? Who gave you the guts? A mere 2 billion yuan, and the cars in brother Chen's garage may be worth more than your company. Brother Yao scolded Fei Li. Now what they see is a nearly 100 million. Like in Hypersport, who knows what other luxury cars are in brother Chen's garage? What? Fairy was shocked. The young man who recognized Fei Li took the initiative to introduce this group of young masters. You may not know him. Let me introduce you. This is the prince of the Bai group. Bai's group? That big group with total assets of more than 30 billion? Fei Li's face changed greatly, and he was frightened. This is the successor of Tian Heavy Industry, Chen Xiao. Hearing the second person introduced, Fei Li was horrified. Tian Heavy Industry, isn't that a company with a market value of 50 billion? The successors of Wu's industry, Wu Yao, Wu Xiao. In the end, when he heard the young man introduce brother Yao, Fei Li was so frightened that his legs went weak, and his eyes almost went black, and he passed out. They're all top class. Now, are you still clamoring to threaten brother Chen? Wu Yao scolded Fei Li, what the hell are you? With that said, Wu Yao kicked Fei Li fiercely. Gudong. A loud noise came. Fei Li hit the ground heavily. At this moment, Fei Li really wanted to cry. Without tears. Who would have thought that a small flight attendant would know such a big person? Even Tian Heavy Industries and the Prince of Wu's Industries would politely call him eldest brother. Crack. The door opened, and when she heard a loud noise, Lu Xianxian finally couldn't help walking out. When she came out, what she saw made her stupid. Chu Chen nodded slightly to Lu Xianxian and went straight to Fei Li. I heard you're going to smash my house, my door? Chu Chen opened his mouth. No, no, no. Fei Li quickly apologized, extremely humble. I was wrong, Brother Chen, I was wrong. Brother Chen, how do you teach him a lesson? Wu Yao came to Chu Chen and asked politely. I am a generous person. He wants to demolish my house, but I will not demolish his house. Chu Chen opened his mouth, mainly because it was too far, and Chu Chen was too lazy to go. By the way, I remind you. Don't smash that brand new Land Rover down there. Chu Chen said to these sons. These young masters instantly understood what Chu Chen meant. No way, Brother Chen. Absolutely not, we'll just make it scrap metal. Wu Yao said with a smile. What, don't? Fairy shouted. He just bought that Land Rover. In less than a week, he spent a full 2 million. Let's go. Several people set up Fei Li, got on the elevator, and went down to do things. Looking at Fei Li, who was giving her a headache, she was done just like that, and Lu Xianxian was a little stunned. This is too fast. She was so helpless that she called the landlord Chu Chen. She originally guessed that Chu Chen should be able to stop Fei Li, but she never imagined that things would actually develop like this. They are? Lu Xianxian asked, curiously. A friend I just met. Chu Chen explained. Thank you. Lu Xianxian said, if it wasn't for Chu Chen today, she might be in danger. Come in and sit down. Lu Xianxian invited Chu Chen. Wait a minute, I'll take care of something first. After all, Chu Chen went downstairs. At this time, Fei Li's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and his Range Rover was almost scrapped. In the future, Chu Chen looked at Fei Li and said, I won't bother Miss Lu anymore. I really didn't know Miss Lu was your girlfriend. Fei Li spoke, misunderstanding that Lu Xianxian was Chu Chen's girlfriend. I'm an asshole. As he spoke, Fei Li slapped himself. Finally, with the help of several bodyguards, Fei Li limped out. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting 3 Bombardier Global 7000 private jets. Note, the 3 private jets have been parked at Jiangnan Airport. Please check them carefully. The sound of the system sounded. Chu Chen's mission was completed, and the 3 world's top buddy Global 7000 private jets belonged to Chu Chen. Brother Chen, I just sent someone to contact Baozhen Group. Now the chairman of Baozhen Group should know what his son did. After returning, it is impossible for Fei Li to not be beaten to death. Wu Yao opened his mouth. Oh? Chu Chen raised his brows. This guy is not bad, he can handle things. Wei Ziying suddenly walked towards Chu Chen. I want to compete with you again. Let's see who is the first car god in Hangzhou. Wei Ziying said. Seriously, she is a very competitive person, and she thinks that no man in Hangzhou can beat her. For what happened tonight, Wei Ziying attributed Chu Chen's victory over her to Chu Chen's Econ Hypersport supercar rather than Chu Chen's racing skills. Hangzhou's first car god? Chu Chen muttered. I'm just an old driver, what a car god is not. A car god. But how dare she doubt her own driving skills? Tolerable or unbearable? Forget it tonight, it's too late, let's find another time later. Chu Chen said. All right. Wei Ziying also came to the game as soon as he got off the plane, and was a little tired. Wei Ziying asked for Chu Chen's WeChat and drove away. Wu Yao and others also asked for Chu Chen's contact information and left one after another. Chu Chen came to Lu Xuanxuan's house and sat for a while. What, are you a flight attendant of Jiangnan Airlines? During the chat, Chu Chen accidentally learned of Lu Xuanxuan's workplace. His 3 Bombardier Global 7000 private jets were parked at Jiangnan Airlines and Hangzhou Airport. Well, what's the matter? Lu Xianxian asked. It's nothing, I might go to Jiangnan Airlines tomorrow to have a look. Chu Chen muttered. I just got the Bombardier Global 7000, one of the most expensive private jets in the world, so I naturally have to see it myself. He hasn't been on a private jet yet? After chatting with Lu Xianxian for a while, the system task was completed and Chu Chen said goodbye. Looking at Chu Chen, who boarded the elevator, Lu Xianxian didn't know what to do, but her heart suddenly became a little empty, and she was very reluctant to give up. The next day, Chu Chen went straight to Jiangnan Airport. This time, in order to keep a low profile, Chu Chen deliberately wore a black mask. After a day's time, the video of the back of the male god's return has already topped the major video websites and occupied the major hot search lists. The back male god has once again become a hot star. And the original video, Douyin, has more than 10 million views and over 1 million likes. This is just Douyin. If all the video sites are added up, the number of views will probably exceed 100 million. It's just one day. Male god, male god. Male god, we love you. This is the star that should be worshipped, completely crushing those little fresh meat who can only sing, dance, and rap. The popularity of the back male god once surpassed that of countless first-line big stars. Yesterday morning, the hot search on Weibo exploded because of the exposure of the love affair of top traffic star Fang Xiaoran. At the beginning, Fang Xiaoran was also a little fresh meat who could only sing and dance, but after careful packaging by the company, he released a good single. Slowly, under the company's packaging, Fang Xiaoran's personality will become a powerful star. His love affair was exposed, and he immediately topped the hot search on Weibo, occupying the top of the hottest list for half a day. Until the male god in the back appeared, he quickly pushed Fang Xiaoran to the second place in the hot search. On the flight from Magic Capital to Hangqing, Fang Xiaoran, who was sitting in the first-class cabin, was extremely gloomy. The back male god, the back male god. Why don't you die? Moz, stupid, mentally retarded. Fang Xiaoran kept insulting Chu Chen, and he was half dead from anger. If it were other stars, their love interest was suppressed, and they would definitely be grateful to date for kneeling and thanking Chu Chen. But Fang Xiaoran was different. The hot search for his relationship was completely controlled by him. Behind the scenes, which was fake. The purpose is to increase exposure and make yourself more popular. So Fang Xiaoran teamed up with the company to get the exposure time of this romance. As for the negative impact of the relationship, when the time comes, let the woman send a Weibo to clarify it. However, what Fang Xiaoran never expected was that in the afternoon, his top search ranking was replaced by some bullshit male god. On the way to fly to Hang City, Fang Xiaoran never stopped and kept scolding. No, we have to find a way to get rid of this back male god. Fang Xiaoran muttered. Chu Chen drove to Jiangnan Airport, parked the car outside, and walked in. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu Chen? Knowing that Chu Chen was coming, the manager of Jiangnan Airlines Group and Hangzhou branch came to greet him in person. That's 3 Bombardier Global 7000s, and they make a lot of money every month just by parking them at their airport. What's more, the status of someone who can own 3 Bombardier Global 7000s is unimaginable. I'm Chu Chen. Please come with me. Under the leadership of the manager, Chu Chen walked towards the apron. Soon, they came to the Bombardier Global 7000. 3 top-of-the-line luxury private jets are parked there, very atmospheric. The Bombardier Global 7000 is 110.6 feet long, has an overall span of 104.3 feet, a wingspan of 93 feet, and an overall height of 26.7 feet. Step inside and feel luxurious. When Chu Chen passed by the airport lobby, a girl who had just finished brushing Douyin and put down her phone immediately covered her mouth and was stunned. The male god is here. The male god is at Jiangnan Airlines Hangzhou Airport. The next second, the girl hurriedly sent a message in the fan group of the male god and other places. What? The male god is at Hangqing Airport? I'm also at Hangqing Airport, where is the male god? In an instant, countless female fans went crazy. Soon, hundreds of Chu Chen's female fans gathered at Hangqing Airport and began to look for Chu Chen's figure in the airport. Many fans are coming. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Which star are they fans? So many are here to pick up the plane? Incredible. In Hangqing Airport, there are now 2 groups of fans who pick up the plane, and one group is Chu Chen's fans. There was another group, with only 7 or 8 people, who seemed very lonely. They came to see Fang Xiaoran. Fang Xiaoran got off the plane and headed towards the airport hall under the protection of several bodyguards. As soon as he came in, Fang Xiaoran noticed the large group of female fans who were picking up the plane. A smug smile appeared on Fang Xiaoran's face. You see, this is his fan, just pick up the plane, there are 100 or 200 people. Look at that male god in the back again, what kind of thing is he? Bah, the back male god, trash. After muttering, Fang Xiaoran walked towards the fans, triumphantly, ready to welcome the fans' warm welcome. As for the fans who actually picked up the plane, they were automatically ignored by him, only a few people. On the other hand, Chu Chen also saw his Bombardier Global 7000 private jet and walked into the airport from the apron. Because the manager had time temporarily, Chu Chen was only himself. Wow! The male god is here. Male god, we love you. From a distance, seeing the appearance of Chu Chen wearing a black mask, that large number of fans went crazy. These fans. However, with his back to Chu Chen, Fang Xiaoran thought that these fans were crazy because they saw him? So he was even more proud and assertive. Unexpectedly, Hongqing's fans were so enthusiastic, Fang Xiaoran was very emotional. Hey, he doesn't want to be so high profile, there are so many crazy female fans, but his strength does not allow him to keep a low profile. You keep me safe for a while. Fang Xiaoran whispered to the bodyguards next to him. Was this the first time he had hired bodyguards for a few months and let them play a role? Hello everyone. Fang Xiaoran waved his hand and said loudly, Male god. The male god is here, let's rush. Take a photo with the male god. Someone spoke. More than 100, nearly 200 fanatical female fans rushed forward together. Everyone, come little by little, don't be in a hurry. Fang Xiaoran said with a smile, even more proud. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Fang Xiaoran began to prepare a pose, and was going to take a photo with these fanatical beauty fans. However, the next second, Fang Xiaoran was dumbfounded. I saw a female fan rushing in the front, rushing directly from his side, and didn't mean to stop at all. Immediately after, more than 100 people rushed from Fang Xiaoran and his bodyguards. In the crowd, Fang Xiaoran was even considered to be in the way by these fans, and pushed him over and over. It wasn't until all the fans rushed over that Fang Xiaoran finally stood firm. At this moment, his originally handsome hairstyle had become a mess, and there was even a hole in his clothes, which was torn in the crowd. Now Fang Xiaoran can no longer look like a star, but instead looks like a refugee. The bodyguards were not in a good condition either. After standing up, Fang Xiaoran was stunned for a long time, not understanding what happened just now. What are you doing? Fang Xiaoran cursed. Are these bastard fans stupid? Fang Xiaoran turned his head. But what he saw made him even more shocked and angry. I saw that a large number of fans were surrounded by a young man wearing a mask, and they were extremely enthusiastic. God, behind the back. Because Chu Chen grabbed the first place in the hot search, Fang Xiaoran was very impressed with Chu Chen and recognized Chu Chen at first sight. It turned out that the group of fans was not his own, but this bastard's back man. God. For a time, Fang Xiaoran was extremely embarrassed. On the other side, those Fang Xiaoran fans originally came up. But when they heard Fang Xiaoran yelling, their expressions changed instantly. Fang Xiaoran is actually scolding fans. They are really blind, and regard such a person as a male god, an idol. What? Fang Xiaoran also noticed his fans. One of them was holding his fan card. Call. Feng Shuran relaxed a little. You see, he still has fans, although there are fewer fans. Bang! But the next second, the girl holding the Feng Shuran fan card directly threw the card on the ground. The original female fans of Feng Shuran also rushed past Feng Shuran and headed towards Chu Chen. Feng Shuran was no longer worthy of being their fan. The little brother in front must be handsome since he has so many fans, so they abandoned Feng Shuran and went after Chu Chen. Looking at the fan sign on the ground, there was even a big footprint on it. Feng Shuran's face turned blue, trembling with anger. Male God, we love you. Male God, I like you, I want to marry you. Me too, you won't marry in this life. Countless crazy female fans surrounded Chu Chen. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, and soon understood. He has grown up surrounded by countless girls since he was a child, so even in the face of such a scene, Chu Chen is still very indifferent. Hello everyone. Chu Chen said politely, these are all fans attracted by his connotation. Finally someone doesn't covet his looks anymore, it's not easy. Chu Chen started taking photos with fans and signing autographs. On the other side, seeing this scene, Feng Shuran was even more angry. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go up and slapped Chu Chen fiercely. Brother Ran, pay attention. The assistant next to him reminded. Call. Feng Shuran exhaled a long breath. He is still a big star. If he goes up to do it himself, the impact will definitely be bad. Bah, isn't it just a spam internet celebrity? Such an internet celebrity will only be one every few days, and in less than a month, it will be completely cold. Feng Shuran comforted himself, his voice had a strong sour taste. How can I compare myself to such a rubbish internet celebrity? Isn't that self-depreciation? Feng Shuran raised his arrogant head again. Yeah, how can Brother Ran be comparable to him? As long as Brother Ran says a word, the company will spare no effort to help you block him. Assistant touted. Yes, the company. Feng Shuran suddenly realized that he thought of the company. You know, the company boss is a brother to a Weibo executive. As long as he speaks, the company will definitely act. Now, he is the most popular pillar of the company, and the company will definitely agree to him. In a while, you will contact the company immediately. Feng Shuran and a group of assistant bodyguards left angrily. Chu Chen and fans finished taking pictures and were about to leave. Jiangnan Airlines, the manager of Hangzhou Airport, greeted him. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the general manager of Jiangnan Airlines, Mr. Feng would like to express my sincere thanks to you. You can leave the private jet to me too. Take care of it, which is your trust in Jiangnan Airlines. As a token of appreciation, the management fee for your 3 private jets is halved. Just now, he reported to the general manager of Jiangnan Airlines that Chu Chen's 3 Bombardier Global 7000s were parked at their airport. After learning about it, General Manager Feng also expressed his surprise. 3 Bombardier Global 7000s? This is definitely a super customer and a big customer. Being able to own 3 Bombardier Global 7000s is terrifying. You must know that top-level private jets like the Bombardier Global 7000 are produced in very small quantities each year, sometimes only a dozen or so a year. Many rich people, even if they want to buy it, can't buy it. But this Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, actually has 3, which is too powerful. Originally, Feng always wanted to classify Chu Chen as the top VIP of their Jiangnan Airlines, a diamond customer. But on second thought, diamond customers are not worthy of Mr. Chu at all. He wants to reclassify membership. After a while, he happened to be coming to Hangzhou, and he wanted to personally visit the super rich man, Mr. Chu. Mr. Feng is very polite. After leaving Hangzhou Airport, Chu Chen prepares the villa. On the way, Chu Chen accidentally discovered that this place seemed to be not far from the Yan family compound. Since Yan Luoshui became the heir of the Yan family, various things have been very busy. Chu Chen was a little curious about what happened to her, so he changed his route and headed towards the Yan family compound. In the Yan family compound, Yan Luoshui was greeting a guest at the moment. An arrogant, coercive king. He wanted to cooperate with the Yan family, but he put forward various domineering conditions, which gave Yan Luoshui a headache. This time, besides Yan Luoshui, there was also the head of the Yan family, Mr. Yan. After all, the other party is the boss from the magic capital, so naturally he has to be polite. Opposite Yan Luoshui, a young man sat there, sipping tea, with a dash of style. Next to the young man, there are several companions, all of whom are the CEOs of Hangzhou. This young man is none other than the last time Chu Chen went to Yu's house, and in front of Yu's house, the young man who exuded the temperament of a bastard and held tens of billions of assets, Gu Wenlin. Being frustrated at Yu's house, he didn't even enter the gate of Yu's house, which made Gu Wenlin extremely angry. Since the Yu family couldn't do it, under the leadership of several other bosses, Gu Wenlin came to the Yan family, which was slightly weaker than the Yu family. Being personally received by the old man of the Yan family, Gu Wenlin floated up again. After all, he is young and holds tens of billions of assets. The huge Hangzhou, even if it is a coincidence, it is impossible to meet that kid again. When talking to the Yan family this time, Gu Wenlin made a few excessive demands, and the lion opened his mouth. Old Yan, in fact, I don't think you and Mr. Gu need to talk like this. There is a better way. At this time, a chubby boss suggested. Mr. Gu is young and promising, and has a successful career, and Yan Lao's granddaughter, Miss Yan Luoshui, is also a national beauty and a beautiful city. I think the two are a good match. If Mr. Gu becomes the son-in-law of the Yan family, aren't you a family? Did you divide me at that time? The fat boss acted as a month-old man. Yes, President Liu is right. If Brother Gu can get married with the Yan family, then it won't be divided between you and me. Mr. Liu's proposal is good. Miss Yan and Brother Gu are talented and beautiful, and they are a good match. After the fat boss finished speaking, several other bosses agreed. Hearing this, Gu Wenlin was really moved. Although the Yan family is not as good as the Yu family, it is a wealthy family with hundreds of billions of dollars. I have a boyfriend. Before Gu Wenlin could think about it, Yan Luoshui spoke, and his attitude became extremely cold. I'm so sorry, Luoshui already has a boyfriend. Master Yan explained. Last time at the family meeting, Mr. Yan completely recognized Chu Chen. Hearing this, several bosses looked at each other and became extremely embarrassed. Old Yan, you should think about it. Hangzhou, among the younger generation, who can be more capable and accomplished than Mr. Gu? The fat boss was a little unwilling, and spoke again. If you want me to say, between rich and powerful families, it is still necessary to be well matched. President Gu is definitely the best choice for Miss Yan in the future. Yeah. Who can compare to President Gu? Gu is always a real young hero. He is young and holds tens of billions of assets. As for Miss Yan's boyfriend, it may not be the best choice for Miss Yen. Several bosses persuaded Mr. Yen to think about it. They kept saying bad things about Yan Luoshui's boyfriend, and held Gu Wenlin up high. I also think Miss Yen should think about it. Is your boyfriend suitable for you in the future? Gu Wenlin said arrogantly, sitting there, showing the temperament of a bastard. Dang dang dang. There was a sudden sound of footsteps. The next moment, a handsome boy walked in. Gudong. After seeing Chu Chen, Gu Wenlin, who was sitting there, slipped and was so frightened that he sat on the ground. He? How did you meet him again? Gu Wenlin was so frightened that he still had a fresh memory of what happened that day. Let all the senior members of the Yu family go out to meet them in person. Identity is horrible. What qualifications does he have to compare with others? He doesn't deserve it. Even Gu Wenlin was like this, let alone the bosses. After seeing Chu Chen, these bosses were all frightened. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Yan Luoshui said. He was just the person Yan Luoshui, Yan, who was talking about. After listening, the legs of several bosses became weak. This is a big man whom the senior management of the Yu family, and even Mr. Yu, personally greeted him. Now, they actually want to pry at the corner of this big man. Are they mentally retarded? Gu Wenlin was so frightened that his face turned pale. Yan Luoshui basically told Chu Chen what happened just now. Oh? Chu Chen looked at these bosses. It's all Lu Ci. It's all this dead fat man, we just refuted Lu Ci. Sharply. It's all him. In an instant, these bosses put all the responsibilities on the fat boss. The fat boss. Lu Ci shivered. Snapped. Lu Ci knelt down directly and slapped himself a few times. It's all my mouth, it should be beaten. While fighting, Lu Ci apologized. Gu Wenlin was too frightened to speak. Chu Chen disliked them and waved his hand. As if they were granted amnesty, they hurriedly left the Yan family. Terrible. When Chu Chen was at Yan's house and chatting with Yan Luoshui, Fang Xiaoran, a traffic star who appeared at the airport, also came to the hotel. Originally, he wanted the assistant to contact the company and let the company find a way to help him get rid of the back male god. But after thinking about it, the assistant said that he definitely didn't call the company himself, and the company paid attention to it. It's a little tricky. After listening to Fang Xiaoran's request, the boss of Fang Xiaoran's contracted company was a little embarrassed. It is really troublesome to want to get rid of the back male god who just caught fire and block it. In this way, as long as the company helps me get rid of the back male god, I am willing to sign a contract for another 3 years. In the future, for concerts and the like, the profit company will account for 60%. Finally, gritted his teeth, Fang Xiaoran assured. 5 years. The head of the entertainment company bargained. It is good. Fang Xiaoran thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Leave it to the company. The CEO of the entertainment company had a smile on his face. After signing a contract with Fang Xiaoran for another 5 years, he could earn at least a few $100 million more, until all of Fang Xiaoran's value was drained. Isn't it? Just to get rid of it and block a back male god who just caught fire. Just in case, the boss of the entertainment company first used his contacts, checked around, and determined that the male god behind him did not sign a contract, and that there was no big company standing behind him. So he started to act, sending Someone to create Chu Chen's black material, ready to spread it on the internet. It was not the first time that Zhang Xingrong, the CEO of Fang Shuran's entertainment company, had done such a thing. How are the black materials of many stars exposed? Each top star has its own team and entertainment company behind it. These stars are the pillars of the company and are naturally protected by the company. In order to bring down their competitors, many entertainment companies will attack each other and destroy each other's top stars. Behind the star of the big entertainment company, if you want to continue, it will be very troublesome and you will have to pay huge financial resources. But it's much easier to deal with a star who doesn't have any company standing behind it. In less than half an hour, Zhang Xingrong's subordinates had already made up a black material about the back male god. The back male god is a top scumbag who maintains improper relationships with countless female fans, with pictures, truth, and victims' personal complaint. The picture was synthesized by them. Anyway, the back male god never showed his face, and the picture was taken secretly from the back at night, so it should not be exposed. As for the victim, it was an employee of their company. According to Zhang Xingrong's instructions, the news was sent to major websites. Under the operation of the entertainment company, it quickly entered the hot search list. Zhang Xingrong also picked up his mobile phone and called a Weibo executive he knew and asked him to help, adding to the flames. Help him get rid of the back male god. Everything is ready, just waiting for the result. The news has just been exposed. And it has attracted the attention of countless people. After all, it is the most popular period for the back male god. In less than 10 minutes, the news rushed to the top 10 of Weibo's hot search list. With the use of Zhang Xingrong's company, it rose a little bit. In less than 20 minutes, this news rushed to the top of Weibo's hot search list. What? I didn't expect the back male god to be such a person. Bah. Trash, really trash. Below the news, comments appear. At the beginning, it was indeed abusive back male gods, all male netizens, and everyone was sour. Wow. Since ancient times, talented people have been affectionate, and male gods are so talented. What's wrong with fraternity? It's great. I thought I didn't have the chance to be with the male god. But after seeing this news, I realized that my chance is here. Male god, we love you. But soon, the style of the comments below the news suddenly changed. There was a huge turning point of 180 degrees, and countless crazy female fans poured out. Male god, talented and handsome, what if he made a little mistake? Beauty is justice. Also, this news is not necessarily true. The victim is so ugly, most of them are more beautiful than her. Will the male god choose an ugly person? With the emergence of this news, more people know the back male god. Suddenly, Chu Chen became even hotter. Angel Entertainment Group, the superstar Xiang, who had just dealt with the matter, frowned when she saw the news. She should be one of the few people who knows the true identity of the back male god. How could Chu Chen be a scumbag? Xiao shook her head. In Jiangzhou, thanks to Chu Chen helping her, she was able to get rid of the entanglement of her old club, and he also let himself sign with his Angel Entertainment Group. Moreover, at that time in Jiangzhou, she and Chu Chen lived together, and they lived in Villa 1 of Dongfang Hanhai for more than half a month, and Chu Chen didn't do anything to herself. If Chu Chen is a scumbag, how could he not start with himself, who is alluring the country and the city? Xiao sniffed at this fake news. It's definitely fake news, I swear. Xiao. used her verified account to speak under the news. Even Xiao Mingqi supports the male god. This is absolutely fake news. Fake. With Xiao Mingqi standing up, many fans of Chu Chen agreed. Soon enough, the reviews turned out to be fake news. Not good, Mr. Zhang. In the entertainment company, Zhang Xingrong, who was working, was suddenly interrupted by the secretary. Originally saw the black material about Chu Chen and rushed to the hot search list. Zhang Xingrong thought that the back male god was finished. So he didn't care about it anymore. Mr. Zhang, look. The secretary put the phone on Zhang Xingrong's desk. Seeing that in the comments, this is fake news, Zhang Xingrong got angry. Mr. Zhang, this time, not only did he not get rid of the back male god, but he made him even more popular. His popularity has increased a lot again. The secretary said helplessly. What? Zhang Xingrong was bombed. He worked for a long time, using company operations and contacts, and the end result was just the opposite? Not only did he not get rid of the back male god, but it made him even more popular. Xiao Mingqi. Zhang Xingrong noticed that Xiao Mingqi had the most comments and likes. Send a message to a few stars in our company, and ask them to go under this news, scold Xiao Mingqi, and scold the back male god. Please invite professional sprayers to spray the back male god and Xiao Mingqi. Zhang Xingrong is ready to make amends. Xiao Mingqi is just a singer who has just started to improve. She also signed a contract with an ordinary entertainment company, and she wants to fight him. A few minutes later, several big stars under Zhang Xingrong also commented. The fans of these big stars and the back male god, Xiao Mingqi's fans quarreled. At the beginning, there was no distinction between top and bottom, but later, more and more fans of the back male god knew about this matter and came to participate in the war one after another. Some are downloading Weibo for the first time for the sake of shadowing male gods. In the end, the fans of Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi, with an overwhelming advantage, killed all the stars and professional trolls under Zhang Xingrong. Now, the fans of the back male god can be called the most cohesive fan group. Many onlookers could not help but sighed under the news. The back male god is really powerful and charming, and he can gather so many hardcore fans. These fans are so awesome. Moz. It's okay for his stars to lose, but even professional trolls and keyboard warriors have lost to fans of the back male god? Did you make a mistake? This back male god is so powerful? Never mind. Now that he agreed to Feng Shouran, Zhang Xingrong called the Weibo executive again. Help me. The supercar you saw before will be delivered tomorrow. Zhang Xingrong began to give gifts. It is good. Weibo executives agreed to Zhang Xingrong and began to use permissions. There were originally hundreds of thousands of comments that supported Chu Chen and said they were fake news, but all of a sudden, nearly 90% of the comments were left, and there were only tens of thousands left, and they were still decreasing. And some fans who maintain Chu Chen have also been temporarily banned for various strange reasons, including Xiao Mingqi's account. On the contrary, those stars who sprayed Chu Chen have entered the top few hot reviews. Slowly, most of the comments became scolding Chu Chen. Something happened. As a star, Xiao Mingqi is extremely sensitive in this regard. When she saw the change in the comments under the news, she immediately guessed that someone must have asked someone from Weibo to suppress it. Xiao Mingqi quickly took out her mobile phone and called Chu Chen. Suddenly received a call from Xiang. Chu Chen was a little surprised. What happened? Chu Chen, it's like this. Xiang told Chu Chen a series of things that happened on Weibo just now. Oh? After listening to it, Chu Chen raised his brows. Chu Chen didn't really care much about being famous or not. He just wants to do the task, to be a rich man, to live a simple life, and to show himself in front of people when he has nothing to do. But now there are people who slander him, a pure, kind and serious person, who is tolerable and unbearable. What's more, it's still on Weibo, his territory. I see. Chu Chen knew it. By the way, are you in Hangzhou? Finally, Xiang asked, curiously. Well, I've been in Hangzhou for a while. In a day or two, I will go to Hangzhou. There will be a concert in Hangzhou. After chatting with Xiang for a while, Chu Chen hung up the phone. After that, Chu Chen called Yu Minxue, the president of Weibo. At this moment, Yu Minxue is having a meeting with a group of executives on Weibo. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Yu Minxue took out the phone impatiently, ready to hang up. What he hates most is when people call him when he is in a meeting. Isn't this a delay in work? However, in the next second, when he saw the prompt on his mobile phone, he immediately answered the phone respectfully. Mr. Chu, hello. In the conference room, a group of Weibo executives showed incredible expressions. What's the situation? Why did President Yu answer the phone during a meeting? This is the first time. Mr. Yu hates this the most. For this reason, every time they have a meeting, these executives will turn off their mobile phones, or simply not bring them with them. But now, what happened to Mr. Yu? What? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Yu Minxue's face changed greatly. Please rest assured, President Chu. I will definitely handle this matter in the shortest possible time. Yu Minxue repeatedly assured. This is President Chu, he dare not be slighted. Regardless of what kind of Weibo CEO he is, but his shares are very small. In fact, he is a part-time worker, not a boss at all. As long as Mr. Chu said a word, he would be fired immediately. Now, someone dares to spread rumors about President Chu on Weibo, and they don't want to live anymore. In the conference room, looking at the extremely humble Yu Minxue, all the senior management became nervous, and they realized that something big seemed to have happened. After hanging up the phone, Yu Minxue sternly glanced at everyone. Who did it for the male god, behind the back? Yu Minxue knows some things about Weibo, all of which are unspoken rules. But I never expected that someone would provoke President Chu today. Back male god? These high-level executives shook their heads one after another, not knowing any back male gods. Suddenly, a thin executive trembled. Finally, biting the bullet, the thin executive stood up. Although he doesn't want to admit it, if he doesn't admit it now, Mr. Yu will investigate, and his fate will be even worse. Meng Jian? Yu Minxue muttered. Surprisingly, this time, Yu Minxue did not lose his temper, but sat down and was extremely calm. This attitude of Yu Minxue made all the senior leaders even more afraid. The back male god is the largest shareholder and a friend of President Chu. Yu Minxue said coldly. Because of Chu Chen's explanation, Yu Minxue did not reveal that Chu Chen was the back male god. What? As soon as Yu Minxue said this, everyone in the conference room was shocked. They don't know much about this mysterious largest shareholder, President Chu. All I know is that President Chu is very young. This is even more terrifying. At a young age, he acquired so many shares in one go. President Chu's background and financial resources are terrible. What? The thin, executive Meng Jian's legs went weak and his body trembled. He agreed to Xiang Chuchen, originally thinking that the back male god was just an ordinary star. Never would have thought that the male god behind the back had such a terrible background. Ruined. What to do next, don't tell me. You mean Xue opened his mouth. In an instant, Meng Jian and the other high-level officials understood and acted immediately. In less than half a minute, the news that framed Chu Chen, the comments instantly recovered from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The Chu Chen fans who had been deleted and blocked were immediately unblocked. On the contrary, the stars and trolls under Xiang Chuchen were directly banned forever. At the same time, Weibo announced that it would block the stars just now. In Xiang Chuchen's office, a group of shareholders suddenly rushed in. Stupid, you are a fool. Are you mentally retarded? You actually provoke Weibo executives. These shareholders yelled at them. With the unanimous consent of the board of directors, you were dismissed by the company. What? Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen was instantly dumbfounded. Removed, he was removed? He has worked so hard for so many years, and it has nothing to do with him. Do not. Xiang Chuchen shouted. And stood up abruptly. However, before he could speak, he suddenly fell to the ground and passed out in a coma. Soon, Fan Shouran, the initiator, was terminated by the brokerage company and permanently banned. In Weibo's conference room. After seeing that everything was done, I was a little relieved. Meng Jian, don't worry, you have made great contributions to the development of the company. The company won't fire you. You mean Xue said with a smile. Meng Jian just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard you mean Xue's punishment, he would rather be fired from the company. In the future, don't be a manager anymore, just go and clean the toilet. Meng Jian was stunned. This is really a plummet. For a person with a good face, this is more painful than killing him. The hardest thing is that he can't refuse because of his special appointment contract. Once he refuses and leaves the company, he will immediately be sued by the company for breach of contract and go to life in prison. After this incident, the popularity of the back male god has risen again, becoming the hottest star today, far surpassing countless small fresh meat. The number of Chu Chen's fans, especially female fans, has increased significantly. Some fans even called Chu Chen the new national male god. 2 days later, Chu Chen accidentally received a call from Jiangnan Airlines, the manager of Hangzhou Airport, asking Chu Chen to come. That afternoon, Chu Chen got into the car and went straight to Hangzhou Airport. After Chu Chen arrived, the manager personally gave Chu Chen a membership card of the highest rank. From now on, Chu Chen was a supreme customer of Jiangnan Airlines. Of course, it is also the only supreme customer who enjoys various super benefits. This is Jiangnan Airlines, in order to win over the super big customer, Chu Chen, adding a supreme customer to the original top diamond customer. Chu Chen took a look at a few of his own planes. Again. He was a little tired and was going to find a place to rest. At this time, Chu Chen's beautiful tenant, flight attendant Lu Xianxian, happened to see Chu Chen. Because of what happened last time, Lu Xianxian was very grateful to Chu Chen, and her goodwill increased a lot. After seeing Chu Chen, Lu Xianxian took the initiative to greet her. After chatting with Chu Chen for a while, and knowing that Chu Chen was a little tired, Lu Xianxian took Chu Chen to the VIP lounge. The VIP Lounge of Jiangnan Airlines is divided into several levels, which are divided according to the VIP level. When the two passed the Diamond Lounge, Chu Chen stopped. Just here. Chu Chen was too lazy to go to other places. Although he was the most honored guest, he didn't mind much. The Diamond Lounge is the Diamond Lounge. What? Lu Xianxian was stunned. Originally, she wanted to take Chu Chen to the Golden Member Lounge. But I didn't expect that Chu Chen would enter the Diamond Lounge. It is good. Now that Chu Chen spoke, Lu Xianxian opened the door of the Diamond Lounge. In general, there are very few people in the Diamond Lounge. She brought Chu Chen to take a rest, and nothing should happen. Unfortunately, when Lu Xianxian brought Chu Chen in, there were already a flight attendant and a rich businessman with a belly inside. Originally, this flight attendant was sitting on the lap of a wealthy businessman, and the two behaved intimately. When they suddenly saw Chu Chen and Lu Xianxian walking in, they were taken aback. The flight attendant quickly stood up and tidied up her clothes. Lu Xianxian? Who allowed you in? When the flight attendant slowed down and found out that the person who came in was actually Lu Xianxian, she immediately reprimanded. This flight attendant is not someone else. She is in the same team as Lu Xianxian. She is the flight attendant and her name is Han Anha. Usually, she has a very bad relationship with Lu Xianxian, and she always targets Lu Xianxian. Today, Lu Xianxian bumped into her, which made Han Anha angry. And the Diamond VIP Lounge, flight attendants are not allowed to come in privately. Suddenly being disturbed, the rich man with a big belly was also very angry and wanted to go crazy, but when he noticed Lu Xuanxuan's amazing appearance, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful flight attendant at Hangqing Airport. Well, very good. At this time, Han Anha noticed Chu Chen next to Lu Xianxian. Subconsciously, Han Anha regarded Chu Chen as Lu Xuanxuan's boyfriend. There are only a few Diamond VIPs in Hangqing. Han Anha knows them all. She is very sure that the young people around Lu Xianxian are not Diamond customers. Who asked you to bring your boyfriend here? You are a serious violation of the company's regulations. I will report it to my superiors immediately and suggest that you be fired. Han Anha wanted to kick Lu Xianxian out of Jiangnan Airlines, and the provincial Lu Xianxian told her. Scandal. You're doing it badly. Hu Liang, the manager here, is my friend. Afterwards, I will reflect with him. The rich businessman with a big belly also threatened. If he wanted to get Lu Xianxian, he would naturally have to use some means. Lu Xianxian quickly explained, he's my friend and a guest at the airport. Oh? Not a boyfriend. But a guest. Are you a Diamond VIP? Han Anha asked cautiously. No. Chu Chen shook his head, he was not a Diamond VIP, but a VIP guest. No? After Chu Chen answered, whether it was Han Anha or the rich businessman with a belly, a smile appeared on his face. Not a Diamond VIP, just fine. Han Anha was happy that Chu Chen was not a Diamond VIP, but Lu Xianxian brought him in, and he would definitely be severely punished by the company, most likely to be fired directly. And the rich businessman with a big belly is happy because Chu Chen is not a big man. In this way, it was easier for him to dig around and get this beautiful flight attendant. Han Anha said, let's not say that he is not a Diamond VIP, you brought him into the Diamond VIP lounge. It is a huge mistake to say that you disturbed Mr. Tian's rest. Tell you, this is President Tian, chairman of Tian's Mining, Mr. Tian Hongxing. Our company's distinguished diamond member. Hanan. He looked proud. Tian Hongxing is the wealthy businessman she just hooked up with, the chairman of a large group. After listening to Hanan's introduction, Tian Hongxing straightened up and looked proud. Hey, I'm just a mere billionaire, nothing. Tian Hongxing looked humble and began to pretend, trying to attract Lu Xuanxuan's attention. With this hand, he made a lot of beauties, including Hananha. What? Lu Xianxian was a little surprised. Tian's Mining is a well-known large company in Hangzhou. Boy, you don't even look at where this place is, just come in? As you are, do you deserve to come here? Who do you think you are? Tian Hongxing scolded Chu Chen, beeping aggressive insults. This is the Diamond VIP Lounge. Only the Diamond VIPs of Jiangnan Airlines can come in. What qualifications do you have for a flight attendant to bring you in? Tian Hongxing rebuked Chu Chen and put all the blame on Chu Chen. While talking, Tian Hongxing hinted to Lu Xianxian that he could help Lu Xianxian get rid of the responsibility. It's not Chu Chen's fault, it's my fault. All faults are my responsibility. However, just when Tian Hongxing thought he was about to pick up Lu Xianxian, Lu Xuanxuan's words caught him off guard. This and take the initiative to take responsibility. For yourself? True love, right? Well, I make you love. Chancellor Han, you should contact President Hu now. And tell him that a flight attendant brought a young man who is not a VIP to the Diamond VIP room for a date. Disturbing my rest, let him deal with it seriously. Since you don't eat toast and eat a fine drink, don't blame him for being cruel. Just when Han Anha was about to make a call, Chu Chen spoke. Who said I wasn't a VIP? While talking, Chu Chen sat on the sofa, very indifferent, and asked Lu Xianxian to sit down too, so don't worry. After hearing what Chu Chen said, Han Anha and Tian Hongxing were very puzzled. What if it's a VIP? Isn't it a golden VIP at most? Tian Hongxing sneered and dismissed Chu Chen. Even if it's a golden VIP, you don't deserve to come in here. You are still sitting here calmly. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Han Anha agreed, not a diamond VIP, you are not qualified to come in. Chu Chen asked back. Is it? I am not a diamond VIP, but a VIP guest. Do you think I am qualified? The most distinguished guest? After hearing Chu Chen's words, Han Anhe and Tian Hongxing were taken aback for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. The most distinguished guest? Jiangnan Airlines has a most distinguished guest? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. A country bumpkin who doesn't know anything, doesn't know how to check it before pretending to force it. Really laughed at them. Because the VIP status of Jiangnan Airlines has just changed and has not been announced to the public, most people do not know about the VIP. Our highest level VIP here is the Diamond VIP. Are you still the honored guest? Why don't you say that you are the VIP of the Emperor, the VIP of the Emperor? Han Anha mocked Chu Chen. After all, Han Anha called Jiangnan Airlines the manager of Hangzhou Airport, and Hu Liang according to Tian Hongxing's request. The phone was connected, and Han Anha added fuel to what Tian Hongxing explained just now. What? Who gave Lu Xianxian such courage? On the phone, Hu Liang's angry voice came. A little flight attendant actually took her boyfriend to the Diamond VIP lounge for a date. It also disturbs the rest of the Diamond members, which is so presumptuous. As soon as he came up, Han Anha turned on the speakerphone in order to show off, and everyone heard Hu Liang's voice. Lu Xuanxuan's face paled and she became nervous. Ha ha. Tian Hongxing sneered and became even more arrogant. Oppose him, and this is the end. By the way, manager, that kid still refuses to admit it, and finally pretended to be the most distinguished guest of our Jiangnan Airlines. When did Jiangnan Airlines have a distinguished guest? It's ridiculous. While sneering, Han Anha complained to the manager, Hu Liang, as if telling a joke. Hu Liang, who was originally angry, suddenly changed his face. The most distinguished guest? The company's change of VIP rank has not been announced to the public, and he immediately contacted Mr. Chu as soon as it was passed on. Now, apart from the company's executives, it seems that only Mr. Chu is the one who knows the change of the most distinguished guests. Could the person Lu Xianxian invited to the Diamond VIP room be Mr. Chu? Hu Liang suddenly stood up. This seems to make sense. They don't have a VIP lounge at the airport, so Lu Xianxian invited someone to the Diamond VIP lounge. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Hu Liang spoke quickly, hung up the phone, and rushed to the Diamond VIP lounge. He wasn't sure and didn't dare to make any orders now. Putting away the phone, Han Anha thought that Hu Liang was extremely angry when he said so, and she wanted to bring someone to teach Chu Chen and Lu Xianxian a lesson. So Han Anha looked at Chu Chen and Lu Xianxian with a sneer. Haha, did you hear that? Mr. Hu will be here in a while, just wait. Make you love. Looking at Lu Xianxian and Chu Chen, Tian Hongxing sat there arrogantly, with his arms on the sofa, sitting like a big boss. After a while, Hu Liang came, and he was pretending to be coercive. As long as Lu Xianxian agrees, he can help her resolve this crisis. Otherwise, Chu Chen, I'm the one who caused you trouble. Lu Xianxian apologized to Chu Chen very much. Do not. Chu Chen shook his head. Just when Chu Chen was about to speak, a rushing figure rushed in. The person here is the manager here, Hu Liang. What about people? Hu Liang noticed Han Anha standing at the door and asked nervously. It's there. Pointing at Chu Chen, Han Anha spoke, thinking that Hu Liang was going to teach Chu Chen a lesson. Looking in the direction Han Anha pointed, Hu Liang was stunned. Mr. Chu. Is it really Mr. Chu? For a time, Hu Liang roared in his heart. Han Anha, are you a fool? He managed to please Mr. Chu, and the general manager even changed the VIP level for Mr. Chu. You Han Anha are so good, you actually offended Mr. Chu. You are amazing, even the general manager, even he dare not. President Hu, this kid, Han Anha said. To shut up. Before Han Anha could finish speaking, Hu Liang suddenly turned around and scolded Han Anha angrily. Looking at the furious Hu Liang, Han Anha was so frightened that he swallowed back his words. Is this the first time she sees President Hu so angry? Very scary. After reprimanding Han Anha, Hu Liang hurriedly came to Chu Chen and apologized to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. It's all because of me that I used people improperly. I actually used such a brainless person. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Hu Liang actually apologized to Chu Chen. Han Anha and Tian Hongxing were extremely shocked. What happened? What are you doing? It's not Mr. Hu's fault for this, Chu Chen said, he is not an unreasonable person. Cough, this is our most distinguished guest, Mr. Chu. Who? Liang opened his mouth and introduced Chu Chen. Just now, the president revised the VIP rating of Jiangnan Airlines. In the original rating, the Diamond member was added to the VIP. Now, the most distinguished guests are our most honored guests of Jiangnan Airlines. And Mr. Chu is our Jiangnan Airlines, the only distinguished guest now. How come? Han Anha was stunned, terrified to the extreme. Real. What this kid said about the most honorable guest is actually true. And it is also the only distinguished guest of Jiangnan Airlines, the most distinguished guest. Oh my God. She actually offended such a person. She's done. On the other side, Tian Hongxing was also so frightened that his face turned pale. He noticed Hu Liang's words, the most distinguished guest, was added without changing the original VIP rank. That is to say, Chu Chen's status is terrifyingly high. Among all the Diamond VIPs of Jiangnan Airlines, he is considered to be lower middle. However, so many other powerful Diamond VIPs have not become VIP guests. He is the only member of the entire Jiangnan Airlines. Horrible. Who is he? He actually offended such a person and wanted to pry his corner? Are you mentally ill? Really, Chu Chen is really the most distinguished guest. Lu Xianxian also covered her mouth, looking inconceivable. At the beginning, even she was a little skeptical. Mr. Chu, President Chu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm not worthy. I'm not qualified to be compared with you, I don't deserve it. The next second, Tian Hongxing knelt down and apologized to Chu Chen again and again. Even if he is the chairman of Tianchi Mining, a billionaire. In front of such a big man, he is still nothing, too trash. Seeing that even Tian Hongxing, his own dependent, was kneeling in front of Chu Chen, Han Anha collapsed even more. She never thought that she would offend such a big man. Under Chu Chen's suggestion, Lu Xianxian told Hu Liang what she saw after she came in. What, there is such a thing? Hu Liang was extremely angry. Their company strictly forbids flight attendants from entanglement with guests when they are at work. Han Anha, you are very good, very good. At this moment, looking at Han Anha, Hu Liang wanted to strangle her to death. After a long time, Han Anha did this to cover up his mistakes. Just because of her selfishness, the company almost lost a super big customer. Han Anha, your responsibility is great. In order not to disturb Chu Chen, Han Anha was called outside by Hu Liang and reprimanded. At this moment, Chu Chen's cell phone rang suddenly. Chu Chen saw an unfamiliar number. Chu Chen looked at the mobile phone number, it was from the Magic Capital. Is it the Hilton Group, or is there something wrong with Prada? Chu Chen curiously answered the phone. Are you Chu Chen? On the phone, there was a cold voice. Listening to the voice, it should be a middle-aged woman. You are? I am the wife of the chairman of Vientiane Group, from the wealthy Huang family, Huang Biyu. The middle-aged woman spoke. Vientiane Group? Isn't that Mo Yuan's father's company? Chu Chen guessed that this middle-aged woman should be Mo Yuan's stepmother, a vicious woman who was so deliberate and wanted to make Mo Yuan give up her right of inheritance in order to intimidate Chu Chen. Huang Biyu deliberately added the wealthy Huang family when introducing himself. The wealthy Huang family is well known in the Magic Capital. In terms of overall strength, even the Yu family that Chu Chen just met is not an opponent of the Huang family. You sent someone to break my brother Huang Feiyang's bones and throw them out of Hangqing? As soon as Huang Biyu came up, he scolded Chu Chen, as if he was starting a teacher and asking for guilt. Yes. Are you envious? If you come, I can send someone to help you. Chu Chen responded unceremoniously. Mo Yuan was his own person, and if he dared to attack Mo Yuan and threaten Mo Yuan's grandparents, it was enough to see the despicableness of the Huang family. Chu Chen was very disgusted with opponents who threatened his family. When Huang Biyu heard Chu Chen's answer, her face turned ashen with anger. It's really sharp. Don't think that you have a small company. It's amazing to know that, Fang Yisong. Huang Biyu spoke again. In your eyes, Fang Yisong is a big boss in the magic capital, but in the eyes of our Huang family, he has always been an ant. And you, and Mo Yuan, are even worse than ants. Huang Biyu is full of confidence. And the Huang family does have this ability. I'm calling you to give you one last chance. Now, immediately fire Mo Yuan, and find a way to get her to sign the contract to give up her inheritance rights. In this way, our Huang family may spare your life and punish you less. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Your company will soon go bankrupt. In the end, Huang Biyu went straight to the point and threatened Chu Chen. In your eyes, I'm not as good as an ant. How do you know? The Huang family, in my eyes, aren't they inferior to ants? Chu Chen sneered and retorted. The end of provocation and coercion is usually miserable. After all, Chu Chen directly hung up the phone, too lazy to chat with this crazy woman. If there is any trick, let him go. Before he could speak, Chu Chen hung up the phone. This made Huang Biyu extremely angry. Okay, you are courting death yourself, dare to provoke me, provoke our Huang family, and wait for bankruptcy. Having said that, Huang Biyu got up, left the villa, and walked towards the Huang family. Go to discuss the specific deal with Chu Chen. After leaving Jiangnan Airlines, Chu Chen returned home. He received an invitation from Wei Ziying, saying that at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, I want to compete with Chu Chen again to see who is the first car god in Hangzhou. Last time, Wei Ziying thought it was because of the car, so he lost to Chu Chen, and it had nothing to do with the car skills. Therefore, this time Wei Ziying hoped that Chu Chen would not drive the Lycan Hypersport. Chu Chen agreed. As an old driver, how can the driving skills be suspected? In this competition, in addition to Wei Ziying, Wu Yao, and other sons and brothers from before will all go to watch. Although they only met Chu Chen, they all hoped that Chu Chen would win from the bottom of their hearts. After all, they had been crushed by Wei Ziying's female devil for so long. And they had had enough. Chu Chen was their only hope. Wu Yao and a few people called Chu Chen to cheer up. The next day, Xiao Mingqi's plane arrived at around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but the plane was delayed. It was after 7 o'clock in the evening that Xiao Mingqi arrived in Hangqing. Chu Chen came to the airport to pick up Xiao Mingqi. This time, Chu Chen did not wear a mask and was afraid that the scene of Jiangnan Airlines would appear again. People are too hot, so troublesome. There are beautiful female fans everywhere, constantly shouting that you won't marry, love you, like you. It's so hard for yourself. On the way here just now, Wu Yao and others had already met with Chu Chen, and they couldn't wait. This time, in Addition to Wu Yao and others, there are many more sons. They all heard about the game that night and wanted to see it with their own eyes. Because Chu Chen was coming to pick up the plane, they drove their supercar and came together. When more than 24 top-level supercars parked outside, it immediately caused a sensation. Wu Yao and others were very sensible and did not follow up, but waited for Chu Chen outside. Around 7:30, Xiang walked out slowly dragging her suitcase by herself. In fact, there are still 4 or 5 days until the concert. But she couldn't wait any longer, so she left her agent directly and came to Hangzhou ahead of schedule. Is she still stealing a teacher? She coveted Chu Chen. No, she coveted Chu Chen's piano skill for a long time. Before in Jiangzhou, Chu Chen didn't teach her much. This time, she must learn a little more from Chu Chen. Try to surpass Chu Chen as soon as possible. Beauty, wait a minute. Following behind Xiang, a tall young man spoke anxiously. He noticed Xiang in the first-class cabin. Although Xiang was wearing a mask, he was still very sure that she was definitely a beautiful woman. So he kept talking to Xiang on the plane, but unfortunately, Xiang ignored him from beginning to end. Now, what he is most looking forward to is the scene when he walks out of the airport lobby. In order to pretend, he specially asked his family to send a fleet of luxury cars. There are 10 cars in total, a Bentley of more than 2 million. As the lead car, and the all-black Mercedes-Benz in the back is extremely well arranged. Relying on this team, he is invincible in terms of pretending. It also won the hearts of many beautiful women. Today, he will win the heart of Xiang. Just when he was stunned and fell into fantasy, Xiang had already met with Chu Chen. Seeing the two people chatting enthusiastically, the young man's face turned green. Unable to bear, he quickly walked towards Chu Chen and Xiang. His show is about to begin. Beauty, you finally stopped. The young man walked over with a smile and said to Xiang. His name is Lin Qiyuan. He is a rich and handsome man from Hangqing, and his family has a lot of background. In terms of love, as a rich and handsome man, he has always been in a position to win. As long as it is a beautiful woman he likes, most of them can be picked up. Let's add WeChat, how about having dinner together? I think the 4 seasons of the West Lake are good, and all kinds of dishes taste very good. It only costs 4 or 5,000, which is very cheap. A meal of 4 or 5,000 is almost equivalent to all the expenses of an ordinary family for a month. The 4 seasons of West Lake is definitely one of the most expensive places in Hangzhou. Not interested in. Xiang refused, and was a little disgusted with Lin Qiyuan. On the plane, he would show off his wealth and create romance, and he also felt good about himself. I have dinner with my friends. After all, Xiang took Chu Chen and walked outside the airport. Seeing this scene, Lin Qiyuan's face became a little ugly, which was unreasonable. Lin Qiyuan chased after him again, ready to cut to the chase and show off his team directly. Beauty, does your friend have a car? If you don't have a car, I can take you on the way. Lin Qiyuan suggested himself. I came by car. Chu Chen replied to Lin Qiyuan. I don't know what car you have. Lin Qiyuan asked. Very ordinary car. Chu Chen told the truth. This time, in order to compete with Wei Ziying, Chu Chen promised Wei Ziying that he did not drive his own world-class supercar, the Lycan Hypersport. Instead, from several garages, I found the most common and Most common supercar, a Ferrari 812 with a price of more than 4 million and close to 5 million. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Chiyuan raised his brows. It's an ordinary car, that's fine. The comfort of an ordinary car is very ordinary. Today, my family sent someone to pick me up. Lin Chiyuan showed off. A team was sent, the head of which was a nearly 3 million Bentley Continental, and the rest were black Mercedes-Benz. If the beauty wants, she can take my Bentley and leave wherever she wants. You must know that the comfort of Bentley is not comparable to those of ordinary cars with hundreds of thousands of dollars. The more he talked, the more proud Lin Chiyuan became. Come to think of it, at this time, his team, outside the airport, had already caused a stir. A Bentley Continental worth nearly 3 million, followed by 9 black Mercedes-Benzes, with a total value of 8 or 9 million. It is difficult not to attract the attention of others. Bentley, I don't dare to be interested. I am willing to take my friend's ordinary car. Xiao Mingqi once again rejected Lin Chiyuan. Following Chu Chen, Xiao Mingqi walked out of the airport. It's about time you regret it. Lin Chiyuan gritted his teeth, and saw his luxury car. Fleet in a while, I think you still think your friend is good? He has met more than one self-confessed beauty, but as soon as he saw his own luxury car fleet, or his huge financial resources, in the next second, it went straight from Qinggao to his licking dog. Lin Chiyuan swaggered out and walked out. Before he could go out, he heard bursts of exclamations and exclamations coming from outside. Oh my God, this luxury car fleet is horrible. What kind of big man is the owner of this luxury car team? It's too awesome. This is the local tyrant, the real local tyrant. Hearing these exclamations, Lin Chiyuan suddenly felt relieved. Soon, it's time for him to make a grand debut and pretend. Especially after seeing that Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi were also parked there. Lin Chiyuan became even more arrogant. Didn't you still ignore my love just now? Immediately, I'm going to let you down. Now, when I saw my fleet of luxury cars, I was scared to the ground. Ha ha. Lin Chiyuan walked out quickly, preparing to appear in front of people and announce that he was the owner of this luxury car fleet. However, Lin Chiyuan only said 2 words, and he swallowed the rest. Lin Chiyuan was stunned when he looked at the supercars parked outside the airport. 3.5 million Lamborghini Huracan, 4 million McLaren 720s, 6 million Aston Martin, 9 million Lamborghini Aventador. Lin Chiyuan was stunned. You know, it's not easy to see one of these top supercars at ordinary times. But today, there are so many gathered all at once. My goodness. 1, 2, 3-inch. Lin Chiyuan counted the past curiously. There are 23 top-level supercars here, and the total value is over 100 million. This supercar team is the real luxury car team. Compared with them, the team composed of their own Bentley and Mercedes-Benz is simply insignificant and not worth mentioning. In this supercar team, the cheapest Lamborghini Huracan is worth more than the most expensive Bentley Continental in its own team. So amazing. I wonder who this supercar team is waiting for. Definitely the kind of shocking big man. Lin Chiyuan said with emotion, this kind of big man is definitely the existence he wants to look up to, and it is unattainable. After a sigh, Lin Chiyuan walked towards Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi, who were standing there. It doesn't matter who this supercar team is waiting for. The important thing is his Bentley. The Mercedes-Benz team has stopped not far away, and the opportunity to pretend is coming. Where is My motorcade parked for me, do you know where your car is? Lin Chiyuan walked over, smiled confidently, and asked. Chu Chen. Brother Chen, you are out. Seeing Chu Chen, Wu Yao came out of the supercar and said hello. Hello, sister-in-law. Wu Yao regarded Xiao Mingqi as Chu Chen's girlfriend, and quickly opened his mouth, to please. Hearing Wu Yao's opening, the other young masters also understood and greeted them immediately. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Let's get in the car. Chu Chen said to Xiao Mingqi and opened the door of his Ferrari. Standing there just now, Chu Chen asked Xiao Mingqi's opinion. Go to a drag race with yourself for a while, then go to dinner, or something else? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Xiao Mingqi expressed her willingness to accompany Chu Chen. She hasn't seen a drag race yet. Xiao Mingqi got into the car, Chu Chen's Ferrari started first, and Wu Yao and the others followed in a supercar. For a time, the supercar team of more than 20 cars went away in a mighty manner, with amazing momentum. Seeing this scene, countless passers-by stopped and marveled. It's really inhumane. So many supercars. What's the identity of that young man, to be so respected by so many young masters who drive supercars, the rich second generation? Definitely a superhero. And Lin Chiyuan is messy in the wind. The person waiting for this supercar team is actually him? The existence that makes him feel that he is unattainable and needs to be looked up to is actually him? Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi came to the agreed place. When Chu Chen and the others came, Wei Ziying and some of Wei Ziying's supporters had already arrived. As the former first car god, the eldest lady of the Wei family, Wei Ziying naturally has many friends and supporters. As soon as she heard that Wei Ziying was going to compete with others, some of her friends and supporters all came. These people are also big and young in Hangqing. Miss Jianjin. Chu Chen stopped the car, and Wei Ziying and others surrounded him. You're finally here, we thought you were going to be a tortoise? Hurry up and play. The first car god is definitely Ziying's. If you want to win her, it's just a daydream. Some of Wei Ziying's fanatical suitors spoke up. Don't blow it, this time, Brother Chen must be the champion. Brother Chen's driving skills are absolutely nothing to say. Wu Yao and others also got out of the car and competed with Wei Ziying's suitors. Chu Chen opened the car door and walked down with Xiao Mingqi. You came. Wei Ziying stepped forward and told Chu Chen that she couldn't wait. However, when she saw that Chu Chen actually drove a Ferrari 812, she was a little surprised. She hoped that Chu Chen would not drive the world-class supercar like in Hypersport. She originally thought that Chu Chen would drive a cheaper, tens of millions of other supercars. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen actually drove a Ferrari 812 with a price of about 5 million. Now, if you drive a Bugatti of 20 to 30 million yuan, then cheating is unfair. I drive this McLaren. Wei Ziying turned around and found a McLaren similar to a Ferrari 812 from a friend, and said to Chu Chen. To show fairness, it's time to start. I'll have dinner with my friends in a while. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Chu Chen still had confidence in the old driver's driving skills that the system had previously rewarded. I dare not say that I can beat the world champion, but it is not a problem to beat those top professional racing drivers, let alone Wei Ziying. Don't be complacent. The one who wins this time must be me. Wei Ziying said confidently. Just as the race was about to start, a white BMW stopped A petite beauty came out. Xiang, I'm here to cheer you on. She is Wei Ziying's friend. Well, isn't this Lu Chenxi? That little girl. Who just became popular, Lu Chenxi. Recently, her costume dramas are very popular. After seeing this petite beauty, many people talked about it. Although she has just debuted, LV Chenxi has attracted a lot of fans with her role as the No. At present, Lu Chenxi has become a third-tier star. If it goes well, the second tier is not far away. With the arrival of Lu Chenxi, the atmosphere at the scene became more enthusiastic. When he came to Wei Ziying's side, Lu Chenxi recommended himself. When I was racing for a while, this beauty gave up her life to accompany the gentleman and got into your car. Hearing this sentence, both Wei Ziying and the others were all surprised and didn't understand what Lu Chenxi meant. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Lu Chenxi blinked her eyes and asked, curiously. I watch those TV shows and many drag racing competitions in the movies. Don't you like to bring a beautiful woman in the co-pilot? Hearing this, everyone sweated. Indeed, many sons and brothers of the second generation, when racing, will let beautiful women sit in their co-pilots. But that's to pretend and show off your driving skills. Now, I can't use it, not to mention that Wei Ziying is still a woman. Ziying, can you take me with you? I finally ran out of my house. Haven't participated in a drag racing race yet? Lu Chenxi said pitifully. She has seen drag racing competitions in many TV series and movies, and she finds it exciting and interesting. This time, she finally had a chance, and she secretly ran out of the villa. All right. Unable to stand Lu Chenxi's plea, Wei Ziying agreed. Don't dare to say anything else. With her driving skills, Lu Chenxi will not be in danger. When sitting in the car, Oi! Lu Chenxi jumped up excitedly. Sister Ying is amazing. Even the little flower actress Lu Chenxi has come to cheer. This time, Sister Ying will win. Wei Ziying's supporters shouted excitedly. Even on Chu Chen's side, the eyes of individual sons were attracted by Lu Chenxi. As a popular actress, Lu Chenxi's appearance is naturally speechless. Beauty, no matter when, is the most concerned about these sons, not to mention, is it a beauty star? Brother on the surface, with beautiful women, the eyes are all shining. Seeing several brothers staring at Lu Chenxi, Weiyao said with emotion. Although Lu Chenxi is beautiful, he is still a firm supporter of Brother Chen. While talking, Weiyao secretly glanced at Lu Chenxi. Lu Chenxi walked towards Chu Chen and said confidently, little brother, this beauty is sitting in Ziying's car. Ziying will win. Are you also looking for a beautiful woman to sit in your car? Hearing this sentence, Chu Chen's supporters were embarrassed. Not to mention the looks and the like. Just speaking of identity, Lu Chenxi is a popular star, since she sat in Wei Ziying's car. Then for the sake of face, Brother Chen also has to sit a star in the car, and at least he must be the same as Lu Chenxi, a third-tier actress. If it is before, it should be able to arrange. But now, the game is about to start, let them get beautiful stars from where. But if not, Brother Chen will lose face. Some of the young masters on Chu Chen's side hurriedly turned around, like ants on a hot pot. On the opposite side, Wei Ziying's supporters smiled proudly and watched the play. At the beginning, Chu Chen's face lost a lot. Where did he find stars, and where did he make up his face? I would like to sit in Chu Chen's car. Without Chu Chen speaking, after Lu Chenxi finished speaking, Xiao Mingqi took the initiative to stand up. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Mingqi, extremely curious. Who is she? With everyone watching, Xiao Mingqi slowly took off her mask. I'll go, Xiao Mingqi. She's actually a popular first-line singer. Xiao Mingqi. Oh my god, she actually came. Seeing Xiao Mingqi taking off her mask, the scene was horrified. Xiao Mingqi, she actually came. As a new singer, Xiao Mingqi is now a top-tier singer and has many fans. At the scene, some of the boys and girls were fans of Xiao Mingqi. They never expected that today, Xiao Mingqi actually came, and she was also a supporter of Chu Chen. On Chu Chen's side, everyone cheered and was extremely excited. Brother Chen is worthy of being Brother Chen, he is awesome. There is actually a first-line singer to help out. This is not comparable to the third-line Xiaowadan on the opposite side. After seeing Xiao Mingqi, Lu Chenxi was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly walked towards Xiao Mingqi. And eats a tiger. Lu Chenxi's sudden action immediately attracted everyone's attention. What is she going to do? However, Lu Chenxi's next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Idol, sign me your name. Lu Chenxi said excitedly, like a little fangirl, with gold stars in her eyes. Seeing Lu Chenxi's actions, countless supporters on Wei Ziying's side were disappointed and felt that they had lost all their face. They were still complacent just now, and they had a popular little actress on their side. But in the next second, there are first-line singers on the opposite side, and the star on my side is actually the other side's little fangirl. Uncles. Their faces are gone. As Xiao Mingqi took off her mask, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Mingqi. This time it was just the opposite. Because of Xiao Mingqi's appearance, some of Wei Ziying's supporters began to waver. After taking a photo with Xiao Mingqi, Lu Chenxi reluctantly sat in Wei Ziying's car. Before getting into the car, Lu Chenxi suddenly shouted to Chu Chen, "Come on, little brother. You are the best. The champion of this competition must be yours." Lu Chenxi's position suddenly changed 180 degrees. Okay. You little girl. Hearing this, Wei Ziying was so angry that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and gave Lu Chenxi a head-scratcher. Mad. I still supported her just now, but the next second, in front of her, she said that her opponent was the best. Plastic sisterhood, plastic sisterhood. Shaking his head, Wei Ziying sat in the car. Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi also got into the car. 3, 2, 1. Start. As the host's voice fell, the game began. The two supercars moved forward at an astonishing speed. The two of them are really powerful. Such an ordinary supercar can make the two of them exert the strength of a tens of millions of supercars. The crowd sighed. If they were to drive these two supercars, the effect would be mediocre, but in the hands of Chu Chen and Wei Ziying, it was a different result. The driving skills of the two are too strong. In the beginning, Chu Chen and Wei Ziying were on the same level, but when passing the curve, Chu Chen drifted without any flaws and instantly surpassed Wei Ziying. After that, Chu Chen was far ahead all the way. No, I must win. Wei Ziying was behind, unwilling to fail, and tried many times to surpass Chu Chen, but in the end, it was useless. As time passed, Chu Chen reached the finish line first and became the champion. It was long overdue for Wei Ziying. After getting out of the car, Wei Ziying sighed softly, "You won, this time I took it. You are indeed better than me. This time, what Wei Ziying lost was convincing, and Chu Chen still won so easily for a car of the same level. Chu Chen's driving skills are indeed far superior to hers. Especially Chu Chen's flawless drift made Wei Ziying stunned. On the other side, getting off Wei Ziying's car, Lu Chenxi hurried to the side of the road and vomited. Lu Chenxi swore that he would never join in the fun again and participate in any kind of drag racing. Terrible. In Wei Ziying's car, Lu Chenxi's legs trembled, for fear that if Wei Ziying was not careful, their lives would be lost. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, so if she doesn't want it, she's gone. After seeing Lu Chenxi's abnormality, Wei Ziying hurried over to take care of her. Are you okay? Chu Chen also asked Xiao Mingqi with concern. Fine. Xiao Mingqi shook her head, except that she was very shocked. She had no other situation. In addition to the piano level, Chu Chen's driving skills also surprised her. Is Chu Chen omnipotent? Brother Chen is awesome. Brother Chen is mighty. Other audience members rushed over and shouted loudly. Especially the supporters of Chu Chen are extremely excited. Chu Chen, can you teach me to drive? Leaving Lu Chenxi to be taken care of by a friend, Wei Ziying couldn't help but said to Chu Chen. At this moment, Wei Ziying's eyes were full of scorching heat, as if Lu Chenxi looked like a little fangirl after seeing Xiao Mingqi just now. Hey! Chu Chen sighed helplessly. It's too difficult for him. In the past, it was all because of his appearance. He had many little fans who coveted him. Now, in addition to appearance, his connotation has also attracted so many fans. It's not easy for him. Why is he so good? Half time. Chu Chen replied to Xiao Mingqi. He was hungry, thinking that Xiao Mingqi should be hungry too. Goodbye. Chu Chen and everyone waved their hands and prepared to leave. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Goodbye, little brother. At this moment, many of Wei Ziying's former supporters and friends also spoke up and admired Chu Chen very much. Chu Chen looked at the navigation and found a few restaurants. In the end, Chu Chen definitely went to a high-end restaurant in the Hangzhou International Financial Center building. After all, it was his own territory, and Chu Chen was more cordial. Chu Chen drove, and Xiao Mingqi came to the International Finance Center for dinner. After eating, Xiao Mingqi found out that there was a shopping mall, so she couldn't help dragging Chu Chen to the 33rd floor. The shopping center is called Bygone Shopping Center and leases the 33rd and 34th floors of the Hangzhou International Financial Center building. Before, Jin Xinran, a financial tycoon in Hangzhou, rented the 62nd floor of the building, and the entire floor caused the shock of many rich people. The Bygone Shopping Center, which rented a full 2 floors, is even more powerful. The International Financial Center building, renting a floor, costs about 10 million a month. And Bygone Shopping Center will give Chu Chen more than 200 million rent every year. Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi came to Bygone Shopping Center and started shopping. Opposite, a young security guard is patrolling. When he accidentally noticed Xiao Mingqi wearing a black mask, he was extremely surprised. Wearing a black mask is no doubt covering your face. Either you have a special identity and don't want to be recognized by others, or they are too beautiful and don't want to be noticed by others, just like those beauties in ancient times who covered their faces with gauze. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, no makeup. But from the eyes, she is definitely a big beauty, and very mysterious. The more mysterious it is, the more attractive it is to people. At this moment, the security guard was even more curious about Xiaomingqi's appearance. It's better to act than heartbeat, he wants to go up and flirt with this beauty. Of course, if it was an ordinary security guard, he wouldn't have the courage to do so. However, he is no ordinary security guard. This bygone shopping center was opened by his father. He is the future owner of this shopping mall, Prince. Before, because of trouble outside, my father was furious. In order to punish him and watch him better, he arranged for him to be a security guard in his own shopping mall, to exercise. Unexpectedly, in the 1 or 2 months as a security guard, he did not learn anything else. However, the ability to pretend to force has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has mastered the legendary invincible skill, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger to pretend to force Dafa. This is a tried and true super ability. Having mastered the Dafa of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, he felt like a duck to water. Looking back on his former coercion, it was really low and rubbish. It's best to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, the coolest. Now, even if his father asked him to leave and let him continue to be a rich second generation, he would not be willing to be a playboy. Anyway, whether he is a rich second generation or a security guard, his life is all about pretending and flirting with girls, it doesn't matter. Or is it better to be a security guard, pretend to be a pig, and eat a tiger, and still pretend to be a girl? Maybe you can still get the true heart of a beauty? As soon as his mind turned, he had a way. This time, he was going to take the initiative to provoke, anger Chu Chen, and mold Chu Chen into a rich bad guy, a rich second generation. It is the kind of villain who is recognized whether it is a novel, a movie, or a TV series. Let Chu Chen mock him for being poor, and cause injustice among passers-by. In the end, he showed his identity and pretended to be a pig and a tiger. In this way, no matter whether this beauty worships money or not, she will be attracted by herself. If this beauty worships money and knows her identity, she will definitely take the initiative to send it to her door. It would be better if she didn't worship money. She knew that her boyfriend was a rich man, but he looked down on laborers who worked hard to make money. Beauty will definitely break up with her boyfriend. At that time, his background status is very high, but he is low-key, not relying on his parents, but relying on his own hard work to stand up. At that time, the beauty will naturally choose him as an excellent person. Thinking, an excited smile appeared on his face, he was really a talent. Fan Zhenyan, you are a well-deserved pusher. The young man muttered, extremely proud. After tidying up his clothes a little and looking handsome, Fan Zhenyan walked towards Chu Chen and Xiaomingqi. Of course, Fan Zhenyan didn't start doing things as soon as he came up, but was waiting for the right time. The beauty entered the store, while her boyfriend was a little slower, and there was a certain distance between the two. It was at this time that Fan Zhenyan suddenly came over and grabbed Chu Chen. Wait a moment. Fan Zhenyan said to Chu Chen with an unquestionable command voice. You can't go in. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows, a little surprised. What the security guard stopped him to do? Not only can you not enter this store, but you have to get me out. A bygone shopping center. Fan Zhenyan deliberately angered Chu Chen. After all, his current status is just a small security guard. A security guard rudely ordered customers not to enter the store, and even asked them to get out. Most People will definitely get angry when they hear this, and they will directly scold the security guard, "You stinking security guard, what qualifications do you have to order me out?" What Fan Zhenyan wanted was for Chu Chen to scold him like this and say something similar. When he ordered Chu Chen to get out just now, his voice was very low, and no one would hear it except Chu Chen. But once Chu Chen gets angry, saying so, the voice will definitely be loud, and it will definitely attract the attention of passers-by and the beauty. Just listening to such a sentence, "I don't know what happened before," everyone will understand it wrong. He thought that Chu Chen was a hateful rich man and looked down on working people who made money with their own hands. Passers-by and Xia Mingqi misunderstood Chu Chen, sympathized with themselves, and condemned Chu Chen. At this critical moment, Fan Zhenyan showed his identity and pretended to be forceful. Everything is absolutely perfect. However, after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Chu Chen say similar words, which made Fan Zhenyan a little impatient. At this moment, Chu Chen took the mobile phone and looked at Fan Zhenyan. Abnormal must have monsters. No matter what, you need evidence, so Chu Chen secretly turned on the phone recording function just now, so he was prepared. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't scold him, Fan Zhenyan was going to come with a more extreme one, so that Chu Chen couldn't help but scold him. However, before he could speak, a crisp voice came. "Chu Chen, why haven't you come in yet?" After looking at the store for a while, but not seeing Chu Chen, Xia Mingqi turned her head and looked at Chu Chen curiously. "Geek." Fan Zhenyan groaned in his heart, thinking that he was in trouble. He hasn't had time to provoke this kid again and let him say the words that scolded him. In this way, if Chu Chen told Xia Mingqi what happened just now, so aren't all your plans in vain? No. Absolutely not. You actually said that the security guards are inferior and don't deserve to enter this store? Fan Zhenyan's mind was spinning rapidly, and in the next second, he suddenly shouted, feeling extremely wronged. As soon as this statement came out, whether it was the other customers in the store, the clerk, or the passers-by nearby, they all set their sights on Fan Zhenyan. At this moment, he is a security guard, a working people at the bottom, a vulnerable group. How can you say that? What is a low-class person, someone's security, relying on their own labor to eat? They should be respected. You are a person who looks dignified, but your thoughts are so ugly. It's such a pity, it's disgusting, to be such a handsome person. Hearing Fan Zhenyan's words, all passers-by were preconceived, and when they saw Fan Zhenyan, who was extremely aggrieved, they scolded. "Chu Chen. What kind of thing are you? Why are you scolding other security guards? Little brother, come in, if you like something, I'll pay for it for you." In the store, a generous customer also helped Fan Zhenyan and scolded Chu Chen. For a while, Chu Chen became the object of everyone's condemnation, as if Chu Chen was an unforgivable wicked person. "Brother security, don't be afraid, we will support you. Condemn this conscienceless scum." Some passers-by comforted Fan Zhenyan, who was grieved. "Will not. There must be some misunderstanding, he is not that kind of person." Xia Mingqi stood up and explained to everyone that she firmly believed that Chu Chen was not that kind of person who looked down on working people. You know, when she first met Chu Chen was still delivering food. At that time, Chu Chen was already very rich and lived in a villa, but he still delivered takeaways and experienced life. There can be no misunderstanding, we all heard it with our own ears. It was just what this security guard said just now, can we still hear it wrong? Beauty, you must have been deceived by this scumbag. Beauty. Break up quickly, such a scumbag, no, he's scum, he's not worth your life. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, many passers-by began to refute her and persuade her to break up with Chu Chen. At this time, Chu Chen also changed from a scumbag to a scumbag. Seeing these passers-by accuse Chu Chen, a smug and arrogant smile flashed across Fan Zhenyan's face. Well, things went pretty much as he had imagined. Now, this kid has been called scum by others. The foreshadowing is enough, the next time is for him to pretend and reveal his identity. The best part of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is coming. Revealing your identity is also important. If you suddenly say that you are the future owner of this shopping center, it will be embarrassing and not so natural. Just now, he had sent a message to his younger brother. In the past few months, Fan Zhenyan had accepted a younger brother, Xiao Sun, from the security team. Xiao Sun doesn't have to do anything else, just cooperate with him to pretend, come to him at a critical moment, and expose his identity. This trick has been tried and tested. Because Xiao Mingqi defended Chu Chen, many people began to persuade Xiao Mingqi to leave Chu Chen. Little brother, we will support you. What happened to the security guard? You make money by your own efforts, not one level lower than others. Several passers-by stood by Fan Zhenyan's side to protect Fan Zhenyan. In the distance, a security guard trotted over. He was Fan Zhenyan's younger brother, Xiao Sunday, brother Nian. Your dad, the chairman of our bygone shopping center, wants you to go to his office. Xiao Sun stopped and said to Fan Zhenyan. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became silent. Your dad? Chairman of bygone shopping center? Everyone was dumbfounded. The father of this security guard is the chairman of the huge bygone shopping center? I go? My little brother is actually the little owner of this bygone shopping center. It's too low-key. He is obviously a rich man. He can inherit hundreds of millions of properties without doing anything. But the little brother has to rely on his own efforts, which is really admirable. All the passers-by were stunned. For a time, in the eyes of everyone, Fan Zhenyan's image suddenly became unusually tall. These days, all kinds of playboys and rich second generation eat, drink, and have fun. Today, I suddenly see a rich second generation who can inherit hundreds of millions of family properties by doing nothing, but still rely on his own labor to make money. They feel bright. I didn't expect it, it's really unbelievable. A passerby glanced at Chu Chen while looking at Fan Zhenyan, and said if he meant something. Young man like this little brother is rare, beauty, I think you should break up with your boyfriend. This little brother is the best choice. Someone wanted to be an old man and said to Xiao Mingqi. Not like some beast in clothes. Xiao Mingqi was instantly angry and prepared to refute. But it was stopped by Chu Chen. I hope for a while you are still so confident. With that said, Chu Chen opened the phone. Recording just now. You can't go in. Not only can you not enter this store, but you have to get me out of bygone shopping center. You actually said that the security guards are inferior and don't deserve to enter this store? How can you say that? What is a low-class person, someone's security, relying on their own labor to eat? They should be respected. The recording continued until these passers-by scolded Chu Chen. In the recording, in addition to the voices of these passers-by, there is only one person's voice. After listening to the recording, everyone was embarrassed. For a time everyone looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. It turned out that all of this was a play directed and acted by this little security guard? What do you have to say now? Xiao Mingqi questioned everyone. These people are too hateful. In an instant, the passers-by and customers who scolded Chu Chen just now blushed and lowered their heads in shame. Shame. They are such a shame. Originally, they thought they were strengthening justice and defending the working people, but as a result, they became people who acted for the tiger. Hey, it's too embarrassing. Really in an instant, these people's eyes turned red when they looked at Fan Zhenyan, and they gritted their teeth in hatred. You bastard, taking advantage of our kindness and sense of justice. People like you will definitely die. This time, all passers-by began to scold Fan Zhenyan angrily. Fan Zhenyan became the target of public criticism and being stared at by so many people. Fan Zhenyan was a little creepy, unable to stand, and was about to escape. Brother Nian, the chairman is really looking for you. At this time, Xiao Sun spoke again. Just now, seeing Fan Zhenyan pretending to be a pig and a tiger, he couldn't say anything, but now he can speak. Yup. He is also the prince and future owner of Bygone Shopping Center. In his own territory, who is he afraid of? Thinking of this, Fan Zhenyan straightened his back again. You idiots, shut up, for Lao Tzu. Fan Zhenyan reprimanded everyone. I just use you, what can you do with me? If you don't want to cause trouble, get out of here. Don't forget, I am the future master here. The arrogance of the once playful children reappeared in Fan Zhenyan. If the act of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger fails, then he will act directly. After listening to Fan Zhenyan's words, all the passers-by immediately shut up. Although Fan Zhenyan was extremely angry, it was indeed the truth. They can't provoke Fan Zhenyan. Beauty, there is no future for following this kid, otherwise follow me. Fan Zhenyan glanced at Chu Chen proudly, and threw an olive branch to Xiao Mingqi. As long as you follow me, you will be the hostess of this shopping mall in the future. What does this kid have? Can you compare with me? Looking at Bygone Shopping Center, Chu Chen said lightly, compared to the entire IFC building, this mall of yours doesn't seem like much? Fan Zhenyan was a little confused and didn't understand what Chu Chen meant. Boy, what are you talking about? The next second, Fan Zhenyan suddenly realized. This kid said that the International Financial Center building is his. Compared with the International Financial Center building, Bygone Shopping Center is indeed nothing. What? This young man is actually a super rich who hides his identity. Everyone was stunned by the successive reversals. Boy, you are bragging and don't make drafts. And the entire International Financial Center building is yours. Why don't you say that you are a billionaire, eh? Super boss? Fan Zhenyan sniffed at Chu Chen's words. What? Little brat, what are you doing? At this time, a serious middle-aged man came from not far away under the leadership of several security guards. He is the owner of Bygone Shopping Center, Fan Zhenyan's father, Fan Lei. After waiting in the office for a while, he didn't see his son coming, so Fan Lei came to the security room. Under the leadership of several security guards, according to surveillance, Fan Lei found this place. Fan Lei was about to teach his son a lesson when he suddenly noticed Chu Chen standing there, and his eyes widened. Mr. Chu? Isn't this the owner of the IFC tower? Hello, Mr. Chu. Fan Lei quickly walked to Chu Chen's side and greeted Chu Chen extremely respectfully. Jun Yan, come here quickly and see Mr. Chu. Fan Lei turned his head and said to his son. He wanted to let Fan Zhenyan get to know Chu Chen and leave a good impression on Chu Chen to facilitate future affairs. Hearing his father's words, Fan Zhenyan's body softened and he couldn't stand. Is he really the owner of the International Financial Center building? Fan Zhenyan's voice trembled and said intermittently. Yes, do. You know Mr. Chu? Fan Lei asked his son in surprise. He really is the master of the International Financial Center. Thinking about it, Fan Zhenyan's eyes darkened, and he was about to fall down. Brother Nian, be careful. The younger brother next to him quickly supported Fan Zhenyan. Jun Yan, what's wrong with you? Fan Lei came to Fan Zhenyan and asked with concern. For a long time, Fan Zhenyan only said one of me, and after that, he couldn't say a word. How could it be? Originally, he thought he was low-key enough. He pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he was already very powerful, but he never expected it overturned so quickly. What he encountered was not a tiger, but a dragon, so how could he eat it? He was frightened. At this time, a passerby spoke up. To be honest, when they first understood what Chu Chen said, they, like Fan Zhenyan, did not believe in Chu Chen's identity at all. After confirming that Chu Chen was indeed the boss of the International Financial Center, they were equally shocked. Slow down, the passers-by who were threatened by Fan Zhenyan just now have a solution. They don't dare to take Fan Zhenyan, but Fan Zhenyan can. Now, with the owner of the International Financial Center building, they have nothing to fear. Just now, Mr. Fan, a few passers-by, you and I, told Fan Lei what happened to Fan Zhenyan just now. And he said Fan Zhenyan even more hateful, as if he was a playboy who did all kinds of evil. Is that so? After listening, Fan Lei's face was as gloomy as water. Is what they say true? Fan Lei asked Fan Zhenyan in a cold voice. Originally, he wanted to introduce Fan Zhenyan to Mr. Chu and leave a good impression on Mr. Chu. In the future, if he handed over Bygone Shopping Center to Fan Zhenyan would have one more network. Result now, you bastard. Fan Lei slapped Fan Zhenyan fiercely, extremely angry. Now, my son has offended Mr. Chu, let's not talk about his connections. Once Mr. Chu is angry, he can break them all with the touch of a finger. In the future, don't think about Bygone's inheritance. Fan Lei made up his mind and said to his son. He has a son and a daughter. Originally, he wanted to hand over the Bygone Shopping Center to his son Fan Zhenyan in 100 years. But now, he has changed his mind. He wants to give the Bygone Shopping Center to his daughter. Handing it over to Fan Zhenyan, this little bastard will probably destroy the foundation that he has worked so hard for all his life in a few years. Do not. Father, don't. Fan Zhenyan's face turned pale. Depriving him of his inheritance is even more extreme than killing him. Once he can't get the inheritance in the future, he won't know anything, won't he starve to death? Take him down, don't let him be embarrassed here. Finally, several security guards took Fan Zhenyan down. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. Fan Lei apologized to Chu Chen again and again. When Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi were about to walk out of the Hangzhou International Financial Center building, Fan Lei suddenly caught up with a delicate red sandalwood box. Mr. Chu, this is a treasure I got before In order to express my apology, I will give it to you, Fan Lei said with great reluctance. This treasure, he spent a lot of money and used countless connections to get it. He wanted to keep it as a family heirloom, and now, in order to make Chu Chen calm down, he could only bring it up. Finally, at Fan Lei's insistence, Chu Chen accepted the red sandalwood box. Before coming, Xiao Mingqi had already booked the hotel, and Chu Chen sent Xiao Mingqi to the hotel. Back at the villa, Chu Chen curiously opened the red sandalwood box. This delicate rosewood box is not big, only the size of a palm. Chu Chen took out a small object wrapped in yellow brocade from inside. Opened the brocade to reveal the true content inside. An emerald green wrench lay in it. The emerald green finger is not big, only 2 or 3 centimeters, but it has excellent transparency. Chu Chen didn't know much about jade, but he guessed the extraordinariness of this emerald finger. Don't say it, just say that the red sandalwood box that holds it is the best. If there are hundreds of thousands, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it. For a while, Chu Chen became interested in this emerald finger. By the way, you can ask Lu Ruobing to take a look. Engaged in the jewelry industry, Lu Ruobing has a deep understanding of various gems, jade, and the like. Chu Chen contacted Lu Ruobing and agreed to meet Lu Ruobing in a restaurant. At noon the next day, Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing met. Chu Chen handed the red sandalwood box to Lu Ruobing. Carefully taking out the emerald finger, Lu Ruobing observed it carefully. This should be dragonstone jade, the best of the best, Lu Ruobing said with emotion. Its exquisite workmanship makes it a flawless piece of art. If we don't talk about its historical value, but only about its texture, the price of this jade wrench should be around 50 million. This jade wrench is definitely not a modern thing, and there is no such craft in the folk. I guess it should be made in the palace, and it is very likely to be a royal wrench. If it's really the queen's wrench, it's probably worth nearly 100 million. As for antiques, Lu Ruobing only knew a little from his father who liked to collect, and was not sure. However, Lu Ruobing had full confidence in the texture of this jadeite wrench. So it is. Chu Chen nodded. To make Fan Lei take it so seriously, and give it to himself too. Apologize, in all likelihood, this is the queen's wrench. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and dressed as a wealthy businessman accidentally saw the jade wrench that Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing were discussing, and he was shocked. He is in the antique business, and he made his fortune on antiques. In terms of antiques, he is definitely an expert. With just one glance, he was 90% sure that Chu Chen was holding the incomparably precious imperial jade wrench. Even if it is placed in a museum, it is a treasure of the town hall's treasure level. The middle-aged rich man calmed down a little, although he was desperate to get that imperial jade wrench. But he acted rashly, and his intentions were discovered by the treasure owner, and he would definitely bleed heavily. In order to spend less money and get the wrench, the middle-aged rich man is ready to act. He gave the assistant next to him a look, and the assistant immediately understood and was ready. He knew that the boss was going to start pretending. He looked like a rich man, strutting towards Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing. He will use his own momentum and terrifying financial resources to shock the two of them. Then, at a low price, he won the royal jade finger. Let me introduce you, this is the boss of our Wangguxian, Mr. Tao. The assistant came up and suddenly introduced to Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing. Hello you two, I have taken a fancy to this jade wrench. I bought it for 20 million and paid. On the spot. As soon as he came up, the middle-aged rich man said directly. 20 million, that's an amount that ordinary people can't even dream of. Enough for them, spend a lifetime. Not interested in. Chu Chen shook his head. Not to mention that the real price of this jade wrench is around 90 million, 100 million. Does he look like someone who is short of 20 million? Being rejected by Chu Chen so swiftly, the middle-aged rich man was taken aback for a moment, which he did not expect. Originally, in order to shock Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing, he only opened 20 million at once. Any ordinary person who hears 20 million will definitely be shocked. Well, I'll add a little more, 23 million. The middle-aged rich thought that Chu Chen disliked the low price, so he added a little. Seeing that Chu Chen still did not agree, the middle-aged rich man made another bid, 25 million. A lot. The price of a jade wrench of this level is already very high. The middle-aged rich man said. Earnestly, not at all like telling a lie. Have you heard of Xingtang Auction House? The top 5 auction house in the country? The middle-aged rich man said mysteriously to Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing. Hearing this, both Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing became interested. That is Chu Chen's industry. Not long ago, the two participated in the auction of the Xingtang Auction House and got the blue diamond with great value. I heard of it. Chu Chen nodded. Tell you, I am very familiar with the senior management of Xingtang Auction House, and I have received inside information. After a period of time, the domestic jadeite market will be impacted, and the price will drop significantly. The middle-aged rich man boasted. In their auction house, at the auction in half a month, the price of a jade ring that is about to be auctioned has dropped, and the starting price is only 10 million. Your jade wrench is similar to that one. It can sell for 25 million, which is a lot. Is that so? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to know the absolute inside information, and it is normal for you not to know. The middle-aged rich man is full of confidence and shows off to Chu Chen, only. I have connections to get inside information. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing raised her brows, she really didn't know about it. If the price of jadeite falls, it will have a certain impact on Tianyun jewelry. Why don't you call and ask? Lu Ruobing spoke, she knew that Chu Chen was the boss of the Xingtang auction house. Chu Chen nodded, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. The phone was connected, and Chu Chen asked, I heard that the price of jadeite has fluctuated recently? It's a small fluctuation. In jadeite, the jewelry market is normal and will recover soon. The manager of Xingtang Auction House explained to Chu Chen. That's right. I heard that half a month later, the starting price of a jade ring finger is only 10 million, so low, give me a little higher. Boss, there is a crack in that jade wrench, so the price is so low. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen explained to Lu Ruobing. As for the middle-aged rich, they stood there in embarrassment. He just finished, pretending to be coercive, saying that you don't know this is normal, but the next second, moreover, he actually ordered the starting price to be raised? Who is he? Could it be the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingtang Auction House? The more he thought about it, the more frightened the middle-aged millionaire felt. The assistant of the middle-aged rich man also became nervous. Sorry to disturb you too. After Chu Chen finished the phone call, the middle-aged rich man changed his attitude and said to Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing very respectfully, "I don't want the emerald finger." After that, the middle-aged rich man turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something, so he turned around quickly. "What happened just now is my fault, this necklace is my apology." The middle-aged rich man took out a necklace from his pocket and said with some show-off, "This is a big brand, a limited edition of Tian jewelry. Only 66 pieces have been sold nationwide, which are extremely precious. Now they have all been sold out. And even rich people may not be able to buy them." Chu Chen looked at the necklace and said casually, "Ordinary design. I think it's very good, very beautiful." To Chu Chen's surprise, after Chu Chen finished speaking, Lu Ruobing suddenly said, "It took me a long time to design it and let the company make it. I have collected a few of them myself as souvenirs." "Design it and let the company make it?" Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, the middle-aged rich man completely stiffened. "Are you the owner of Tianyun jewelry?" At this moment, the middle-aged rich feel that the whole person is not good. Isn't he just pretending to be coercive? Why is it so difficult? "Excuse me." Desperately putting away the necklace, the middle-aged rich man and his assistant hurriedly fled here. Terrible. Chu Chen put away the jade finger. This level of antiques will definitely be useful in the future. In the afternoon, Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi went to Xingli Stadium, where Xiao Mingqi's concert was held. Xiao Mingqi wanted to see the scene in advance. Xingli Stadium, ranked in the top 5 in Hangzhou, can accommodate 20,000 people. Only those first-line singers can hold concerts here. For this Xiao Mingqi's concert, Angel Entertainment spent a lot of money and used connections to rent this place. Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi arrived, but as soon as they got out of the car, Xiao Mingqi was stunned when she looked at the posters posted outside. "I saw that on the poster, it was a woman in her 40s. Veteran singer, Tianhe-level singer, Yuan Daiqiu. To hold a concert, various arrangements are usually made a few days in advance. There are still 2 or 3 days before Xiao Mingqi's concert. Could it be that Yuan Daiqiu's concert will be held here during this time? No, there is time there." Suddenly, Xiao Mingqi discovered the time on Yuan Daiqiu's promotional poster. Yuan Daiqiu's concert was on the 20th. "My concert is also on the 20th. Xiao Mingqi said, in confusion. Just then, her cell phone rang suddenly. After listening, Xiao Mingqi became furious. Before Chu Chen could ask what happened, his cell phone rang suddenly. "Mr. Chu, something happened, we can't do anything, we have to find you." On the phone, the voice of the vice president of Angel Entertainment came. "We used a lot of connections and energy to finally rent the Hangzhou Xingli Gymnasium and prepare for a concert for Xiao Mingqi. As a result, Xingli Gymnasium suddenly called and told us that they no longer rented the gymnasium to us. If you want to rent it will take a month. On the 20th, they want to rent it to Yuan Daiqiu, the singer of Tianhe." The vice president was so angry that he was about to start the concert, and you suddenly regretted it. Isn't this doing something on purpose? In this way, their previous efforts will be in vain, and a lot of money will be wasted. In the new January, members humbly ask the presidents of the National Beauty Association for a monthly pass. With the company's capabilities, I can't find any other place in Hangzhou to hold a concert. The vice president spoke helplessly. Hangqing is not comparable to the East China Sea. In the East China Sea, the Angel Entertainment Group with A market value of more than 30 billion is already a big company and a big group. But in Hangzhou, Angel Entertainment Group is nothing at all. For this Xiaomingqi's concert, Angel Entertainment Group worked hard to rent the Xingli Stadium, a place that can accommodate 20,000 people. Now Xingli Stadium is dead, and if they want to rent other large stadiums, there is nothing they can do. In the end, they could only contact Chu Chen and ask how to solve this matter. That's it. Chu Chen understood why Xiaomingqi was so angry after answering the phone just now. Leave it to me. After all, Chu Chen hung up the phone. This Yuan Daiqiu is really hateful, Xiaomingqi said. As a newcomer who has just debuted for a year, now Xiaomingqi has become a first-line singer. This has aroused the attention and jealousy of many colleagues, especially some female singers. As a veteran singer, Yuan Daiqiu, who is barely considered a queen, is one of them. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. Yuan Daiqiu has long been looking forward to Xiaomingqi cool, and has said bad things about Xiaomingqi many times in public. This time, Yuan Daiqiu also set the venue for the concert in Hangzhou, and the time was also on the 20th, which was naturally aimed at Xiaomingqi. Just when Chu Chen was thinking about what to do, there was a commotion from Xingli Stadium. A middle-aged woman with sunglasses and a small black suit, like a big sister, walked out with a group of people. She is none other than Yuan Daiqiu. Like Xiaomingqi, Yuan Daiqiu also brought people to check on the concert for the success of the concert. Oh? From a distance, Yuan Daiqiu recognized Xiaomingqi at a glance. Yuan Daiqiu had a look of disdain on his face, and walked towards Xiaomingqi arrogantly. I'm sorry, I took your place. Although he apologized, Yuan Daiqiu was not ashamed at all, but extremely arrogant. This time, you won't be able to hold the concert in Hangzhou, Yuan Daiqiu said sarcastically. She had checked before. And Xiaomingqi couldn't rent a few major stadiums in Hangzhou for a while. What a shame. Sister Xia, you can only postpone the concert until next month. I feel so sad for the fans who have been waiting so hard for your concert. Yuan Dynasty, Qiuyin and Yang, strange gas. Xiaomingqi was very angry, but she couldn't refute it. If the concert can't be held, then she is really ashamed of those fans. Xingli Stadium can't do it. Hangzhou is so big, why can't it be in other places? Chu Chen cynically replied to Yuan Daiqiu. He has also been in Hangzhou for a while, and Chu Chen has met a lot of people, based on Chu Chen's current connections. It's easy to find a place to hold a concert again. Oh? Yuan Daiqiu glanced at Chu Chen in surprise, as if Chu Chen was a joke. You think Hangzhou is your second and third-tier small city? It's hard to rent a place that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Not to mention a place like Xingli Stadium that can hold 20,000 people. Yuan Daiqiu retorted. I really don't know what your brain is for. I advise you to go back to that little place in the East China Sea obediently. In the entertainment industry, you are not qualified to mix. After all, Yuan Daiqiu left in a dashing manner, stepping on high heels. And Yuan Daiqiu's assistant, a mean woman, stayed behind. Fight with our sister Yuan, you are still tender. If Yuan Daiqiu didn't say anything, then this female assistant would do it for him. In the entertainment industry, Sister Yuan's status is not comparable to that of a young singer who just debuted. After a while, Sister Yuan is going to be a judge. So I don't have time to fight with you. Otherwise, Sister Yuan wants to block you in minutes. Be careful. In the future. After all, Yuan Daichou's female assistant was also ready to leave. But she just took 2 steps. When she stopped suddenly, turned around and said to Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi, even if you find a new concert venue, your audience will be pitiful. Sister Yuan's concert, but invited Jiang Wenshu, Yukan, Guokuanrui, these superstars to help. At that time all your fans will go to Sister Yuan's concert. Jiang Wenshu, a diva-level singer, has even more fans than Yuan Daichou. Yukan, an actor with a box office of nearly 8 billion. Guokuanrui, a popular first-line fresh meat. These people add up to a terrifying number of fans. Looking at Yuan Daichou and others who left, Xiao Mingqi was not reconciled, but said helplessly, hey, if what assistant Yuan Daichou said just now is true, Yuan Daichou really invited so many superstars to help out. Even if we find a venue for the concert, the audience will be drastically reduced. If only she and Yuan Daichou were compared, she was confident to surpass Yuan Daichou in all aspects. But in terms of contacts, she, who has just debuted for a year, is really not as good as Yuan Daichou, who has been in the entertainment industry for 20 years and has strong contacts. Yuan Daichou really has the ability to invite so many superstars. After thinking for a while, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't it a star? You have invited a superstar. Enough to crush them. Chu Chen spoke lightly. Xia. Mingqi was very puzzled. She didn't understand what Chu Chen said. She hired someone. Why didn't she know? Who did? You invite? The back male god. After saying that, Chu Chen opened the door and got in the car. What? Xiao Mingqi was stunned for a moment, and a happy expression appeared on her face. If Chu Chen is willing to go, what if the audience is small? Xiao Mingqi quickly sat in the co-pilot and asked, you really want to go? Certainly. Chu Chen nodded as he started the car. With his current popularity, once it is announced that he will appear in Xiao Mingqi's concert and perform, it will definitely attract countless fans. Certainly not weaker than those superstars that Yuan Daichou invited. What's more, even if he doesn't have that many fans, he still has money. Ability. What if there are not enough fans, not many spectators, and no venue? The banknote ability solves everything. Back at home, when Chu Chen was about to use his contacts to find the concert address, his phone suddenly rang. It turned out that Wu Yao, the son of Hangqing, sent the video. That was a video clip of him racing with Wei Ziying before. For that drag race, they used aerial photography drones to shoot the whole process, and now they have edited it into a video. In the circle of Mr. Hangqing, this video became popular. Wu Yao is one of the young masters of Hangqing, and he knows Hangqing very well, so Chu Chen asked, curiously. Unexpectedly. The result surprised him. Brother Chen, you know the future owner of Yunshan Sports Center? Wu Yao replied to Chu Chen. Yunshan Sports Center, one of the largest stadiums in Hangzhou, covers an area of more than 400 hectares and can accommodate more than 66,000 people. Even for some superstars, it is difficult to rent a concert at Yunshan Sports Center. Even a veteran first-line singer like Yuan Daichou doesn't have that ability. Well, who is it? After Chu Chen heard Wu Yao's words, he was very surprised. Wei Ziying, Yunshan Sports Center, was built by her father Wei Sun. Wu Yao replied. It turned out to be the property of Wei Ziying's family. After understanding, Chu Chen contacted Wei Ziying and explained the reason. That's it. Wei Ziying understood, but she was not very involved in family affairs, and she wondered if Yunshan Sports Center had other arrangements on the 20th. Wait for me. Wei Ziying went to check, and a few minutes later, Wei Ziying came back. On the 20th, Yunshan Sports Center seems to have made arrangements. However, there is hope. Wei Ziying's father, Wei Sun, is an extremely powerful person. Once a decision is made, it is difficult to change it. Although Wei Ziying wanted to help Chu Chen very much, she alone could not convince her father. So, Wei Ziying found a way for Chu Chen, and she arranged for Chu Chen to meet her father. As long as Chu Chen shows enough strength, he agrees to the side, thinking that his father should agree. Now, my father happens to be at home. Okay, see you later. After making an appointment with Wei Ziying, Chu Chen drove straight to the Wei family villa. Today, Wei Sun is at home, not resting, but waiting for the guests he had made an appointment with before. Soon, a Maybach stopped in front of the Wei family villa. A father and son came out. Mr. Jean, welcome, welcome. Seeing the guests coming, Wei Sun came out to greet them. Among the father and son, the father's name is Jean Zhishang, who is the boss of an investment institution and is very valuable. This time, Jean Zhishang rented his Yunshan gymnasium for 3 days from the 19th to the 21st. Mr. Wei is very polite. Kim Jisang and Wei Hun shook hands. Introduce Mr. Wei, this is Jean Mingjun, the dog, and say hello to Uncle Wei. Hello Uncle Wei. The young man said. Mr. Jin's son is a real talent. Under the leadership of Wei Sun, several people walked into the villa. This time, Jean Zhishang brought his son Jean Mingjun to visit Wei Sun, but it was meaningful. He heard that Wei Sun's daughter was about the same age as his son. Wei Sun is one of the bigwigs in Hangqing. If his son can marry Wei Sun's daughter, it will be even more powerful. Wei Sun understood what Jean Zhishang meant and did not object. The daughter has also reached the age of marriage, so it's okay to get to know him. If the daughter doesn't like it, forget it, it's fine. Ziying, come down quickly. Wei Sun shouted to Wei Ziying's room on the 2nd floor. Wei Ziying came out in surprise. Could it be that Chu Chen is here? On the 1st floor, Wei Sun pulled his daughter to his side and introduced, this is the little girl Wei Ziying, and this is Uncle Jean. Wei Ziying said hello and noticed a slight abnormality. You and Xiao Jin are about the same age. Let's talk. Let's go to the study with your Uncle Jean to talk about things. After that, Wei Sun and Jean Zhishang left. In the living room, only Wei Ziying and Jean Mingjun were left. Wei Ziying glanced at the time and Chu Chen was almost here, so he sat down. Looking at Wei Ziying, Jean Mingjun was a little moved. In terms of appearance, Wei Ziying is top-notch, and has an indescribable temperament, sassy and heroic, which makes Jean Mingjun very satisfied. What is the zodiac sign of Miss Wei? They are all children of wealthy families, so naturally it is impossible to say anything about the house and the car when they meet. So Jean Mingjun tried to open the topic with the constellations that girls like very much. This is his experience of flirting with girls. Aquarius. Wei Ziying replied casually, not intending to chat with Jean Mingjun. She wasn't interested in the constellations or anything like that. If Jean Mingjun talked to her about drag racing, maybe Wei Ziying would talk for a while, but he actually talked about the constellations. That little girl's like. How could she be interested in this demon head? Moreover, she still has a task today. She really wanted to help Chu Chen, because only in this way could Chu Chen be able to teach himself drag racing and drifting. Aquarius, that's it. Jean Mingjun talked about it eloquently, and said with a beaming expression, as if he was very familiar with the constellations. This is one of his invincible tricks for flirting with girls. However, what he said was very energetic, but the opposite Wei Ziying looked absent-minded, which made Jean Mingjun a little irritable. Just then, the roar of a sports car outside came. Wei Ziying immediately got up and rushed outside. Seeing this scene, Jean Mingjun was dumbfounded. Chu Chen walked down from the supercar and reunited with Wei Ziying. Wei Ziying told Chu Chen about the Jean family's father and son. The Yinshan Sports Center on the 20th was rented by the Jean family. Chu Chen understood something in his heart, and walked into the villa with Wei Ziying. Hearing voices outside, Jean Zhishang and Wei Sun also came out of the room. Let me introduce to you, this is my friend, Chu Chen. Wei Ziying introduced it to several people. Jin's father and son's expressions changed slightly, especially Jean Mingjun looked at Chu Chen with extreme vigilance and hostility. He mistook Chu Chen as a rival in love. Oh, please sit down. Wei Sun was a little confused and asked Chu Chen to sit down. Wei Sun and Jean Zhishang also sat in the living room. Chu Chen was just about to explain his intentions and wanted to rent the Yinshan Sports Center. At this time, Jean Zhishang suddenly gave his son a look. After seeing this, Jean Mingjun was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. Uncle Wei, I brought you a present. I think you will like it when you come. After all, Jean Mingjun left and took out a golden box from the Maybach outside. Uncle Wei, this is a long-necked vase with blue and white alum and red clouds and dragons playing with beads. As a gift, I gave it to Uncle Wei. In fact, it was Jean Zhishang who got the treasure at noon, and he originally wanted to take it home for collection. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen was killed halfway now. So in order to improve his son's status in Wei Sun's heart, Jean Zhishang asked his son to do this. This is a blue and white porcelain with a sky-high price of about 25 million. Who can't be tempted? After seeing this blue and white porcelain, Wei Sun stood up excitedly. This is a rare collection. These middle-aged bosses, supercars, and luxury cars are no longer interested, they prefer to collect antiques. Thank you so much, nephew Jean. Wei Sun couldn't put it down on this long-necked vase with blue, white, alum and red clouds and dragons playing with beads. Seeing this, the father and son of the Jean family showed smug smiles on their faces. Especially, Jean Mingjun glanced at Chu Chen arrogantly, as if showing off. Yes, meet and greet. Chu Chen was taken aback, he was here to visit Wei Sun, and he really needed a greeting. But he didn't bring it. Suddenly, Chu Chen noticed the jade wrench on his hand. Because he came in a hurry, Chu Chen didn't bring any gifts. Inadvertently, he noticed the jade wrench on his hand. Just after getting this royal jade wrench, Chu Chen wore it on his hand and played with it for a few days. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Thinking about it, Chu Chen took off the jade finger from his thumb. I didn't bring any expensive gifts. This jade wrench was given to Uncle Wei. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. You are so disrespectful to Uncle Wei that you gave Uncle Wei a gift so casually. Jean Mingjun scolded Chu Chen. That's not good. Kim Ji-sang also spoke. You don't necessarily bring any expensive gifts to President Wei, but even if the gifts are worthless, you can't handle it like this. Just take the wrench from your hand and give it to President Wei. Wei Ziying wanted to defend Chu Chen, but for a while, he didn't know what to say. Wei Sun just saw that Chu Chen actually took the jade wrench off his hand and gave it to himself, and his face became a little ugly. This gift is too casual. But when he carefully looked at Chu Chen's jade finger for a while, his face changed greatly. Could this be the royal jade wrench that was bought by Fan Lei from Bygone Shopping Center for 100 million yuan? Wei Sun thought to himself. He was present at the auction of this imperial jade wrench and even competed with Fan Lei. But Fan Lei was bound to win this jadeite wrench, and the price was so high that Wei Sun had to give up. But he was very impressed with this jadeite wrench. So similar. Wei Sun carefully took the jade wrench from Chu Chen and held it in his hand to watch. Mr. Jean, don't say that, this jadeite finger is of the highest quality. If it's auctioned, say less than 40 to 50 million yuan. Wei Sun spoke up. This is still a matter of material alone. What? 40 to 50 million? Hearing Wei Sun's words, the Jean family's father and son stiffened. Is it that expensive? 40 to 50 million is twice as much as the blue and white, alum red, cloud dragon, and bead-patterned long-necked flask of more than 20 million. No way. A casual gift of 40 to 50 million. As a gift? Don't use it so embarrassingly. The Jean family father and son were emotional. Nephew Chu, is this jadeite wrench, the royal jadeite wrench bought by Fan Lei for 100 million? In the end, being so curious in his heart, Wei Sun couldn't help but ask Chu Chen. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. This jade wrench was given to me by President Fan. Although he was already suspicious, Wei Sun was still shocked when he heard Chu Chen's affirmative reply. He really guessed right. Looking at the jade wrench in his hand, Wei Sun couldn't calm down for a long time. But soon, Wei Sun suddenly recalled what Chu Chen said just now. This jadeite wrench was given to him by Fan Lei. At the end of the auction, he heard from Fan Lei that he wanted to use this royal jade wrench as a family heirloom. But now, it was given to Chu Chen. What kind of identity is Chu Chen? Thinking of this, Wei Sun's attitude changed drastically, and he gave Chu Chen a very serious look. 100 million? After hearing the specific price of this jade wrench, the Jean family and their son were frightened. They were surprised just now because the price of this jade wrench was 40 to 50 million. In the next second, Wei Sun told them. This jadeite wrench is for royal use and is worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, the Jean family father and son were only shocked and nothing else. What shocked them the most was that a treasure worth hundreds of millions could be locked in a safe and guarded all the time. As a result, you are wearing it on your hand very casually. How you don't take this billion-dollar treasure to heart? How rich is this? Rich, really rich. Wei Ziying next to him was a little calmer. After all, Chu Chen drove world-class supercars worth nearly 100 million yuan. It is also normal to bring a jade wrench with a value of hundreds of millions. I can't accept it, I accept the kindness of nephew Chu Xian. But this jade wrench is too precious for me to accept. After playing for a while, Wei Sun returned the jade wrench to Chu Chen. It's too expensive. In the end, with Wei Sun's repeated insistence, Chu Chen had no choice but to retract the jade finger. Uncle Wei, I actually came here today to rent your Yunshan Sports Center. Chu Chen explained his intention. Rent Yunshan Sports Center? Wei Sun said, small things, what time does nephew Chu want, feel free to say. The 20th of this month, number 20? Wei Sun didn't know how to answer. Slowly looking at Jin Zhishang, he has already rented the Yunshan Sports Center around number 20 to Jin Zhishang. Sorry, we have already rented the Yunshan Sports Center on the 20th. Jin Zhishang's reckless opening regained his confidence. They admitted that Chu Chen was rich, but at most he was just a nouveau riche, just rich. But there should be no connections or status. They need not be afraid. Of course, you can rent it if you want, we can postpone it. Not enough, a few days of delay will cause huge losses to us. Jin Zhishang was about to slaughter Chu Chen fiercely, treating Chu Chen as a fat sheep. If you want to rent, give us at least 3. Before Jin Zhishang could speak, a hearty voice came. Old Wei, let's play golf together tomorrow. A slightly fat middle-aged man walked in. He was Wei Sun's neighbor and the owner of the villa next to him. CEO Chow? After seeing the middle-aged man, Jin Zhishang quickly stood up and greeted politely. This slightly fat middle-aged man is not an ordinary person, but a real estate tycoon. In Hangzhou, the CEO of Galaxy Real Estate, Xiang Chuchen. Not long ago, he spent more than 100 million yuan to buy a mansion from Xiang Chuchen. Meng Jun, please say hello to President Chow. Kim Jisang said to his son. Jin Meng Jun prepared to speak with great respect. Excuse me, are you Chu Chen, Mr. Chu? Inadvertently, Xiang Chuchen suddenly noticed Chu Chen sitting there, so he left the Jin family and his son, walked over very politely, and asked, You are? Chu Chen asked, curiously. I'm Xiang Chuchen, the boss of Galaxy Real Estate. By the way, I'm also one of the developers of the villas on Lake Heart Island in Galaxy Bay. Xiang Chuchen explained. Xinguan Lake Island Villa was built by him and some superheroes. You know, if you want to build that kind of high-end villa area, he alone is not qualified. Oh, so it's President Chow, hello. It turned out to be one of the developers of Galaxy, Chu Chen and Xiang Chuchen shook hands. Mr. Chu is polite, just call me Lao Chow. No need to do that. Xiang Chuchen spoke. Even if he is one of the developers of Xinguan, he only has control over the 20 Lake Island villas in Xinguan. But Mr. Chu bought half of the Xinguan villa in one go, and it was still in the top 10. It was amazing. Old Chow, do you know each other? Wei Sun asked in confusion. Happy June 1st everyone, new January, asking for a monthly pass. Mr. Chu is the largest owner of the Xinguan villa area. One person owns half of the villa area. I have long wanted to meet Mr. Chu, but I didn't expect to meet him today. As soon as Xiang Chuchen said this, the entire villa became silent. The biggest owner of Xinguan villa area? Own half of Xinguan Lake Island villa area? Everyone seemed to be struck by lightning, stunned there. That is the Xinguan Lake Island villa. Even if they wanted to get one, it was extremely difficult. And Chu Chen actually has half a villa area. A whole 10 sets of Lake Island villas? You must know that the identity and background of the people who can get the villa on Xinguan Lake Heart Island are all detached and cannot be bought by money. Before looking for Xiang Chuchen to buy a mansion, Jin Zhishang had extravagantly hoped for the Huxin Island villa in Xingyuan. As a result, when Chu Chen said a little, he immediately gave up. He was not worthy, and his identity was not worthy of the Huxin Island villa in Xingyuan. But now, Chu Chen actually owns half of the Xingyuan villa area by himself? Chu Chen's identity, how terrifying his connections are. Just now he thought that Chu Chen was a rich man, and he had no background? Result now, Mr. Jean, what did you just say? If I want to rent, what do I need? After saying hello to Chu Chen asked Jin Zhishang lightly, and now he is most concerned about the Yunshan Sports Center. What? Jin Zhishang was stunned. I didn't know that Chu Chen's identity and connections were so terrifying just now. Why did he still want to kill Chu Chen? Now, knowing that Chu Chen actually owns half of the Xingyuan Lake Heart Island villa, and borrowing 10 courage from him, he does not dare to pit Chu Chen. I don't need anything, I don't need anything. Jin Zhishang's attitude changed greatly, and he spoke again and again, Mr. Chu, I have paid for Yunshan Sports Center from the 19th to the 21st. And the money has been given to President Wei. Now, I gave it to Mr. Chu for free. Mr. Jean is really polite. Chu Chen said, since Jin Zhishang said so, he didn't pursue anything. Where? Kim Ji-sang breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I don't know what Mr. Chu is doing in renting Yunshan Sports Center. Wei Sun asked. At this moment, Wei Sun's name for Chu Chen also changed from Chu Xian nephew to Mr. Chu. Nothing, where is a friend of mine going to hold a concert? Chu Chen explained. So that's the case. I'll send more staff immediately, and where to arrange it. When Mr. Chu's friend's concert comes, I will bring all the staff to the concert. Wei Sun spoke up. Yes, me too. Me too. Seeing Wei Sun say this, Chu Chen and Jin Zhishang also agreed. Thank you all. Wei Sun immediately called and sent more people to Yunshan Sports Center to help Xiaomingqi arrange the concert. Chu Chen also contacted Angel Entertainment Group and asked them to send someone to the Yunshan Sports Center. As expected of the president, it's amazing. Yunshan Sports Center, that is one of the largest stadiums in Hangzhou, can accommodate more than 60,000 people? More than 3 times the size of the previous Xingli Stadium. After receiving the notification from Chu Chen, many employees of Angel Entertainment were very emotional. Their president is awesome. After leaving the Wei family, Chu Chen found Xiaomingqi. Everything is done, and you will post on Weibo in a while to tell your fans that the venue of the concert has changed. Chu Chen has asked Angel Entertainment to inform those who bought tickets that the concert venue has changed. But it is better for Xiaomingqi to talk about this kind of thing in person. By the way, you sent another Weibo, saying that you invited the back male god for your concert. Chu Chen added. The Yunshan Sports Center can accommodate more than 66,000 people. If only Xiaomingqi were to rely on it, it would not be able to compare to Yuan Daiqiu, who was attended by many superstars. If the hot self appeared and played a song, it would definitely attract countless fans. Maybe through this concert, Xiaomingqi may become the Queen of Heaven. Angel Entertainment Group will also become famous, and Chu Chen's worth will increase. Bailey and no harm. It is good. Xiaomingqi posted on Weibo. Because of the framing of the back male god last time, Weibo executives always pay attention to the news of the back male god. Now I suddenly see the news of the back male god. The back male god is going to participate in Xiaomingqi's concert. So Weibo acted quickly, and soon, two of Xiaomingqi's Weibo rushed to the first and second place on the hot list. The popularity of the original back male god is now at its peak. As soon as I saw this hot search, countless female fans of the back male gods went crazy and were extremely excited. They finally had the chance to meet the male god with their own eyes, which is great. Hangcheng, Yunshan Sports Center, here I come. Male god, we support the male god. I'm also in Hangzhou, I must go too. See the male god, do you have any sisters together? I'm going. +1. Xiaomingqi's Weibo, weather. Its likes or comments has gone up like crazy. In the past few minutes, there have been more than 100,000 comments and 300,000 likes. Half an hour later, there are over 1 million comments and 2 million likes. If Weibo is not prepared, I am afraid this time Weibo will collapse again because of this news. In a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou, Yuan Daiqiu heard news from his assistant. What? Xiaomingqi tweeted that she rented Yunshan Sports Center? Yuan Daiqiu was extremely shocked. That is a large stadium that can accommodate more than 60,000 people, more than 3 times larger than the Xingli Stadium that was snatched from Xiaomingqi? How could it be? How could it be? Yuan Daiqiu's face was gloomy, and he kept muttering. By the way, with so many big people in Hangzhou, Xiaomingqi must have hooked up with a big person. If she said no, she has become someone else's junior. If someone comes forward for her, the sponsor will naturally be able to rent Yunshan Sports Center. Yuan Daiqiu thought viciously. Xia Mingqi, this bitch. By the way, Sister Yuan, Xiaomingqi also posted on Weibo, saying that she invited the back man god, and the back man god will play a song with her that day. Now this news has rushed to the top search list on Weibo. Assistant added. The male god behind the back, what is that? Yuan Daiqiu asked. A very popular star recently, the assistant explained. After listening, Yuan Daiqiu was even more disdainful. I thought he was a big man, a star, you look up to him. That male god behind the back is just a trash internet celebrity. Xiaomingqi is really no one invited, and actually invited a spam internet celebrity to join in? It really made me laugh. She thought that she would be able to attract audiences in this way, which was a crazy dream. By the way, we also post on Weibo. Yuan Daiqiu was not to be outdone. Isn't it? The number 1 in the hot search list, I can get Xiaomingqi down immediately. After speaking, Yuan Daiqiu started to contact the superstars she invited and asked them to also post on Weibo and comment on him. The 4th is more, ask for a monthly ticket. Number 1 on the hot search list, it must be mine. After making the call, Yuan Daiqiu put down his phone and said arrogantly. That little bitch, Xiaomingqi, thought that if she hired a popular spam celebrity, she would be able to get the first place in the hot search list, and she would be able to compete with herself in subsequent concerts. She was so naive. She has been in the entertainment industry for 20 years, and she has never seen any internet celebrity whose influence can surpass any superstar. Yuan Daiqiu posted on Weibo, and the content is very simple, that is, he is on the 20th, and he will hold a concert in Hangzhou. I hope everyone will join in. After all, Yuan Daiqiu is regarded as a Tianhe-level singer, and he has been operating a character design for many years, so he naturally has a group of die-hard fans. Soon, the likes and comments on Yuan Daiqiu's Weibo grew rapidly. Under the operation of Yuan Daiqiu's brokerage company, it quickly rushed to the hot search list. Slowly, some fans of Yuan Daiqiu discovered the abnormality. The time of posting on Weibo is about the same, and the concerts are on the 20th, all in Hangzhou, which is too coincidental. It must be Xiao Mingqi deliberately provoking Sister Yuan. Xiao Mingqi learned that Sister Yuan's concert will be held on the 20th in Hangzhou. In order to gain the popularity of Sister Yuan, she also held such a concert temporarily. That bitch Xiao Mingqi is so disgusting, let's go, let's tear her apart. A group of Yuan Daiqiu's fans came to Xiao Mingqi's Weibo, and they abused and spat on Xiao Mingqi's second Weibo, which will be the Weibo of the Yunshan Sports Center concert. In the end, Yuan Daiqiu's fans and Xiao Mingqi's fans scolded each other, and they were no different for the time being. The superstars that Yuan Daiqiu invited also posted on Weibo, saying that they would go to Yuan Daiqiu's concert to support him, and commented under Yuan Daiqiu's Weibo. Knowing that their idol was going to Yuan Daiqiu's concert, fans of those superstars came to Yuan Daiqiu's Weibo to congratulate him. When they found out that Yuan Daiqiu's fans were going to war with Xiao Mingqi's fans, they immediately went for reinforcements. The situation, which was originally indistinguishable, has undergone a sharp reversal. Xiao Mingqi's fans were scolded badly. At this time, some fans of Xiao Mingqi thought of Xiao Mingqi's first Weibo. Yuan Daiqiu has those superstar fans to help, but they have back male gods. After learning that Friends was scolded, all the fans of the back male god were angry. Finally, because of Xiao Mingqi, they had the opportunity to see the male god in person, and they were very grateful to Xiao Mingqi. Fans of the back male god also joined the fight. After a minute or two, Yuan Daiqiu and the fans of the superstar were defeated. And Yuan Daiqiu's Weibo only rushed to the third hot search list and could not go any further above the top search on Weibo, and the second place was occupied by Xiao Mingqi, who stepped on Yuan Daiqiu's head. After a while, Yuan Daiqiu took a look at the hot search list and was immediately pissed. Damn. Why is it only the third? Yuan Daiqiu was furious. It must be Xiao Mingqi, the slut, who spent a lot of money on the hot search. It must be like this. What a fucking bastard of the whole family. Seeing Yuan Daiqiu's anger, the assistant quickly persuaded, Sister Yuan, how can you have the same knowledge as a little bitch? The concert will be coming soon. Sister Yuan, you have invited so many superstars. At that time it must be the slut Xiao Mingqi who hangs up. On the contrary, Xiao Mingqi only invited one internet celebrity, maybe she didn't even have 1,000 or 2,000 fans that day. Hearing this, Yuan Daiqiu slowed down, and a smile appeared on his face again. That's right, that bitch Xiao Mingqi doesn't deserve to be compared with herself. It's ridiculous to invite some rubbish internet celebrity, the back male god. At this moment, she can't wait for the concert to start. At that time, the crowd of people on my side was extremely popular. On the other hand, Xiao Mingqi was deserted, and the audience was poor. I don't know, what will the little bitch Xiao Mingqi look like at that time? The more he thought about it, the more Yuan Daiqiu looked forward to, the more proud he became. Time flies, the 20th is here. In the evening, the countdown to the concert. Yuan Daiqiu and some of the superstars she invited were already waiting in the background. Lao Yuan, don't worry, with us helping you, the influence of this concert will definitely overwhelm Xiao Mingqi. Yes, don't worry. A superstar spoke up and said confidently. Sister Yuan, didn't Xiaomingqi just invite a little trashy internet celebrity? The male god in the back, what is he? A popular little fresh meat echoed, but there was a sourness in his voice, as well as a strong jealousy. Of course. Yuan Daiqiu still had a bright smile on his face. Soon, the concert will begin. But when he saw the number of viewers, Yuan Daiqiu was stunned. Not only Yuan Daiqiu, but also several superstars who were full of confidence just now had embarrassed expressions on their faces. The Xingli Stadium, which was originally filled with 20,000 people, actually only had less than 10,000 fans. Are you not mistaken? Did something happen? That must be the case, otherwise. With her influence, how could there be only so many fans? She is a queen. It's like this on my own side. If I want to come to Xiaomingqi's side, I'm afraid I don't even have 1,000 fans. It's ridiculous to think about it, renting a sports center with a capacity of 60,000 or 70,000 people, but the audience is less than 1,000. If it spreads out, Xiaomingqi will probably become the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry. During the concert, the superstars invited by Yuan Daiqiu came on stage one after another, and Yuan Daiqiu returned to the backstage to rest for a while. By the way, what happened to Xiaomingqi? Yuan Daiqiu asked curiously, is it a sports center with more than 60,000 people, not even 1,000 people? Hearing this, the assistant next to him stopped talking. In wonder, Yuan Daiqiu turned on his mobile phone and looked at the hot search. Boom, singer Xiaomingqi's concert is a hit, and the audience is expected to exceed 100,000. Shocked, also held. In Hangzhou, Tianho Yuan Daiqiu's concert is less than 1/10 of that of Xiaomingqi, the youngest queen in the entertainment industry is about to be born. After seeing these news headlines, Yuan Daiqiu was dumbfounded. 100,000 viewers? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Isn't their Yunshan Sports Center a maximum of 60,000 or 70,000 people? Yuan Daiqiu looked unbelievable. There are still some standing tickets for their concert. After these, there are still tens of thousands of fans waiting outside and refusing to leave. The assistant said weakly. In fact, 100,000 fans is still a conservative estimate. What? How can there be so many fans? It's unreasonable, unreasonable. Yuan Daiqiu roared with a hideous expression. Most of those fans are fans of the back male god. The assistant replied. Even she didn't expect that the back male god actually has so many loyal fans. Easily crushed countless stars in the entertainment industry. How come? With a thud, Yuan Daiqiu's body softened and collapsed on the chair, completely stunned. How can a newcomer who has just risen, still an internet celebrity, have such a strong influence? Yuan Daiqiu's face was dull and he muttered. For so many years, she has never seen any internet celebrity who can compare these superstars. So many fans came to the concert because of the back male god, just because of this terrible cohesion. The back male god has already surpassed the internet celebrity, and now he cannot be regarded as the internet celebrity, and has completely ranked among the top superstars. Yuan Daiqiu was still shocked when the influence of the back male god was terrifying. There is some news on the internet. Yuan Daiqiu, the famous queen, has lip-synced many times. The veteran singer Yuan Daiqiu has repeatedly suppressed newcomers. These news have all been exposed before, but they were suppressed by Yuan Daiqiu's brokerage company. Now it was turned over by the fans of the back male god again, which immediately caused a heated discussion. This time, Yuan Daichou's brokerage company also wanted to block the news and suppress it. But what surprised them was that the means they used to do didn't work anymore. Weibo seemed to be involved. And no one was allowed to make small moves. Yuan Daichou's reputation stinks and intensifies. In the end, because of Yuan Daichou's affairs, even her economic company and other artists under the economic company were implicated. As a capitalist, the brokerage company issued a notice immediately, announcing that it would stop cooperating with Yuan Daichou, and criticized it, and quickly got rid of the relationship. These things just happened in an hour. And Yuan Daichou's friends, the superstars invited by her, knew about it, and they all left the concert without showing any mercy. Because of the departure of the superstar, many audience members also left. The news spread quickly on the internet, and Yuan Daichou's fans at the scene were furious when they found out. At Xingli Stadium, the last 1,000 Yuan Daichou fans also left. The concert is not over yet, except for Yuan Daichou and the staff. There is no one at the scene. Yuan Daichou completely collapsed. The tree fell and the hosen scattered. On the other hand, it was originally a concert by Xiang Chuchen. But now it seems to be a concert by Chu Chen. Countless female fans chanted the back male god with great enthusiasm. It's not easy for me to have such a connotation. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He used to think that he was too handsome, and it was too difficult for him to be chased by so many girls. At that time, how much he hoped that there would be a girl who admired his inner self instead of coveting her beauty. As a result, now, it has indeed appeared, and there are so many more. It is also a sin to have such connotations. Why are you so good? How can other people live? At this time, Chu Chen suddenly received a call from the owner of Galaxy, Xiang Chuchen, from Galaxy Properties. Mr. Chu, I don't know if there is time tomorrow. I have made an appointment with a few big people to go fishing together tomorrow. Xiang Chuchen invited Chu Chen. Although Hangqing is not facing the sea, it is not far from the sea. They don't spend much time on the yacht. After all, I just met Chu Chen, and Xiang Chuchen wanted to befriend Chu Chen. Tomorrow? When Chu Chen thought about it, there was nothing to do tomorrow, so he agreed. See you at noon tomorrow. Hearing Chu Chen's promise, Xiang Chuchen was very excited and made an appointment with Chu Chen. Before hanging up the phone, time passed quickly, and Chu Chen came on stage wearing a black mask. Being low-key is important. Otherwise, knowing that he is not only so connotative, but also so handsome, Chu Chen is afraid that these female fans will not marry him. After seeing Chu Chen, countless fans went crazy. Male god, we love you. Let's be together, male god, I will support you, I am Bai Fumei. Boy, I don't want you to marry. It seems that Chu Chen's worries are unnecessary, even if they don't know Chu Chen's shocking appearance. Countless female fans are still deeply attracted by his connotation. Hello everyone. Chu Chen waved at the fans, causing countless female fans to scream. In the end, Chu Chen played a solo piece together with Xiang Chuchen, and the concert ended successfully. 4. A time, the major websites, the back male gods made the hot search list again. The popularity of the back male god has risen again. The magic capital, the wealthy Huang family, Mo Yuan's stepmother, Huang Biyu, discussed with some core members of the Huang family. Huang Biyu's idea, the Huang family naturally knows, in fact, it was originally the idea of the Huang family. This matter is covered by me. The fifth eldest of the Huang family, Huang Hongxin patted his chest to assure After everyone's deliberation, the Huang family decided to send Huang Hongxin to Hangzhou. Isn't he the boss of a small company? What kind of thing is he? He dares to fight against our Huang family and court death. Huang Hongxin waved his hand domineeringly, not taking Chu Chen seriously at all. Going to Hangzhou this time, give me 3 days, no, in 1 day, I can bankrupt that kid's company and make Mo Yuan obediently give up the inheritance of the Vientiane group. Fifth, this time, the family has given 3 billion to support you. Try to save a little. The Huang family prepared 3 billion in order to bankrupt Chu Chen's company. 3 billion is better than 200 billion, which is more cost-effective, they know. 1 billion, no, 500 million is enough. Huang Hongxin said triumphantly. Soon, Huang Hongxin went to Hangzhou with 3 billion assets. On the same day, Huang Hongxin arrived in Hangzhou. Huang Hongxin is not a fool, he knows the reason why strong dragons don't overwhelm local snakes. After all, Hangqing is Chu Chen's territory. Although his Huang family is powerful, if he does it directly, he may have to spend all of his $3 billion before he can bankrupt Chu Chen's company. Therefore, he decided to visit a Hangqing boss who had a good relationship with the Huang family first. With the help of that boss in Hangqing, he could easily bankrupt Chu Chen. At noon the next day, Xiang Chuchen and several big figures in Hangzhou met at a port in Hangzhou. President Gu, is this the cruise ship you just bought? At the harbor. A brand new yacht is parked there. Exactly. A slightly fat boss nodded. His name was Gu Yuanjia, and his identity was terrifying. Not a great yacht, just a normal Riva 88-foot Florida. Gu Yuanjia opened his mouth. In fact, this fishing was suggested by Gu Yuan's family. The purpose is nothing else, very simple, just to show off the yacht he just bought. What, this is Riva? Hearing this, several other big figures were very surprised. Riva is one of the oldest, most legendary, and most expensive brands in the world yacht industry. It has a history of more than 100 years and is known as Rolls-Royce of yachts. Exactly. A smile appeared on Gu Yuan's face and nodded. President Gu, how much is this yacht? It's not expensive. When I bought it, it was more than 70 million. After I bought it, I made some decorations in it. Now it's only 100 million. Little money. Gu Yuan's family looked like they didn't care. By the way, Mr. Chow, what about the Mr. Chu you invited? A yacht of 100 million is very shocking even for Xiang Chuchen and others. The yacht alone is worth 100 million, so the maintenance fee is also a lot of money. You know, these luxury yachts, luxury cars, private jets, etc., the maintenance costs are sky high. Sometimes, you can afford it, but not necessarily its expensive maintenance. The yacht itself, plus several years of maintenance costs, I am afraid it will cost hundreds of millions. No matter how rich they are, they would not dare to spend it so freely, not to mention that most of their assets are shares in the company, which cannot be sold at will. Mr. Chow, what about the Mr. Chu you invited? At this time, Gu Yuan's family looked around and found that they were all old acquaintances and did not see any unfamiliar faces. Everyone is here, just wait for him alone? Gu Yuan's family said dissatisfiedly. They are all big figures in Hangzhou. No matter what they do, they are always respectfully waiting for them. Now, let them wait for others. These big people are a little dissatisfied. That's right, Lao Chow, isn't that Mr. Chu a bit pretentious? To make everyone wait for him alone? After speaking at Gu Yuan's house, several other people also agreed, expressing strong dissatisfaction. It's not time yet. Chu Chen glanced at his watch and found that there were still 10 minutes before the appointed time. Mr. Chu, is it worth our wait? No wait, let's get on the yacht. Gu Yuan's family waved their hands and boarded their yacht first. We can't wait any longer. Mr. Chu, while you go, Lao Gu, let's get on your yacht. At the port, most of these bosses also have their own yachts, but compared with the Riva 88-foot Florida of Gu Yuan's family, it seems to be a class inferior. So these bosses gave up their yachts and boarded Gu Yuan's. Let's go, Lao Chao. Chu Chen wanted to wait for a while, but was pulled by several bosses onto Gu Yuan's Riva 88 Florida yacht. Ready to go, Gu Yuanjia ordered. But his Riva 88-foot Florida hadn't started yet. In the distance, a behemoth was riding the wind and waves and galloping. Chu Chen stood on his rising sun and glanced at the time. It was not too late. His rising sun was parked at another port. And Chu Chen went to the port where the rising sun was parked first, and then came here. Looking at the rising sun from a distance, the people standing on Gu Yuan's Riva 88 Florida were dumbfounded. The Riva 88-foot Florida is already very luxurious, with a length of 26.7 m and a beam of 6.19 m. But Riva 88-foot Florida is, on the rising sun, a 138 m long, 19 m wide behemoth that looks like a child. This yacht is too big. Its price is even more terrifying. Looking at the rising sun, these bosses couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yuan's Riva 88-foot Florida is only 1/5 of this. The price of the Riva 88-foot Florida is approaching 100 million, so what about this yacht? I am afraid that the annual maintenance cost of this behemoth will be tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Who is the owner of this yacht? I'm curious, who would he be with a yacht of this level? These bosses talked to each other. Gu Yuan's family was also stunned, sighing in their hearts. The yacht on the opposite side was too big, and his Riva 88-foot Florida was no match. Chu Chen was also extremely curious, staring straight ahead without blinking. As the rising sun gradually approached, everyone could clearly see Chu Chen standing on the bow. Mr. Chu? Chu Chen saw Chu Chen standing on the bow and spoke in surprise. Is he Mr. Chu? The one we can wait for? When they heard Chu Chen's words, everyone was in an uproar. I go. Originally, they thought that what Chu Chen said about Mr. Chu should be quite different from their status. But when they saw the yacht, they were startled. They underestimated Mr. Chu's strength. Watching the rising sun slowly stop, the bosses who had just boarded the ship walked down one after another and took the initiative to greet Chu Chen. On Riva 88-foot Florida, only the embarrassed Gu Yuan family remained. At this moment, the face of Gu Yuan's family was ashen, and they got Riva 88 Florida, and they organized this event in order to show off. As a result, just as he started showing off, he encountered this behemoth. Gu Yuan's family felt that his face was red, and he had worked hard for a long time to make a wedding dress for this Mr. Chu. And Mr. Chu was out of the limelight. Became a stark contrast. Damn it. With a curse in his heart, the Gu Yuan family also went down. Chu Chen got off the rising sun and met Chu Chen. Mr. Chu is too young. A list of talents. These bosses took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Chen and said politely, "These people are extremely amazed, Chu Chen is too young. I'm sorry, I'm going to pick up this yacht. It's a little late." Chu Chen said apologetically. We're not in a hurry." "Yes, we are not in a hurry, and Mr. Chu is not late. It's okay to be late." These bosses have expressed that they do not mind. The person who said that Mr. Chu was not worth their weight just now didn't know where he flew to. Finally, under the strong suggestion of these bosses, they boarded Chu Chen's yacht and watched. "It's too huge, I'm afraid. It's half the size of a football field? Not only huge, but extremely luxurious. Mr. Chu, I'm afraid this yacht will cost 1 billion yuan?" Looking at the huge rising sun, they let out bursts of amazement. "Almost 1.2 billion. Chu Chen replied. Everyone gasped, 1.2 billion. A 1.2 billion yacht, horror. In the end, they abandoned Gu Yuan's Riva 88-foot Florida without hesitation, and took Chu Chen's rising sun to go fishing at the agreed location. Gu Yuan's family also sat on the rising sun, but he was very unwilling. After all, he, Gu Yuan's family, is considered a big figure in Hangqing. Now he has become a supporting role, and the limelight has been robbed by this Mr. Chu, which is really embarrassing. He must get his face back. When they arrived at the appointed place, a few people started fishing. While fishing, these bosses chatted with Chu Chen very politely, all of whom wanted to befriend Chu Chen. Only Gu Yuan's family was left alone to fish in another place. The Gu Yuan family resented Chu Chen even more. At this moment, Xiang Chuchen suddenly received a call. What? Xiang Chuchen's face changed greatly. Some time ago, his Galaxy Real Estate set up a branch in Yanjing. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Don't worry. I'll be there as soon as possible, as soon as possible. Xiang Chuchen said to his servants. Taking out his mobile phone, Xiang Chuchen checked it. The earliest flight to Yanjing was tomorrow afternoon, and he couldn't wait. Old Xiao. What's wrong? Others noticed Xiang Chuchen's abnormality and asked. Xiang Chuchen sighed and said briefly. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he had a way to regain his face. If you can't compare to the water, it's better than flying in the sky. Gu Yuan's family has a private jet, and it's very expensive. He once spent 350 million to buy a Gulfstream G650 one of the 10 most expensive private jets in the world. He couldn't believe it anymore. He couldn't compare to the one swimming in the water, and even the one flying in the sky was no match for this kid. He wants to get his face back. After listening to Xiang Chuchen's words, these bosses fell silent one by one. This is not easy to do. Although they are all rich, but now they have a successful career, and they are old, they don't need to travel all over the country, or even around the world, and there are very few private jets. Rent a private jet. A chubby boss suggested to Xiang Chuchen. Pay attention to this. Send someone to rent a private jet, hurry up, maybe you can arrive in Yanjing tomorrow morning. Others agree with this opinion. What to rent? Use my private jet. Gu Yuanjia spoke domineeringly. What? President Gu, do you have a private jet? Hearing this, several other bosses were very surprised. They didn't expect that Gu Yuan's family had a private jet. Well, I have a Gulfstream G650 which is parked at an airport in Hangzhou. If Mr. Chow is in a Hurry, he can take my private jet to Yanjing. Gu Yuanjia said calmly. Gulfstream G650 I have seen it at an international air show before. It is one of the most expensive private jets. How about a price of 300 to 400 million? The chubby boss just said in amazement. President Gu is amazing. There is such an expensive private jet. I admire you. But even after hearing what Gu Yuan's family said, the sad look on Xiang Chuchen's face did not dissipate. Thank you, Mr. Gu, but this time I'm going to Yanjing. I'm going to take a team from the company there. Can the Gulfstream G650 sit and drive? Xiang Chuchen asked. No problem, my Gulfstream G650 is big enough for 19 passengers. Gu Yuan's family showed off. But my team has nearly 30 people. Xiang Chuchen sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. Gu Yuan's family was at a loss for words and could not continue. His Gulfstream G650 can only seat 19 people. How about you go with fewer people? Cannot be done. Xiang Chuchen sighed that even if it was streamlined, his team would still have more than 20 people. Otherwise, Mr. Chow can be my Bombardier Global 7000. At this time, Chu Chen opened his mouth. In an instant, all the boss's eyes were on Chu Chen. The Bombardier Global 7000 is a top-level private jet that is even more extravagant than Xiang Chuchen's Gulfstream G650. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chu not only has such a huge yacht, but also such a luxurious Bombardier Global 7000. No, even if your Bombardier Global 7000 is more luxurious than my Gulfstream G650, it seems that it can only take 19 passengers. Knowing something about private jets, the Gu Yuan family questioned. The capacity is the same, what do you wear? Gu Yuan's family couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter, 3 private jets are enough. Chu Chen replied lightly. 3 private jets, combined to accommodate a full 57 passengers. Xiang Chuchen's team is enough. What? 3 Bombardier Global 7000s? Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone was stunned. So much? That is the world's top private jet, not Chinese cabbage. It would be great to have one, but Mr. Chu owns 3. Terrible, terrible. Gu Yuan's family was stunned, with a confused look on his face. 3? Does he have 3 Bombardier Global 7000s? No kidding. The price of a Bombardier Global 7000 is already terrifying, and the annual production of Bombardier Global 7000 is very limited. Sometimes, money may not be able to buy it. But now, Chu Chen owns 3. Gu Yuan's family is stupid? Lost yourself again? Swimming in the water can't compare, but flying in the sky can't compare. He is dead. Why? Is there such a big gap between people? Of course, in addition to swimming in the water, flying in the sky, and running on the ground. But if he lost the first 2 items, he is not a fool, and he will no longer be foolish to run on the ground. Really? Thank you very much, Mr. Chu. Xiang Chuchen held Chu Chen's hand excitedly. If he got the help of Chu Chen's private plane, he might be able to arrive at Yanjing tonight. Mr. Chu, you don't need 3, 2 private jets are enough. My 3 Bombardier Global 7000s are in Jiangnan Airlines. Just go and talk to the manager. They returned to Hangqing. Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you so much. I don't have time now. After returning from Yanjing, I will definitely come to the door too. Thank you. After thanking Chu Chen for a while, Xiang Chuchen rushed to the company and packed up his things. Not long after returning to Hangzhou, Chu Chen suddenly received an invitation from Luo Yongning, a billionaire and the first person in the Hangzhou media industry, Brother Luo. Luo Yongning said that he got a treasure and asked Chu Chen to come and see it tomorrow. Chu Chen was a little curious what Luo Yongning got, so happy. The next day, Chu Chen drove to Luo Yongning's garden. At this moment, in Luo Yongning's garden, there are already many big bosses in Hangzhou. Brother Chu. Luo Yongning warmly greeted the past. You must be very interested in this treasure I got today. Luo Yongning said mysteriously. Not long after, a young man in his 20s walked in. Uncle Luo, my father is not feeling well today, so I came in his place. The young man's name is Xiang Chuchen, the son of a big boss in Hangzhou. It's okay, nephew Xiao, come in quickly. Luo Yongning spoke. There are some people you don't know yet, so let me introduce them to you. This is President Tian, you can call it Uncle Tian. Luo Yongning pointed to an old man in his 60s and introduced him to Xiang Chuchen. After a brief introduction, Luo Yongning came to Chu Chen. This is President Chu, Brother Chu, you can call him Uncle Chu. Luo Yongning and Chu Chen are in the same generation, and Xiang Chuchen is a junior, so naturally he will be called Chu Chen, Uncle Chu. Xiang Chuchen was about to speak subconsciously. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. He is younger than me, so he asked me to call him uncle? Xiang Chuchen is young and vigorous, and naturally dissatisfied. What is he? Isn't this taking advantage of me? Since Luo Yongning introduced it, Xiang Chuchen couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and call Uncle Chu. Because of this sound, Xiang Chuchen hated Chu Chen. The guests are almost here. Luo Yongning carefully took out a purple clay pot. This is? Seeing this, everyone was very puzzled. Isn't it just a purple clay pot, so what? You may not know that this purple clay pot is more than 300 years old, nearly 400 years old. Luo Yongning explained to everyone. And he is the legendary pottery master, Chen Mingyuan, who made the plain belt pot. It is also one of the most famous purple clay pots in the country. The most famous purple clay pot in the country? Just as Luo Yongning was introducing, an uninvited guest suddenly came to Luofu. Yours is a real plain belt pot, isn't it? When everyone was amazed that Luo Yongning had obtained the legendary plain belt pot, a harsh voice suddenly came. A tall, thin middle-aged man walked in. Han Teng, why are you here? After seeing the thin middle-aged man, Luo Yongning's face changed slightly and he questioned coldly. Han Teng, Luo Yongning's old enemy, is also the boss of Hangqing, a super rich man. You said mine was a fake plain belt pot, what evidence is there? Luo Yongning was a little angry. He spent a lot of energy for this plain belt pot. After getting it, he was excited for days. Now his old enemy says that his plain tape pot is fake. Can he not make Luo Yongning angry? Evidence? Han Ting sneered, naturally. Today, he is here to demolish the old enemy Luo Yongning. How can there be no evidence? The evidence will be presented to you immediately. 10 seconds later, Han Ting's secretary walked in with an exquisite brocade box. Taking over the brocade box, Han Ting took everyone's face and carefully opened the brocade box. Inside was a purple sand teapot that was exactly the same as Luo Yongning's plain tape teapot. Everyone is a little confused. What's the situation? That's the evidence, Han Ting said confidently. This one of mine is the real plain belt pot, and yours is just a high imitation. It's very fake. It's ridiculous that you don't know if you've been lied to. Han Ting shows off. Luo Yongning also has some knowledge about collection. This plain belt pot doesn't look like a fake. Why do you say that the plain belt pot is fake, and why isn't your plain belt pot fake? Luo Yongning refuted. I have the auction certificate of Poly Auction House. With that said, Han Ting took out a certificate. 5 years ago, the Sudai pot was auctioned at Poly Auction and was bought by a mysterious rich man at a high price. As for the certificate of the auction that year, Han Ting said. Looking at the certificate in Han Ting's hand, everyone stopped talking. Indeed, Han Ting has a certificate, and his plain belt pot is very likely to be genuine, surpassing Luo Yongning. After the plain teapot was bought by the mysterious rich man, it was resold many times. Who knows where the certificate went? You're saying, your certificate must be real? Not to be outdone, Luo Yongning quarreled with Han Ting again. You too. Listen to me. The money manager just stood up. Stop arguing, it's true or false, let's invite an expert to check it out, won't it be clear? Money always comes up with ideas. Who knows if the current experts are real? Han Ting replied with a sneer. What if you collude with Luo Yongning? Tian always thought about it. That's easy. We can find a dean-level expert, someone everyone can trust. Hearing this, Han Ting no longer refuted it. President Tian's words made sense. Now, the most famous expert in Hangqing, the beta-level expert of Mount Tai, is Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, a leading expert in the field of antique appreciation today, has been upright in his life, and has never done anything against his conscience. How about the two of you? How about Mr. Pei? Han Ting and Luo Yongning both nodded. Who do you invite? Hearing this, no one spoke. In terms of status, they are very rich, but even if they want to invite Mr. Pei, it is extremely difficult. Pei Lao has a strange temper, and most people can't help it at all. And because of Pei Lao's status as a leader in the antique world, even if they see it, they must be respectful and dare not be presumptuous. I come. Han Ting opened his mouth and began to use his contacts. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Han Ting finally didn't even get in touch with Mr. Pei. No way, Han Ting gave up. Hundreds of billionaires like Han Ting have given up. What can they do? I think I can try it. At this time, Zhao Jingqing suddenly came out. I know Pei Lao's grandson. Zhao Jingqing pretended to be coercive. These big men can't invite Mr. Pei. If they invite Mr. Pei, they will definitely be taken seriously. It would be even better if both Luo Yongning and Han Ting could be very grateful to them. Oh? Little brother, please. Han Ting, who had given up originally, said excitedly when he heard this, and even addressed him politely. No problem, Mr. Han. Zhao Jingqing took out his mobile phone and started to call. While waiting for the other party to answer the phone, Zhao Jingqing stared at Chu Chen with an undisguised expression on his face. He is provoking Chu Chen. What about Uncle Chu? What? Are you deserve to be called that? I think you should call me Uncle Zhao. When the call was Connected, Xiao Jingqing explained his intention to Pei Lao's grandson and promised some benefits. Okay, let's try it for you. After all, Pei's grandson hung up the phone. 9 times out of 10. Just wait a few minutes. Xiao Jingqing said confidently to Han Ting and others, after all, he is Xi's own grandson, can Mr. Pei refuse? Can. Little brother. Is amazing. Nephew Xiao is young, and his connections are so wide and strong. Several bigwigs sighed. Hearing these praises, Xiao Jingqing was overjoyed. Little brother, what's your name? Han Ting asked Xiao Jingqing's name. Xiao Jingqing. Good name, I remember it. If you can invite Mr. Pei, I owe you a favor. Han Ting said, he has absolute confidence in his plain belt pot. He has also participated in more than one poly auction, and there are many poly auction certificates at home, which are exactly the same as those of Sudai Kettle. The certificate is absolutely real. Therefore, Han Ting hoped that Mr. Pei would come and prove that Luo Yongning was fake, so that Luo Yongning could not come down to the stage. Thank you, Mr. Han. Han Ting's favor is what countless people in Hangzhou want in their dreams. Unexpectedly, the harvest of this act of coercion was so great, Xiao Jingqing was excited. At this moment, his cell phone rang. No, Grandpa said there is no time. On the phone, the helpless voice of old grandson Pei came. In order to show off, Xiao Jingqing turned on the phone just now, but pressed the speakerphone. The words of old grandson Pei immediately reached everyone's ears. In an instant, Xiao Jingqing was extremely embarrassed. Under everyone's attention, Xiao Jingqing hung up the phone. Wasting my feelings in vain. Han Ting also said to Xiao Jingqing, extremely impatiently. How about we don't care about Pei Lao, and change to an expert? President Tian suggested. I can invite Mr. Pei. A faint voice came. Just now, Chu Chen didn't speak. He checked the information of Mr. Pei. But he didn't know Mr. Pei. After the investigation, Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Pei Lao was actually a special appraisal expert of the Xingtang auction house. Hearing Chu Chen's words, in an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Chen. Xiao Jingqing also looked over and found that it was Chu Chen, and his face became even more sarcastic. Even the pro-grandson can't invite Mr. Pei, can you still invite him? Stop bragging. The fifth is more, ask for a monthly ticket. Xiao Jingqing dismissed Chu Chen's words, and asked Pei Lao. Why don't you invite the maker of the plain pot? The great pottery master who has been dead for hundreds of years. After what happened to Xiao Jingqing just now, most of the people present did not believe that Chu Chen could invite Mr. Pei. They all heard it just now, and even Lao Pei's own grandson couldn't ask Pei Lao. Brother Chu, please. At the scene, only Luo Yongning spoke and believed in Chu Chen. Luo Yongning would have been suspicious if he had just met Chu Chen for a while, but after this period of time, some of Chu Chen's terrifying identities were known to him. Luo Yongning naturally believed in Chu Chen. Brother Luo is polite. Luo Yongning has also helped himself a lot, and now it is just a matter of making a phone call, and Chu Chen is bound to do so. Humph. Whatever. Han Ting snorted coldly, just now Xiao Jingqing wasted his feelings and time in vain. This made Han Ting very impatient. With these younger generations, I know that young people who are in the limelight are too unreliable. Now that Chu Chen, who was younger than Xiao Jingqing, came out, Han Ting was even more concerned. Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and called the general manager of Shintang auction house. After talking to the general manager, Chu Chen asked him to invite Mr. Pei. Okay, boss. Hanging up the phone, the general manager personally contacted Mr. Pei. In the end, Mr. Pei asked for the address and was sure to come. Looking at Chu Chen, who hung up the phone, Xiang Chuchen asked. How about it? What about Mr. Pei you invited? 20 minutes later, Mr. Pei will come. Chu Chen just received news from the general manager of Shintang auction house, telling Chu Chen that Pei Lao had agreed. Just blow it. 20 minutes left, I'll watch it for 200 minutes, and 2000 minutes. If Pei Lao can come. Let's wait. Xiang and Chu Chen faced each other. I hope you don't play with me. Han Ting also spoke, his voice was cold, and it was not difficult to guess that if Chu Chen's result was the same as Xiang just now, Han Ting might have done something bad. After going through what happened just now, if you still come out to grab the limelight, you will have to pay a certain price. Not 20 minutes, only 10 minutes later, a few footsteps came. An old man with silver hair and wearing a tang suit, accompanied by his disciples, walked slowly towards here. Mr. Chu, the old man is here, where's the baby? The silver-haired old man asked excitedly. Hearing the voice, everyone looked forward in unison. Old Pei? Elder Pei is really here? After seeing the silver-haired old man, these big bosses in Hangqing got up one after another. Looking at Mr. Pei and then at Chu Chen, these big bosses in Hangqing were stunned. So soon, Mr. Pei is here? Isn't he bragging? OMG. What is Mr. Chu's identity? People are so scary. Han Ting was equally shocked and excited. Please come, Mr. Pei was really invited. Is this real? That kid, no, that Mr. Chu, are you so well connected? Beside him, Xiang was even more dumbfounded. He didn't know Pei Lao, but after hearing the words of these big men, he knew that this silver-haired old man was Pei Lao. Even the pro-grandson can't please Mr. Pei. Now it's actually taking the initiative. What kind of terrifying identity is this Uncle Chu? For a time, Xiang was restless. Old Pei. Hello, Mr. Pei. The bosses came out and greeted Mr. Pei. However, Pei Lao did not pay attention to them, but asked, what about President Chu? Old Pei is here, I'll take you to see the baby. Although he is the president of Shintang auction house, Mr. Pei is regarded as an employee, but after all, he is a master-level expert with a strange temper. Chu Chen was not sure that Mr. Pei would definitely come, so he asked the general manager to tell Mr. Pei that he had two extremely precious treasures here. Sure enough, it was a success, and Mr. Pei came soon. Old Pei, there are two legendary plain-tape pots here. I don't know which one is the real one. Sudai pot? Pei Lao also came to be interested. This is one of the most famous purple clay pots, one of the top 10 famous pots, and the work of a pottery master. Han Ting and Luo Yongning carefully handed over their plain belt pots. Of course, Han Ting also brought up his poly-auction certificate. After reading it carefully, and then looking at Han Ting's certificate, Pei Lao had a judgment, this certificate is real. Hearing this, Han Ting became energetic, and looked at Luo Yongning with a sarcastic smile on his face. Your own plain belt pot is the real thing. However, the certificate is real, but the plain belt pot is a high imitation. The real plain belt pot is this one. pointing to Luo Yongning's plain belt pot. Pei Lao told the truth. What? Han Ting exploded, and at this moment, he suddenly realized. I finally understood why. The seller kept focusing on the certificate instead of the plain tape pot when he bought this pot. It must be that the seller accidentally got the real certificate, so he got a fake pot. Damn it. Han Ting's face was ashen, and he cursed angrily. Thank you, Mr. Pei. Knowing that his plain belt pot was real, Luo Yongning breathed a sigh of relief. After admiring the plain pot for a while, Pei Lao looked at Chu Chen excitedly. The first treasure is so precious, so the second treasure must be even more precious. Understanding what Mr. Pei meant, Chu Chen took off the jade finger on his hand. When everyone saw this scene, their faces changed slightly, and it was not good to use the wrench to fool Mr. Pei. Only Elder Pei, with an unusually serious expression, this. After taking the jade wrench, Mr. Pei was very excited. After careful observation for a while, Pei Lao couldn't help but agree, it's so perfect, whether it's texture or craftsmanship, I dare to assert that there is absolutely no treasure more precious than this wrench in China. And it is still used by the royal family, and its value is even more terrifying, with a guaranteed minimum of 150 million. As a dean-level expert, Pei Lao expressed his thoughts. 150 million? Treasures worth more than 100 million, you can wear them so casually. Looking at Chu Chen at this moment, everyone became extremely serious, and was frightened by Chu Chen's terrifying financial resources and terrifying connections. Even Han Ting became very polite when he looked at Chu Chen. Even he didn't dare to take more than 100 million things with him at will. Mr. Chu, it was my fault just now. I have no eyes, please. Forgive me. Han Ting apologized to Chu Chen. On the other side, I talked for a long time with Huang Hongxin from the Huang family of the magic capital, and it was settled. Zhao Jingqing's father, Zhao Fu, rushed to Luo Yongning's Luo residence. It turned out that in order to bring down Chu Chen's company, Huang Hongxin was looking for a big boss in Hangzhou, Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was not sick, but he had to discuss with Huang Hongxin, so he sent Zhao Jingqing there. Now that he finished talking, he was a little worried about Zhao Jingqing, so Zhao Fu hurried to Luo Yongning's Luo residence. Not long after, Zhao Fu arrived. Having cooperated with the dignified and powerful Huang family, Zhao Fu was a little complacent. He swaggered into Luofu. At this moment, the appraisal is still in progress, and Mr. Pei is still admiring Chu Chen's jade finger. Father Zhao Fu went up to greet him, fidgeting uneasy. It was not good to leave, and it was not good to stay here. Zhao Jingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu was stunned when he found Pei Lao inside, but he didn't expect to meet Gu Player's leading expert here. Mr. Zhao is here? Mr. Zhao. Several big bosses in Hangqing said hello. Let me introduce you, this is President Chu, Mr. Chu. Mr. Pei, Mr. Chu invited me here. At this time, a boss who had a good relationship with Zhao Fu took the initiative to introduce Zhao Fu. What? He had heard that Mr. Pei was difficult to invite. Sometimes, even the top bosses and billionaires in Hangzhou might not be able to invite them. This Mr. Chu can actually invite Mr. Pei, his connections are too powerful. Hello, Mr. Chu. Zhao Fu politely greeted Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, can I take a look at this royal jade wrench? This is a 150 million treasure. Someone asked Chu Chen politely. 150 million? How expensive is a wrench? Zhao Fu was dumbfounded. This Mr. Chu's financial resources are a bit terrifying. Zhao Fu's friend whispered too. Zhao Fu, what happened just now? 150 million wrench fingers, you can wear it on your hand at will, it's awesome. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Zhao Fu sighed. The big man, this Mr. Chu, is definitely the kind of big man he can't reach and is high above. Because Chu Chen was chatting with Luo Yongning and several other billionaires. Zhao Fu's identity is not enough, so he didn't bother. He chatted with several Hangqing bosses with similar identities. How is Mr. Zhao's business recently? Someone asked. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. He had just cooperated with the Huang family. If he didn't show off, he felt sorry for himself. Business is okay, just signed a big contract with the Huang family. Zhao Fu said indifferently. The Huang family in the magic capital? Exactly. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Mr. Zhao is amazing. The cooperation between Mr. Zhao and the Huang family is about to take off, someone touted. The Huang family is a wealthy family in the magic capital. How did you think of cooperating with President Zhao? Being touted by these people, Zhao Fu was a little fluttering, and it was only dealing with a small company, and it was not a secret, so Zhao Fu told the truth. The Huang family wants to build a small company, but they have no foundation in Hangqing, so they found me. Zhao Fu boasted. With my help, I want to bring down a small company in Hangqing. It's a matter of hand. The Huang family is going to bring down a small company. What small company dares to provoke the Huang family? Many bigwigs are very curious. It's nothing. It seems to be an asset management company that has just opened. What is the boss's name, Chu Chen? It's just a small company, nothing? Zhao Fu waved his hand and answered in a domineering manner. These bosses were about to speak when a sudden voice came. Chu Chen, you said that the owner of the asset management company you want to rectify is called Chu Chen? Luo Yongning turned his head and questioned Zhao Fu. When he introduced Chu Chen to everyone, he always said President Chu, Mr. Chu, and did not mention Chu Chen's full name. Luo Yongning was the only one at the scene who knew Chu Chen's full name. Yes, what's wrong with Mr. Luo? Zhao Fu asked in confusion. Ha ha. Luo Yongning laughed and asked Zhao Fu coldly, you want to help the Huang family to clean up Chu Chen, but you still dare to come here openly? Looking at Luo Yongning's sudden change in attitude, everyone wondered what happened. Being targeted by Luo Yongning, Zhao Fu suddenly became nervous. Mr. Luo, what's wrong? What's the matter? You may not know it. Brother Chu is called Chu Chen, and he just opened an asset management company not long ago. Luo Yongning came to Chu Chen and said to Zhao Fu, Mr. Chu's name is Chu Chen? Everyone was dumbfounded. Mr. Chu is the person Zhao Fu wants to fix? Zhao Fu is so crazy. In an instant, several bosses who were close to Zhao Fu just now moved away from Zhao Fu, as if they were announcing that they had nothing to do with Zhao Fu. I heard you're going to target me? Chu Chen also noticed Zhao Fu and spoke lightly. Looking at Chu Chen, Zhao Fu's whole body softened and he almost fell to the ground. Mr. Chu, this big man who he thinks is out of reach is the Chu Chen that the Huang family asked him to help with? Zhao Fu was stunned. Make no mistake. What, you actually want to rectify Mr. Chu? At this time, Han Ting also joined in. Originally, Han Ting wanted to make up for the mistake just now and befriend Chu Chen, but he didn't expect the opportunity to finally come. The Huang family is powerful, and the foundation is only in the magic capital. Billionaires like Han Ting are not afraid of the Huang family. What's more, Mr. Chu's amazing financial resources and terrifying connections just now are no weaker than the Huang family. Han Ting naturally knew that he was standing there. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect you to be such a person. It's so disappointing to me that I want to attack Mr. Chu. Hey. In an instant, everyone in the hall spoke up, leaving Zhao Fu alone. Zhao Jingqing wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought he might be better when his father came. Unexpectedly, my father came and the result was even worse. Now, they are being targeted by everyone. No, Mr. Chu, I really didn't know that. Chu Chen was you. Zhao Fu quickly defended and begged for mercy. A big man like Mr. Chu is not something he can offend. The Huang family and Mr. Chu are masters fighting, and they are not qualified to join in. At this moment, Zhao Fu really hated the Huang family. Is it? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Just now. You were still very proud to cooperate with the Huang family. Zhao Fu shuddered, gritted his teeth at last, and told Chu Chen all the plans he had discussed with Huang Hongxin that had not yet been implemented. Mr. Chu. What do you want me to do? I will listen to you. Zhao Fu spoke quickly. Hearing this, Chu Chen had an idea, so he discussed with Luo Yongning and prepared to do something. Han Teng, and several Hangzhou bosses also took the initiative to join in. Although it is unlikely that they want to destroy the Huang family, it is not a problem to make the Huang family bleed. Didn't the Huang family want to fix themselves? This time, Chu Chen is going to hurt the Huang family's vitality. Luo Yongning and Han Ting are both old foxes who have experienced shopping malls, and they soon discussed a plan with Chu Chen. Account. Zhao Fu understood what he was going to do, and patted his chest to assure that he would be able to complete it. Zhao Fu pretended that nothing had happened, left Luo Mansion, and started to carry out his and Huang Hongxin's original plan. In the evening, Zhao Fu suddenly found Huang Hongxin and asked for money, saying that the funds were not enough. In the end, Huang Hongxin reluctantly took out another billion. The next day, Zhao Fu found Huang Hongxin again and made a fool of Huang Hongxin. Chapter 272 accidentally won some small prizes, the gold prize of the Chopin International Piano Competition according to the plan discussed with Chu Chen, Luo Yongning, and others yesterday. Zhao Fu drew a big pie for Huang Hongxin, a broad blueprint. Said that this time is a good opportunity, they can not only bring down Chu Chen's asset management company, but also clean up several other asset management companies in Hangzhou. At that time, the market in Hangqing belonged to the Huang family. Because Luo Yongning and Han Ting used their contacts, several other asset management companies exposed false flaws. After a little investigation, Huang Hongxin discovered the problems of several companies, and he was instantly moved. Huang Hongxin immediately contacted the Huang family, boasted for a while, and finally got another 7 billion assets from the Huang family, and wanted to enter Hangzhou. In addition to the previous 3 billion, a total of 10 billion assets. With tens of billions of assets invested suddenly, Huang Hongxin is ready to kill the quartet. But in the end, because of Luo Yongning, Han Teng, and others' efforts, the tens of billions of funds were quickly lost. Chu Chen's company swallowed more than half of the tens of billions of the Huang family's funds, and the rest was divided up by Luo, Yongning and others. Huang Hongxin left Hangqing in dismay. When he returned to the Huang family, he was beaten to death by the core members of the Huang family. The old man of the Huang family passed out of breath and was sent to the hospital. 10 billion assets, that's 10 billion assets. This time, it was a huge blow to the Huang family. The Huang family's vitality was severely damaged. The Huang family did not dare to do anything to Chu Chen for a while. But Chu Chen was about to attack him. Chu Chen ordered Hilton and Prada to use their respective strengths to gradually eat away at the Huang family. It won't be long before you think about it, the once rich and powerful family will fade away. That night, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui met. Yan Luoshui was going to attend a commercial dance, and Chu Chen naturally became her male partner. With the appearance of Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui, the combination of handsome guys and beautiful women, the combination of extreme beauty, instantly became the core of the whole dance. Looking at Chu Chen next to Yan Luoshui, a slender young man in a white suit turned green. He is a young man in Hangqing, his name is Yao Yuanzhou. He has known Yan Luoshui since he was a child, and barely has the taste of childhood sweetheart. Yao Yuanzhou liked Yan Luoshui very much and always wanted to catch Yan Luoshui. Unfortunately, Yan Luoshui didn't mean anything to him. Unlike those dudes, Yao Yuanzhou was indeed considered young and promising. When he was a teenager, Yao Yuanzhou was arranged by his family to study in the top aristocratic schools in the West. Because of his amazing musical talent, in college, he specialized in music and won many international awards. Not long ago, he returned to China and immediately received a letter of appointment from the Xinchuan Music Association. Invited him to be the Secretary General of the Xinchuan Music Association. You know, the Xinchuan Music Association, but Hangqing, is also the largest musicians' association in several nearby provinces. It is also one of the top 10 music associations in the country, with a detached status. Now, he is not only the youngest member of the Xinchuan Music Association, but also the Secretary General, the fourth largest figure in the Xinchuan Music Association. Yao Yuanzhou considers himself to be the youngest and most talented person among the top 10 music associations in the country. His goal is to surpass Shaoli and Shaolang and become a nationally renowned, global music master. But when his career is booming, love seems to be lost. The man next to Yan Luoshui looked like a rich second generation, nouveau riche, etc. How could he be worthy of her? Only a person as elegant and noble as himself is worthy of Yan Luoshui. After studying in a Western aristocratic school for many years, Yao Yuanzhou has learned a lot of aristocratic customs and etiquette. What he admires most is the aristocratic spirit of the West, the spirit of a gentleman. Yao Yuanzhou walked towards Yan Luoshui. Haven't seen you for a long time. I don't know if you are interested. Dance a dance? Yao Yuanzhou invited Yan Luoshui. After seeing Yao Yuanzhou, Yan Luoshui was a little surprised that he actually returned to China. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Yan Luoshui politely rejected Yao Yuanzhou. A trace of anger flashed across Yao Yuanzhou's face. Fine. Gentleman, Yao Yuanzhou's answer. What have you been doing these past few years? Yao Yuanzhou was a little curious. It's nothing, just helping the family manage the company. Yan Luoshui replied. And politely replied, and you? Yao Yuanzhou instantly straightened his back. I still study music and piano. I usually chat with some nobles. When I have nothing to do, I participate in music competitions. I also accidentally won some awards, such as the Liszt International Piano Competition Public Award, the Edison Award for Classical Recording, the Chopin International Piano Competition Gold Award, the Mozart Recording Award, the International Mendelssohn Award, and so on. Yao Yuanzhou answered in an extremely low-key way. He wanted to let Yan Luoshui know how good he was, in stark contrast to her male companion. By the way, last year also won the royal family's Glory Art Cultural Medal. Yao Yuanzhou specially added. This royal art of Glory Cultural Medal is extremely precious. Brother Zhou is amazing. Brother Zhou is so talented and has won so many international awards. It's too strong, as expected of us, the most promising person. Next to it, several young masters from Hangzhou couldn't help but admire. Hearing these people's praise and enjoying the shocking gaze, Yao Yuanjia was in a good mood. Amazing. Yan Luoshui answered politely, not too surprised. Hearing Yan Luoshui's words, Yao Yuanzhou was a little upset. Could it be that these awards were too unfamiliar to Yan Luoshui, so they didn't cause her too much surprise? It is also possible, after all, these international music awards are rarely known to ordinary people. Since these grand prizes could not attract Yan Luoshui's attention, he would change to one that everyone knew. I will develop in China for a while in the future. After all, I am now the Secretary General of the Xinchuan Music Association. Yao Yuanzhou pretended to force again. The Xinchuan Music Association is well known. This time, Yan Luoshui should be shocked. What, Secretary General of the Xinchuan Music Association? That's the top 10 musicians' associations in the country. It is very difficult for some first-line singers to join. I didn't expect Brother Zhou not only to join the Xinchuan Music Association, but also to become the Secretary General. It's too awesome. Brother Zhou is only 26 years old, and he is already the Secretary General of the Xinchuan Music Association. I am afraid that in a few years, Brother Zhou will have the opportunity to be the president. Several sons and brothers sighed. Hearing this, some beauties at the ball also noticed Yao Yuanzhou with beautiful eyes. This is a real Prince Charming. These beauties are heartbroken. Even Yan Luoshui was a little surprised. She knew the strict membership of the Xinchuan Music Association. Yao Yuanzhou nodded with satisfaction, this time the effect of pretending was good. I don't know, little brother, what are you doing? Yao Yuanzhou turned his head to Chu Chen and asked rudely. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. Coincidentally, a few months ago, I also joined a music association. Chu Chen thought about it for a while and replied calmly. 2 or 3 months ago, Chu Chen joined a music association in the East China Sea and became the honorary president. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the surrounding people noticed Chu Chen one after another. Oh? Yao Yuanzhou was equally surprised, but quickly reacted. What music association did you join? Some domestic music associations seem to be able to join as long as they pay a little money. What's the name of the Jiangnan Musicians Association? Chu Chen thought for a moment and replied. When this statement came out, everyone was stunned. The Jiangnan Musicians Association, the top 3 in the country, even the queen-level singers who want to join, have to go through layers of assessments, and may even be rejected? Jiangnan Musicians Association, that's where Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, all kinds of music masters gathered. Everyone was frightened by what you said and what I said. The membership requirements of the Jiangnan Musicians Association are extremely strict. Even some veteran singers and powerful musicians want to join. It is extremely difficult for you. How old is Chu Chen? Only 21 or 2 years old, and now he is already a member of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. The crowd looked unbelievable. Jiangnan Musicians Association? Even Yao Yuanzhou's expression changed, and he muttered in a low voice. To be honest, after receiving the letter of appointment from the Xinchuan Music Association, he was a little flustered. He tried several music associations that ranked among the top 3 in the country, and wanted to see if he could join them. Among them is the Jiangnan Musicians Association. After all, one is in the top 3, and the other is only in the top 10, and cannot be compared. Even if you are not the Secretary General, you can be a Deputy Secretary General, but in the end, Yao Yuanzhou was disappointed. Not to mention the Secretary General, even if he wants to become a member of the association, he has to pass various assessments. In the end, Yao Yuanzhou chose the Xinchuan Musicians Association. Now, he thinks he is a dude and a nouveau riche, but he says he is a member of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. This puts the face of this musical genius on your own. You're not bad, but unfortunately you're just a member. Thinking that he is the Secretary General and the 4th person of the Xinchuan Music Association, but Chu Chen is only a member of the lowest level. Yao Yuanzhou regained a sense of superiority. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? A mild-mannered middle-aged man came over. President? After seeing the gentle and elegant middle-aged man, Yao Yuanzhou hurriedly said hello. This middle-aged man is none other than the chairman of the Xinchuan Music Association, the famous musician Meng Chanan. Let me introduce to you, this is our president, the musician, Mr. Meng Chanan. Yao Yuanjie introduced with great pride. Wow, it's actually Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, okay. After knowing Meng Chanan's identity, everyone quickly greeted him. Hello. Meng Chanan shook hands with a few people without any air. When he walked beside Chu Chen, looking at Chu Chen, Meng Chanan stopped. Why are you so familiar? Looking at Chu Chen, Meng Chanan felt a sense of familiarity. Excuse me, are you the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association? Meng Chanan thought about it for a long time, but did not think of Chu Chen's name, but only remembered Chu Chen's identity. Earlier, he heard from a friend. Honorary president of Jiangnan Musicians Association? The onlookers doubted their ears at the moment. Did they hear it wrong? He is so young, he is already the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association? It's my hearing problem. Or is there something wrong with Meng Chanan's glasses? Yes. Chu Chen nodded. My name is Chu Chen. Chu Chen saw Meng Chanan's embarrassment, so he added. Yes, Chu Chen, it's Chu Chen. Meng Chanan became extremely excited. Hello, Master Chu. Meng Chanan grabbed Chu Chen's hand. He heard about it from a friend of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. Their honorary president is a piano master, a world-class master. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around were shocked. It's not that Meng Chanan's eyes have a problem, nor is their hearing a problem, but their intelligence. What? Yao Yuanzhou jumped up in shock. Honorary president of Jiangnan Music Association? That's one of the biggest names in the music industry. He is not a member of the Jiangnan Musicians Association, but an honorary president? What are you doing? President, did you admit your mistake? Yao Yuanzhou couldn't believe it, let alone believe it, so he asked in a low voice. Of course I'm not wrong. The honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association is Mr. Chu Chen. If you don't believe me, you can ask your friends in the Jiangnan Musicians Association. Meng Chanan explained. Yao Yuanzhou stopped talking. Since Meng Chanan said so, Chu Chen's status as the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association can be regarded as a certainty. How did that happen? That is the top 3 music associations in the country. He struggled all his life, but he may not be able to become the vice president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. But now, they are already presidents. How can there be such a big gap between people? Chu Chen, is your scene amazing? Yan Luoshui asked in surprise. The time spent with Chu Chen was not short, but even she didn't know that Chu Chen actually knew music, and he was a master. Chu Chen became more and more perfect in Yan Luoshui's heart. After comforting himself for a long time, Yao Yuanzhou recovered a little. Musically, I am a complete failure. But in terms of identity, he is the crown prince of the Yao group with total assets of 70 billion. How can he be compared to Chu Chen, who is engaged in music? In the future, if you give up music, you can go home and inherit tens of billions of assets. But what about Chu Chen? Abandoning music, does he have so many assets to inherit at home? Thinking about it, Yao Yuanzhou straightened his back slightly, and looked at Chu Chen, not to be outdone. The entire ballroom was vaguely divided into 2 parts, 2 circles. A large part of the younger generation, like Yao Yuanzhou, lives in a slightly lower-ranking rich man. Another small part occupies the very middle position, although there are only 8 or 9 people. But they are the core figures of the whole dance, and they are all big bosses in Hangqing. Even Meng Chanan was not qualified to enter. At this moment, they were chatting and laughing in the dance center, and no one dared to stop them even if they spoke loudly. Moreover, countless guests, including Yao Yuanzhou, looked at this small circle and were very envious. They dream of joining in that circle, let alone Yao Yuanzhou. Even if Yao Yuanzhou's father came, he might not be able to enter. Mr. Chu, what are you doing here? Why don't you go to the middle of the dance? A surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Han Teng, who just came in, asked. Just came in, Han Teng is going to go to the middle of the dance to chat with those old friends. On the way, I suddenly found Chu Chen. Looking at Han Teng, who suddenly appeared, Yao Yuanzhou and the others instantly widened their eyes and became extremely nervous. Don't even dare to breathe loudly. Han Teng, a famous billionaire in Hangzhou, a top tycoon. When did he show up? Oh? Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Han Teng. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile and didn't go to the middle of the dance, but Han Teng said so. He couldn't keep a low profile. Together. With that said, Chu Chen pulled Yan Luoshui and walked to the middle of the dance with Han Teng. After Han Teng's introduction, these bigwigs greeted Chu Chen enthusiastically, and soon several people started chatting and laughing. Yao Yuanzhou and the others, on the other hand, looked at the middle of the dance, speechless for a long time. Chu Chen was able to chat and laugh with the big guys there without being kicked out. It has already explained the horror of Chu Chen's identity. Yao Yuanzhou took a deep breath and was stunned. Because of Chu Chen, Yan Luoshui's contacts increased again, which was of great benefit to future development. In the magic capital, I accidentally learned that my daughter Mo Yuan was the general manager of a small company in Hangzhou. The chairman of Vientiane Group, Mo Yuan's father, Mo Chuchen, was very dissatisfied. His daughter went to college and he didn't say anything. Now my daughter is working, not from the company at home, but went to a small company to be the general manager of what? What is this like? Just like the name Chuchen. Who is proud of the heroes, Mo Chuchen's whole person exudes a sense of arrogance. This kind of arrogance is not the incomprehensible arrogance of those playboys. It is the unique temperament of the superior who is in a high position, holding countless rights and huge funds. Although his relationship with his daughter was very tense, as a father, he naturally cared about Mo Yuan very much. Is it bad to work at your own company? In my own company, no one dares to bully my daughter, but in someone else's company, working for others, I will definitely suffer all kinds of grievances. What's more, their own company is a large group with a market value of 200 billion. Can it be compared to a small asset management company that has just been established? For the sake of his daughter, he must let her come back. If his daughter is unwilling, he will go to see the chairman of the small company. Come to think of it, as long as you show your identity, that little chairman, he would immediately apologize, kneel and lick himself, and obediently dismiss Mo Yuan. In Mo Chuchen's eyes, Chu Chen, the young chairman, was not at all in his heart. Chu Chen is not worth mentioning. What a rubbish little company, after some arrangement. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Mo Chuchen took a private plane to Hangzhou. Mo Chuchen's Bombardier Global Express XRS private jet is priced at 370 million. With spacious, private, luxurious, and comfortable cabin space, and the most advanced technology, it is known as one of the most luxurious and perfect craftsmanship business jets. Its maximum cruising altitude can reach 15,545 meters, and its speed is at the leading level in the world. This Bombardier Global Express XRS is deeply loved by Mo Chuchen, and he often shows it off. Come to think of it, in the whole airport, even in the whole Hangzhou, I am afraid that few people's private jets can compare with his Bombardier Global Express XRS. Mo Chuchen walked down proudly. However, just after getting off the plane, Mo Chuchen was dumbfounded when he looked at a plane not far away. Bombardier Global 7000? Mo Chuchen shouted in surprise. At noon today, Xiang Chuchen, who took Chu Chen's private plane to Yanjing, has returned. 3 Bombardier Global 7000s returned to their original positions. It is also produced by Bombardier, the world's #1 international private jet manufacturer. But his Bombardier Global Express XRS is one level lower than this Bombardier Global 7000, and the price is hundreds of millions. Although Mo Chuchen was not far behind the hundreds of millions, he didn't have that kind of connections. Bombardier Global 7000, the annual production number, is very limited. I am afraid there are only a dozen. As the world's #1 private jet manufacturer, Bombardier is stared at by countless billionaires. Even someone like Mo Chuchen was nothing in front of the rich and powerful. Therefore, Mo Chuchen could only lower his requirements and bought a Bombardier Global Express XRS. What Mo Chuchen never expected. When he arrived in Hangzhou, he actually met a Bombardier Global 7000. Whose Bombardier Global 7000 is? Mo Chuchen couldn't help muttering, and was extremely surprised. Walked forward, but when he saw the scene behind Bombardier clearly, even he was a little stunned. 3 Bombardier Global 7000s. 3. If these 3 Bombardier Global 7000 belong to 3 people, it is barely acceptable. But if 3 Bombardier Global 7000s belong to 1 person, that's kind of scary. After a wall of amazement, Mo Chuchen and a few of his subordinates left together. Because it was late, Mo Chuchen didn't go to Mo Yuan or Chu Chen's company, so he went directly to the hotel he booked to rest. The next day, when Chu Chen was having breakfast, he accidentally received a call from the company. Mr. Chu, General Manager. Mo hasn't come yet. A big boss from the Magic Capital said that he wanted to see you. I have placed him in your office. The voice of the staff came. Okay, I'll go to the company now. Chu Chen responded, and he was extremely curious. Who was the big boss from the Magic Capital? After breakfast, Chu Chen drove towards the company. Reaching the company, an employee greeted him. Mr. Chu, the big boss is a little impatient waiting. The employee reports to Chu Chen. Do you know the big boss? While walking, Chu Chen asked. I don't know. But the aura of the big boss is very scary. At first glance, he looks like the kind of high-ranking person who holds great power. Thinking of the invisible aura of the big boss, Chu Chen, the employee, immediately became nervous. Oh? Chu Chen was even more curious. Soon, he came to his chairman's office and opened the door. Looking at the big boss sitting there without anger and self-righteousness, Chu Chen was even more surprised. He didn't know him either. Because he often chats and laughs with those billionaires and super bosses, and stays together, Chu Chen also forms an invisible aura, which is not weaker than this big boss. At this moment, the big boss, who was sitting there savagely drinking tea, was Mo Yuan's father, the chairman of Yantian Group, Mo Chuchen. It was early and he didn't see his daughter, so Mo Chuchen could only find Chu Chen first. Mo Chuchen looked around Chu Chen and was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Chu Chen to be so young. Hello, I'm the president of this company, Chu Chen said flatly. Hearing this, Mo Chuchen began to pay a little attention to Chu Chen, but he did not expect Chu Chen to be so calm and calm when facing his huge aura. But no matter what, he is still going to get off the horse.